Yo, what's up, everybody? All right, I gotta remember this. My screen is over here, but the camera's over here, and it's just like I have to like check up on everything. You may know the person that's sitting next to me right here. I'm gonna adjust the camera for you because this is the first time I've ever met you in person, and the only thing I've learned so far, the first thing I learned rather, is that you're really tall, which is cool. All right, so Anurag, this is Aspiringspike, aka Everett Mohan, which I learned how to say properly today. Very good. The learning curve is through the roof right now. So we're at Dallas, and round one has not yet started. The players meeting. I don't know if there's going to be one. No, there's definitely going to be a players meeting, but I think your opponent will be across.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Yeah. So that is a thing. Also, I don't have Twitch chat open. I wonder how I can get. There must be like an easy way to get that because I must. Oh, I can do it through my phone. Okay, because that is very important. So let's see. Yeah. I'll get this to work.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Here we go. Live. All right, chat. Scroll up. Am I connected to Wi-Fi? That's why I'm not. The Wi-Fi here is an absolute. Dude, this is actually really interesting because. So you were originally going to like maybe cover your. I know Corey Baumeister is here, for example, covering his own matches. I have no idea what that one is.
it's round one pairings.
Oh, round one pairings. Okay, looks like we're already out of time. Anyways, I just want to say hi, hello, introduce everyone to the stream, the event. Today is a 30K event for Modern, and we're going to be following Spike through, a couple of matches here or there, and then it's going to be fun for sure. In between rounds, we'll see what kind of cool stuff we can do. I'm trying to think what else. That's pretty much the 4-1-1. So like this time around, I'm not doing this solo. So first off, massive thank you to all the commentators that are here, all the people that have helped, but more importantly, thank you to Jordan Baker, who is, just like the eye in the sky, who's like making sure everything works around. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. Also, thank you to Star City for like, if you could literally see my setup here, you would understand why no tournament organizer should allow this, because it's like super sketchy. It's like super sketchy, but it's working and we're live, and that's great. What are you playing today?
I'm playing Jeskai Lotus Field today.
Okay,
Yeah.
That is a deck that you've played a lot, right?
Yes.
I distinctly remember losing to you playing that deck one time when I was just trying to get into Four Color, and it was close until I think you started looping Nexus of Fates or something like that, and I was just like, I can't beat that. Why are you playing this deck today?
Well, actually, that's one of the main reasons. I think Four Color on math is kind of the deck to beat this weekend, or one of them. And Jeskai Lotus Field was a great matchup against it. It's also good against the Living Index, the Rhinos, because your main deck Chalice. It's good against Herbicide and Hammer Time too. I'm kind of hoping to avoid a few random weird decks, but for the most part, I feel pretty happy about my choice. Decks like Storm, Belcher, Burn are pretty bad.
Okay.
As long as I can dodge those, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, so the way your deck works basically is you are a Lotus Field deck. You leverage that alongside Blood Sun.
Yes.
And then you have a reasonably expensive curve of like Teferis and Cryptic Command still.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Pairings are up.
Okay, yeah, good luck. So your pairings are up. So if you want to,
Yeah,
you know what table you're at.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Yeah. That being said, though, it's gonna be weird because like Wi-Fi is a problem here, and I don't know if everyone's gonna be able to like search for their pairings.
It usually gets a little stuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then like in Melee too, sometimes there's some issues there here there, but I think we're competent enough that we'll be able to figure it out. So hey Benji, how's it going, dude?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. You ready for the event?
Yeah, man. I have 2 bucks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
Spike's a child.
very good.
I told them.
Is this Legacy or Modern? Today is a Modern 30K. The first 8 rounds are today, and then the second 8 rounds are tomorrow. It's like a top 12. It's like 8 total, like 4 rounds and then top 12. Yeah, it's top 12.
Wait, that wasn't a typo? It's really top 12?
Yeah, so the way I think it works is it's top 12, but
Okay.
1 through 4 get a bye in their top 16 match. So there's actually 12 players and 4 buys. That's a total of 16.
Okay.
So it plays out like a top 16 bracket, but it's interesting. But what it does incentivize is no IDs, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a really smart thing because I personally am not a fan of IDs. Like coverage wise, it's kind of whatever. But it looks like all the players are getting situated now. I wonder. So the player meeting itself, where the judge introduces themselves and then like does all this stuff, will take about let's say like 5-10 minutes. So maybe we'll just take a break while that happens. I'm not sure. Or we could just sit here.
Okay.
Oh, it's the NFL playoff. Is that how the NFL works? I don't know. My bad. I should know, but
Where's the microphone?
the microphone is somewhere in this
Okay,
MacBook
okay.
Air. Yeah, I don't know. It's picking up kind of nicely.
Okay.
But I just generally tend to like scream anyways because I'm paranoid
Yeah.
that I'm not getting picked up here. So okay, so you've got good matchups and you've got bad matchups, and that's interesting. What were your other options that you were considering playing in this weekend's event?
Well, a couple weeks ago, I thought I was going to play Jun Saga, where
Oh.
I had like a really sick run with it on stream. I was like 13-2. But I feel like the metagame shifted where Rhinos is back in a big way, which is a tough matchup for Jun Saga, and the 4-color matchup is abysmal.
Okay,
And so, like, I think it would probably be not a great choice. I mean, it's also true even the matchups that you feel good in.
Mhm.
It's still a Jun deck, and you're
Okay.
only like a few percentage points ahead.
I was gonna say like without Luris, what is the appeal to Jun Saga? Because now you're playing like, are you playing Lilianas and like Pyromancers?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously the Luris ban was a nerf for the archetype, but I have been liking the red black X mid range archetype in general. I think we've got a lot of options to explore.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
Red Black. The first time I ever saw that, I mean, did you build that archetype?
yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not,
you don't have to be humble.
I'm not the first person to
Yeah.
ever build a red black rock deck in modern.
He built the deck. Okay. But yeah.
But I would say I maybe popularized like.
Okay. And you probably like iterated through it a lot too, right?
Yeah.
Just like step by step. And so whatever you have today, large influences, which is pretty cool because I know I was talking about this to somebody else, like I like to think that I play a lot of Magic, right? I mean, when you stream Magic, inevitably you're going to play a lot of Magic. But what I learned was that like when I'm done with my streams, the last thing I want to do is play Magic. Now you, on the other hand, you just go back home and you play more Magic. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Oops, that's shaking. So it's kind of crazy. I mean, like literally through and through, and that explains like why you have such a profound impact and all that sort of stuff, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we talked about what you're playing today, why you're playing it, what you would have played. I have nothing else to talk about. I mean, I'm mostly just selling time. Like, how was your traveling here and stuff like that? Is this your first like big paper event, or have you played?
Yeah, I used to be a paper grinder back in the day.
I do remember that. Yeah. Okay.
No, I played mini SCGs, a couple pro tours.
But like post COVID, like is this your first big one back?
I went to CFP Vegas,
Uh-huh.
and then I've been to the 2 Hunter Burden charity tournament events.
Yeah.
And I actually went to Chicago for a team event with Caleb D. a couple
Oh,
years ago.
I remember. Was
Yeah.
that one of the NRG events?
It was, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
that was
you were playing mod. Was Caleb doing limited?
I was playing modern. Caleb was doing limited, and we had Zach Allen on Legacy. That was a really fun
Okay.
event. Yeah.
The team events are usually just like bangers as
Yeah.
far as because it's just like you get really invested in just a tournament and having people that also are just as invested as you. I will say it does have some of its like downsides too. Like the pressure of losing hits a lot harder because like
Yeah.
you don't want to let your friends down. You know what I mean? So it's okay. That's actually so you've been playing a lot of like
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
That's really the only paper Magic I've been playing is these tournaments.
Okay.
But, yeah, I've been playing a bunch.
How do you feel about that? You probably talked to your chat about this a lot too, but how do you feel about the return of? I watched the video.
Yeah.
I watched the 4 different outcomes,
Oh,
and
yeah.
and if I have to be correct, it's not dreams come true.
Yeah, it's not a scenario for us.
Right. It's scenario like 3 things are good.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit better than scenario 3 things are good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so just for reference, Spike put out probably the first of its kind. It's like a pre-react to the ban list. So he created like a timeline of like. If you watch Community,
Yeah.
you know the dice and the timeline, yeah. So it's kind of like that if you've watched the show. And we high rolled. I think we high rolled on this one.
I think we did.
Yeah. So you're playing Pioneer now, actually, too, a little bit. Right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. And so you're gonna try to go for the Pro Tour and all that sort of stuff and make it happen, kind of deal.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
I think that at the end of the day, any of these paper tournaments, any of your grinding, all your goal should always be put your best foot forward, do your best, play as well as you can.
Yeah.
And ideally qualifying would be great, but my goal is always to just do the best I can.
Yeah. And generally speaking, I find that like, especially like, in your effort to make new content, those two go very well hand in hand together.
I think so too. Yeah.
I think success and results are very good for, anyone who is out there grinding. Anyway, that's a different story altogether. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm trying to think what else. So like, are you here by yourself or like with some friends?
Well, so I'm local to the area. I live like 20 minutes away.
Yeah.
And so I have a lot of
yeah.
friends who are here.
Okay.
But I didn't like come with them necessarily. But we're gonna hang out. We're gonna do dinner tonight.
That's gonna be fun. Okay. Yeah, I went out to dinner with some friends last night. We went to the steakhouse. It was called Mercury Chop House, and the food was pretty good. You know, it's a steakhouse. You really can't go wrong there. But have you ever played the credit card game before?
Nobody will play with me.
Nobody will play with you. Okay. All right. Somebody who is watching needs to fix that. Somebody needs to play the credit card game with Spike. But it was funny because look, I am pretty much a master at the game. Okay. I ate so much food that the table was like, okay, so the way the credit card game works, first of all, is everybody orders their food. They order about the same amount, you know, price wise, and everyone puts in one credit card, right? And what you do is you shuffle them up, and one by one, you remove a credit card from the pile. When you do that, that person doesn't have to pay for the meal. And so finally, you get down to like the last two players, and there's a lot of hype and a lot of suspense, and one person puts the bill. I ate so much food last night that I put in two credit cards just to be even, right? And guess which two credit cards were out first? Mine, yeah. I cannot lose at this game. I've been trained by the best. Are you table 48? Yeah. All right, this is your chair. I've been taking it. Let's wrap up here. And
No worries.
yeah, so we're gonna take a quick break here, fix some delays and stuff. Player meeting's gonna come. Yeah, so this is gonna be great. And I'm gonna take care of some stuff on my end. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit. All right, bye.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to coverage here of Scgcon Dallas. I'm Tannon Grace, and I'm being joined by Joe Lossett today. How are you doing, buddy?
Dude, I'm doing awesome. I mean, aside from the fact that you introduced me and spelled and pronounced my name wrong, I'm doing great.
I knew as soon as I said it too. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I had
That's
the
okay,
stream
that's
up on the
okay.
other channel, and I heard myself talk, and I kind of panicked for half a second. So that's my fault. I
Oh,
apologize.
dude, you were totally good.
All right, so everybody at
This-
home, we're going to be streaming to Anurag Das's channel here. You're obviously watching it, but what we're going to be doing is we're going to be following two main players here today, and they're, of course, through the 8 rounds of the modern 30K that's going on in Dallas. Joe, why don't you tell us about the two players that we're following today?
All right, so up first, we have Everett Mohan, Aspiringspike, who is what everyone knows him by. Maybe one of the lead contributors to the modern format, or maybe Magic overall, but certainly modern. If you follow him on Twitch or on Twitter, working on the entire breadth of the format and playing today a deck that I mean, I would classify as being on the fringes of the format. I think we're okay to talk about this deck, right? The Blood Sun Lotus Field control deck, I suppose we would call it, taking advantage of trying to ignore Lotus Field's drawback to just have a free land that generates 3 mana, and then using Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, to untap 2 land, and well, he's planning on making 4 mana to use during the opponent's turn every turn, which is just kind of bonkers. And then the secondary player is Ivan Espinoza, who is kind of the end boss of modern Magic recently. He won the Energy Championship a few months ago, playing his 4-color control deck, not elemental focus, but incarnation focused, planeswalker powered. He top aided the kind of the first big event back into live Magic, the Las Vegas event back in November, and he's just taking names all over the place. So those are 2 players we're gonna be watching. I'm looking forward to this. I know you are too. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, speaking of exciting stuff, I think the players are actually doing their mulligans right now, so we can actually go ahead and send ourselves down onto the feature match area and start doing some actual Magic commentary. We'll talk about these players a lot as the day goes on, their decks a lot as the day goes on. You know, this is going to be really great to watch, to see the whole way through, and we're going to be able to see a lot of action from these 2 decks. So we're going to be learning along with the people at home, especially with this innovative Jeskai Lotus Field deck that Spike's playing, you know, that a lot of us haven't really possibly seen as much.
Yeah, at least recently. I mean, I remember playing against this deck in the past, maybe a couple of years ago, and there's been so many updates, so many new cards printed, and I think he's got kind of a powerhouse here.
Absolutely, I think this deck is really cool, right? You know, it's going to be. This deck does some of the most powerful stuff in the format. And you're looking at, casting Cryptic Commands, Memory Deluge, Solitude, Fury, March of Otherworldly Light, Prismatic Ending, stuff like that. And we don't know the exact deck list that Aspiringspike, that's going to be, okay, so everybody at home, Joe said this, Ever is Aspiringspike. We're probably going to be referring to him by both names, so hopefully you can keep up here. He's got a bunch of Chalice of the Void main as well. It's sort of like an early interaction for a lot of the decks that are getting really popular in Modern right now. We've seen Living End and Rhinos come back. Just Cascade in general has come back in a very big way in the format the last few weeks in competitive play. So, definitely a big card to be looking for. It's important in this matchup. Now, we do see a Blood Crypt early from Christian Sharp here, and it looks like he's going to take some damage with no play. So I got to believe maybe this is a shadow strategy, Joe.
It certainly could be, or I mean, perhaps no. I mean, Aspiringspike is a known player. Like Christian may know what he's up against and know that the damage doesn't matter, and so he's just going to shock in just to bluff something, perhaps. But yeah, I think you're right. A shadow strategy makes perfect sense for an unused shock land.
Yeah, and speaking of strategies that are pretty good against Shadow, this is what we were talking about quite a bit, and Chalice of the Void being main. This is a Chalice on 1 from Aspiringspike here. Very, very good generally against the Grixis Shadow list, if that's what it is that he's playing against here. Tons of 1-drops that you want to be stopping, especially the card the deck is named after in Shadow.
Right, yeah, and good all game long. I mean, Chalice for 1, and against some decks, just catching the early drops, but here, it's going to catch, I mean, the late game drops still cost 1 mana.
Looks like we got a cycle of a dress down there, just to draw a card, and it's going to go away. But yeah, this is an at end of turn stuff, so it is going to technically stay in play here. Looks like we're going to draw back over to Christian's side and see if he's got any kind of forward progress for his deck here. Definitely wants to get out and get going early in this matchup. You don't want to give this feels like the matchup to me that you don't want to give Spike a ton of time, right?
Right. I mean, Christian very well may have no idea what he's playing against here. Cool against command is definitely the card that Christian's going to be looking for. Probably, I mean, anywhere 1, 2, or 3 copies of the deck, but getting that chalice off the board would be ideal, and it may be difficult to do.
Absolutely. Now, this is one of the big checks for Everett here. It does look like he doesn't have a third land, and that is a big problem for this deck when cards like Blood Sun and Valakut Awakening are so important to his strategy.
Right. Yeah, Blood Sun certainly matters. I mean, yeah, Valakut Awakening, I'm sure if you had one, you would drop it as it can be played as a land. The sample list we are looking at for the deck, now we don't know exactly the list, but 22-ish land in the deck, and then Valakut Awakenings to kind of bolster that number. So yeah, being stuck in a deck that's trying to cast 4 or 5 mana spells is obviously not a good way to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you were over on Christian's side, would you just be thinking you're against Murktide here with a really strange draw, maybe, that has... But, like, I can't imagine a Murktide deck that's playing Chalice of the Void, so I'm trying to put myself in his shoes, because you can see, like, I don't think he's being hesitant, as, like, you know, he's, like, nervous or anything. He's just like, what's going on? I'm not sure what my opponent's playing. There we go, Valakut Awakening off the top.
Yeah, no, I mean, Christian, until that, I mean, maybe even still, wouldn't know what he's facing, but Chalice on 1 is gonna eliminate any sort of Dragon Rage Channeler type build. So Murktide's kind of off the table. But this is, depending on Christian Sharp's experience level, this could very well be a big question mark in Blood Sun. I mean, it's entirely possible there are a fair number of players in the room that have never played against Blood Sun before.
And here we see a huge, powerful play with this Blood Sun drawing into Lotus Field, allowing Everett to, you know, take away the bad part of Lotus Field. It doesn't have to sacrifice lands when it comes into play, but the good part still stays. Now it comes to play untapped and taps for 3 mana. It lets him to cycle through his deck again and play another Blood Sun. What is going on here? As I say, if I was Christian, I'd be like, I don't know what's going on at all. Unless you're an actual, like, super purveyor of the Aspiringspike stream, you may have never seen this deck.
Right. I mean, it shows up in the Magic Online 5.0 deck list dumps occasionally, but how many people are actually like looking for every single one of those decks? The modern metagame is pretty wide right now.
I was going to say, I do a little coverage of Magic from here or there, right? And I have a podcast that I do, and I have to keep up with these formats, and I get paid to do it, and I still have a problem keeping up with every single deck.
Yeah, definitely. But Everett being, missing on land number 3 for a turn. If you're in Christian's position, you're like, okay, Chalice sucks, but like, okay, my opponent's stuck. That's good news. All of a sudden, they have 6 mana.
All right, so it does look... I was wondering if we've run into some kind of, like, Grixis control type list, but it does look like this is a shadow-ish kind of deck, because it does seem like a Ragavan has been put into the graveyard here off this Express Generation. This looks like a Kroxa as well getting activated, so Everett's going to have to discard a card and possibly take some damage here. It does look like... I think I caught a Valakut Awakening possibly getting pitched there. It's kind of hard to tell. But here we go, one of the really powerful plays from this deck.
Yeah, so Teferi, Hero of Dominaria is just completely bonkers when it's untapping 2 land that generate 4 mana.
Yeah, untapping Lotus Field, we see decks completely built around this in Pioneer. You know, it's like one of the tier 1 decks in Pioneers is trying to abuse Lotus Field, and untap it as many times as possible. And we've got a Planeswalker that's doing it here. Will also be threatening and drawing extra cards. Everett's deck's kind of firing on all cylinders here now that he's drawing lands, and Christian's seems to be really hurt by this Chalice for 1.
Yeah, totally crippled here. And then, I mean, fetch lands are effectively shut off. If you're unfamiliar with Blood Sun, I mean, obviously it works with Lotus Bloom where you don't have to sacrifice lands, but fetch lands are just dead now. They don't generate any mana. They can't sacrifice. The Blood Sun just turns off all non-mana text on the card. So
yeah, I was going to say, I sometimes forget the splash damage of Blood Sun, like how good it is against random things in the format. And you have so many utility lands in this format now, so many like creature lands. There's so much stuff that this just shuts off. And besides being good for Everett's actual strategy as well.
Yeah, this is almost feels like for Christian Sharp's side of things, it's like your opponent already sideboarded against him. Because his whole deck is just,
Yeah.
is just nonsense right now. I mean, I saw there's a Stubborn Denial in his hand that's not being cast, obviously. We talked about the fetch lands being wiped out. Half the creatures in his deck are done for, and then your opponent is just unloading with bombs here with Memory Deluge.
Yeah,
Loading
2
up.
lands being tapped to cast Memory Deluge here. Now, I did see an Unholy Heat in Christian's hand. I'm trying to see if we have Delirium. I know we have, what, Creature, Sorcery, Land, Enchantment, I believe, in his graveyard, so it does seem like we have Delirium. But, again, Chalice of the Void, really hating that out and keeping that locked down, so you're seeing how good this Chalice for 1 has been this game. I think Christian would be in this game and possibly even be winning if it wasn't for this Chalice.
I mean, that's certainly possible. And instead, here's Everett. This is free. Effectively, this Memory Deluge, 4 mana. The second one. I mean, these lands are going to untap. The Fairy Hero of Dominaria Ultimate may just be enough to win this game. He might not need anything else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where is he going from here? Like, where's the big finish? And we've already got it, right? Like, Teferi in play, you can't Unholy Heat it. Here comes another Chalice, it looks like, just to kind of make sure that this is going to happen in the future and stay in play, make sure none of those, the worst case scenarios happen where something like Kolagon's command happens, and then the 1-drops start happening. So this is a redundant copy of Chalice for 1, but I don't think there's any way that he can get blown out from Christian's side of the board here.
No, I mean, Christian's got, let's see, Kroxa Escape eventually. Looks like I
Counter it
think we're gonna
twice.
get to that point now. Yeah, those Chalice Voids. I mean, with Kolagon's command unable to knock out both Chalice, I don't even know what the route to victory here is for Christian.
Yeah, as I say, it's going to have to be Kroxa and hope there's not a single removal spell in Ever's deck, and he forgets the text on his Teferi.
Yeah, that's depressing because that seems unlikely. Certainly not the way you want to open the day for Christian Sharp. Game 1 of the event, and you're facing down this double Chalice, double Bloodstone, and a Teferi you can't touch.
Joe, how many times have you gone to a tournament? You know, you're like me. You live kind of in a corner of the country. You know, I live super south. You live super west, and we have to fly to most of the events that we go to. And you have a round 1 like this, where it's like your worst possible matchup or things that could go wrong. All of them do. You know, and you get into this situation. And how many times have you found yourself in this seat trying to figure your way out, and also figuring out if you could maybe get a flight later that day back home and not have to even stay the rest of the weekend?
Well, I've never done that.
I've done it many times.
Really?
Yes.
Really? You've done,
I played in an Open, an SCG Open in Boston once. I played the first 3 rounds of the Open. I watched the last round of the Open from my house in Louisiana.
That's wow. I mean, that's. I
Immediately
guess
left.
that works.
Yeah.
I have not done that. I usually have, there's always events the next day. That's just bailing on the event after a couple hours. I mean, that's not something I can say I think I've done. But certainly there are tournaments any number of times losing the first round or even losing the first 2 and just being out of the tournament right away. But however Christian's feeling, he's got to gather himself up here. I mean, play out the game. I'm sure he realizes this game is lost. But you still got to play it out, see what cards your opponent has.
Right.
If this deck is new to you, you got to learn what you're playing against so you can sideboard effectively and come back stronger in game 2 and potentially game 3.
Absolutely. Like, information gathered here is the victory that he's looking for, right? Just get more cards out of Everett's deck. And he is seeing some cards here. You know, he escaped a Kroxa here. The Solitude came into play and killed that and RFG, removed it from game to make sure that it's not coming back. Looks like there's also a Fury that's been added on Everett's side. Everett's deck, like, when I look at it on paper, I look at the list that we think we see, there's not a lot to do the first couple turns. We talked about that. But that doesn't mean his deck can't actually do some things with the fact that you have Chalice and then you have, the full force of Solitude and Fury behind this. And Everett's completely okay with 2-for-1ing himself to get these cards ability to make sure that he has the time to get to these Lotus Fields and get to these big turns of Blood Sun.
Right. I mean, he's whatever card disadvantage Everett may have to go through in the early turns, he will more than make up for once the mana comes online. As we see the Memory Deluge, the Teferi, that's up to 7 now. I mean, all of this just contributes to this. Look at this, he's got 5 cards in hand. I think there's 2 Memory Deluge that can be flashed back in the graveyard. Everett could be discarding hand size if he wanted to. Here's another Solitude, and yeah.
This is just like the ultimate flex, right? Like, just play Solitude to just get another attacker in play, get as much power in play, and try to end the game as quickly as possible. Like, you don't even need this stuff. It does look like he added Kahira to his hand, and he's going to play this. He does get to play a companion in this deck too, which is great. Any play a companion in the format, you probably should be.
Yeah, and this is an attack for, I believe this is 16 coming across. So this is going to be lethal, if not for a dress down. Okay,
That does save him this turn.
yeah. Yeah, I'll turn off double strike and lifelink. Which I guess is worth celebrating.
Hey, you get to draw an extra card, you get to stay in the game for another turn, maybe see a few more things. Like we said, knowledge is power here in this spot. Like, Christian knows that he's losing. He knows that he can't win from this spot, but he's just trying to figure out maybe, hey, I might get to see an extra card here. And I fully expect Aspiringspike to not play any more cards from this spot here, not to give away anything new if you can avoid that.
Right. And lightning bolt in turn from Christian. I mean, I know there's the chalice check, but I think Christian checked himself. It was like, here's lightning bolt, you have chalice, I'll just throw in the graveyard, let's move on.
Yeah, for anyone at home that thinks that's like a weird thing to do or it's wrong, when you have a deck that has escape in it or anything that uses the graveyard, it's perfectly, you should be doing this. There's a reason to get these cards into your graveyard. It's like when we would do this a lot in Legacy, you just run this in because you have Murktide and cards like that, or we used to play Gurmag Angler back in my day, as we say, we had it harder back in my day. We had 5/5s for 7 and we were happy about it. Now
yeah,
you get 8/8 flyers for 2.
Yeah, that's a significant upgrade. I did see a write-up this week of the new set of Magic Online Modern Decklist Lit article and on Reddit, and it was mentioned that I believe there was a Death Shadow deck that was playing Murktide, which is a relatively new development. It wasn't something that I was aware of. I'm not sure how well it works together, but certainly Christian could have that capability, and that would explain throwing the light bolts in the graveyard as well.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see that you're going to go through those motions, right, in Modern and in Legacy. Like anytime a card that is very obviously very powerful gets printed into formats, and then you see other decks start to use those cards, you're going to see more and more decks start to utilize those. Speaking of it, we see one of the most powerful cards printed in the last few years in Christian's deck, an Expressive Iteration, a card that I said was probably the card to ban out of Legacy over the Monkey. They banned Ragavan, and I was like, I actually think they probably should have banned Expressive Iteration instead. But, this is a card that is super, super powerful, and it's making waves in every format that it's legal in, which is, I think, all of them right now. You still can be playing it in Standard, and it's a super powerful card. We didn't really get to see, it do much for Christian there. It was a card that could have gave him, maybe been able to find some way out of that lock, that semi-lock that he was in Game 1, but I gotta believe his deck's going to be a little better off against Chalice here in Game 2.
All right, so let's see. The players dealing out their hands. So this Onzit stream, has everything. I think we just skipped over sideboarding entirely. This is sweet.
That or they were super, super fast. I looked away for a second and they were mulliganing already, so this is great. It does look like Christian's going to be going down to 6 here. Well, all right, it looks like he's found a hand that he likes. It looks like I saw a Ragavan here in the hand for turn 1, which is great because, he's going to be able to get this in play before Chalice happens, which is really important in this matchup. He's going to get onto the board, something that he had a very big problem doing last game.
Yeah, definitely. Anything early, anything under. As you said, Everett's early removal is often going to be a card disadvantage. And that's something that Christian needs to force on Everett because at the late game, it's going to go the other direction.
I'm trying to think if there's any really good steals off Everett's deck from Ragavan. Well, it's not even going to matter. It looks like it's going to meet a prismatic ending here on turn 1. Now, I think the best steal that you can get is you can find Teferi, Hero of Dominaria off the top when you have access to 5 mana. That's probably the best one because it's a card advantage engine and it answers a lot of Everett's problematic permanents, but we're not close to that just yet. And it does look like Christian's going to get at least something else on the board here this game. Already doing, well, all right, I spoke too soon, but already doing a little bit more than he got done in Game 1.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
We kind of see why Everett kept this hand. This is a great opening hand from him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, as we'll say, that does not work here. There's only 1 card in the yard. So the casting cost on this, so X is 0 anywhere but the stack. So while Chalice of the Void is being cast for 1 counter, its converted mana cost is actually 2 on the stack. So Drown of the Lock not going to work there.
Right, and
is that a Thought Scour in Christian's hand? This is I'm rooting for Christian now. He's a man of class here and just chooses the best cards to put in his deck. I am the biggest fan of this card in the entire world. Too bad it's not going to be
definitely
playable in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Valkyrie Awakening down as a landing. And Christian, we need something. We need 3 mana for Kolaghan's command. If it's just a Death Shadow in hand, that's a blank at the moment. This is...
Yeah, it's looking like a nightmare scenario for Christian yet again.
Oh boy, here's the
Speaking of nightmare
Bloodstone.
scenarios, yeah.
Christian needs to fetch right now. Okay.
There we go. Christian realized he needed to fetch there. He's going to have his 3rd mana here. Both players missing on some early mana development, but finding it here in the next turns. And I don't know if there's a Lotus Field. It does look like there's a Lotus Field in Everett's hand, so that's kind of why he missed a land drop, quote unquote, like on purpose. Didn't want to just Stone Rain himself twice, even though he did have a Flagstones of Trokir in play. Kind of a cool, cheeky combo that his deck can do. He can sacrifice that. So Lotus Field if you have to do that without Blood Sun in play and get a land back, so you kind of get a discount on your Lotus Fields there as well. So there's combos within combos here in Everett's deck. If you want to watch him stream, he streams under the name Aspiringspike on Twitch all day, every day during the week. A lot of modern, a lot of cool stuff. So there's that Lotus Field we talked about. Into a Rest in Peace here as well. I got you, Joe, on the alternate arts. I know you have a problem with it sometimes.
You read my mind. Yeah, that came down. I was like, oh, I don't know what that is.
It's from the Gideon Spellbook.
Sure. I mean, I think the spellbook idea was super cool. I actually wish they'd print some more of those.
Yeah, I think they're going to in the future. They've been going really hard on secret layers and stuff, but with everybody kind of returning to stores, because this one's more of an in-store type thing. I think you're going to see more stuff like that. It looks like Everett's going to go ahead and add his companion to his hand here and pass back. And this has been a rough go of it this round for Christian. You got to feel for him. This Chalice on 1 has really cramped his style in both these games very badly.
Yeah, and then follow-up fetch lands, and here comes just a Solitude. Don't even need a creature to kill because there's probably not any coming down anyway. And just get on the board. Christian's already 11.
Yeah, if the Chalice has lived this long, it's most likely going to stay alive unless there's a top deck from Christian, so you don't really need to worry about that kind of stuff. Here we go. Here's those technically free Memory Deluges if there's a Teferi lurking anywhere in Everett's hand. But yeah, this is what you're seeing, the real power of this deck, where he's tapping 2 lands to cast very powerful 4 drops or 6 drops, from multiple Lotus Fields. And this is this is how Modern works, right? If you're not doing something very powerful in turns like 1 or 2, you need to be doing something very, very powerful in 3 and 4. So you see decks like Titan and Tron like cheating on mana in some way. This isn't an Amulet of Vigor deck. This isn't a Urza Tron land deck, but it does a similar thing with the Lotus Fields. It's in the same vein, in the fact that it's going from 2 mana or 3 mana up to 6 in like 1 turn. So you get this big jump in mana advantage. So now your more expensive, more powerful cards aren't a liability anymore. They're a strength.
Yeah, I mean, this is just total nonsense. I mean, I played a Pro Tour with Lotus Field. Oh, there was no Blood Sun. There was no cheating into play. You had to sacrifice 2 lands every time. This is great. This is completely unreasonable, and I'm sure Christian would agree with me.
Yeah, I think every format has a way to do this now, right? Like you see this in like historic and stuff online. Like I think Stifle is randomly legal in one of the formats. Or I like to play this game with Arena. You can tell me a card, and I'll have to figure out if it's legal or not in Arena. I'm like 50-50 to know. But I found the other day Stifle's legal, and this isn't actually. It looks like we got the triple Death Shadow draw with the Chalice of Void on 1. And you really got to feel for Christian here. Kind of just ran into it round 1 of his tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and that's... I feel like normally when this happens, it's some, fringe deck you weren't expecting, but the fringe deck is like some super combo, super aggro deck, but Christian just got stomped by a fringe control deck, which is just, I think, even an archetype that doesn't really exist very often in Magic. Like, what? Control decks are always built out, they're just here, and it's just, I mean, that was overwhelming what just happened. Christian didn't have a chance.
Absolutely. You could play this tournament 20 different times, right? You could redo the tournament every weekend for the next 20 weeks in a row, the rest of the year, right? And you would never play against this deck again. Like, there's a chance you never come up against Aspiringspike because he's very likely the only person in this room playing this deck. I'm not saying it's impossible for someone else to play this deck. There have been other people 5-0ing with it on Magic Online. We were looking up sample deck lists earlier. We found somebody else playing it, but in this tournament, in this room, I don't think many people have the range to play this deck, and Aspiringspike's range is infinite when it comes to Modern. I've been watching his stream a lot. I don't know if you've been seeing it. He's been playing this mono black Cabal Coffers Tron-like deck in Modern recently. I'm a big fan of that one. Like, all of his innovative decks are super, super cool. So if you want to see some of that stuff, make sure you check out his Twitch page. He streams every day of the week, sometimes on the weekends as well. Absolute great content creator. And I'm a big fan as well, if you haven't been able to tell. I've been kind of fanboying a little bit on Everett here.
Well, I'm sure everybody is after watching that first match.
Yeah.
Speaking of content creation, though, I mean, Anurag Das putting this on this weekend on his own. If you're in the chat, give him some follows. We got to get like at least 5 or 10 new followers every round to recognize and support the channel, the work Anurag's doing here. This is awesome. Yeah,
don't forget you can also hit that subscribe button for Ano as well, and all of the money that's going from your subscriptions, and he has a Patreon as well. I think there's a link on his let's see if it's on his Twitch page. I'm taking a look at it right now. If not, you can find him on Twitter, and he's got a link to his Patreon there as well, and become a patron. There we go. Thanks, Bradley. Just getting us in the chat. You're the best. Make sure you check that stuff out. Maybe think about, shipping a few dollars his way. One less cup of coffee this month goes a long way. If you like what you're seeing, it's going to, push forward and have this happen a little bit more often. It allows people like Joe and myself, and I think there's a Hall of Famer joining us this weekend. Somebody named Reid Duke. I don't know if anybody in chat's ever heard of that guy before. Jarvis, Lee McLeod, CCR is here. We've got some big names in Magic the Gathering, and then me joining this weekend as well to help out with coverage. So if you're liking what you're seeing, give a follow, give a sub, give a little help. You'll see a little more of this.
If you would have named 2 people on the commentary team, awesome. But you named all but one. Oh, we can't leave Drake out like that. Drake Sasser also showing up, but that's just a brutal way to shape it up. I mean, maybe he deserves it. I don't know.
Might have done that one on purpose, Joe. Some of the stuff is calculated, some of it's just off the hip, okay?
I'm on favor of subtly destroying people. You gotta let me know in advance.
Sure.
Maybe it's an oversight. I don't know.
You want to talk about the match?
Yeah.
Well, all right. If you're going to get up, they're just
speaking of things that might have been overlooked, I do like that they started the show out with yourself and I, because they took the two oldest casters for the early shift, and I think that's a smart move. Some of these kids, these young whippersnappers like Drake, might not even be awake yet, so they made sure to get the old guys.
See, we might be older though, but like Anurag knows what he's doing. Experience is valuable. Between the 2 of us, we've got like probably 45 SCG top 8s and 6 trophies. I think between us, I mean that's a huge number.
Yeah, I think all those trophies are yours though, Joe.
Oh, really? Yeah, you're right. They are. But
it wouldn't be a stream with you without you getting me at least once on that.
What do you mean once? I have a couple lines written down
at least
at your expense, just ready to fire off.
If y'all think he's joking, he literally has stuff written down. He has notes for this.
No, I came prepared.
The second best caster on this stream.
Yeah, no, you got me in casting experience. I will grant you that. But yeah, the trophy count says otherwise. Anyway, that was a pretty one-sided.
Yeah, that was
start out with
a little unfortunate, right?
Yeah, it was. I mean, if you're Spike, that's
ideal.
Exactly what you're hoping for. You want to lead off the tournament, and I mean, no disregard to Christian, but Spike arguably won both games on turn 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chalice for 1. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just without drawing Golden's Command, that's likely the only answer to it in Christian's deck, and then not drawing any threats that cost more than 1 mana, and it's just over.
And speaking of Chalice, I know a lot of people were talking about, what to play this weekend, what's good, and people were saying if you're not a deck that's doing something broken that wants to dodge Chalice or play around Chalice, then you probably should be playing Chalice of the Void. It's going to be one of the most ubiquitous hate cards that you're going to see all weekend long. You see stuff like Rest in Peace. You see all these, enchantments or artifacts out of sideboards. Pithing Needle, stuff like that is a hate piece. But I think Chalice of the Void is going to be the most played one this weekend, and you're going to see a lot of people have as many as 4 main deck, and that's going to be really good. We've seen the NRG itself that you did, what was it, a week ago or 2 weeks ago? I lose track of time. A week ago. Yeah, there was a lot of living into the top 8 and living in won that event, even through Chalices getting played against them. The deck is very resilient. There's Teamer Rhinos has become really popular yet again. And then there's decks just like this, like you saw this round where the deck doesn't just fold completely to Chalice on 0, but Chalice on 1 is good enough to get the job done a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like, you've been, like we talked about, we're both experienced. You can go back quite a ways with me here. Chalice of the Void has become a sideboard card. It used to be like, there's some prison decks that are playing at main deck, and that's all you got to deal with. Now it's in all kinds of sideboards because of Cascade and then splash damage onto this, 1 mana focused Death Shadow deck. It's just unfortunate, and for Christian at least. But I mean, he's got plenty more rounds to recover. 8 rounds today, all of which will be covered here on our channel. And I don't know what the cut is. Is it 6-2 these days?
Yes, 6-2.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, Christian got
Mhm.
plenty of opportunity to redeem himself the rest of the day.
Absolutely. And we talk about this deck with the Chalice as well. Like, it's not like he's just, nothing on 1 and then just a Chalice on 1 on turn 2 and hope and pray. He's got the Fury, he's got, all these other free spells deck, and then really powerful stuff coming behind that. So I love the way this deck is built along with Chalice to be able to take advantage as much as possible, because he can kind of clean the stuff up and then, lean on that as it goes. Now, it does seem like we're going to be taking a small break here, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Magic from Dallas. We're going to actually go down to Honorog. I think he's got... Oh, sorry. It seems like we're going to have a break. Then we're going to come back to Honorog, and I think he's talking with Everett Mohan about that first round. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Yo, Twitch chat, what's up? We're back. Okay, so now we're in between rounds. The backup match, I'm having issues. So we're in basically like this like underground dungeon that is the Fort Worth. Am I allowed to say this? I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but anyways, the point is that reception here is really hard. So in case you're wondering how I'm actually doing this, which a lot of people might, I basically have a backpack. So if you go on my Twitter account, you'll be able to see I posted a picture of what I'm doing. It's a camera on a stand and a backpack full of just like goodies, 3 of which are connections, like hotspots, routers, whatever it is. And somehow I found a way to like merge the connection together. But think about it this way, right? If you have 3 hotspots, each with like a 5G connection, and you're barely able to stream, that's how you know you're just like in internet hell. So anyways, the backup match it's kind of weird, but we'll figure some stuff out in between rounds. I'll take care of that for sure. That being said, now that Spike has finished round 1, I wanted to talk to him about the match. And if I do recall, you said that Shadow was a good matchup going into like when we talked about it earlier, right? Okay. So that's a pretty good thing then. Like that you got an ideal round one pairing.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I think you saw both games. Chalice is crazy against them.
Yeah.
And my opponent also mulliganed to 5 game 1, mulliganed to 6 game 2, and
Okay.
I think both games are pretty boring. I just, I turned 2 Chalice and they could have never beat it.
How important is it in this matchup to have so when I think of your deck, basically the first thing I'm thinking is Blood Sun and Lotus Field. It feels like you want to have it every game, but realistically speaking, is that something that you actually need? Like how often do you win in this matchup, for example, without the 2?
I'd say pretty often. It's not something you absolutely need every time. You also have some redundancy to enable Lotus Field with the Flagstones of Trocaire. So if you don't draw Blood Sun, you can sack your Flagstones to your Lotus Field and ramp that way.
Okay.
And then also sometimes you just do it naturally and you get to 5 mana, and then you still have to Fairy to untap your Lotus Fields. So you have a few ways to use it, and sometimes you just play a normal Just Guy control game plan too.
Okay.
The Blood Suns are actually pretty interesting in this matchup where they stop your opponent from being able to pay any life with fetch lands or shock lands.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
so sometimes if you can get Blood Sun down before they're below 13, they can never cast a shadow.
That's hilarious. I mean, I saw in game 2, your opponent showed 3 shadows, not stopped by life total maybe, but more so by the chalices in play. Which is really interesting. Okay, that's pretty good. And then walk me through. Okay, so overall strategies, going from game 1, and then obviously the question that everyone wants to know is how do you sideboard? Does it change on the play on the draw? And then overall strategy in game 2. Let's just talk about the matchup a little bit. Actually, in fact, it looks like Ivan's match is finished, so I don't know what his results are. We might be able to figure that out through something like Melee or whatever. But yeah, walk me through that. Yeah.
So I usually trim 2 copies of Fury and 1 Cryptic Command for 3 Rest in Peace.
Okay.
I was playing the 4th March of Otherworldly in the Otherworldly Light in the sideboard going into today. I decided to actually cut it so I could play 3 Tails Ends. We can talk about that maybe a little later.
That's a big card.
Yeah.
That somebody else told me about that too. Yeah.
So it's just the Rest in Pieces in this matchup. I would usually want to cut 3 Furies for the Rest in Peace, just because Fury I think is pretty weak against the Shadow Ragavan DRC deck. You're usually 2 for 1ing yourself. And you don't get to do it at instant speed. Solitude is usually a lot better.
Yeah.
But they do cite in Turok Dread Gantor. So I think it's important to have these 2 Furies in the deck to have an out to that card for resolves. That card can be really hard to beat. I even considered maybe bringing in 1 Tails End because it actually lines up really well against Turok, being a 4 mana legendary spell.
You're saying okay,
Yeah.
because Tails End counters activated abilities, triggered abilities, and legendary spells.
Legendary spells.
Okay, so that means it's good against legendary creatures, but also planeswalkers and enchantments and anything that is yeah. I'm with you.
So maybe if I think they're playing 3 Turoks, I play 1 or 2 Tails End, but
Okay.
not super likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. That is very interesting. Okay, so then trying to think where to go from this, and then watching from both games, though, it just seems like you were able to execute your game plan, and I almost wonder, do you think that what we watched here you're saying that wouldn't be the average? Because I feel like Shadow has enough interaction where you wouldn't necessarily be able to
Well, yeah, my opponent had awkward mulligans both games.
Yeah.
That drew really well.
Okay.
And the matchup is usually much closer, I think. I do think Lotus Field is slightly favored,
Mhm.
especially the fact that I'm playing the March of the Otherworldly Lights now.
Yeah, let's
They lost
talk
Furries,
about that
yeah.
card, because that is a pretty powerful card. And the issue with March in my mind is that it is, well, okay, when you think about and I'm gonna get at some theory here. So take your pencils and papers out, take some notes, and if you have questions, sure, you could ask them. So theory wise, when you're playing a control deck, right, there's a lot of things to consider. Basically, in terms of their threat versus my answer, right? When you boil down this game, it all is a function of everything is a function of mana, right? That's why in Legacy, for example, Delver is such a good deck, is because it plays a bunch of 0 and 1 mana spells, so it gets to do a lot of things more quickly, and then it gets to win the games just by having that tempo that you get from having cheaper costed cards. March, on the other hand, will never really trade. It always trades down on mana. Is this true?
Well, it doesn't trade down on mana if you do pitch a white card to it.
Okay. Yeah.
But it does usually it doesn't trade down on mana if you exile Urza Saga or token, you're spending 1 mana. Specifically, exiling Saga for 1 mana in response to the trigger is a really, really big game.
Okay. All right.
Another thing what's really good about Lotus Field is you play the Marches, you play the Furies, you play the Solitudes, and because you saw the deck goes so crazy in the late game, you make so much mana, you draw so many cards. You're actually pretty okay with some card advantage, pitching a Fury, pitching a Solitude, pitching a March, just to buy time for the late game.
Okay.
And then in the late game, you can spend as much mana as you want. You're not really using about it.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I do feel like Lotus Field specifically makes March a lot better, right? I mean, just being able to hold up, I mean, indestructible and all the other. No, it does have indestructible, right? Am I crazy?
It has hexproof, but at least it's hexproof when you have blood section.
Oh, okay, but it's not like it's gonna die to like. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that also like when you combine like Lotus Field with Teferi, you get to do some pretty crazy things. I mean, okay, the big ticket item here I'm thinking about March does not line up well against like Murktide region, right? But when you have those kind of combinations together, this is one of the few decks that can actually more reliably handle those kind of things, which is kind of cool. So, do you think if March had not been printed, would you have played this deck today? How much of an impact does that specific card make to your?
I may have chosen to play something else.
Okay. Yeah.
But I was playing Fire Ice before. I think Fire Ice fits a pretty good role.
Okay.
In that spot. I don't think it's a make or break kind of card for the deck, but it is a nice upgrade, and it really does improve. I think like specifically the Shadow matchup and the Hammer matchup.
Yeah.
Where now Lurrus is banned, which is huge for the matchup, and now you have like a way to answer Dash Dragavan, which was trickier before. And
okay, that's a good question. So now you mentioned Lurrus is banned. Do you think Lurrus being banned is the reason why you're revisiting this deck? Like when Lurrus was legal, I'm gonna be real with you. Lurrus was just kind of a crazy card, and we've had a conversation before where I asked you like, hey, what is your thought on modern, the health of modern, and things like that? And you actually said, I could see no bans, but I do think Lurrus is pretty powerful, too powerful, in fact. And so I've never actually followed up on that. Are you happy with the ban?
I'm really happy with
the
ban. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah,
I don't think it was a crazy impactful ban.
Yeah.
I think that it made gameplay better on average. And I think it made deck building a little more interesting, but I don't think that it really changed the metagame very much, which I think makes it a great ban. I think it makes it a great ban. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that is good to know. Interesting. Okay, so then Lurrus being gone. One more time, tell me, how does that affect whether or not like you dropped the deck for a while, right? What was the reason? You just found like other stuff that was more interesting, or did you think this was
so I dropped the deck for a little while when Belcher was really popular and some spell-based combo decks are kind of picking up in popularity. Those matchups are really hard. Burn is also a tough matchup, and there was just like a little bit of a weird metagame where I thought it was bad, but I do think it's going to be good in this tournament environment. I think it's going to be good this weekend.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those decks that if you can accurately predict the metagame, you can take down the tournament with it.
Ooh, okay, let's see. I'm trying to catch up with Twitch chat real quick to see what's going on here. Someone is asking for Stifle in Modern. How do you feel about that?
I'd probably be anti-Stifle in Modern.
That card is kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, Stifle, like you just get, but no, I do agree. I think that is a old school border. Probably means a bit too strong. Okay, cool. So I'm trying to think about what else to do here. 4-color. You said that was a pretty good matchup, right? Oh yeah, that's a good question actually. So you mentioned that this deck has some very clear weaknesses. Why are you afraid to play against? Like, you just have bad combo matchups in general? Because
well, it depends on the combo. So,
okay.
like against Living In, Rhinos, if you consider those combo, you have the Chalice against them.
Yeah.
Against Titan, you have a really good Titan matchup. Bloodsun's very strong against them.
Yeah.
But the spell-based combo decks, your counter spells are pretty clunky. Chalice in 1 is not great against like Storm or Belcher or Uso spells. But it's kind of slow.
Are those decks even like really like a large percentage of the metagame?
No, that's why.
Okay, so it's a calculated decision then. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, that's another thing. You said Burn was.
Yeah, Burn's tough.
Okay, Burn is tough. In terms of like raw counter magic though, like you're not playing like counter spell in your deck.
No,
right?
no. Counter spell is pretty awkward. You play a lot of like Flagstones and Trickhair. You play a lot of Valkyrie Awakenings. And so that card's kind of hard to cast, but surprisingly, Cryptic Command is like easier to cast where it's online when your Lotus Field is online. It's online after you sack your Flagstones. And then obviously like the big play is always Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, +1, untap a Lotus Field, untap a land, cast Cryptic Command.
Oh, here's a good question from chat. Nobe1676 asks, considerations for Path to Exile over March.
Path to Exile is almost completely unplayable in Modern. You can play it in some of your servers.
Sorry, what's up? Yeah, just this one table for now, but yeah.
Are you guys like pizza or
I wish I made money off this. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, that's a great segue. Great job.
Yeah.
All right, so perfect. You guys may be wondering, dude, I swear to God, this is like a paid actor almost. Thank you. First of all, I want to give a major shout out to Dynamo Collectibles. You may follow Mark Nestico on Twitter, originally from the @serving. You ever read Rat Serving? Those stories were just actually hilarious. I just like remember like I'd always like go to his page and refresh the latest tweet, whatever it is. But now Mark has actually made a startup and he buys and sells video games. So first of all, thank you to sponsoring the stream, Mark. Really do appreciate it. 100%. I've actually dealt with Mark before in the past, and I can guarantee he's good people and he's a good place to buy and sell stuff from. You should definitely check him out at Twitter. That's I think it's at Dynamo Nestico. We have a sponsor slide somewhere, and yeah, he's good people, and I'm really happy that he's helping out with the stream and stuff like that, and also like he's got good stuff too. So that's cool. I was asking you something. Oh, we're talking about Path and how unplayable Path was.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're in a format now with prismatic endings, Solitude, March of Otherworldly Light. Path Exile is okay in the sideboard of like Hammer Time, the sideboard of decks that like need to answer Murktide regions. But as long as Solitude and prismatic ending are legal, like you really just don't want to register Path. Path is terrible against Urza Saga, it's terrible against Ragavan. It's bad against Dragon Rage's Chandler.
Can I be honest? Even when Path was like the only removal spell, you never felt good about casting it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Path was a necessary evil, and I think people have Stockholm syndrome where they're like, I need to register Path, but you don't have to. It's over. You're done.
That is kind of interesting too, which is like in very, very recent, the quality of like removal spells for just like white X decks, and I would even say like control in general has like skyrocketed. It's like all the way over here because if you like Solitude, Prismatic Ending, and you have March, all three of these cards printed within like the last year or so, since Modern Horizons 2. And I think that is, I don't know, because I kind of felt like control for a long time in Modern was very uninteresting to me because the dynamic of like you have Path to Exile and it's just a bad removal spell and it's very easy to exploit was a thing that like the best Modern players will know how to like weave and dodge and all that sort of stuff, right? Now you have a lot more catch-alls that are very. I mean, Solitude is just insane. Actually, give me the real rundown. So, are you playing like 4 Solitude, 4 Ending, and 3 March with the main deck?
Yes.
So you're playing 11 removal. Okay.
And 4 Fury.
And so you are not messing around with creature decks today.
What's nice about this deck is Solitude and Fury are super hard castable, so they both double as the cards that will buy you time in the late game and threats in the late game. Or sorry, threats in the mid to late game, buy you time by pitching the pre-game.
Okay. Hey, just real quick, stat check, Jordan. How is the connection? I noticed Discord is like, is it like smooth on your end or mostly fine? Is the audio okay?
Yeah, audio's fine. I just turned myself on so
Okay.
I can hear me too.
No, that's fine. It's good. Yeah, it's okay. You're the star of the show too. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. That voice you just heard, Jordan Baker, is AKA the only reason this is happening is thanks to him. So anything that you guys send my way, I will definitely be sending over to him because it's just incredible. Anyways, okay, cool. So we were just talking about Solitude. Okay, so you were so creature decks you're not messing around with. What do you say after that?
It's like Fury and Solitude act a little bit different here because they're really easy to hardcast.
Yeah. Okay, that is true. That is definitely true. That's one of the things I've realized is what the elementals in specific, they're really good, but they're only really good when you. I feel like they're only really, really good when you hardcast them. You know what I mean?
They're really good when you hardcast them, and they're really good if you would have died if you couldn't pitch cast them.
Yeah. So like outside of that though, I do feel like for example, I had a really interesting conversation, which is like, you're at 4 mana, okay? Yeah. You have Solitude and a white card and a land. Your opponent has a Ragavan, right? They attack with it. Do you pitch the white card to Solitude? You know what I mean?
Everybody who plays Modern is way more scared of being hit by Ragavan than they should be.
Yeah. Okay.
I would basically always just wait a turn the next time.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm kind of in the same boat. I've learned a lot. Like in Legacy, like you have, I would say arguably like Ragavan hitting your deck is not even that bad of a thing, right? Because your curve is reasonably high. And can you alt cast like Fury and Solitude off of Monkey?
You can, but it's really unlikely you'll have anything for them.
Okay, yeah. So it gets better. The story gets better and better and better. I just feel like it feels so bad in that situation to pitch cast to Solitude when you could just untap, play a land, and hypothetically like just get a 3/2 in addition to get rid of the thing, you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting. Let me see time in the round. It looks like we're just 2.5 minutes past time.
So I need to go get some like.
Yeah, so you go debrief and then I'll go hang out. You want to talk to people? Okay, cool. All right, that's fine. Well, I'll talk to you guys. Guys, field your questions to me. Let me know. This is my middle school friend, Ken. Middle school, yeah. He came in from Malaysia when I was in the 6th grade, and it's kind of crazy. I don't know, like, if you guys have friends that you've known for that long, but that would make it almost like 20 years, right? No.
Holy shit! Right?
Yeah, it's almost
That's
20
been
years.
a long time.
Yeah. Like I've known this guy for like twice the time I've been married to my wife, which is a terrifying thought.
Twice.
Well,
More than twice.
we've been together for at least 10 years.
Yeah, and you haven't been married for that long. Dude.
Well, I mean, I met my wife in 2011.
Oh, okay. Oh, you've been. Okay,
It's a technicality, okay?
So-
All right.
Yeah.
And I remember the one thing is that I would go to his house all the time. We would play video games, and the one thing that pissed me off the most is that he would play like the archer class, and he'd basically like farm all the villains. Do you remember that game?
Yeah.
It was like Untold something. No, maybe it was one of those RPG games that we played, like the three of us.
Like top down.
Yeah. But
Champions.
I think it was yeah.
Yeah, dude, that game was awesome.
And you took all the loot. You took all the loot. All right. Anyways, what are you playing today?
4-color.
4 just like
Yeah.
stock money pile.
No, I'm not playing the rack fence. I don't like them.
Okay. So is this like Ellenbogen's list?
Yeah, it's close to Elmo. I even picked up his Knight of Autumn in the sideboard because I think it's good.
Okay.
And because there's so much burn here in Texas,
Is
Game
that
for
ac-
Life seems really good.
Dude, that's so crazy that you say that. How do you know? But I mean, you played in this metagame.
Because I've played in it, like,
Okay.
it's been like 5 years since I've
Okay.
played like
Yeah,
competitive
yeah.
in Texas. But like, there's always a lot of burning. Like yesterday at the trial was like 33%.
Oh, that's a really good. How many trials did you play?
Only one, but
Oh.
like that first trial was like 33% burn.
That's really interesting. I wonder if we have any like analyses of like the MTG melee submissions to see who's like.
The breakdowns.
Wait, what'd you say, Jordan? Oh, it's not public yet. Okay, all right. Well, that would be really cool to see because I want to know, like, I do feel like there are regional trends. Like, if you go to a different place in the country, you should expect a different metagame. I definitely know, like, worldwide, that is absolutely a thing, at least in Legacy. Like, if you go to Japan, for example, there's just a history of a lot more show and tell and Eldrazi existing in the Legacy formats there. But,
I do have
Also, Stoneblade. They have not given up on Stoneblade, unlike the US.
I do have the Hunter.
They do have
the game.
But yeah, played against Blue
Oh.
White Control.
oh, yeah. Wait, what do you have did you play the Hunter Burton event?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I did Indies, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you have the metagame from there, that was
Oh, it would be about the
that was
same.
in Dallas, right?
Yeah, that was also in Dallas.
Yeah, so you could probably like cross populate
Yeah,
from there.
but I don't know. I didn't look at that. It would have been good. Yeah, that would have been a good idea.
That's actually really okay. See, like
Yeah.
that's a smart idea.
Top two
If I had
is
remembered
Murktide and
before
Burn.
coming here that Texas was going to be so much burn.
Is it? And Murktide and Burn. Okay,
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of that.
Burn and
Also a
Burn.
lot of hammer. Aggro stuff. Aggro tempo. That's Texas. It is.
It just sounds like a Texan thing. Honestly, when you say it, like I could totally understand. I grew up in Houston. For anyone who's wondering, so I have an extensive history of the Houston environment. Anyways, yo Zoe, how's it going? Are you playing this weekend?
Which,
Also,
oh yeah,
the Zoe, like the Tina Grace,
the Zoe, yeah.
yeah. Happy belated birthday. You're at home in Chicago. Oh, okay, all right. It's
Yeah,
a shame-
not many people came down for this. It was
Yeah.
just me, Marco, and Ray.
that's okay. I mean, yeah, you were hanging out with friends too here. So,
Yeah, it's
ooh, is this the okay? So it looks like on the screen you're gonna see the.
No, it's just you.
This is from the Hunter Burton.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just me. Oh, okay, never mind. So it looks like I'm gonna pop this out. Murktide, Burn, Omnath, Amulet,
it's always going to be.
Yorion, and then Living In. So that was from the Hunter Burton event. But I do think that Living In, for example, like we saw Living In absolutely decimated the NRG event, right? What did the chat?
I drew.
Oh, I told. Wait, you drew?
Yeah. So,
Oh, I haven't even asked you about your match yet. What the hell happened?
I'm playing as Blue Eye Control,
What are you playing?
full color control.
Okay, four
The
color against
Ephemerate version, not
Sure.
Dragonman.
Yeah.
Played lightning fast. One, he conceded game 1 in 25 minutes because even playing lightning fast is what happened.
Yeah.
Continued playing lightning fast. He beat me just before we went to time.
No.
Like with a snapcaster with a +1 counter on it from Wanderer, and I was at 3. That felt a bit bad. I don't know. So we ID'd because we were not going to finish a match in 5 extra turns.
Yeah. Hey, hello.
I don't know.
Did you hang around?
I could have.
Yeah.
I could have been
What are
an
you
asshole
playing?
and sandbag and played slower. I
Okay.
didn't.
Same list as
What?
Indy?
Similar, I think.
I am aware.
Alright. Red State.
How did you? Oh yeah. Okay. So,
I'll see
is
y'all.
that what? Here, one sec. Can't get up. Get up. One
yeah,
second.
sure.
Sit down. Are you doing anything important? No. Now you are. Okay. Perfect. All right. Edgar Maglet. Bagayesh. Got it. First try. You gotta come down, bro. And then you gotta meet me down here. There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah. So you played 4 color at Indy.
Yeah.
That's just a very Edgar deck, right? That
Yes.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What adjustments did you make to your deck for Dallas?
I'm playing Verdict's main is the big one.
Why?
Murktide's a lot more popular again. Hammer's back up on the rise. So
Okay.
those are kind of the big things.
Yeah.
Kind of just a solid card in general. And I wanted to make more recyclable for like more hateful cards.
Okay.
Also the Cascade deck's more popular. That's another reason for Verdict.
Verdict. Okay. So are you like on 2 or 3?
Like 2.
Okay.
When I had them in the board before, the main reason was to make more sideboard for more hateful cards.
Okay.
Mostly for the Cascade decks.
Are
Like,
you think? Do you like the Chalice deck?
yeah, I'm playing Chalice.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was. I saw like Hobbs' success like in that top 8, and just like watching that. Did you watch that top 8? By the way.
Yeah.
Did you watch the quarterfinals where Hobbs kept a no lander against
yeah.
Living In?
Yeah.
That was actually just insane. Like I never had the guts to. Would you have kept that hand?
No, the hand was 4.
You okay? Yeah. That's what I.
Obviously should have mulliganed.
But okay, but like, did you see like the story was so tragic because like literally the turn after it was like turn 1, no land, turn 2, yeah, slammed the footed strand, and just like at lightning speed we veiled the grief, and that was just like, oh, that was
Yeah, I
Huh.
mean, it's a sick story because he peeled, but like, I mean, I was talking to people about this before. I don't know if you remember because you didn't watch a lot of coverage, but there was a pro tour like, I want to say like Battle for Zendikar or something, where like some Asian pro kept a no lander in the semis and just bricked off and died.
okay.
And everyone was just like, why would you ever?
That's true. Like
The only difference between that story and this story is that the Hobbs drew a land on turn 2, right?
yeah, I guess. Damn, that's a good point. So I guess so. And okay, that's tough. It's like if you have force surgical no lands against black red reanimated, you're telling me you'd mulligan that 2 forces and a
Depends on
surgical.
what my deck is. If I'm playing Delver, maybe not.
Okay.
Red, but if I'm playing a control deck, maybe.
Okay.
Also, it's just like the context is completely different because it's like
Yeah.
like he had 2 endurances, which is like the main reason you would keep that hand, but he didn't have 2 additional green cards. He only had 1, I think, because the veil.
Okay.
And then also like the living end deck can just play slower too.
That's one thing that's really interesting to me too, right? Is that like if you miss your first land drop, I think every living end player on
They're
the
not gonna
planet,
just go.
yeah, they're not going to go. They're
Yeah.
going to be like, okay, wait, something is up. What are you doing? You probably have like at least 1 or 2 pieces of interaction, and then you just like slow roll it, and you just like
Also, like he played the Chalices like a weekend earlier than like because Chalice is old tech, but like people cut it because the Cascade decks weren't
yeah.
popular. But he played it last week, which is smart. But like that's another reason to just mulligan. Like the living end deck is so cold to that.
Yeah, that's true. I
Like,
believe
Just get it like any 5-card hand with a Chalice, it's going to be better than a 6.
with so long as you have the lands or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
even if he doesn't have a land, it's still a better hand.
Yeah, I believe there are only like 2 foundation breakers in the sideboard there. So yeah, you'd be pretty cool to Chalice. Yeah. So anybody have any questions for Edgar? Edgar is pretty smart. Don't tell him I said that though. Yeah, also right now we are waiting for round 2. We are
A little bit over time, classic.
12 minutes overtime. And at the beginning of the event, that's just how it's going to be. You know, like you have the maximum number of players in the room right now.
First round started late too.
And the first round did start like a little bit late, dude. I have to wonder, okay, I'm going to ask this question to Spike, but basically I think Spike has already signed like 5 cards. And I want to ask him like on the weekend, is he going to go like over under like 50 or like 60 signatures. I think lifetime, I've signed 2.
Too.
Yeah.
I think someone like Spike is going to get a lot because it's a combination of he became huge in a time period where like people didn't meet up. So like everyone who wants a signature from him is gonna like has built up that ability to like over the past 2 years with COVID, and also he's just way bigger than any like given Magic break.
Okay. That's true. That's true.
Like you can't underestimate.
Oh, apparently, okay, I got this in from the feed right now. The Tannon says, haha.
That's it.
Haha. No, I'm kidding. He says he loves you. But yeah, okay. That's interesting. I'm gonna ask. I wouldn't be surprised if like Spike brought his own Sharpie too.
He did. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He's also not a spec.
Trained professional. That's what I'm talking about. You create content, you come prepared.
He's also not a specialist, which is another big thing.
That is
It's
true.
something like me and you. Like I've signed a bunch of Angular.
Like,
Just
I signed it.
Angular
I was a
players, right?
predict. I signed
Exactly.
it. You caught
Like,
me. Yeah.
He just streams modern. He plays everything.
Everything,
So, like,
dude, yeah.
he's gonna sign like a million cards.
That's pretty cool. I do think so for sure. What will it take to bring back the man bun?
It's almost here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I mean, my hair grows like really short. I got 2 haircuts through quarantine.
Okay.
At the very start of quarantine, I cut my own hair. I just buzzed it down,
Yeah.
and then
Would you have a picture?
I can probably find.
Okay. At some point I might collect that from you.
Yeah, and then
For reasons.
And then like last year, I got it trimmed for my girl's wedding, but those are the only 2 haircuts. It just grows so slow. So like, and it's also curly, so it's hard for it to stay in a bun with twists on the side.
Okay.
So it has to get it a little longer before it's there. But it's like I'll wear it up once it's long.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of so Brickman was the one who was asking that. What is Edgar playing today? Yeah, he's playing Money Pile with the Ragavons.
With Ragavan.
Is Deluge just a bad card?
No, I think Deluge was fine. I was testing. I had a couple of Deluge on my list, like
Yeah.
throughout the past week, but I don't think it's like a Deluge versus Ragavan thing. It's more like you just want that kind of effect, like
Okay.
like what kind of like how controlling do you want to be? It's like a solid card. I just don't think it's necessary. Like
Okay.
I think not playing Ragavan is a big mistake. Basically, what people do is they either play Ragavan or they play like a couple of ephemerates and a couple extra stuff.
That's so funny you say that because like Ken literally right there was talking about not liking Ragavan. So why do you think it's a mistake?
I think the other cards are higher variants, and the floor on Ragavan is really really high. Like it's like you board it out minimally, but then when you do have it,
Yeah.
it's not like your opponent requires an answer because you take advantage of the mana really well, even if you don't take advantage of the cards.
Okay.
And you just have to be willing to play it differently than you do in other decks. Like just trade it off the cardboard. Like you don't have
Okay.
to like when you play.
And Demon keeps it at
it's
India.
like a king, right? But
I-
you don't
yeah.
play it like that.
Yeah. That's actually a really interesting thought process too. Okay, all right. So you like look at the card very differently than from like the traditional. This is Ragavan. This
Yeah.
is what it can do.
Because you would call like blue red Murktide like almost a Ragavan deck, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like you want to protect that. Like you would fight over it. You would keep getting in, snowball your advantage.
But
that
like
way.
the way you say it, like the way I feel, this is how like I would imagine Money Pyro, right? Nothing is actually like precious. Like you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
like everything is disposable. And if you look at Ragavan the same way, I guess it is kind of consistent with the play pattern of the deck and things like that. So that is
The other cards
Smart.
make your deck a lot more easily destructible too.
okay.
Like just imagine a scenario, like a very basic scenario where your opponent thought sees you on turn 1 and your hand is like Ragavan Clodo versus Ephemerate.
Yeah.
Like how much easier is the game for them, right?
Yeah.
And that's just like obviously a very simplistic example, but like
Yeah.
stuff like that happens all the time. But like
Over time, it will get it'll be a lot more. So I totally understand it. Yeah. Have you ever played Dan before?
Dan, like the blue fish card.
Yeah,
way back.
the blue fish card from way back.
It's like
Yeah.
under the boat or whatever.
I don't know if it's under the. Dude, you're asking me too many questions. Okay.
Yeah, you brought it up.
All I asked you was a yes or no question, and now you're out here just like, tell me your life story. All right, so I'm gonna bust out. I was introduced to this game in SCG Philly by a friend, Jeff White, and it is a very fascinating game. And I'm gonna see if maybe we can get some games of Dan in. I'll show you the deck right now, but I'm going to pull out some cards. If you type !Dan in the chat, you will see the list that I'm talking about.
You got a fish in a boat. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, here you go. I'll give you this. You can look through this. But this is Dan. It is a 4/1 that has some stuff on it. And this is like, if you like playing blue decks and blue control mirrors, this This is your wet. This is like a wet dream. I haven't even read the card yet. This is like a. This is insane. I literally played a game last night that went like 30 turns. It's like Pauper, but like not Pauper because you have like a couple more busted cards, and you also have a lot more restrictions. So Dan is a 4/1. It's for blue, and it's got this ability called Island Home, which says if defending player controls no islands, this creature cannot attack. And if you control no islands, bury this creature. Looks like pairings might be up. So we'll talk about this more later. But this is a sweet thing. Check out the deck list.
Is it just a control mirror where your only win condition is
No, Jason, I have the damn deck. All right, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. Jordan, you think we can go back to a break real quick? All right, yeah, let's take a break, and then we'll be back. We'll be back with Horseman. We'll be back with Joe and Tannon for round number 2, and it'll be some good stuff. If you haven't already hit the follow button, I don't know what to say. Hit the follow button there. Yeah, what's up?
Smash that follow button.
Hey, there we go. I love the energy there. That's right. Smash the follow button. Here, here's the chair. And should be good.
I think so.
All right, cool. Yep. Okay, you can go to break now. Yeah, let's go to break now.
Everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to the coverage of Scgcon. I'm Tannon Grace, and I'm joined by Joe Lossett. How you doing today, buddy?
Dude, I'm doing really good. I thought we had, even though first round we didn't have the best match ever, we certainly had an entertaining deck to watch. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be following Everett Mohan, aka Aspiringspike, again for round 2 here. It seems like the plan is to follow him for this round and the next round, and then for round 3, I think we're going to be switching over to Ivan Espinoza. Don't quote me on that. That's the plan. We're going to see if we can execute that. So we're going to get a little bit of a different deck here in round 3 for sure from the player that we're following. For those who have maybe just tuned in, didn't see round 1, Everett is playing Jeskai Lotus Field. Not a deck that is heavily known in the modern metagame, but this is a deck if you've watched any of his stream as Aspiringspike. And by the way, if you're not watching his stream, what other Magic content are you actually consuming? Because I feel like he's one of the top streamers in the game right now, especially if you like modern. And this is a really cool deck that obviously it plays like a Jeskai control deck, but it's centered around Lotus Field.
Yeah,
If you want
and I mean, centered around Lotus Field, and I mean, I don't think that can be understated enough. Just the impact that even if it's not generating like mana card advantage from combination with Blood Sun, even if you're playing it fairly, the ability to use Teferi, Hero of Dominaria to just generate extra mana, it just kind of really scales up what his deck's capable of doing during end steps during the opponent's turn. So we'll see if Catherine Brossett is able to put up a little bit more of a board presence than the opponent was in the first round, where Chalice the Void just kind of shut everything down right away. Maybe Everett will be put to a little more of a test this time.
Yeah, really unfortunate in round 1 that Chalice on 1 was never met with a way to, destroy it, and therefore the predominant part of the deck that was played against, he's playing a Shadow here in round 1. Just none of the spells got to actually happen, so there wasn't really any fight put up by the Shadow player, unfortunately. So hopefully we get a little bit of a more interactive match here. It does look like players are overthinking. They're probably waiting for the round to actually start here in Dallas. Big Scgcon going on. 30K prize pool going on today. 8 rounds today. I think 5 rounds more of Swiss tomorrow, Joe. And then they're going to do the modified playoff bracket that they're doing, where it's 4 rounds and then top 12 that they're doing. I'm actually kind of a big fan of the way they're doing this. I need to go and dive directly into that, but lots of other commentators going to be bringing you all more matches this weekend as well. But you got Joe and I for the first couple of rounds here today. We're proud to be bringing this for you on Anurag Das's channel. If you haven't hit the follow button, make sure you hit the follow button. Maybe even consider hitting that subscribe button if you like what you're seeing. That'll help make sure this happens again in the future. And definitely a shout out to Dynamo Collectibles as well this weekend as sponsoring the stream and just being the hero that we all needed. Big fan of Mark Nestico if you follow him on Twitter for all of your buying and selling video game needs. Just a very reliable source for that. It looks like we've got tap lands in turn 1 for both their players. Looks like we're kicking off here. And it looks like Spike is going to have that turn 2 Chalice on 1 yet again. But this one might not be as impactful as the first round one.
We'll see. We'll see what Catherine. I mean, hopefully it doesn't just shut down everything that Catherine's trying to do, like we saw happen last match. But no play on turn 2.
All right, helping you out here, Joe. I know you have a problem with these. That is a Triome and a Misty Rainforest.
No, dude, I'm with the Triumph. Yeah, the Rainforest. Okay, and that Rainforest hopefully gets broken right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, Blood Sun coming in, and that will turn off fetch lands for the rest of, while it's in play, fetch lands will not operate for the rest of the game.
And that could be a problem for what I assume is money pile on the other side of the board, right? Spike was talking about it between rounds of that. Since this deck is so popular, this is one of the reasons why he's playing the Jeskai Lotus Field deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see here with Rogan Triumph and then a basic island here. So Catherine on some sort of Jeskai deck here, and just a straight up counterspell. Okay, so Blood Sun will not make it into play this time.
I wonder if this isn't a 4-color deck. Maybe this is just some Jeskai deck with another island being played. Yeah, I'm wondering if we might not have this might not be money pile.
No, and with the first fetch for a basic island, yeah, it seemed unlikely already that the player wouldn't go for green. So here is first time we've seen it today. I think Lotus Field playing fair, sort of.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a rebate. So
Right.
what Spike's doing, he's going to sacrifice 2 lands because Lotus Field comes into play. The Blood Sun didn't actually make it into play, but one of these lands is Flagstones of Trocaire. And when Flagstones of Trocaire goes into your graveyard when it dies, it allows you to get a plains out of your deck. So it's going to allow Everett to still have multiple lands in play after this and still keep his mana, forward as well. Does look at that as a March of the Otherworldly Light onto the Chalice of the Void. So something that didn't happen in round 1. Chalice of the Void in every game so far from Everett, he's made a real conscious effort to make sure that he's going to have those in as many games as possible with his deck this weekend because it's so good in this format right now. But we had it actually get answered for the first time on coverage today.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Catherine playing some kind of Jeskai control deck here wouldn't even care about the Chalice, but obviously decides it's worth expending a card for. We'll see what one drops. Maybe there's cantrips are present in Catherine's deck, or what exactly is going on. Hopefully it's not an aggressive deck, as if it is, it's off to a real poor start.
Now there's the Kahira that Everett added to his hand a couple turns earlier, and I do believe that this is just straight blue-white control.
Okay.
From the other side of the table here, sometimes it might have a red splash in it, but the Triumph's just functioning as a dual land that's cyclable later in the game.
Right. Yeah, and also makes prismatic ending just work a lot better. Yeah. So Kahira here, I feel like the two most common, and Archmage's Charm follows up to draw cards. Kahira, the two most common uses of Kahira in Modern are either a ultra late game body when both players have nothing left, or it's picked up and then discarded to something like the Solitude. And here we actually just haven't cast on turn 4 or 5, and that's just kind of outside the realm of its normal play experience.
Do you think it's ever just making an effort to just have any form of pressure on the blue-white deck? Because, his deck doesn't have a ton of forms of pressure early in the game against these decks.
Sure. No, that totally makes sense as a Teferi comes down here. And yeah, so Everett will very much benefit from getting Kahira out there early so that pressure can be applied.
Does look like that pressure is going to be applied over Teferi. 3 damage going to come through, put it down to 2, and it does look like he's going to follow up here with a Fury. I gotta believe this is going to, let's say, take care of that Teferi, but it does look like since that 2 mana is left over and Counterspell is now legal in Modern, that is a perfect way to answer that Fury. It looks like the Teferi is going to survive here. We're going back over to Catherine. Let's see what they've got here this turn.
Yeah, draw more cards. I mean, anytime Planeswalkers, especially ones that draw cards, can activate multiple times, you're feeling real good. Okay, here's the Companion Teferi. And yeah, this is looking pretty solid here. Kahira
it's going to go ahead and bounce that Kahira back to Everett's hand, playing even more defense, and now Everett has to play everything at sorcery speed as well. There wasn't much in his deck that he's going to be playing at instant speed in this matchup, but still, now everything has to happen this way. It does look like he's got another Fury here. It does look like an answer is ready and waiting. Captain saying that they'll say,
wow.
I was just about to say, if this gets answered here, if this gets counterspelled, that might not be a winnable game anymore for Everett, and it does look like he agrees with me here, so that's going to do it for game 1. So we heard Everett in between the games talking about what matchups were good for him, what matchups were rough. This one seems like it might be rough game 1.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about being strong against kind of the 4-color control, but against actual counter magic here, I mean, Catherine kind of just took him apart right there.
Yeah.
And the little Teferi, I mean, Teferi Time Raveler, I mean, it was ended the game there effectively. But he's going to have, I mean, Everett is trying to play a lot of cards during his own end step and during the opponent's turn, taking advantage of Hero of Dominaria mana boosting, and that's just shut off by Time Raveler. So, yeah, Catherine may have the cards to make this tough on him.
Yeah, and I do like this scoop from Everett there, a man who values his own time, values his opponent's time, and let's go ahead and just move on to the next game. Plus,
it values our time too.
Yeah, I know, right? You got to love it. But there's also a little bit to that, right? Where you're playing in a matchup that could go very long, especially in games 2 and 3, where his deck might be better in this matchup. Sometimes the games go really long against blue-white control, so no reason to waste time in game 1 that you might need in game 3, right?
I mean, as someone who has earned my fair share of draws over the years, especially in my first 2 years of playing competitively.
That's putting it lightly. That's putting it lightly, Joe.
Well, sure. I'm not going to just destroy myself openly, but yes, I certainly. I mean, the first Players Championship stat release, I had more than double the draws as the next highest player. But yeah, that's something that you have to learn when you're playing a slower deck. Is that sometimes you just have to admit when the game is lost and just move on to the next one. And Everett.
You know what? I have no sympathy for you. That's what you get for playing Sensei's Defining Top.
I wasn't looking for sympathy, but yes, no, I agree. And yeah, Everett either, has the experience to realize I need time to win 2 more games, or potentially just got frustrated and was like, let's just scoop this up. But yeah, I mean, obviously that would be an inexperienced player's response to it. But here, just using format and deck knowledge and saying, we need to move this along.
Yeah, there's also the third option, which is the one that's usually what's me. It's like, I'm already getting a little hungry and I want time to go to like the concession stand in between rounds. So let's just move this along. We all know what's happening here.
That's fair too, right? I mean, well, two days of Magic. I mean, you said they ingest, but you're absolutely right. I mean, 2 days of Magic. If you're playing a slower deck, you need to take time to eat when you can, or just run to go to the bathroom. I mean, like, even just to relax. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
Playing 8 rounds of Magic is one thing. Playing 8 rounds of Magic to the clock and going the full distance every round is something else, and something that almost nobody is going to be able to do without just wearing down by the end of the day.
I was going to say, I played at the Channel Fireball Vegas event, and I played all of the rounds in one of the days for the sealed event, and I got to tell you this, I think I was out of Magic shape, if that's a thing that's possible. I hadn't played, 8 or 9 rounds in a day in years because,
Right.
The pandemic, and that is something to be said. If you can save mental energy somewhere here or there, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Especially at my age, Joe. I mean, like, I'm surprised I can even make it to the tournament on time half the time and not get lost.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, Everett takes a mulligan here. Yeah, certainly, I don't know. I don't know that I notice the effects of aging, but then I don't think you do notice the effects of aging in general. You have to have other people point them out for you, because that's how it works, right? So that's I guess what friends are for.
I don't know, when I wake up in the morning and I feel my back and my knees, I think I notice the effects of aging quite well, Joe, sometimes. but no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's like, hello, boomer, to both of us here. Like I said, there's a reason why we got the early shift. I don't know about you. I get up really early in the mornings now. At 10:30 at night, I'm already in bed, ready to go to sleep and tackle the next day. I need to go get supper at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and stuff now.
Wow,
Yeah.
supper! Holy cow!
I chose my words wisely there, Jeff.
Yeah, no, you did. You did. That's great. I mean, the more than habits, maybe that anyone that uses that word,
it automatically adds 30 to your. It automatically adds 30 to your age.
I don't think anyone under 60 has said that word in at least 10 years. So you're definitely putting yourself in the bracket you intend to on that one.
All right, looks like Everett has a hand that he can agree with down to 6, and it looks like a turn 1 Steam Vince. So let's see what the blue-white player has. It looks like just a Sculling Tarn and a go. Everett going to be looking to get a little more aggressive in these games, maybe just, play a longer game, but the hand game one definitely didn't fare well against the counter all of your spells thing going on here. And
I think even though Everett got squashed that game, I think it's fair to point out that it's not like he didn't do anything. Catherine just answered everything.
Yeah, everything, and very well, too, along the time getting Teferis in play. Now, I wonder if those Tails in maybe came in out of the sideboard. We got a little bit of a peek to some of his deck list. We don't have, the full deck list right in front of us. That's 100%, but he usually has, like, a couple of Force of Negations and a couple of Tails ins are usually what's going on in his sideboard. And now I'm looking at it, it looks like there might actually be 4 Force of Negation and 2 Tails in, and cards that might be coming in here. Maybe taking out some of this removal. Some of it's probably not as good in this matchup as is in other ones, because a lot of the permanents that are going to be played are big, expensive planeswalkers that are going to be problematic, and not small creatures that are trying to kill you.
Yes, indeed. So, Everett, on a mulligan here, but okay, for Flagstones, that's going to legend rule and bring another land into play. No advantage, disadvantage here. It's just replacing one land with another. But Flagstones does allow, as we saw in Game 1, Lotus Bloom to effectively put Everett up a card. So there are definitely ways, even with, it's nice that just with your land drops, you can put yourself in card advantage. That's not, I would say, common in any format, really.
No, absolutely. It does do a little mana fixing as well at times with, finding other colors. And this does allow him to add the Kahira to his hand here. I didn't get a chance to see, but sometimes the blue-white decks have companions as well. And so this could be a Kahira on Kahira a violence match. I'm not sure we're going to get to see that or not, but, we didn't get to, I will say it's up at the part of the screen where we can't see. So I'm going to assume that maybe there's one there.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Mean, this does not look like a Yorion-sized pile of cards in Catherine's hands. So that's probably off the table. So yeah, Kahira would make sense. It is certainly in a fair number.
I'm finding out that there is no Kahira for the blue-white, so probably there might be Snapcaster in the deck, so we'll find out.
Snapcaster's a card that has not seen a whole lot of play recently in Modern, but
used to be a staple.
Yeah, and we did see an opt in game 1, and that would make. I mean, Snapcaster does work well with opt, and you don't see a lot of opts otherwise. So that would make sense. So here's fourth land shocking in for Everett. That could mean anything, including a deluge, or let's see, Crypt Command's not online, but
it does look like it is a deluge in Everton. Yeah. We did see a pass from him, so if anything is played from Catherine, like if Catherine goes ahead and draws cards off their charm, then Everett would definitely play this in response. But it does look like Catherine, I think they sniffed that out. You can see that they did that hesitation, like, am I going to play something? What does this mean? Why did they shock here? So it looks like it's just going to be Misty Rainforest and a pass. And here we go, the first big test. It's a Memory Deluge on the stack. Does Catherine have an answer for this, and possibly the follow-up as well?
Right, I was going to say.
Oh, that's a big answered spell, Pierce. Wow.
Yeah, and that's an answer that leaves plenty of mana available for any follow-up.
Looks like Catherine is going to go ahead and use the Misty Rainforest here. Let's see if they have anything else to play here. The way they paused for the turn 4, and hey, Joe, I just saw a Snapcaster Mage. I'm pretty positive in there. So that's one of the alternate art foil ones as well.
Of course. What else could it be?
Yeah.
But yeah, Snapcaster, I mean, for Spell Pierce or for Opt or any of the other instances, Catherine is clearly playing plenty. We saw Archmage's Charm, we saw Counterspell. Here is the Charm to draw cards. And Catherine's deck working fairly efficiently right now. And Everett, probably
definitely turning on all. Yeah, definitely turning on all cylinders for sure so far this match. And it does look like we have another Deluge from Everett here. This is a really important card in this matchup because this is one of his big threats that he can play at instant speed, and that kind of puts Catherine into a hard spot here. You saw, the way that they played their turn earlier. It was pretty obvious they had a charm in their hand and they didn't even do it. But this is starting to set Everett up to where he can start doing multiple things in a turn, and that's where he wants to be in this matchup.
Right. You need to get more mana online. Let's see. But even just making land drops, okay, there's a Bloodstone. That is a way to get a lot of mana online. And it's something that's frustrating for Catherine to potentially have to counter because it doesn't actually, do much at the moment. But yeah, still, Catherine gets burned off there.
I think that looks like an Otawara just got played as an actual land here. I did see a Tails End as well in Everton, so he's got at least an answer set up for one of these big Planeswalkers if they were to come down sometime soon. Looks like a Valakut Awakening is going to get played here. And this is a sweet one. This allows Everett to discard any number of cards from his hand and then draw that many +1. So this is going to be a real good filtering card for him here.
Yeah, and just hitting the 7th land drop next turn is pretty significant for Everett, as that would turn on the Memory Deluge flashback, which we know there's 2 of them in the graveyard. So that would allow an easy spot for going long. Well,
he keeps asking questions, and Catherine continues to have the answers here. So let's see if Everett still has more to go behind this as well.
Yeah,
I think that. Go ahead.
Those veto on Valakut's Awakening is, I mean, it's nice to deny the filtering, but there are more powerful cards coming. Awakening is not actually card advantage like the Memory Deluge flashback. So Catherine chooses to use the counter there, and then here's the Lotus Bloom finally.
Okay, we have some mana floating, Lotus Field getting played, and a Flagstones of Tarkir is getting sacrificed here, so that's going to get a land out of the deck as well. I do think he has to sacrifice another land here. I think only one went to he tapped 2 lands to float 2 mana, and then I think only one of the lands went to the graveyard. So
no, I think the Sacred Foundry and the Flagstones were the 2 lands. They got sacrificed.
Oh, it's just okay, it just got tapped in a different way, and he just picked up 2 at the same time. Okay, it definitely looked like only one. Okay.
And a 3rd Memory Deluge, and now Everett, despite the mulligan, is pulling ahead as far as card advantage goes.
Oh, look, there we go. There's the second land.
You were right.
Okay.
You were right. Yeah, okay.
You just got to sped up a little bit. He did the trigger, and then, yeah. Does look like some Cryptic Commands have found their way into Everton. Maybe it's what he picked up off of the Deluge here card that's going to be very powerful in this matchup. Just, being able to counterspell something and get a card deeper into the deck, especially when he starts to have this big mana advantage next turn. Getting this Lotus Field to be untapped for the first time in these games.
Right. Yeah, and I'm sure, Catherine's deck here, making land drops every single turn, is not used to being at a mana disadvantage on turn, let's say, 8. But Everett definitely has a chance to pull ahead, especially if a Teferi hero resolves, which is no guarantee.
So I see a Teferi here, Dominaria in Everett's hand as well, maybe setting up for the next couple turns, being able to fight over something and play that. It does look like Catherine might be lining up to play something here. It looks like it's going to be a 5-mana Teferi. Tails in, snap play to Everett's hand. I gotta believe this is going to have something back. Does Catherine have the answer back? Does look like a Dovin's Veto here. So blue into blue-white off the Mystic Gate. So Teferi is in play. That's going to be hard for Everett to play around for the rest of this game. This mana is going to be untapped every turn as well now.
It is, but I think we would easily agree, and chat would too, that Everett's Teferi Hero of Dominaria is better than Catherine's just because of the Lotus Field. So if this one makes it into play, advantage Everett as far as I would surmise.
Everett's got 3 mana left up. Wondering if he's got something like a Force of Negation. I think there's only a Cryptic Command left over here. And so Everett's actually going to draw a card here. Speaking of Force of Negation, added to his hand here. So now he might have access to a ton of mana and have Force of Negation plus Cryptic Command available for him here. Looks like the untap is on the stack here. What is going to get played here? Looks like an opt here end of turn.
Interesting, I would say. I mean, we don't know the contents of Catherine's deck, but that didn't come in response to the Teferi.
Yeah, I don't know if there's Force of Negation in Catherine's deck. Yeah.
That may imply that there is not. And that's something that Everett may be able to take to, be aware of as well.
I think this is the longest I've seen 2 Teferi Hero of Dominarias in play on opposing sides without one of them tucking the other one. So this is, we've seen multiple.
That's true. I mean, yeah, Catherine may be feeling in need of cards here because that Teferi on the other side, on Everett's side, is scary right now. And that generates a lot of mana.
I'm taking a look at chat right now. They are appreciating Catherine's deck as much as I am. I'm not so sure about Joe. Joe is quite the boomer when it comes to these cards.
This oil alternate art.
Yeah, I'm here for you, Joe. Usually it's Becky Bell, doing the role of keeping you in line and telling you what the cards are, but I got you here. That was a foil Otawara that bounced Teferi back to Everett. Everett, I think I was about to say, I think we're going to get one of these Toxic Deluge, these Memory Deluges out of the graveyard here.
And this is so tough to deal with. I mean, once Everett gets to this point, and there's so much mana, and then just Deluge for flashback. It's a dig through time, and there's another one in the graveyard.
Looks like we're going to have that untap trigger here for Catherine.
Yeah.
Both players doing responses to the untap triggers on Teferi, just making sure they're putting his less mana when they're making their move. Everett dealing with a full grip here.
Yeah. Well, he just picked up a bunch of cards, plus Catherine returned that Teferi to hand. I mean, Dovin's Veto would be the way out here, or Snapcaster Range 4. There's a counter spell.
And there's still
Maybe
that Snapcaster possibly too behind this.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think Everett's thinking about like what happens here, or what if I Cryptic Command and then that doesn't work? How far behind do I fall?
Right. And he's got, that Spell Pierce is living too. You already got caught by Spell Pierce once, and just knowing it's there may lead to some second guessing. But okay. Catherine keeps Teferi off the board for a turn.
Yeah, and keeps her own on the board for another turn as well. That's a big deal.
Both, either one of those things. Okay, there was a Cryptic Command.
Yeah, and it does look like this is upkeep. He's going to be bouncing and drawing a card here. Picking a fight on Catherine's turn. He also has a Force of Negation in his hand here, so he can fight multiple ways here. So it looks like that's what's going to happen. Looks like we got a Charm countering the Cryptic Command. Then we've got a Force of Negation pitching a blue card. It looks like, I think that's another Cryptic Command from the look of the text. So that's a big discard as well.
All right, so sharp timing here by Everett. Putting himself positioned to be able to pitch cast the Force of Negation here. And Catherine, is there more?
Yeah, Everett's doing this. Yeah, Everett's doing this in Catherine's upkeep. So she gets to untap her land, so she doesn't get to draw the card for her turn. And all of this is happening on Catherine's turn as well. Is that a summary dismissal?
I think it is, yeah.
I've seen this kind of creeping up in Modern recently. Wow.
Yeah, so this is a 4-mana instant that I believe counters any number of spells and effects that are on the stack, and another Force!
And this is a huge turn for Everett here. Now, as I say, the Teferi goes back to the hand. God's going to draw for turn. Probably going to have 2 mana up at the most here, but most of her stuff has been expended. Now, as long as there's not another counterspell or Dovin's veto over there, Everett's got the green light here to have his own Teferi start going to work. Unless, as I was going to say, did the Teferi get pitched to the Force Negation? I think it did. Let's see, what kind of big play does he have here? This is a lot of mana.
Well, even just, Memory Deluge from the graveyard is a big enough play. And this is, I mean, with winning that counter war with double pitch counter, the reason
Joe, I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just saw a forest get drawn. For everybody at home, that's a Nexus of Fate. For anybody who remembers when Nexus of Fate was played in paper, usually they had a mountain as the proxy, but since there's red cards and red lands in Everett's deck, they've given him a forest for his. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Joe, but I had to point that out because it was the oddest card ever to see come out of his deck.
No, you're definitely right to do that because that is obviously a significant pickup. And for anybody watching at home, would probably be wondering.
Yeah, why is there a forest in this deck? Does he have Veil of Summer? What's going on?
I mean, he's got Lotus Field, so he's already got green mana. May as well just put a little bit more.
So people in the chat are asking, why does he not have Nexus of Fate? It's paper or whatever. He actually does have Nexus of Fate. The problem is, Nexus of Fate is a promo card that only exists as a foil. And foils kind of curl, especially Nexus of Fate's series of foiling curl, and it's very distinguishable in your deck if it's the only foil in your deck. So one of the fixes in paper to not have a quote-unquote marked card in your deck is to just have a proxy for it. A card that he's literally got a forest in his deck that says Nexus of Fate on it. It's signed by a judge. This was okayed by the judge staff. So when that card is there and played, the card comes out of the sideboard like that's what this is. Right. Looks like the Teferi's coming back, and it's going to be met with a Tails End from Everett here.
Yeah, and if you didn't play during the standard format, I mean, the proxy Nexus of Fates were all over the world, getting played constantly, because unless your whole deck was foil, you weren't going to be playing the actual one, and it was just those only ones available, and it was just, I don't know, it was a nuisance, but then everyone got used to it. Oh my gosh, the third and fourth Force Negations. Yeah,
whenever it was doing this main phase and passing, I was about to say, I think his hand is super reactive yet again, and he's just looking for that one big play here. And I think Valakut Awakening was just drawn from Everett here, so if he doesn't have something to do, he might be able to find it this turn.
Well, here, we'll see. It's just okay. So 2 cards down. So it's a 3 for 3. Just getting some fresh toys to play with here.
And Joe, I got a little excited that turn when he was starting to tap a bunch of mana. It looks like we got a Fury here. It's going to kill the Stamkos mana. I got a little excited during that turn when Everett started tapping all that mana in his main phase. I was like, yeah, I know that he's got Deluge in his graveyard, but I was just kind of hoping. I was like, did a Shark Typhoon maybe randomly find its way in? Because I want to see. I'm just like Twitch chat. I want to see hard cast Shark Typhoons. I want to see 6 mana ones.
I want to see. I mean, Catherine's at 10. Fury plus Nexus of Fate is legal.
Did he keep the Nexus of Fate? I couldn't tell if there was a forest in his hand or not. He might have taken more of the reactionary cards that we saw. And speaking of Shark Typhoon, here we go.
All right. Yeah, here goes with Catherine loading up for 7. That would actually survive combat here.
Lots of things that Everett can do here. I think there's a Solitude possibly in his hand. Tails in gets the job done. Lots of things can happen here. So let's see what Everett's got. Looks like the Deluge is going to happen in response here.
Why not? Dig Through
That
Time
is
was
a
popular in its day.
There's one large shark. That is one large Sharknado. I'll tell you that. What are they up to? Like 7 or 8 of those now?
The Sharknado movies? I mean,
I've never seen them, but like I could definitely see myself watching them at some point. And there we go. There is the Tails End.
Well, I've never seen them either, but I don't agree with the second part of the statement. I don't have any plans to watch any of them. But yeah, there are at least 5.
That's the ones you get like when you get with your friends. You know, you get with your friends and you can talk the whole time. It's like Mystery Science Theater. Another thing to date myself there just a bit. You can all just have fun watching it. So it looks like the Fury is going to connect.
And for anyone that like enjoys like actually good movies, it's frustrating because like the Sharknado things, I'm sure they're very profitable. Even though, I mean,
if they make that many of them, they've got to be, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm being told there's 22 minutes left in the round, so let's see if they're going to have enough time for game 3 here, because this game's going to be a little bit of a slug over the next couple turns, but it might be decided pretty quickly. It looks like Catherine's got a play here. Looks like March of the Otherworldly Light targeting Fury, and that's going to resolve. Everett down to no threats here. Let's see what he's got in his hand. I think there's a Teferi looming here with a Cryptic Command backup.
Well, that counts as a threat in my book.
Yeah. Looks like we got a draw here. It's going to untap two lands. Everett looks like he's going to cycle this Blood Sun. Just get this into play. Ooh, maybe not. Looks like 4 mana. Okay, this is another Fury, so he's going to get a threaten to play, and then untap 6 mana by untapping 2 lands here from these Lotus Fields. Both players with tons of mana. Catherine down to their last card here. Looks like we're going to have possibly a castle activation in the upkeep here. Needs to find a way to kill this Fury, or they're not long for this world.
Yeah, Catherine's lifesteal just update 3.
Yeah,
not
they
10.
took the damage from Fury last turn, so we might have missed one somewhere. Either way, Fury's lethal if it hits again.
Yeah. Even half of a hit from Fury. Okay,
Do we see bottom there?
That's not a good sign.
Yeah, land's not a good sign either. This looks like this game's going to be locked up for Everett here. We're possibly going to be going on to a game 3. I'm sure there's something here, but I think there's a cryptic command behind this. So, yep. And
Okay, that'll do it.
yeah, they should be able to do it. Oh, I think is there a white castle at the bottom here? It looks like there might be a white castle at the bottom making tiny burgers so it can block the Fury.
No, I think we saw Blue Castle activate, and then we saw Solitude Castle. The life totals were not correct.
Okay.
But what's on the board? Lotus Field comes down with no problem, joining 2 other copies that are on the board now. So Everett has all the mana. Everett's 3 Lotus Fields are equivalent in mana to Catherine's board. Supreme Verdict clears things up.
I have a question. Does the Blood Sun turn off these lands while it's in play? That Catherine keeps using?
Castle, yes, it would.
So these castles, okay. I was going to say, I was wondering that earlier. I was like, I just looked up Blood Sun on the other side. So you guys like, I'm pretty sure it cuts off these castles, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
Well, thankfully, it made the game go a little longer. It didn't affect the outcome, it seems.
Yeah,
But that's something that might need to be brought up for game 3.
It might have only been 1 activation there at the end at most that potentially shouldn't have happened. Or maybe even, yeah. But, okay, so game 3. So about 20 minutes left. That's plenty of time, but it's no guarantee that this will finish. I mean, how long was game 2? Would you say that was over 20 minutes? It certainly might have been.
I think it was like right at it. Yeah, I think these players know that they're about 20 minutes, maybe a tiny bit as well. So like they know they need to speed up a little bit. I expect to see the pace of play pick up a little bit. Also, I want to shout out everybody in chat right now. We got about 1,400 plus people watching right now. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching coverage. Y'all wanted it. We're giving it to you. Anurag Das here on the ANZID MTG channel. Make sure you hit a follow, hit a subscribe if you're feeling into that. And thanks for showing up. Thanks for being here this weekend. Y'all are awesome. We love every single one of y'all.
Paper Magic is awesome. Right? This is the way it's meant to be played, right?
It just hits different, Joe.
Yeah, it does.
This is how I identify with Magic.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I mean, everyone that hasn't started playing in the last 2 or so years, this is what This is what you think of when you think of Magic. You think of sitting down at a table in a convention hall, in a hotel or ballroom, in a store, playing against people in person, socializing, getting games in, having a good time. This is what we signed up for.
Yeah, and then you have 2 old boomers talking to you about their day and having to walk uphill both ways with their horrible counterspells and horrible creatures to win the game.
Yeah, well, that's part of the package.
Yeah,
it comes along.
It's like you're getting what you asked for, but is it what you wanted?
So Everett was able to prevail despite being down a card there, and Catherine now is going to face the same climb in game 3.
Really good point, Catherine, going down to 6 here. How do you feel the blue-white deck mulligans?
I mean, I imagine fairly well with Opt, with Archmage Charm, with probably something like 25, 26 land in the deck, maybe even more than that. I don't think we'll see the effects on the first few turns. We may see the effects on turn 5 or 6 when there's just not that extra or the extra threat.
It just hits. Play game, Joe. What 2 lands? Oh, you're gonna get an extra health here. Oh, we get to see Stifle.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a Flutter Strand. What's the other lands in play for Catherine right now? I want to see how good you are at this.
This is what you think of. You think of Magic. You can play sitting down at a table
So the top one is a Misty.
Ballroom.
It is a Celestial Colonnade,
Playing
Joe.
against people in person,
Yeah, see, that was my
socializing,
8th guess.
playing games and having a good time.
I had
This
it.
is what we signed up for.
Yeah, and then you have two old boomers
If I would
talking
have, I
about their
could have, if
day
you
and
would
having
have
to
told
walk
me to
uphill
write down all
both
the
ways
lands
with
in
their
Catherine's
horrible
deck,
counterspells and
Celestial
horrible
Colonnade would have
creatures
been on the
doing the
list I
game.
would have made.
Yeah,
So
well, that's
yeah,
that's
I
part of
give
the
myself
package.
some credit for that. That's a breeding pool. I'm all over it, and it.
Okay. It does look like we're going to have draw go again a bunch here. Everett, a little advantaged on mana here, even though being on the draw because of that tails in, acting as a pseudo stifle. And now we've got 4 mana up from Everett, threatening one of those deluges. And it looks like Cryptic Command, and I think this is going after the Celestial
Yeah.
Colonnade.
Wow.
This is aggressive from Everett, but I kind of like it.
It is, and I wonder if the tail's end hadn't gone through. I wonder if he would still bother with this, but trying to build a real significant card advantage here. I mean, there is some risk here. If Catherine has Cryptic of her own, I mean, this could just get undone and
Yeah, if
counterbalance
Catherine
the other way.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would have to be counterbalanced, because here's the thing. Is that an opt or a spell pierce or what? I'm guessing it's spell.
It might be a veil.
That's a Veil of Summer?
Yeah.
Wow. I did not expect to
Well,
see that.
That was a hit. That worked pretty well. Yeah, that's not something I think that Everett would expect to see.
Yeah,
Generally, the Jeskai Triome and the breeding pool here just to make Prismatic Ending work a little better.
Yeah, and I think Everett was thinking to himself that turn, if she counterspells this in any way, that's fine, because I'm going to try to slam a threat on my way back, since I have the mana advantage. And you can see that he's trying to do that. And it looks like we've got a deluge from Catherine this time. It looks like this is going to meet that Cryptic Command that we were talking about. This one's going to counterspell and draw, though. Catherine kind of bottlenecked on 4 mana here.
Yeah, so developed pretty well this game. Had to take a mulligan. He got tagged by Tails End on a fetch land. And still in it here. And okay, with just a Sacred Foundry on tap, we know Everett's playing a full set of Force Negations. There's 2 of them.
The Veil of Summer yet again.
Yeah.
Wow. Everett, you like paying 4 mana for Cryptic Command? Catherine likes it for the retail value of 1. Nice little rebate.
Yeah, pretty nice indeed.
Let's see.
And
Does Everett have a Fury here? That would be a big play. Teferi Hero of Dominaria, though. Also a pretty big play here from Everett. Let's see. What's the ability going to be? Looks like it's going to be draw. I think I caught a Lotus Field in his hand.
Oof.
Yeah, looks like it. Though not going to be able to do... He could do something in the instep here, but he's not going to be able to do anything during Catherine's turn.
Okay, so wouldn't be surprised to see Teferi take down here just to pick up a card for Catherine. But still with a pretty full grip, so maybe not necessary, but really just needing more land drops.
Do you tick down or do you tick up in trying to stay out of Fury range? Or is that, you're more, that this Teferi is probably going to tuck your Teferi at some point?
I mean, I'm worried about, or March or something. I'm worried about my Teferi getting picked off. And I mean, being those 2 Veil of Summers kind of undid the mulligan. So Catherine is very much in this game card advantage wise, but still, you're playing a blue mirror against a player with Force Negations who's willing to liberally use them and has card advantage of their own. I want every extra card I can get. And I don't want this Teferi getting picked off for free.
It looks like we're going to start off with a Blood Sun here from Everett.
And it's in, and it drew a Lotus Field.
Yeah, so huge mana advantage here for Everett. It does look like there's a Fury in his hand here, but it looks like Prismatic Ending is going to go after the problematic Planeswalker. It's going to be met by a Charm here from Catherine, so it's going to counterspell that as well. Everett left over with 4 mana.
Everett strongly incentivized to use the Lotus Fields before the end step trigger, so he can maximize how much mana he's untapping there. Passing turn with 7. Although Teferi in play, so I guess actually it doesn't matter too much unless there is. I mean, you speculate on Shark Typhoon, we saw from Catherine. I mean, Everett conceivably could have one also.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got any in his deck list. We don't have deck list with this weekend. The one that I've seen in the past usually does not have Shark Typhoon, but doesn't mean he's not playing one today. So one good Teferi deserves another one. There are 3 Teferis in play now, but Catherine's got 2 of them, including the 3 mana and the 5 mana variant here.
Yeah, no, Teferi count looking good. It's the total mana count that's worrisome.
Mhm.
For
All the Storm
Catherine's
Giants coming into play
side.
untapped here because of Blood Sun.
I guess that's nice. Oh, Archmage Charm, Node Veto, mana available for Catherine. And it's just, how do you deal with this? Deluge just to lead off the turn for a third of Everett's mana.
Yeah, let's say you're in the point now where Fury doesn't even get this done.
Mm-hmm.
So
How about some more mana? Another Lotus Field. That's all of them, I believe.
heard you like Lotus Fields, Joe.
I mean, my best ever Pro Tour finish was with Lotus Field, so I do have fondness for the card. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure. Let's see. Is that a? I think that is a Fury in Everett's hand, but it's not. I will say it's not good enough here to take down what's going on. Even though I do think it's going to be the play here this turn. So does it look like Fury? I think it's going to be met with some kind of counter spell from Catherine. I saw a summary dismissal in their hand. Unfortunately, I think that one's 4 mana, so they're not going to be able to play that here.
Right. So
It looks like there's
this
10
is-
minutes on the clock for everybody at home. So I think they're going to be able to get this game in.
So this is Everett choosing where this Fury damage is going to go.
Yeah, as I say, it looks like it's going to split it up a little bit.
Okay. Well, that's
So-
enough to put his Teferi hero well in the lead as far as the race to the ultimate goes.
Right. Okay, it's gonna end the turn or finish off his mana here with a deluge. And that's gonna be met with a Dovin's Veto. So that's why the Fury made it in, but not this spell. Dovin's Veto and Summer Dismissal were the counterspells there, but Catherine only had access to 3 mana. So let's see how this turn is gonna play out.
I mean, it's tough from the blue-white deck's perspective. Both Teferis are in play. You're supposed to be ahead in that scenario.
A lot of people talking
And
about how
yet-
Spike missed his untap here. I don't even think it's actually relevant with the 3 mana Teferi in play.
I agree on it not being relevant. This still doesn't mean it's something you want to be doing, but yeah, that's
Of
that's
course,
true.
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So it looks-
I mean, ultimate next turn.
Yep, Spike up to 8 on the Teferi here. Looks like we got another Fury getting played here. Is this one going to meet the Summary Dismissal, or is the Summary Dismissal going to have to held up for the Teferi Ultimate?
Yeah, that's true. That it would almost have to be, unless there's a Snapcaster Mage or something.
I did see Catherine take a look at their graveyard earlier. I think there might be a Snapcaster Mage. Here's another Fury here. Yep, it keeps looking in the graveyard, so I gotta believe there's a Snapcaster in here. Is there a spell? Oh, Spell Pierce doesn't get it done as well. So there's no 1 mana thing right here. Okay, so it looks like 3 there, 1 there. So Teferi Hero of Dominaria is gonna be the only one that lives here. It's down to 2. And Spike's going to untap with a ton of mana here and the ability to now play during Catherine's turn. So huge turn from Spike here to turn this game around. Catherine's got to do something about this Teferi Hero of Dominaria.
Right. I mean, this Teferi Hero of Dominaria, this ultimate. Every time you draw a card, you exile something. I mean, it doesn't win the game instantaneously, but Catherine's not going to beat that. I would not think that's a pretty inevitable effect.
It's one of those things, it doesn't win the game instantly, but it does. Usually, like the game is functionally over. Some more turns may be played, but
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time on the clock for it to not win the game.
Catherine going over the options here. Looks like we've got to go. Spike's going to flash back one of these deluges out of the graveyard.
Sure, why not? You got 3 extra land in play. May as well tap for 7.
Absolutely. Maybe looking for just a counterspell or something here, right, Joe? Some way to kind of protect the Teferi Ultimate. You've already seen Summary Dismissal. You've got to have Snapcaster Summary Dismissal on your radar here.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the game's about right now. It's just, can I resolve this?
Yeah, you can see he's aware of it here. He's like, do you want to respond to this? And so here comes Snapcaster Mage. Let's see, how does Spike want to do this? All right, Tails in. I think countering the ability of Snapcaster Mage. It does look like the ultimate is in. So Every time Everett draws a card here, you will be able to exile a permanent from Catherine here. I haven't seen a Teferi Ultimate on screen in quite a while, Joe.
Yeah. No, it's
The
I have
opponent's
not
really not
either.
long for the world when this happens.
No, I mean anything. Valakut's Awakening for your grip.
Oh
White
yeah, I forgot
Valakut,
about
5 or 6
Valkyrie's
cards.
Awakening.
I mean, anything here would be good. Memory
So-
Deluge actually doesn't work. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria #2, that works just
And
fine.
that's gonna be game.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to see the hold on, in your upkeep, cast Valakut's Awakening. This is resolve. I'll pitch my entire hand. I'll heave your lands.
That would have been pretty sick. But
Now, Joe, for as much of a non-game as we got in round 1,
no.
I think round 2 made up for that in spades. This was an amazing match. I think Catherine played exceptionally well. I think Everett played exceptionally well in this round. I thought this was an absurd match. I'm really glad we got this on camera. A lot of back and forth. It was looking really bad for Spike here in game 3, but he was able to pull it out.
Yeah, I don't think game 2 was looking particularly good for him either until that double force of negation counter battle kind of pulled him, not card wise, but board wise, got him back in the game. And then, yeah, obviously taking out game 3 was just I think this is what we're going to see. When the Lotus Fields start piling up on the board, it's just hard to keep up with what his deck can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like you were talking about, right? That they had the same amount of lands in play, but Spike had about 2 to 3 times as much mana every turn. And then you add in Teferi Hero of Dominaria. As soon as the baby Teferi came off the board, I thought Spike was just in a hugely dominant position, just because of the fact that Spike, thanks for telling everybody your password there. That was nice.
Someone's always watching, especially when you're doing it on camera.
Yeah, so he's reporting the match here, which is
Yeah.
great and everything. But I was gonna say next time I see Spike in person, I'm gonna grab his phone and I'm gonna unlock it and see what he says. See if he even notices that I unlock it. Oh, somebody clip it, yeah. So Spike moving up to 2-0 here today. Great showing so far from him with this I want to say innovative Jeskai Lotus Field deck. We've seen it for a while. It's something that he messes around with on his stream. If you want to follow him, his name is Aspiringspike on Twitch. Make sure you give him a follow. He is my absolute favorite streamer during the daytime. During the week, he streams all day, every day. During the week, it's his main source of income. It's his main job, and honestly, it's one of the most entertaining Twitch streams out there in Magic today. I'm actually just a big fan. And make sure you follow this channel as well. You can make sure you can see any of the coverage in the future besides this. And we want to make sure that you follow this so you can see when it goes live tomorrow, because it won't just be me and Joe. Later, we've got CCR and Lee McLeod. Tomorrow, I'll be coming back with Drake Sasser. And then after that, Reid Duke himself and Jarvis, you are going to be bringing you all home with a lot of the last matches and trying to crown a champion here this weekend of this 30K that's going on in Dallas. But Joe, we've still got a few rounds left today.
Yeah, we do. And I'm looking forward to it. And we're going to be switching over. I think we're going to watch Ivan Espinoza, who is the other player that's going to be featured at least this morning. I don't know what the plans are for later in the day. But yeah, we've seen Spike for 2 rounds. We've seen what his deck can do. We're going to watch a different mid-range control powerhouse deck with some of the same incarnations, some of the same planeswalkers, but double the colors. Well, not double, but more colors. I mean, why not? I mean, if the mana allows it, and Ivan thinks it does, why not play more colors?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see running 6. We'll see both Teferis. We'll see maybe a more mainstream control deck, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And,
a list that people are more familiar with at home, for sure.
Right. Yeah. And another strong player. I mean, one of the reasons why this list is well known is because Ivan keeps doing well with it.
I'm very impressed. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Ivan as a player. I'll say, kind of, I want to say like out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure he was a big time MTGO grinder. And if people followed that, they knew who he was, but he hadn't really made a name for himself in paper until recently, and he was doing really well in the NRG series. He did really, really well in the Channel Fireball Vegas event as well, where he kind of got onto my radar. I just randomly watched him play a feature match, and I was super impressed with how he played. And so I talked to him afterwards. We've become friends since then, and he's been killing it on, the circuit that you do commentary for almost every weekend and stuff. So a really good player to kind of be on your radar. Find him on Twitter, follow him. He's been doing a lot of stuff on Patreon recently as well to do some content creation. He's one of those guys that, yeah, you might not have heard his name a ton, but the people who know how good he is, and you should be following him, and you probably should be a member of his Patreon if you're ever interested in any of the decks that he does, because the primers that he puts out are worth way more than he charges for it. And it does
Yeah.
sound like I think we're ready to take a small break here. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Magic right after this.
All right, hey guys, I'm back. What's up? All right, so this is we're just in between rounds right now, and I didn't want to leave you guys like, staring at screens or whatever. Cool. That match was actually kind of just crazy. Spike lost game 1, but then like games 2 and 3 were pretty decisive. And I think when we talked about like Spike's deck list, like I think you can understand how like game 1 might be a little bit rough because you have like all these prismatic endings and marches and things like that. It's actually kind of funny. Like if you want, maybe you can like, let's see if I can do it. But like, hold up, I'm gonna ask. If I get a chance, I'll ask for Spike to pose solo, so you can like Photoshop yourself into a signature photo or something like that. I don't know if that's too cheesy.
Where you at?
But yeah, so game 1, I think it makes sense. Way too many removal spells, and in the post board game, you really just got to see like all the white cards come out, the blue cards come in, and then it was just like a decisive victory on the stack, if you will. Tails End was kind of insane, by the way. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I bought the Monster from Indie. Well, they actually had a bunch of this. So I generally do not drink Monster. I have like these like, you guys know what like Zevia is? It's like the sugar alternative or whatever. They make their own energy drink, that company. Ever since Coke Zero Energy was taken off the market, F's in the chat for Coke Zero Energy. I've been chugging on that, but they don't have that here. They do have this interesting energy drink called Celsius. Now I don't know how many caffeine heads we have here, but that is 200 milligrams of caffeine per can, which is like, yeah, like that. It's a lot. It's a lot. The match was wild. I do agree. Really was. And then I think when Teferi ulted and like almost got stifled out of the game, like that was also kind of a highlight. I actually have a Teferi emblem and I have shark tokens. I pulled out a shark token earlier, but I didn't realize that it had been countered, that the ability had been countered by Tails End. Tails End kind of just like seemed nuts in that matchup. Like that card must be really good. It's kind of interesting. Counters Cascade too. Okay, looks like they're trying to get like a couple of the last pairings into the system so they can get ready for round number 3. So I think the round will be up shortly. In the next round, guys, we're going to have Ivan Espinoza on the feature. Now, if you have watched any Modern, if you haven't been living under a rock, I guess is not the right way to say it. Modern, like Ivan Espinoza is basically like this is his format, like he's off the bat, iconically, he's just got like a gorgeous deck, right? It's just like an insanely beautiful deck. And I think it'll be, I mean, he knows how to play it as well. He knows how to play it very well. So I think it'll be pretty good to watch. And I know there's some stigma about like, oh, money pile, but he's a really good player. And I really want to make sure that we get to capture good magic. You know what I mean? The last I checked, he was 1-0. I don't know if he is 2-0 right now. He might be 1-1 or 2. I have not actually checked. Okay, looks like he lost, so he's 1-1. Still very live for day 2, so I do want to track and see how that process goes. Yeah, and also if you guys know any Murktide players that are doing well in the event, I'd love to ask them also if they're interested in being featured or living in or anything honestly. Like if there's anyone that you think is worth watching. I know Corey is also streaming his side of things, and he's been playing Indomitable Creativity, which I think is honestly it's like my kind of deck. I don't know if it's great, but it is my kind of deck. And it's like combo control. It's like combo control. So he's playing elementals. Okay, that's interesting. I really thought he would be playing creativity, but yeah. Spike did win the match. It was extremely close and extremely clutch. And I think Joe and Tannon also did a great job. Dude, they're really good together. I mean, Tannon's got a lot of like experience in the booth, and no, I'm kidding. Joe's great too. Joe's also got they both got like a lot of directional insight and things like that. They know how to do it, and the banter is also great. The banter is also pretty good. So Tannon will be back tomorrow, this time with Drake Sasser, or that time with Drake Sasser. So yeah, let me know if there's anyone specifically at the event that you know is here that you'd like to see on the camera, because I will ask around. We have a long day ahead of us. My backup battery is now charging, so you can see I swapped out my batteries and things like that. I actually have to check, because one thing I am nervous about is that I won't have enough power for a day, but if we can make it through one day off of 2 battery packs, we're golden. In theory, like if my power dies, like, yeah, I would have to, I could try to like stream like through other ways, but would be tricky for sure. Cedric would be nice. Cedric is working at that the Coalesce Apparels today. Is it Coalesce or Coalescence? Coalesce, right? What does that word even mean? Yeah, I'm gonna Google that real quick. Coalesce. Definition. Coalesce, to come together to form one mass or whole. That is, damn, that's a good word. All right, that's a classy word, not gonna lie. There is an outlet. Yeah, no. The outlet behind me is I'm using both of them, which ideally I would not be using. And the reason I say that is because I don't want to have a setup that requires power input. Right? Like I want to be fully self-sufficient, self-operational. But it's a little bit hard to do that. So yo, Turkan, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Guys, also on a side note, we're at 9.7K followers right now. It would mean the world if we actually hit 10K. Seriously. He used a thesaurus. Okay, that's funny. I mean, honestly, it does sound like one of those like SAT thesaurus words, but it is pretty. It rolls off the tongue. It's a pretty catchy name. I know for a fact Cedric has put a lot of thought into it. It's a good name. I like it a lot. Bring a bike to power it. Oof. I mean, I have weight to lose. I'm not gonna lie. I do have a little bit of a dad bod going. Doing my homework before I. Yo, Ethan, what's up? Is Logan doing well? What is Logan playing this weekend?
It's the same as
Yo, Greg, thank you. Google uses Cedric. Dude, that is what I'm saying too, right? I have found that like when they say like networking is like the most important thing, it actually is. Like learning like all the stuff that I've learned this past week from working with Jordan, it's actually kind of crazy, you know? Not having to like invent the wheel, all the and imagine if like you like imagine if you're like Cedric's intern. Holy shit, you would like it's just it would just be too free after that, you know what I mean? So much to learn anyways. What record makes day 2? This is a very good question, and I think the answer. Okay, Jordan is saying X and 2, so that makes sense. X and 2, generally speaking, for this kind of event, 8 rounds makes sense. What are the other options? It would be 7 and 1, which is a bit too steep, and then 5 and 3, which is a bit too lax. So 6 and 2 is like the sweet spot, right? Like today, and it probably wouldn't be a mistake. I think my battery on this headset just died. Hold up. Well, the thing is, then you have to like have all. You have to have perfect handle. You can stop yourself all over. Whoa. All right, what's up? Can I let's see. Testing. So I guess you guys can still hear me, but the pairings have just gone up. How many players are in this tournament? I heard about 900. I'm not 100% sure. To the back where we belong. All right, I gotta figure out. Are you winning 2-0? Nice. All right, sweet. You said were you playing Murktide? No, you're playing 4 color. Okay, yeah, all right. Let's talk after the round. I'd be interested to know how you're doing. Yeah. Round. I guess it's not really working. All right, well, this is unfortunate, but looks like of my 2 headsets right here, my headset battery has died. I need to find like a wired headphone or something that I could just like plug into my computer. This means I won't be able to hear commentary for the next round, which is really sad because I really enjoy hearing Joe and Tannon just like talk it out. Did they approach me? Negative. I have approached them. All right, cool. We're gonna take a quick break, guys, as we set up for the next round. It's gonna be Ivan Espinoza on the Ivan Espinoza deck, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Yeah, all right. See you guys in just a little bit, okay?
everybody, welcome back. I'm Tannon Grace. That's Joe Lossett, and we're bringing you coverage from Scgcon Dallas. I had to make sure I muted myself on the other screen. Joe, you got to remind me to do this. I'm too old to keep up with all these things myself. Too much of a boomer.
Yeah, I mean, you might be too old, but I'm not paying attention. So we're 2 strikes down,
Yeah.
and we're just working with it. Anurag, I don't know what he was thinking bringing us in here, but
Ease of use. But before we get on to what's going to be happening the next couple rounds, definitely wanted to give a shout out to our main sponsor, Dynamo Collectibles. It's Mark Nestico's online store that does mostly video games, retro video games. Everybody here, I know you've owned a gaming system before. My very first one was the actual Nintendo. I have very fond memories of playing Super Mario, Duck Hunt, the original Zeldas and stuff like that. And I was going through some of his stuff the other day, and I was taking a look at it, and I saw one of the games I had as a child, and I was like, oh man, the nostalgia hit really hard, and I really wanted to, go find, a Nintendo that worked and played some of these games. So make sure you check out his stuff. That's Dynamo Collectibles on eBay. You can find him on Twitter. It's just, I think it's Nestico Sales, if I remember correctly. Great person to work with. He's a trusted resource to sell all of your games and stuff too. Just one of my actual good friends too. Love the guy. So make sure you check him out. And he's allowing us to do this weekend. He's helping out quite a bit. You know who else is helping out? All of you at home that are watching this here. We've had well over 1,000 people for the last couple of rounds. That's awesome. We love each and every one of y'all showing up. You wanted coverage? Here it is. We're giving you what you wanted. And every one of your follows, every one of your subscriptions goes into making sure this happens again in the future. I'm going to give a nice little shout out to my my LGS, Gamers Paradise, back here in Baton Rouge. They're actually watching right now. So, hey guys, hey everybody at the store. Hope y'all are having a good time watching some SCG coverage. Hopefully one of the players from the store that made it up to Dallas can make it onto screen here this weekend. That would be really sweet as well. But Joe, this round we're going to be switching the main player that we've been watching. We've been watching Aspiringspike, Everett Mohan, for the last couple of rounds, but this time we're switching over to a person that you know quite a bit about.
Yeah, so we're watching Ivan Espinoza this round, who is from the LA area, so not too far away from me. And I actually know quite about his play history and how you mentioned, I think, before the break that if you may not have heard too much about him in the last preceding few years, but you hear a lot about him these days. It sounds like the match is getting ready, so we'll go down there whenever the players get started. But he and a couple of his friends in the year or so before the pandemic decided, you know what, they're young, they're just going to get jobs. They moved across the country to the East Coast so they could play in a bunch of SCGs. And shortly afterwards, the pandemic happened, everything got shut down. On the way back across the country, when they moved home, he plays in an energy on the way. They stop on the drive. He top 8s. He's like, all right, this is cool. As Solitude takes out a Goblin Guy, I'll finish up my story real quick. He's like, well, I'm on the leaderboard now. There's not many events this year because of the pandemic. Maybe I'll fly out for another one. Top 8s again, qualifies for the championship, wins the championship. So in the Midwest, he's a big name, even though he's never actually lived within like 1,000 miles of anywhere.
That's some dedication, by the way, coming all the way from California to events that are in like the Chicago area over and over again. So loving seeing just the dedication to the game. And speaking of the dedication to the game, if you've ever watched Ivan play before, he's playing what's, we call this 4-color Omnath. It's, a lot of people refer to this as money pile, and his is about as money as this pile can get. Joe, you're going to need to lean on me, I think, a little bit during this round. A lot of alternate art, a lot of foil stuff. And I got to say this, I haven't played this deck too much against Burn because, Burn has actually kind of waned a little bit in its popularity. Are you familiar with this matchup? Have you seen it played out?
So, I mean, I feel like the most significant thing is going to be Omnath life gain. If Ivan can establish that, he's golden. If he can't, I think he's at a disadvantage here because the Burn deck can get things going. Obviously, the Solitude to pick off the early Goblin Guy helps a lot. But there are kind of, some clumsy cantrips here, things like Abundant Growth, Spreading Seas. When your opponent has an Eidolon in play, I mean, that's just a bunch of sources of damage that you don't really want. So, and this being an 80-card deck with Yorion, this is, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't hate Ivan's chances against anything, but this is probably not his best matchup.
Now, he does get to do a little bit of a free value here. So the Goblin Guy's going to attack in and it reveals a Ragavan off the top of the deck. Probably a card that Ivan might not want at this point in the game. So this allows him to crack his fetch land here and reset the top of his deck. I was about to say this kind of feels almost like we're playing Delver in Legacy here against Burn in Legacy, where like you need to force of will the Goblin Guide or whatever, the creature on turn 1. I found my win percentage went up way higher once I started knowing to do that in those matchups because they represent 4, 6, or 8 damage sometimes the game goes on. So you want to just trade whatever you can for those cards. And then getting the extra little value. I think anybody who's played that format knows about the sacrificing your Misty Rainforest or whatever with the Delver trigger on the stack because you don't like the top card of your deck, and you're seeing another thing like that from Ivan. And this is what separates some of the good players from the great players is every little piece. Getting every little thing you can out of your cards, especially matchups like this where they're going to be a little more accelerated and fast. So, he's not going to have time to play these 9 and 10 turn games. If he does, that's what he wants, right? In this matchup, the longer it goes, the more it favors him.
Right. And we see here the Iceland Quaddle. In most matchups, this thing's hoping to trade up amidst bigger cards. Too early in the game for Ivan to have Death Touch enabled, just chump blocks, and he's okay with that. Saves 2 life, cantrips, and just moves things along. And you're right. He's just trying to move things along and get to a later point in the game.
Yeah, and you see a real dedication here to keeping his life total as high as possible, right? Like you said, it likes to trade up. That was just a chump here, and he's going to go ahead and bounce his Goblin Guy, get another card here. Now, the Goblin Guy is going to get to attack again, but that's more things that Lady Luck is going to have to spend their time and mana on here. It doesn't look like they have anything in response to the Teferi either, so it looks like it's just going to be what's going to be happening in their main phase here. So here comes that Goblin Guide again. Let's see if it goes towards Ivan or if it finishes off that Teferi. Either way, I think Ivan would be pretty happy about trading his Teferi.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but it looks like this thing is coming. Well, Jace is not going to help a lot. So if Ivan's at 14 now, taking a pair. If Lady Lux has another land, that would really help get things going to start casting stuff like Boros Charm. But this Goblin Guy's not even going to connect.
Yeah, it looks like another Solitude, pitching an Otherworldly Light. So 2 removal cells, we're getting pitched these Solitudes early. I think it's completely fine. Just keeping the life total as high as possible, really seeing a dedication from Ivan here to make sure that stays as high as possible. It gives him his most chances to get an Omnath in play. Like you said, the most important thing in this matchup, I think, is him gaining life in any way and setting that up because it's a recurable way. Now, this was a Lava Spike from Lady Lux over here. I think Ivan is going to be down to 11 here. He's going to go ahead and take up that. Teferi's got 4 mana. Is this an Omnath? It looks like it's just going to be that Jace that he drew for the turn. And this is a good way of finding an Omnath, I'll tell you that. And he does have a fetch land left over in his hand here, but it looks like he's going to go, the elevator is going to go up here.
Yeah, I love Fate Seal with Jace. I love all the abilities of Jace. Brainstorm, the least of all. But yeah, so scrying effectively leaves on top. Okay.
That's got to be super scary.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, I mean, Jace was activated, nothing actually happened, but it's safely up to 5 loyalty, and now it can brainstorm without any real danger of getting picked off. This is, I mean, if there's not an Omnath or something useful on top of the deck, I'm sure the next 3 cards after it have the goods. And
yeah, he gets to set his next draw step, keep the Jace out of bolt range, and then he's still got the fetch land in his hand. If you find Omnath here, that's huge, right? You've got the fetch land already set and ready to go. But if you find anything else that's pretty good here, it's not bad to leave it there, and then you still get that brainstorm sitting for next turn plus the fetch land.
Yeah, okay. So Lady Luck's going to need 14. I mean, it's already looking like serious damage has to start getting dealt this turn. And we know Teferi's on the board, so no point in saving anything up.
What do we got, about 4 or 5 cards left over in Lady Lux's hand?
Maybe.
Yeah, 14 is going to be a tall order from here unless Ivan doesn't really have much left over. It does look like I see an Eidolon here.
Yeah, and that's tough. Now that Jason's on the board, the Eidolon can be very easily dealt with several times.
It looks like maybe a charm and a spike in hand as well. So plenty of burn left over in Lady Lux's hand. Just how are they going to play this and try to get through those last 11 points of damage? There we go. Get the update. I thought it was 11, but
yeah. The life totals, through the system ours got set up. We're getting pretty good updates, but sometimes they do lag a turn or so behind.
And there we go. Ivan's going to go down to 8 here. Main phase bolt to the face, followed up by that Eidolon that we were talking about.
Okay.
Let's see what this top card was.
Well, hopefully it's something useful because this Jace is. Well, if it's an Omnath.
It's an Omnath. I was going to say, the speed at which he kept it here after +2ing with his Jace, I was about to say this has to be an Omnath or something at this point. So This is a huge play for Ivan, and like you said, this is the most important. Is this the most important thing he could be doing in this match?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It absolutely is. Looks like we've already given him credit for the 4 life bonus, but I don't think a land drop's happened yet. But it will.
Let's get ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but I think it's fine. That's happening.
Yeah, I mean, if fetch land comes into play, and then on the turn cycle, it actually gains 8 because it can gain 4, an additional 4 on Lady Lux's turn, triggering the landfall twice. And then now, I mean, Ivan doesn't even have to get this Eidolon off the board if he doesn't want to.
It's actually beneficial for him now, right? Because it's going to be doing extra damage to Lady Lux. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan, and still this Omnath is dealt with. He doesn't have to do anything.
That might have been one of his favorite Jace +2s of all time. Look at the top card. I might have tried to take a little longer to try to poker face it a little bit.
All right, here's a Boros Charm. Good luck with that. Lady Luck's battling uphill in the extreme now.
Uphill both ways here, Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a steep gradient.
Looks like a Skewer the Critics. Take a little bit of damage here again off the Eidolon, but this one's down to 1 mana because of the damage dealt this turn. But like you said, Ivan's going to be able to gain another 4 life here this turn as well.
So Lady Lux just spent 2 cards, did 4 damage to themselves, and Ivan's going to gain a life due to this double fetch land activation. Or, well, not double activation. Being able to play it the first time and then fetch.
Through the full turn cycle,
yeah. And this is so, and he's going to be able to do it again.
And that Jace is still sitting there at 5, so brainstorming every turn. Fetch lands are so good here. Not only do they get rid of the cards that you don't want, that you're brainstorming away off the Jace here, but it's effectively 2 land drops, like you said, so you could be doing the same thing again. Make the land drop during my main phase, gain 4 life, then your turn at some point in time, especially when you're tapped out, so you can't get hit by like a skull crack or something if that's a card that's still in the list here. Yeah, I mean, I've been set up to be in a great spot here for the rest of this game. Let's see how Ivan wants to do it. I feel like Ivan could almost hit buttons at random from here this game and walk it home.
Yeah, he has, I mean, all the tools. Teferi, Jace, Omnath, life gain flowing, cards flowing, even lining up with a tag here.
Yeah, it's either way, right? Like if they're caught under their own Eidolon, that's fine. If not, like you don't really care, right? Like you're kind of freeing yourself up to attack for chunks of 4 anyway in the coming turns.
Yeah, and now we've reached the part of the game where Ivan's deck normally shines anyway, and the burn deck is usually falling off. And
now, when you say his deck normally shines anyway, are you being a little tongue in cheek here with that, with how foily and blingy this is?
I wasn't. Anytime, and this is a message for Chad too. Anytime I say something that sounds like cool and has like double meaning, it's probably an accident, which that one most definitely was.
Joe, I tried. Joe, you could have just taken the win. You could just take the win, Joe.
I know. I'm not looking for false accolades here. I'm comfortable with my own character, and I am aware of my faults and deficiencies, and that's okay. But I appreciate the effort, man.
Joe, we gotta have a talk after this.
No, see, the problem is that I freely take shots at my co-commentators. So if you're pumping me up and I'm shooting you down, it looks lopsided. So if I'm going to continue to shoot you down, because I'm not giving.
You can't punch downward, Joe. Yeah, you can't punch downward. Yeah.
So I have to at least not let you compliment me if I'm going to be taking shots at you left and right. So yeah. Anyway, here's the Yorion. Here's
the fetch land happened main phase, so the extra mana came off Omnath here and allowed Ivan to put the Omnath in his hand, play the Omnath, blink the Omnath, draw an extra card here, just doing all the things.
Yeah.
Chad over here is having a discussion on how much they think Ivan's deck is worth. I'm not going to comment on that, but it's going to be, the number's going to be big. I'll tell you that.
I don't even know how much cards are worth anymore after the
Stay that way, Joe.
It's just but I do, I mean, anytime a deck is nicknamed Money Pile, I'm guessing it's
ignorance is bliss, Joe. Don't find out. It'll make you sick.
All right.
Have you ever seen a vintage deck before, Joe? It's like a house down payment.
But even though even the vintage decks, I'm sure, are worth way more than I remember. My price memories are all locked in from a decade ago.
I think most of your memories are locked in from a decade ago. All right, Espinoza taking 3 off a Skewer the Critics here.
Yeah, I mean he's looking pretty vulnerable here. be honest. I'm not sure he'll be able to pull this game out. And I'm not sure that Lady Lux is still at 15 either. Maybe, but
Yeah, some damage maybe from the Sunbaked Canyon there
Yeah.
got through. I think these life totals are almost irrelevant at this point. There's another fetch land for Ivan, so he's going to gain 4 up to 12 here. Severi's going to go ahead and bounce the Monster Swissberry, draw a card. This is going to allow him to be able to attack in for 8, which Lady Lux looks to be at 7, so that should be enough for this game. Ivan's going to keep doing all of his stuff here, though, just in case. Can't blame him. Let me get all the things, get a little extra information.
I mean, if your opponent is basically dead on the board, but they're going to let you look at the top card of their deck, you may as well do it.
Right, get the
Because
extra info.
Maybe it's, something that you don't realize is going to be in their deck. I mean, it's always possible.
Like you see a green card or something, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like what was
They're
this?
playing Time Walk. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. There's a Veil of Summer in here. Where did that come from? That kind of thing.
It's a Nexus of Fate forest. Who knew? We saw that last round. So, well, this looks like, there's Teferi on the board. So this looked like a lethal attack. Maybe
Well, I think the life totals got changed a little ahead of time. I think our production is actually doing too good of a job, and they're getting ahead of the life totals for us.
Yeah. Once again, they're ahead of things. We're already ready for game 2, 20-20.
Yeah, it looks like a Goblin Guide's going to get played here along with the last card. Got to get your camera time in, Joe. I don't mind this at all. Looks like Double Bolt here is going to be able to remove both the creatures and finish this game off. So looks like we're going to be going into game 2. So kind of a textbook win here for Ivan from what you were saying before the game. You said the only thing that really matters here is getting an Omnath in play and gaining life off that. And I think we saw that Ivan understood that quite a bit, right? You're seeing why he's so good with this deck and why he's been winning so much is like he understood the assignment, right? He knew that he needed to stay alive. And you saw the early pitches to the Solitudes, just trading cards 2 for 1 over and over again just to make sure he didn't take any extra damage that game at all. And I got to say, pretty well played from Ivan there, understanding that from turn 1.
Yeah, the double pitch Solitude is a great way to not fall behind on the board. And in this matchup, that's his primary concern. And we saw what happens once he finds the right cards. It's just the burn deck can't catch up. And so against Omnath, that's the thing. And one of the reasons why the matchup is somewhat favorable for burn is because barring Omnath, if Ivan gets out to Fairy and Jace, he can still get burnt out. But with Omnath gaining life, or potentially you can get to a point where you can just Solitude and attack and gain life, and kind of put things away. But it really, this isn't a race Ivan's trying to win through damage. He's trying to win it through life gain. And obviously that game had no problem doing it.
So you're saying that the longer game favors Ivan, the shorter game favors our burn player? Yeah.
I am, yeah. I think that's frequently going to be the case. But I do think barring Omnath, the burn player has some chance in a longer game. But with it, there's no way.
Yeah, it feels like the key is going to be for one of those early creatures to connect multiple times.
Right. Now, some of these pile decks play a couple of copies of Eldarmri's Call to tutor up bullets, or in this case, it would just be more copies of Omnath. I don't think normally plays Eldarmri's Calls, so I don't know that we'll see that here. But sideboarding-wise, I'm sure both decks will gain some tools. Both decks here are not going to be a surprise to the opponent if they've played any amount of Modern recently. So there's not going to be too many surprises going on. They know what to expect. They should have a plan. And we'll see if Lady Lux can be a bit more fortunate on how things go and even this up.
Joe, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If, let's say, I were to play in a paper event coming up, like I showed up to this Scgcon Dallas, and I played a deck that had a companion in it, what do you think my odds are of revealing that companion correctly for the first match of the day?
For the first match, I'm going to say for the first match, they're pretty high because you're probably going to have a note to yourself in your deck box, like, Tannon, don't forget the companion. Yeah. But then, sometime around lunch, you're going to be talking with your friends, trying to get time to eat. That little note's going to slip out of the deck box. And then somewhere around round 6, I'm going to pay 3 and pick my companion. Your opponent's going to be like, what companion?
Yeah. It's going to be in my deck. That's also, I think there's also a very good chance that at some point in time, it's just a card in my deck.
Sure. Yeah. That's great. Because you're not only you cannot get the companion, also you got now deal with the judges saying, oh, you presented an extra card. What's going on here?
Have an 81 card deck? Yeah.
Exactly. Which I guess is actually legal. So you're probably okay, but
Hmm.
certainly good times would be had by all spectators.
Absolutely. That'd be a funny one. Like, can you imagine you're playing this deck and on like turn 4 you draw Yorion and you just have that moment of pause where you're like, oh god, what did I do?
Well, you saved yourself 3 mana of having to pick it
Oh,
up.
that's great. Yeah.
That's a good
And
deal.
yeah, very classic burn start here. Sunbaked Canyon into take 3, buddy. Lava Spike to the face. So a little bit of a
Yeah.
slower start from Ivan here. He's going to have a tapped land to play here, but lots of free spells available to him here over the next couple turns. So we'll see Lady Luck's with no creature turn 1, something that we thought was pretty important in this matchup.
Yeah. No, I definitely like to see a creature on turn 1. Eidolon here would be a decent follow-up. It's possible, but tough for the burn deck to do all 20 damage with actual spells. And here's an Eidolon.
Yep. It looks like we're going to have both players at 17 here after 3 activations of Sunbaked Canyon for Lady Lux. Ivan down to 17 as well from that turn 1 Lava Spike. And now there's that creature in play finally for Lady Lux. Let's see if she can keep one in play and actually get an attack through to get damage. Haven't been able to do it yet this match, so we'll see if Ivan's up to that task yet again. Does look like he's going to fetch here with this Flooded Strand. Are you almost always getting basics unless your hand just can't cast its spells?
I think so. I just don't want to take extra damage. And very commonly in these 4-color decks, I mean, you want to start with Triome and then a basic to minimize the damage and also have all 4 colors right away. So depending on what Triome you either fetch or just have in your hand, then you want to get the off basic. And I think that's what we see here.
Yeah, it looks like
Information
all
available
4
here
colors.
for Ivan probably can conclude that Lady Lux does not have a land in hand, given the double Sunbaked Canyon. So probably all spells that he's facing here. And
It does look like this is a prismatic ending going after that Eidolon.
Yeah.
So again, no damage is going to be dealt by a creature attacking so far in this game, but the Eidolon does get in a little bit of damage on its way out. So Ivan down to 15.
Yeah, and a replacement Eidolon off the top. And I stand corrected. I guess the alternative for Lady Lux to have another landing hand would be that it's another Sunbaked Canyon, and there you go.
Well, 3 of a kind dealer. What do I win? It looks like another Eidolon as well. So this is a full house here for Lady
You win
Lux.
some pain. That's what you get. Lady Lux definitely.
Absolutely.
It's 15-15. Lady Lux has done all the damage. No, I guess that's not fair. I even took 1 from a fetch land, but
Looks like we got a March of Otherworldly Light, pitching a card to make it 2 cheaper here to be able to kill this Eidolon. And with this mana left over and pitching a card here, does this scream Ice Fang Quaddle to you?
I mean, certainly has to be something. I believe Ivan could pay a mana here and just avoid the Eidolon trigger. So he definitely has to have something to cast. It can't just be bluffing. That wouldn't make any sense. So let's.
Oh, it looks like a chalice for 1 here. That's a chalice of the void, Joe. Just so you know.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not totally incompetent. Anyway, chalice of the void here obviously super important. Not completely lights out, as there are a fair number of burn spells that cost 2 and 3 mana.
Yep, and if something like Smash the Smithereens got brought in, which is a common card, sometimes in these burn decks it can help take care of that as well. And I think I saw a couple 2-drops.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, there's really no other targets for it. Wow.
The core Firewalker getting added to the Lady Lux's board here.
That's interesting. So let's see. This dodges Fury and can't be blocked by Abnath, I guess.
Can't be bolted as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice little life gain trigger here for Lady Lux. Expressive Iteration here for Ivan Espinoza. First time we're seeing that in this match. One of the more powerful cards in his deck. Very powerful card selection spell.
Yeah,
I've come to Magic lately.
First time we've seen it today, which is unusual to go this far. Although I guess aided by the fact that we watched the same deck the first 2 rounds, and there's a forest, which is tasty for Ivan. No damage acquired on that land drop, but this Firewalker, I guess, is going to connect.
Yeah, first creature damage dealt through combat in this match. Achievement unlocked. So yeah, how much damage has Lady Lux done to herself this game? I think almost like 10 at this point now with the lands, and another Eidolon gets played out by Lady Lux here. Let's see if Ivan has a removal spell, maybe in the form of a sweeper here. It'd be really good. It'd be a really good time for Supreme Verdict, or for an Omnath. That's also pretty good.
Yeah. And a land follow-up here.
Fetch land would be huge here too. Gain
Yeah.
4 and then possibly gain
Yeah.
4 on Lady Lux's turn. It does look like that is a
There
fetch
it
land. That is
is.
a windswept heath top of the board here. Score
Yeah, I
Firewalker
mean-
gaining some life. It's going to be able to attack through this Omnath as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no Teferi on the board this time. I was not going to waste any time. It's literally an upkeep fetch. Not going to let Lady
3
Lux
life
draw.
here. Yeah, technically.
Yeah, not let Lady Lux draw into
A Skullcrack. Yeah.
Right.
It's like, do you have a Skullcrack now? All right, if you don't, well then I'm getting my life here, so. Yeah, Ivan has been up to the task here in this match so far. He's been able to answer all the creatures, and then when they don't matter anymore, he's had the Omnath, and he's been able to gain a bunch of life. So really good draws here from Ivan in this match.
Most definitely. And Lady Lux might have actually just drawn quads for Sunday Canyon.
Sometimes that's not necessarily bad. I mean, if all your lands are going to deal damage to you, at least they come along with some cards at the end of it as well. So
Yeah.
we'll see if they can get through this Omnath. That's the big problem right now. If they can't get the Omnath off the board, it's going to be really hard to be in this game at all. Yeah, I think the hand is the other Sunbaked Canyon and the third Eidolon. So they've had quads and trips this game.
Yeah, but what Ivan's got is Omnath, and that trumps everything.
Yep, and so we're going to have a trigger here. We're going to have a trigger of gain 1 and lose 2. So life total is getting kind of funky here in this game.
Yeah, so Chalice, I mean, Chalice actually had no impact yet.
It just makes you feel safe, though.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's like that blanket you've had since you were a kid. You know, it's just you feel at home. You feel right. What do you call it? You call it like a safety blanket?
That sounds right.
Oh man, chat's going off over here. Y'all keep that up. Love seeing all the subscriptions.
Wow, yeah. The Turkin looks like gifting 10 subs. That is super sweet. Supporting Honorog is awesome. He put this together. This is his deal. We're just happy to be part of it here. And yeah, great lineup all weekend long.
And then there's us too.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting us out of the way.
Yeah.
And then after I guess, I mean, you'll be back tomorrow morning. So if you guys are enjoying Tannon, make sure you tune back in tomorrow morning for the first 4 rounds of coverage when he's joined by Drake Sasser. But anytime you tune in to the Onzid stream this weekend, it should be quality commentary and quality play.
Absolutely. Another fetch line here from Ivan. Just perfect lands off the top here. It looks like a Scalding Tarn getting added. That life total keeps ticking its way up. It looks like he's going to go ahead and get the extra mana this turn. Got to be a little scary if you're sitting on the other side from Lady Lux, but this might just be one of those big Yorion turns. Just go ahead and pick Omnath up, draw another card. We'll see if there's something coming from the hand. Not sure just yet. Lots of things can happen here. A Fury wouldn't be too bad. It would, clean up some of these Eidolons and clear the board for some attacking at some point, possibly.
What? Eidolons are Ivan's route to victory here.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I'm just saying, there's something they can do.
Given the mana base that Lady Lux has unfortunately drawn into with drawing all these Sunbaked Canyons.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan doesn't have to do it. Well, I guess your end attacking is good too, but yeah.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. I actually wouldn't even I wouldn't even want to kill those.
No,
with a Fury at this point, yeah.
Those are Ivan's cover. I don't think Lady Lux has a spell in the deck that doesn't treat the Eidolons, and so they're stuck. I mean, 3 spells. Ivan can't take 18 damage from 3 spells. So even if he just never does anything, I think Lady Lux is stuck at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I think at this point, with the Omnath being in play this long and the life total going back up to 18, and now the Yorion in play, I don't know if there's a path of victory for Lady Lux, but you don't blame her for keep trying. Looks like I think that's a Searing Blaze. They just got a full art Searing Blaze that you used to get for, I think that was remember we used to get stuff in the mail for playing Magic? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
we used to get cool. I used to love it. They sent us Textless cards, and one of the first ones they picked was Cryptic Command. I was like, I don't know if this is the Textless card you wanted to give us.
I remember Cryptic. I remember Damnation. I think there was a Diabolic Edict, maybe.
Doomblade, maybe? There's one of the black removal spells. Terror?
Maybe that was it. Yeah. So Lady Lux actually can attack with the Eidolons here, or at least one of them. That would both turn on Searing Blaze and if Ivan blocked. So eventually, if he didn't have an aerial assault lined up, he would have to block, and then Lady Luck's could turn on more cards. But
Another gain 4 here from Ivan, now back over his starting life total. This is not
Why
where you want to
not?
be if you're the burn player.
I mean, really, he
Yeah.
should be just going for the Feldar Sovereign win here, right? That would do it.
I haven't seen that one in quite a while.
I don't think we've seen that one ever, but I'm still looking to see it.
I've actually done that one, Joe.
Okay, really?
I have that achievement unlocked on my.
Wow.
On
Well,
my stuff.
I mean, everyone is able to achieve something. So congratulations on your chosen.
At least I got there
feat.
with that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd trade it for a lot of the other ones, Joe.
But it's still a nice one though. All right, so Layluck's at 5.
Yeah, I don't think they can't even play a spell now either. Not only are they locked out, but like they can't even play a spell now because they would go to 1, and then the Yorion would be able to kill them from here too. Just in between a rock and a hard place here. And you see Ivan's like not even having to really do anything else. He's understanding that all these cards are, I think this is possibly a concession here.
Yeah, looks like it.
Showing off all the cards. Yeah, I think this has been a verbal concession here, and they're just like talking. I mean, it's like, yeah, you got kind of unlucky. You drew all of these cards, your Sunbaked Canyons. Yeah, this is definitely a concession when both players are showing their hands here. And Chalice really, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. I think you and I were talking about how big Chalice is in this format right now, and boy, has it really shown itself so far. Really carrying a couple games. Like it didn't have as big of impact in this matchup as it could have in this game, but I think it was in round 1 today. We saw Chalice completely lock a player out of a game and then completely lock him out of almost another game. So that's huge in the fact that it seems to be winning games by itself. And we haven't even really seen it yet against the Cascade decks where it absolutely shines as well, where just Chalice on 0 stops so much of what they're doing.
Right. All right, so yeah, Ivan Espinoza advances to 2-1. Lady Luck's not 21-1, actually 1-2, but still alive to beat Danny Grace's career trophy total this weekend.
Oh my God, Joe, come on.
What? Hey, man, I'm just...
Look, it's true. Okay, it's true.
I'm just providing insightful commentary is all I'm doing. I'm just making sure the viewers are aware of the stakes. What? That's what I brought in here to do.
I love you, buddy. All right, so we get to see a little bit of the D sideboarding from Ivan's amazingly beautiful deck there. I'm glad that I'm here to at least be A, the brunt of all your jokes, and B, help you out with the cards that the alternate arts that you're not a big proponent of and can't tell what they are. So I think I've fulfilled my obligations for this weekend.
But jokes. I'm just making observations.
I mean, you're not wrong. They're not false. They're true. I mean, I can't argue it.
I'm sure they're funny. So I don't know if they qualify as jokes. But
all I can do is laugh at them, Joe. Because if I don't, then I'm probably gonna end up crying. So I need to do something. So
all right. Well, you're a good sport about it. As people, everyone has their weaknesses and their flaws, and it's important to be able to know what they are and be willing to just smile and keep on going.
There's worse things to be known of, Joe, than the guy who always finishes second place. There could be much worse things about my career and stuff. So
you're like the most benevolent end boss possible, because anyone that gets to the end is like, I have to face Candy and Grace in the yes.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I won. Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, it's just gonna be so easy from here. Yeah, it should be an easy day, but definitely a great showing today from our players on camera. The ones that we're following, they're 3-0 so far. So it's been nice that the home team has been winning all of its games so far, and they've been some really good ones back and forth. Hopefully we get to see maybe a little more interactive one next round, because we should be having Ivan Espinoza again with the 4-color control deck, and maybe we can have a match where there's a little more back and forth. I like to see that, kind of like the second match from today with Aspiringspike, which was just such a good one, and I would love to see some more good Magic like that.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why Honor chose these players, in addition to being notable players who have a following, is that the decks they're playing aren't just going to one-sided destroy people. There's going to be you're providing the opportunity to play back against them and see if you can overcome what they're dealing with in the mid to late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're going to see they're going to be able to do that for the rest of the day. Like you said, Ivan Espinoza going up to 2-1. We haven't gotten an update yet on Spike to see if he won his third round. We're going to have to find that out as soon as we possibly can, and then we'll give you all an update. But for now, I think we're gonna go to a small break because I was about to say I think we don't have any of the I think the camera is having a problem on the backup match, right? That we had.
Oh, Tannon,
Yeah.
I'm popping in and chat can hear me right now. So
Okay.
the plan
So-
right now is we're going to take a little
second.
bit of a longer break.
Okay.
So that Anzid, he's
It does
restarting
seem
a
like
couple
we're
of
gonna be
his stuff.
taking a little bit of a longer
So
break. So
Tannon,
Anzi can.
he's like the viewers can hear.
Oh, sorry.
So we're going to take a little bit of a longer break to deal with that. Afterwards, we're probably going back to Anurag on site. He did want to show off the Dan format.
Sure.
So we'll probably go to that once we get off of this break. Right, that's all. I
Absolutely.
got.
Awesome. So it does seem like I heard that you were a little bit low in the chat, so I'm gonna go ahead and repeat that real quick. We're gonna be taking a little bit of a break here. Anurag's gonna be restarting the stream, possibly. It sounds like some stuff maybe needed to be restarted. So if the stream does go, you did say that, right? That we might be restarting it.
Go down.
The stream will not go down. Okay, so don't worry about that. The stream's not gonna go down, but we'll be right back as soon as we can with more coverage. But before that, Anurag's gonna come on and do some more of the in between match stuff that he's been doing. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up? I'm back. All right, guys. Oh my god. The internet in this place is like actually abysmal. I also I like slightly recharged my headset, so like maybe I'll get a little bit of juice for a little bit. But how's it going? I didn't get to watch any of that match at all because of the internet issues, and then B, my headset was broken, so I couldn't even hear like, you know, the best part, which was like Joe and Tannon talking about it. So can somebody in chat like catch me up? Like, how did that match go? That means I all I know is that Ivan did win. So Ivan won, so he's 2-1 now. And Spike actually won as well. So sitting at 3-0, which is very good. And Spike played against Omnath, 4-color Omnath. Spike played against 4-color Omnath. So he said that was, and actually what's really funny too is that Spike finished like really fast. I'm pretty sure like Spike finished like while Ivan was like maybe still in game 2 or something like that. And he walked away saying like, yeah, the matchup is just really good. So it's kind of crazy. Ivan played Omnath on turn 4 and then gained life and won. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Is Ivan playing like any Eladamri's calls or anything like that? Is it better or worse than the Philly internet? So the Philly internet was actually better because you could pay the casino for like a direct line into the into like a router or something like that, right? So you know, you would get like a stable connection. And if I did this I'd rather do this in Philly again, which is weird because Valley Forge is Valley Forge, you know? But here, like, we're in the room and it's all like carrier-based data, so you know, no Eladamri's calls? Okay, cool. Lotus, wait, Lotus what? Cobra? Oh, Jeskai Lotus Field. That's what Spike is playing. Yeah. It's the pretty tried and true deck. It has the you know, Blood Suns and the Teferis and the Cryptic Commands and the. Honestly, that deck seems really good. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hey Lee, what's up? That was round 3, so we're going into round 4, which will be the last round for Joe and Tannon today. And then Lee and CCR are gonna be here, and it's gonna be great. Lee and CCR have a very good history together, so much like Joe and Tannon have a good rapport and like they can bounce off good commentary and things like that, CCR and Lee will be doing the same thing, so it's pretty good. I'm pretty excited about it. Well, okay, Valley Forge is like, how do I explain this? It's not my ideal venue, but for what I've learned is that for logistics, Valley Forge has so far been the best of the 3 options that I've gone so far. It's been better than Indy, and it's been better than Dallas for setting up a stream, which at the end of the day is like my primary concern, right? So I don't mind not having cellular reception on the bottom floor if I have a stable internet connection, like just like through Ethernet, you know? Jeskai Lotus Field is it's not really control combo. I mean, I would just say that it's kind of like control more so, and it uses Blood Sun and Lotus Field to resolve cards like Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and then you leverage those 2 cards together, like Hero of Dominaria and a Lotus Field, to keep up things like Memory Deluge. You keep up things like Cryptic Command. You'll notice that they're both 4 mana, right? 4 mana instants, which is perfect for untapping 1 land plus a Lotus Field. You also have like your Solitudes and Furies and March of the Otherworld. What is it? March of the Otherworldly Light? Something like that. So I think it's solid. And I think March is actually like a huge upgrade. I almost wonder, like, I think earlier we talked to Spike, and Spike said that without March, maybe he'd consider other decks a bit more seriously, which is, you know, I think that's valid for sure. Nice. So far, how's it been going? Any exciting moments that you guys have been especially excited about? That is a redundant. That's a bad sentence. Any moments that you guys have been excited about so far? I still think Spike's match 2 against the blue-eye control deck was a breather. It was a hard hitter. That was a slugfest of a match. This one was kind of interesting though, because I feel like the burn versus 4-color matchup is all about like getting the right card at the right time and doing things the right way. You know what I mean? Like there are a lot of hands in this kind of matchup that you might keep. You might say that, hey, how's it going? You want to talk about your match? Sure. All right, cool. Yeah, hop on. Yeah, sorry. I've been having a lot of internet connections issues, so it's like it's been a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I bet.
So round 3, I was just telling everybody that you played against. First question. I said this weekend you're going to get over 60 signatures. You're going to have to sign over 60 cards. How many have you signed so far?
Probably like 15 or 20.
Already, and it's not even like round 4 yet. Okay, all right. It was maybe a bit too. Like I told chat, I've only signed 2 cards in my life before, and it's a feeling. It's a feeling for sure. Yeah. So if you're at Dallas right now, seriously, come and get your card signed by him. He doesn't even charge a fee. Do you charge a fee?
No.
He doesn't even charge a fee. Yeah. I mean, with the number of
I've
signatures.
never signed Swiss for his copy. Also.
Shade says you're looking fly as hell. I got to agree, dude. That watch is sweet, by the way.
Yeah, I got $20 on eBay. Yeah.
Oh, really? It looks something straight out of like Nuka Penna. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? One of those like super. I don't know. The more you think about it, the more intimidating it is, kind of deal. But yeah, you played against 4-color Omnath, right?
Yeah.
So walk me, like, narrate your games to me. Exactly what happened in your games and how did you win? I spoiled it for them. I told them you won the match 2-0.
2-0, yeah.
Nice.
I don't know. I mean, I've been running really well all day today.
Okay.
But it went how the matchup normally goes, where the 4-color Omnath deck is not able to put a lot of meaningful pressure on you early, and you're able to just overwhelm them with card and mana advantage. They can cantrip some too, but you just get to bury them completely.
So riddle me this then. In the blue-eye control matchup that you played against, and here, let me rotate this a little bit to give you just nice. Okay. In the blue-eye matchup that you played, game 1 seemed kind of lopsided. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes sense because you had like 11. We talked about your deck, right? You have like 15-ish removal spells that Fury is like okay against the Planeswalkers. March doesn't hit the Planeswalkers. Prismatic Ending doesn't hit Teferi like for 5, Teferi 5. It can get a little bit awkward, you know what I mean? If you draw the wrong half of your deck quote, or if they're able to set up. Now, this matchup seems a little bit different because I don't feel like they have as much stack-based interaction. They have like the counter spells and fairies, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
And that must make a big difference, right?
Yeah, I think game 1 was a pretty normal control mirror where one player draws like all removal, and I ended up conceding really early.
Yeah, for time, which is smart because I think if you had played that out for like another 5 minutes,
even 5 minutes, it would have done the time.
Exactly. You had about, I think you had about like 6 minutes left, but like knowing you have that extra amount of time allows you to pace yourself a little bit more. You know, you make better plays that way, right? Like even though you would have finished like within time, like knowing you may have like rushedly done something else, this, that, whatever.
Yeah.
Totally understand. So game 1, that makes sense. One person drew the good cards, one person drew the bad cards. What about post-board games?
Well, cyber games get really different. You get to board out a lot of your removal spells, a lot of your chalices. You get 4 force negations, and the biggest card is Nexus of Fate. Nexus of Fate just means you win the late game.
Okay, inevitability.
Yeah, you get that inevitability. Just as the longer the thing goes on, the more you draw it, the more turns you take.
If you counter Nexus of Fate, it goes back to the deck, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay. It's just like it's a full. Yeah, I would that for that one. I had my audio in, and Tannon was like, "Joe, I saw it. He drew the forest," and I was like, "Wait, Spike doesn't play forest." And it was like, "Oh," and then it clicked because those cards are warped as shit. Like it's just like whatever it is. I get it though, but yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, what was I going to say then? All right, so you have the inevitability there. Also, you have like much more relevant interaction now because of force. Tails End was so good.
Yeah, Tails
Oh my god! Like you countered the shark, you countered the Snapcaster Mage, and that's not,
excellent too.
and the Fetchling, you got the Stifle off as well, which is like dirty by every metric possible. So you definitely you mentioned it briefly when we were talking about and that game sold it to me 100%. I should have pulled out my Teferi emblem for you because I haven't seen a Teferi emblem in a long time. Yeah,
It's usually not in play for very long.
yeah. It was like one turn and then. Wait, did you Valakut's Awakening with the?
No, I just cast this. I just cast the second Teferi. And
Oh, okay, yeah. That's good. That'll end the game very fast. One thing I wanted to ask. So what about like the 4-color? So 4-color, why is that game 1? I mean, you outvalue them, right? But like, I think we were talking about the dynamic of like one person draws bad cards in the mirror.
Yeah.
And in a sense, like the 4-color deck is a control deck. You're playing a control deck,
Yeah.
like different shades of the same overall concept. So like, is that where you just got lucky? You did not draw the bad cards and they did, or?
Well, what's nice about the 4-color matchup is they actually play creatures for so you have actually very few dead cards to draw.
Okay.
They're even actually playing more 1-drops these days, so your chalices aren't even like particularly dead. You're kind of happy to draw 1 copy.
Yeah.
And it's just the thing with the 4-color deck is their clock is really, really slow.
Right.
Their clock is really, really slow. Your favorite in the late game is you almost always get to the late game.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then okay. So and then post board, did you actually Nexus loop?
I cast one Nexus and then he conceded.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. You actually got the Nexus. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah. I mean, also the amount of value you must accrue from a single Nexus is like infinite. Nice. 3-0 is a really, really good start to the day. I mean, 6-2 is what it takes to make it to day 2, but I know when you're in the grinder mindset, you never think about records. You just think there's the next match and I'm going to win that. And the next match, I'm going to win that. And then a couple hours later, you have a trophy in your hand, So that'll go nicely next to your first place trophy too from the season, right?
Yeah.
How long was that season, by the way?
It was 90 days.
That's a long
Yeah,
time.
it was longer than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually extended it by a week.
3 months of just like,
That's broadcast.
hey, what's up, Andrew? It's crazy story. I was so the camera's right here. No, don't worry. Yesterday I went to go buy internet from T-Mobile, and funny enough, I was wearing the Mops jacket, humble brag, and then I ran into another Magic player, and we just like shot the shit for like a solid 25 minutes. It was great. How's the new phone?
It's brilliant.
Okay,
The
nice.
SIM card didn't work. I had to sit on the phone for an hour.
Oh well, I mean, does it work now?
It's
A plus stuff. Yeah. He's also a huge fan of yours, by the way. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'll see you later. All right, cool. I forgot what I was saying. 90 days.
90 days.
Yeah, 90 days.
That's
But
how
the-
long it takes to get married if you have a fiance visa.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. My wife watches that show, by the way. Dude, I don't know if anybody else watches 90 Day Fiance, but it's crazy. I mean, maybe it's just like human attraction to just like gobble up drama of whatever. I don't know. Do we have any 90 Day fans? No, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. So Spike's deck is the Jeskai Lotus Field deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which the more I think about it, sounds like an insane selection.
Yeah.
And this is something that I was talking to someone about. Who was I talking to about? Oh, it was Edgar. I was talking to Edgar Magation. He was saying you're not a you're not like a deck specialist. You're like a format specialist. Which means that you could pick up like any modern deck and pilot it very proficiently, which I think is, for me, for example, I'm a deck specialist. I play one deck in Legacy, and it's generally some sort of like blue-white X control pile.
Yeah.
And when it's bad, I don't do well. And when it's good, I do well. So it's kind of cool that you're able to identify that this deck. When did you decide that you were going to play Lotus Field? How early?
Well, I've kind of realized all week that it was going to be a good decision.
Oh,
It was kind of scary wanting to register it though, because it is a higher variance deck.
interesting. What
Yeah.
makes it? Why is that the case?
Well, just like any deck, you can sacrifice some consistency for some power level. So sometimes you still. And so, like, especially when you compare it to like, the text pools can be the Seiju.
Oh shoot!
Yeah.
Kaseiju is a big scare. Okay, I didn't even think about that.
And obviously, like, if Bloodstone gets countered, sometimes like Miranda just kind of fumbles and falls apart.
I saw that in the blue-white matchup. Your opponent was like very persistent on countering the Blood Suns, and I couldn't tell, like, because I was, whatever. I couldn't tell if it was super impactful or not. But it sounds.
It just kind of depends sometimes.
Yeah.
And so it's always kind of nerve-wracking to register a higher variance deck in
Yeah.
a tournament. I think that shouldn't deter you, because you do have to run well to win a tournament.
Mhm.
And if you do think it's the best deck selection, I think you should still run it. You just hope to run well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's saying basically Spike is telling me that in my next event I'm just gonna run. I'm gonna play Neo form. I have to high roll anyway, so I might as well place my bets. It's very interesting. Okay. Spike should be wearing the shark hat. The shark hat.
I have a shark cat, yeah.
Nice.
It's like eating my head.
Okay. I have a shark costume that I put on maybe twice in my life. It was the best $40 Amazon purchase I ever made. But my God, it gets hot inside. It's like
I believe that.
it's crazy. What were his thoughts on other good deck choices for the weekend? That's a good question. What are your thoughts on other good deck choices for the weekend?
Well, that's kind of the issue, right? That's the big question. What is the good decks to play? And I feel like there's not a ton of amazing answers. There's like a lot of safe answers.
Okay.
Color Omnath, Murktide, Hammer Time, Rhinos, Living End. These are all like very much safe answers. But none of these decks I think are like phenomenally good against the rest the field. I think there's a like degree of rock paper scissors where there's going to be one deck that's a pretty unhappy to see.
Okay.
So I think any of those decks would be fine choices. I even considered playing the mono black Cabal Coffers deck for a little while. I like
So I have somebody mentioned earlier, and I had no idea what that deck is. Cabal Coffers is a land that, like, if you have like X amount of swamps as a tap or something, I don't know what it does.
it's the 2 mana on top of it, and it makes black mana equal the number of swamps you control.
Okay.
So the goal is to assemble Urborg plus Cabal Coffers and make millions of mana.
Okay.
And it's actually really consistent at assembling those 2 cards because you have 4 mana for Profane Tutors. And
Okay.
then when Profane Tutor comes down on turn 4, which is when you start making extra mana with Cabal Coffers. And so I like that deck a lot. I think it's really powerful.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure. The Rhinos matchup specifically was one I was scared of, and Rhinos I felt like was going to become more popular this weekend.
Yeah.
The Gurcha Shadow matchup's not great. I thought there was going to be some Shadow. I did play against it around 1.
Yeah.
It's not as good against 4 color, but just big banded decks in general are pretty good against 4 color.
Okay.
So I don't mind that matchup.
Gotcha. All right. Well, it looks like all the match results are in for the. Looks like my internet is dropping as well, but it also looks like. Let's see. How bad is it? Is it okay now, Bradley? Let me know. Okay, mostly fine, but cutting out every 10 seconds. It's really hard for me to see, so it's glad that I someone who can tell me. All right, so it looks like all the rounds are in, which means I guess we'll just get ready for round number 4. We're gonna go back to Ivan Espinoza, and then you want to be back in round. Let's see, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5. Next round is 4 plus 1 is 5. Yeah, okay, I can math. Yeah. All right. So we'll see you around for round 5, and we'll go back to break. We'll see you guys later. All right.
But
Everybody, and welcome back to coverage here of the Scgcon in Dallas. I'm Tannon Grace. I'm joined by Joe Lossett. And without further ado, we're actually going to get straight into the Magic this round. I know y'all been waiting quite a while, so we're not going to make you wait any longer. Let's go ahead and work our way down to our feature match area.
All right, so we're back on Ivan Espinoza against Sengu Lee on blue-red Murktide, and we see one of our more familiar cards and card we don't get to see anywhere else anymore in Ragavan.
Yeah, you know my opinion on that one, Joe. I think it was a heavy-handed banning and probably just not necessary in Legacy, but hey, it's not my job. That job's hard. I don't envy them. I don't want to have to figure out how to fix a format. But like you said, we get to see it here in Modern. It looks like it's going to have a chance to connect here this game.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were, yeah, I thought Ivan was doing this during his main phase. Okay, I apologize. So looks like we're going over to turn 2 of Ivan here. Let's see if he has an answer for this Ragavan.
I mean, it's certainly important because playing a deck like Ivan's, there are any number of cards in his own deck he's not going to want to face for free out of Sengu Lee's side. Teferi Time Raveler, Ren and 6. There's all kinds of stuff that's just cheap and generates a strong advantage. Ren 6 would probably be the ideal answer here for Ivan.
Yeah, it does look like that is a Ren 6. Very unfortunate for Mr. Lee over here, but really good draw here for Ivan. And going to be able just to pick off that Ragavan. That's always like the scare in this matchup, right? Is when you have the turn 1 Ragavan on the draw for them to have this exact answer.
Yeah. No, I know. And this is, obviously some matches die roll matters more than others, but anything where you're playing 1 toughness creatures, Ren 6 being able to get on the board before they get to do anything is so big. But Sengu Lee, soldier on, see what follow-up is here.
So he's going to get a Steam Vents here. Lots of good plays for him on turn 2. Maybe not an Expressive Iteration just yet, but any other threats would be nice here. See if he's got another one lined up for Ivan. Anything that doesn't die to Ren and 6, though. That's the problem with Ren and 6. Not only does it pick off the first one, but there's a lot of them behind that. It does look like there's going to be an Unholy Heat to finish it off here with a Ragavan behind it. Let's see if Ivan has another answer for this Ragavan.
That's an interesting choice. I wonder what else is in Sengu Lee's hand, because Dash Ragavan could have taken down the Ren 6 and just kept the Unholy Heat. So this is, it allows this Ragavan to stay on the board, but it is a little bit card inefficient.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what's going to happen next turn.
Yeah.
From Sengu Lee, right? Like, is his mana completely, locked up for next turn? That would be a reason to maybe make this play, something along those lines. I'll have to see what happens there. It's definitely interesting as well. But it does look like there is an answer for this Ragavan here. It does look like this is going to be a Teferi and a Balance and a draw card.
Yeah. That's tolerable from Sengu's side. At least you don't actually lose a card, and then potentially Dash Ragavan here. Now, if Dash Ragavan is the play for Sengu Lee, I'm not 100% on what the actual direction of attack would be.
Yeah, I was going to say, where do you attack with the Ragavan? Yeah.
There's definitely arguments both ways.
I think that's what's taken Mr. Lee a little bit of time here. Try to figure out, do I want to play this Ragavan, and where does it go? It looks like we're about to find that answer. It looks like a dash, and it looks like it is going to go ahead and take care of that powerful Planeswalker. And there's going to be a follow-up here of a Death... I'm sorry, I almost said Deathrite Shaman. They're talking about it in the chat here. This is a good one-drop. It's not that good, but it's pretty damn good itself. This is DRC, Dragon Rage Channeler.
Yeah, that will work just fine.
You got me thinking about Legacy here, Joe. I'm talking about all the good one drops in that format and all the ones that have had been banned out of the Delver decks. So
yeah, there's been a few. I wonder if in the history of Magic have there been more bannings of cards that cost 1 or cards that cost everything else put together?
I'm gonna bet on everything else put together, but that I'm not sure of, because there's a bunch of there's a bunch of, isn't there, because there's a ton of 0 as well, right?
Yeah. Okay. If we're just talking about, I'm not like Legacy or Modern, just cards that have been that were not like disabled by not being illegal sets, but cards that have actually just been selectively banned. I don't know. I bet it's close.
Yeah, you're probably right. Looks like another Ragavan for Sengu Lee here with that Dragon Rage Channeler, and I've been kind of just doing what the deck does when you're not doing anything onto the board, doing a lot of like card drawing, Abundant growth here, along with a expressive iteration last turn, giving him a lot of card selection, digging through a ton of cards here. So I expect him to have, some pretty big plays here. He's got a full grip here, and he's just been digging through his deck as the turn goes on. So let's see if he's got any answers for these powerful 1-drops that we've talked about.
Yeah, a
Looks
fifth
like
land. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, it looks like one of them is getting removed from the game here by Prismatic Ending.
Uh-huh. A fifth land here would have been nice for Ivan, potentially being able to hardcast one of the incarnations. But here, without that, potentially, yeah, still stops the Ragavan, no problem. There is the fifth land, so Ivan just doesn't presumably have a 5, one either a Fury or a Solitude, but no problem. I mean, Dragon Rage Channeler is a card you can take a few hits from and not really worry about.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's up to 3/3 just yet. I think we've got two types in the yard here. I think it's creature and land, if I remember correctly, for this game. So it's still just a 1/1 Dragon Rage Chandler. And I gotta love the commitment to how beautiful this deck is from Ivan. He's got the original OG fetch lands here too, and that's when you know you're really dedicated to your craft. It looks like this is going to be a charm at the end of Ivan's turn here. We go ahead and put a card into the yard, draw 2 cards. That's a sorcery added there,
Yeah.
and an instant. So that is Delirium.
And that's a solid card to get flipped over there, Expressive Iteration. So, really not worried about card advantage right now. Feels like he has enough of it just when you get things going. But I just
Ivan's gonna take.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ivan's gonna take that second of the shields down to sneak in that Ice Fang Coatl here, and that's gonna be a card that needs to be answered by Sanguli here because he's going to have to attack with his Dragon Rage Channeler here, and if he can't take care of that snake, then the snake's gonna get in the way and trade for the powerful 1-drop here.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, the having to just deal with a full 2-for-1 for a 2-mana spell is a really nice deal for Ivan, and for Sanguli, there's no evasion here that's going to get through that. There's no fear, landwalk, anything else. Menace. It's just going to be a trade.
Yeah, Mr. Lee's going to get a little bit of information here. He gets to see the top card of Ivan's deck. He's going to play a Fire Islet first turn. It looks like he is content with just trading here.
Yeah. Doesn't even have a choice. Can't pass and just decide not to attack because
Right.
of Dragon Rage Chandler is forced to attack in and yeah, okay. I thought the Coatl stayed on the board for a second. I thought maybe Ivan was going to rig up something here to keep it alive, but no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there like an ephemerate or something coming? I was wondering what's going on here. Now he's just taking his time to go ahead and fetch a card out of his deck here. And with a go here from Sangu Lee, we saw that aggressive milling of the expressive iteration. Yeah, it got his Dragon Rage Chandler up to a 3/3, but I wonder how good the hand is behind this as well.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully there's something like an Archmage Charm, although that almost could have been main phase here. But if there's nothing besides like the Islet activation, oh, Jace.
Well, this is something that's definitely going to get fought over. That's a counter Joe. That's counterspell.
Yeah, I do know so. Thank you. I do know. I mean, obviously it's not the preferred revised version, but it is identifiable by me. So good enough. Sanguli, thank you.
Not a big white bordered fan. Sorry.
People have no sense of style.
Yeah. So it looks like we got another just go from Sanguli here. Probably drawing some of his reactionary cards here, it looks like. And Ivan's going to have another turn of not being pressured by the board any here. But this is another big 4-drop from him here. This is an Omnath met with another copy of Counterspell. Sangu's been up to the task here of keeping Ivan from doing anything aggressive. But let's see if he's got anything behind this as well. One of those Murktides might be lurking sometime soon. There's a couple of pretty big threats that could come out of Sanguli's deck here.
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, certainly keeping Ivan off the board is nice, but that Singly needs to be on the board. Singly's the aggressive deck here, so just trading counterspells for threats it needs to be Murktide plus counterspell like in the last couple turns. That would have been significant. Ivan would have been on the ropes, but as it is, Ivan's still with 3 cards in hand, making lots of land drops. Okay, another charm.
A little bit of a 2-for-1 here from Sangu Lee. Let's see if he found any threats to go along with this.
Well, spreading out the graveyard here would say to me that, maybe Murktide is imminent here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking the exact same thing. Usually when we're cleaning up the graveyard like that, there's a reason. So let's see if there's going to be a Murktide here this turn. Now, if you were to, it looks like we're going to bobble ourselves. Going to use the trick of, using the Misty Rainforest as a scry effect here. If you were Sangu Lee and you had a Murktide here this turn, would you like fully delve for it, or would you kind of make sure that you had enough left over for another one?
Well, let's see. I mean, what level? I mean, I feel like you can't stop at 4, right? You have to go to at least 5 to survive Fury. So
You need to at least remove 2 instants or sorceries at that
Yeah,
point, is what you're
yeah.
saying. Okay.
yeah, you have to go at least, and Ivan's at 15. So 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, so I think 5 or 8 would both make sense. Instead, it's actually nothing. So we, I guess, got bluffed by the rearrangement of the graveyard. But yeah, 5 or 8, I think would both be reasonable here.
Yeah, it could also just be playing it a little bit slow here too. You know,
Yeah.
making sure you can find maybe another copy of a counter spell here to back up along with the Murktide, because you got to believe that the first Murktide is not going to be long for this world. With Ivan having this many cards in his hand, he's probably going to have, you know, one of his many answers in his deck to be able to answer a Murktide. You know, there's been a lot of cards drawn by Ivan in this game, so the odds of him have found one of those by now is pretty high.
Yeah, and Sengu's got a number of cards in hand as well. In fact, maybe more cards than Ivan. Ivan would pick up the Yorion here, which is at the moment just worth 1 free card off of the Abundant Growth. I mean, that's, that's nice, but it's certainly not as good as it can get. So Sengu still needs to have an answer here, really.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has one.
Yeah.
So that's the Orion that's going to get in play. It's going to flicker this Abundant Growth. It's going to be able to draw an extra card. He does have an Unholy Heat here, so not the worst, right? Like,
Right.
you get to pay 5 mana to draw a card here.
Yeah. So nice advantage for Ivan there. Sengu can untap here. Ivan tap down, free reign to do something. But we need to see it.
Well, there's something. Maybe not the best thing that could possibly be done here, but this is a 3/3 Dragon Rage's Trailer, so it is a threat. And then any spells, cast after this are going to allow him to do some manipulation of his deck as well. So let's see what we're going to be going back over to Ivan. Let's see what the 4-color Omnath player has got here.
I mean,
But
all
up to
the
the
options,
task. Yeah.
all the options seem like winners. Quaddle, Fury, Solitude, Lil Teferi. Anything is going to be good here. And it looks like a March.
Yeah, look at March of Otherworldly Light. Let me go ahead and take care of that Dragon Rage Chandler. Yep, as well say that goes to the exile, not to the graveyard. I've been perfectly content to just take his time in this game. I think you were mentioning this earlier. It definitely feels like the longer the game goes, it probably favors Ivan in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, we just by virtue of, Dragon Rage Challenge, great on turn 1. And turn 3 or 4, it's fine. But on turn 10,
Yeah, not so
less
much.
impressive. Yeah.
Speaking of turn 10, I feel like Sengu's got almost that many lands now as well. Just a little bit of flooding going on over here on the blue-red player's side. Ivan wants to make all these land drops. Sengu just wants to stop at some point.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Looks like we got our first real big haymaker here from Ivan. This is an Omnath. Only 2 cards left from Sengu. And I think there's a counter spell behind this from Ivan. This game might be getting taken over real soon by Ivan here.
Yeah, I mean, nothing has been able to land on the board since early turns for Ivan, but it doesn't take much. And Omnath is so powerful, replaces itself. No real life total danger here anyway, or mana advantage to be gained. But okay, we are going to see something.
Otawara
Wow.
with the draw trigger on the stack, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say here that I'm not quite even sure what to say. That is a very questionable decision to make for Sengu Lee. That's a steep cost to pay to keep the board clear.
Looks like Ivan's going to forego replaying Omnath here and just going to go ahead and leave up the mana to be able to take care of something. Now, this is a Dash Dragavan here, and this is going to meet a counter spell from Ivan. Ivan kind of firing on all cylinders here. No creatures getting through on the board, nothing getting left over. And I think he's got a pretty good read on what Sengu's got here. I think he knows that Sengu's just grasping at straws at this point. He's almost out of cards. Everything has just been resolving, and it feels like he's just been playing off the top of his deck.
Yeah, okay, so Omnath is in. And now it's assortment of landfall triggers will probably get going with expressive iteration. Ivan still flowing and Sengu out.
Yeah, gain 4 off the land drop here. Let's see if he wants to do the mana trick or not. Doesn't look like he does. It looks like he wants to just pass back over. Sengu Here's another question for you to answer. Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be it. If he doesn't have it here, does look like he just doesn't have enough. Looks like he has, what was that, Spell Pierce Lightning Bolt or left over. And Ivan has a 4/4 and a million mana in play. So
Right. Yeah. Spell Pierce really dead there. Not a card. I mean, it's guaranteed to be in every list. So that's not a card I know. I feel like I'd be willing to show my opponent at the end of a game like that, unless you're intending on boarding it out, and so maybe in the middle of the next game, your opponent will think about it and it's not there anymore. So maybe some mind games there for Sanguli, but yeah, gonna need some improvements here from sideboarding because that first game wasn't pretty.
and it's kind of what happens in these matchups, right? And it looks like we're gonna have the ability to time travel here and jump through some of the sideboarding, which is really, really nice. We had come into the match like I think a few minutes late, so we get to kind of like skip just a tiny bit. Like you said, Singly looking for some improvements with sideboarding, getting into this match. Maybe that, and just maybe a little bit better of an opening hand. You know, a good 1-drop, a good 2-drop, or you know, some more stuff to do early that hopefully stays on board for him. That's been the problem every time we've watched Ivan so far today. His opponents have had, you know, good threats early in the game, but Ivan's been up to the challenge of answering them at every turn.
Well, I know pile shuffling is bound to lead you to a good hand here, so let's see it from Sanguli. Doing a good work over here, shake things up. 60 card deck, so much more comfortable shuffle than 80. I don't know why anyone would play with Yorgon, even if it is the best thing to be doing.
And while we have this break, we want to make sure that we talk about our sponsor for today's stream. It's Mark Nestico over at Dynamo Nesticos. Dynamo Collectibles. Dynamo Nestico is his on Twitter. Make sure you check him out. He's got all of your buying and selling needs for video games, retro, new, old, whatever you want, whatever you're into. I'm seeing Nintendo on here, Super Nintendo, all the way up to some of the very current stuff. I'm not super versed in the current world of video games, Joe, but I know growing up, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, PlayStation had a really big influence on my early life. It was where I spent the majority of my time.
And mine too. And I think for a lot of people our age, those are the systems that we started out with. I'll tell you what, I didn't play a new video game for probably the last, 10 years. And then I started just in the last couple days. One of my friends has the Elden Ring. So I started that and I'm like just a little bit into it. And it's, well, for starters, over like the last 20 years, graphics have improved considerably.
Yes. Everything looks very real.
Man, it is going to take a while. I mean, playing Magic Online, playing Magic Arena, you only need basically one button plus like, okay to pass priority. There's a whole lot of buttons involved in these games nowadays, and that's just going to take a while to get my fingers and hands up to speed on getting used to what's going on, but to enjoy the character. But it's neat. I'm in.
Look like Sango's taking a mulligan here, and again, that's at Dynamo Nestico for all of your collection needs. Over there, he's got a bunch of. If you go to his Twitter, most of us use Twitter. He's got a bunch of links over there as well. He's got an eBay store. During the in between rounds, you'll see his name and some of the sites that you can go to, some of the links and stuff like that you could find as well. Make sure you go over there and take a look. I have done many a deal with Mr. Nestico and have always come away loving my entire interaction through all of it. So I cannot give a higher praise for him as a person or as a business. Definitely want to make sure that you go over there and you try that stuff out. And look, if you look in the chat right now, there we go. We've got a little link for his Twitter. That's Dynamo Nestico. Make sure you check that out. And while you're there, go ahead and click that follow button if you haven't on this channel today, because you're going to want to be able to follow this all weekend long. We've got more stuff coming later today, more stuff coming tomorrow. I'll be back bright and early. You don't want to miss all the sweet games. You definitely don't want to miss all the sweet commentators going to bring you the action all weekend long. Speaking of that action, we got turn one here from Sangu Lee. Looks like we got to land into a Dragon Rage Chandler. And stop me if you've heard this before, Joe. Ivan's got an answer for an early creature played against him.
Yeah, I mean, these 80 card decks have a lot of space to pack in removal, and Ivan has certainly done so, and it has been timely. And now, having a follow up is good. Sanguli just wants to be on the board. If we don't pass too many turns with an empty board, then we're making some progress at least.
Yeah, no Murktides were found last game, but it looks like we've got Ivan Espinoza yet again with another answer to the 1-drop. Developing that mana quite nicely here. Back over to Sangu Lee. Do we have a big play here? It's a little early to play Murktide, a little early for a Jace the Mind Sculptor, though.
It's be a good time for some kind of a sideboard Narset or something ridiculous. No land drop.
Yeah, looks like no land drop, but he's going to draw an extra card off that bauble, maybe help him draw that land here. But it does mean that he does have a lot of action in his hand, but nothing to do early here. Ivan's got to love seeing that. That's less pressure on him in this game.
Yes, indeed. And just giving these 4-color decks free, turns to make their land drops. I mean, the closer Omnath and Jace and whatever hardcast incarnations get to happening, the harder it gets for Sanglu to catch up.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happened last game, right? Like, you saw him not do anything for a few turns and make just too many land drops. And at that point, Ivan, pulled away. And if this doesn't get answered, if this doesn't hit a counterspell or something like that here, Sangu's going to have a hard time the rest of this game as well.
Yeah.
Ivan playing a Teferi here.
I mean, so the problem, one of the issues last game was that Sengu had counters to slow Ivan down, but no pressure to coincide with them. And this game, well, we don't have pressure, and with Teferi on the board, we don't have counters either. So Sengu's need a whole new game plan, and it needs to show up awfully soon.
Main phase consider here, digging for a land. The card on top was kept and drawn into the hand. And I like Sengu took the time to shuffle it to kind of let me hide the fact that I'm playing the card that I got. Like, we know you kept that land. So it looks like we're going to have a heat plus a bolt take down this Teferi. This Teferi getting a massive amount of card advantage. It looks like we've got a surgical extraction getting played here too.
That's interesting. Let's see if it's going to find. It's looking for Teferi Time Reveler.
Well, it doesn't find. Yeah, it doesn't find another one in the hand, but we do see a very powerful hand from Ivan here.
So we got red and 6. I think
Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, a Jace, and I don't know is that an Illumin's call? I'm not sure what the
No, that's an Ice Fang Quaddle.
Oh, you're right. That makes more sense. Yeah, short a 4th land drop, but red and 6 can take care of that. Surgical Extraction is a card that occasionally is brought in matchups like this, out of decks like this, or not graveyard decks, just to try and be fortunate. Really, is to get lucky, is to strip an extra couple of copies, an extra copy out of the opponent's hand, or just pick off a card that you think is so valuable that it's worth doing. Often it's hard to justify, and it looks not so great when it happens, which I think would be fair to describe on this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm trying to wonder, where does Sanguli go from here? I think it's that 1 or 2 cards left over in their hand. Ivan, we've seen the hand being so powerful here. And I mean, even with it just being this turn, which I thought was going to happen, it's going to be the Ren and 6. We're going to tick up, get one of these lands out of the graveyard, and just keep progressing our mana. And we're back over to Sanguli being in a spot that he was in game 1, the same one where we don't really have a lot going on. Ivan's got something on the board and a lot of cards off his hand that are very powerful.
Yeah, so Sanguli is now going to be looking at this, formulate a plan. Okay, if I draw every single turn the card I'm hoping for, I need to play in a way in order that will work. So,
yeah, I'm at the point where I think Sangu could stack his deck, and that would get him back in this, but that's asking a lot at this point.
Yeah, it definitely is. But if you need to take risks to catch up here, I mean, that's the way to play it, because playing conservative is not going to get Sungli back in this game.
Oh, absolutely. So we're going to go back over to Ivan's turn. He's going to go fetch, get a card. That fetch is going to come right back. You want to see a magic trick? Here, I'll do it again. Flood Strand right back into play. Let's see how Ivan wants to play this. Does he want to actually put one of those threats into play? Looks like he just might. He's attacking that fetch land here. Ton of stuff left over in his hand. We saw a pretty powerful one earlier. He's drawn a couple extra cards since then. Ivan's deck function on all cylinders in the games that we've seen so far today. Update from earlier. I know that we said we try to update. We got it talked about a little bit during the mid game. Aspiringspike was 3-0 going into this round, so he did win that 3rd round off camera. A little dress down going to get cycled here after Yorion got added to Ivan's hand. Ivan considering doing something here? Nah, he's like, okay, that's good. Gives him the thumbs up, buddy. You got it.
Yeah, dress down, kind of cool. I mean, definitely can mess up a lot of what Ivan has going on. Omnath temporarily, and lose the card. The pitch casting an incarnation and not getting to kill anything, that can be a real setback.
Now, this is a
instead
card
just-
that can do some heavy lifting and getting
Yeah.
Sengu back into the game. This is expressive iteration on the stack here. It looks like it is going to resolve. Sengu's going to take a look at 3 cards. One's going to go to the hand, and one's going to get exiled, being able to cast this turn. Or played this turn, I think is the better way to say that. Looks like it's going to get a Steam Vents. Let's see, does he shock it or does he play it in tap?
I expect shock regardless, even if he's
You need to bluff,
has-
yeah.
yeah. You need to bluff if you okay. Well, maybe not now.
Yeah, looks like an Holy Heat's going to go ahead and take care of Rin 6 here. And that land is going to actually still shock here.
Hmm.
Looks like we're going to have
okay,
a
well,
threat
yeah,
get
we're not-
played.
Yeah. Okay.
Ragavan's it's going to meet that Ice Vein Quaddle that we knew about earlier. It's going to draw a card for Ivan Espinoza. We're going to go back over to him. A ton of mana here. The shields are down for Sengu Lee.
Yeah,
No
that was
mana
not a
up,
bad
one
turn
for-
though. That was. I mean, that was the most. I don't know.
That's not a good
I mean,
sign for you to
Sengu-
start the turn when Ivan's attacking
When-
here.
Yeah. Oh, I got thrown off halfway through that sentence. I was just like, oh, I can't believe this is attacking.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be... Okay, even if it's
Yeah,
just this,
yeah,
Yorion
yeah.
Blink is still good enough. I think this is something I've seen from Ivan that maybe I'm not doing enough when I'm playing this deck is I'm trying to set up these big, huge, ridiculous Yorion turns, and he just does these, like, minute value turns, right? Like, draw a card or two, you know, give my creature vigilance, pretty much, and every time I'm seeing it, I'm like, yeah, this is actually still pretty dang good, because you're still getting this
Yeah.
4 or 5 flyer in play, too.
I mean, he's playing his Yorion from positions of strength where he's already ahead, and so he doesn't need it to turn the game around. He just needs it to push things, tip the scales a little bit further in his favor, which I think it'd be fair to say did right there. And yeah, here's a Murktide.
Yeah, we finally found one. First
Yeah.
Murktide of the
I
match.
mean, I guess so. Now we have proof that the deck list is correctly labeled, but I don't know that it's going to dramatically improve Sengu's chances of winning this game. 4 cards going. So
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a 7/7 Murktide here. I'm just gonna bolt down at the end of turn as Ragavan, and let's see how long this Murktide survives. I'm wondering how many different answers Ivan has in his hand here. I think he's got like 7 cards here from this spot. So let's see if he's got an answer for this Murktide. Looks like he might be starting to turn off with an expressive iteration though. Yep.
why not? More cards, more fun to have. Expressive
Yeah, at the-
Iteration, just such a powerful card.
Yeah, at the least, I think I was gonna say we still know about this
Oh.
Jace the Mind Sculptor that's been sitting around. So it looks like that's what's gonna happen here. Jace the Mind Sculptor gonna get exiled to expressive iteration. It does look like that's what's gonna happen here. And I've been in this situation before, playing against literally you, Joe, where you've had a Jace the Mind Sculptor in play, and I've been delving to cast a big, expensive creature. For me, it was a 5/5 without flying, but it felt really, really bad that you got to lose 1 loyalty on your Planeswalker, and I'd have to recast this card, putting in so many resources every
Yeah,
time.
I know. It's a tough hill to climb. Alert play by Ivan here, leaving back the Quaddle just in case another Ragavan comes off the top for Sengu and can dash over and kill the Jace. So swings in with just Yorion.
Yeah, really tight play from Ivan here. Another expressive iteration over on Sengu Lee's side. Looks like he's going to reveal a bolt. Card's going to go in hand. This card's going to go to the bottom. So this bolt could possibly take care of this Jace the Mind Sculptor here.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you can do to get off the board. I mean, it's always frustrating to expend resources on a card that's already done something. In this case, it already bounced Murktide, which sets Sengu back a ways, but you still have to do it. You can't. That's the whole idea of Planeswalkers. You can't just let them do their thing a lot of times. Maybe Teferi Time Raveler wins at 1 loyalty, but not Jace. Can't ever leave Jace. People may actually resort to using the 0 ability, but still, even that you can't let them do.
All right. Second verse, same as the first. Here comes that Murktide again. Let's see how big this one's going to be.
So is there still a known Jace in Ivan's hand?
I think so, because I thought there
Yeah.
was a Jace earlier when he revealed his hand, and then that one got revealed to expressive iteration. So speaking of the second verse being the same as the first, you might be seeing the same turns back and forth here for a few times.
Yeah, and yet Sengu still has to, exile some instance of sorceries.
Well, as
So
I say, I
then-
think it's just a 3/3.
Oh, so nothing. Okay, so
If
Trying
Ivan
to
has a bolt here, that'd be pretty funny.
well, it can't be a 3/3. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Yeah, he exiled cards, just not instance of sorceries. But so Ivan doesn't even have to kill this. He can just attack right through it.
Does look like he is going to play that Jace, though, what we were talking about here. Let's see. Does he want to just bounce the Murktide to start attacking a little bit more? If the life dolls are correct, Sengu's at 8. That's a really low tail. Maybe he's just trying to find a... If he could find a bolt here and a removal spell, that's lethal.
Sure. I mean, there's definitely options. Ivan could have even attacked with both creatures and then just bounce the Coatl post combat and recast it. I mean, he can do it whatever he wants here.
The world is his oyster here. All of the plays are live. Looks like he's going to go ahead and brainstorm, put 2 cards back. He does have a fetch land in play to make this a perfect brainstorm from Jace. It looks like just the Orion's going to attack over, take away half of Sanguli's life total.
I'm searching for what I don't know what there could even be here.
Yeah,
for
Sengu in a
Sengu.
really tough spot here. He's never really got anything going this game. That's a Fury. That's a pretty big play.
That's pretty good.
Does look like it's going to resolve. It's going to kill both the Planeswalker and the Icefang Coatl here.
I think that was hardcast, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, that was hardcast. That's in play. Yeah.
I
They're just so
was
used
like-
to it. Everyone's so used to just putting it in the graveyard, yeah.
I was probably like, I would love it if that was in the graveyard right now, but you did pay mana for that, so you get to keep it on the board.
It's funny because it's always the other way around too. Like I've seen so many times when people are pitching to it and they put it on the stack and they're like, all right, kill that, and then they leave it there. And they're like, oh yeah, it dies. Sorry. And like they put it away. So it's very easy. I know I've been guilty of that the other way. I haven't tried to attack with it or anything, but yeah, someone in chat, wait, this thing's a creature? Exactly. Wait, this gets to stay around. We get a little more extra value from that.
Okay, is Sengu? Sengu might actually be at 4 right now.
Yeah, I think he's at 4, but we could have gotten to the point where like the 4 damage went through before we noticed on the life totals. You know, that we had earlier where they got updated a little faster.
Yeah.
I think this is a recording, if we remember right. Like, you know, we're a little behind on this, so we're seeing it in the past, so the life totals might be correct ahead of time. So we're gonna find out this turn.
Yeah, yes, suppose we will. Aggressive iteration, loading up Ivan's hand even more. It's a Solitude. Well, that's a very tasty card for Ivan. Bad news for Sengu. Ivan's not even gonna bother spending mana for it, and Sengu is done.
Yeah,
Ivan's like, hold on, you're actually gonna gain some life here.
You survive this turn. Yeah, as I say, you do survive this turn because you gain life off this. Sengu with a preemptive handshake here.
Ivan's like, don't concede yet. I want to kill you next turn.
Yeah. Nice sportsmanship from Ivan there.
Would be something if Sengu somehow came back after that and won.
Yeah. So Veil of Summer's getting cast in response to Expressive Iteration. That's going to get counterspelled.
That's interesting.
Well, it allows him to, what was I supposed to say? This, well, that doesn't stop him from killing the whatever. And that's going to actually do it. The Expressive Iteration doesn't give any of the cards that Sanguli needs to get to just keep himself in this game. Ivan Espinoza is going to move up to 3-1, looking really, really good on camera so far this weekend. Good choices by Anurag Das this weekend for the players getting put on camera. They're a clean 4-0 on the game so far. So nice choices on these, getting the winners of all the rounds of the ones that we're following. Sengu, his deck never really got going there, Joe.
It really didn't. It was just a matter of it only was able to do. I mean, these tempo decks, you need to be putting out threats and then using counter magic to clear the way, or removal spells to clear the way. And those two things couldn't happen together at any point for Sengu. It never had a threat and defense at the same time. And you can see the sideboarding there. A couple of surgical distractions came in versus what Ivan brought in. Looks like a set of endurance. So Ivan may have gained after boarding, even after being ahead in game 1. And that's just, it's tough to fight when you're behind when you're unfavored and having to come back. And it's just, I don't know. A lot of things did not go that well there for Sengu.
Yeah.
It was a rough match.
Definitely agree. Chalice, a huge one in this game where, you know, if you chalice for 1, it stops a ton of their deck. It's kind of like when you get chalice for 1 against Delver and Legacy. Endurance really good at cleaning up the graveyard so you can't cast your Murktides as often as you want to. Plus, it just stops all the creatures out of Sengu's Lee's deck while either being able to kill them in combat or getting a nice chump block versus a big Murktide to buy yourself some time. Really like some of this stuff. So, really good showing here.
Even Chalice being able to stop Dash Ragavan just completely is so nice, because getting around the sorcery speed removal is a nice way to play, but it just, never got going for Sengu Lee there. It's still in the running. needs to win the last 4 to make day 2. Certainly a possibility.
Yep, and we're going to get an update on Spike as soon as we possibly can for y'all. We don't have that just yet. It sounds like we're going to be coming back to the booth here for just a minute. And yeah, I was going to say, so very good showing for the people on camera. Ivan Espinoza up to 3-1. Very good start to the day. He's not done just yet, though. He's got to win a few more rounds to make sure that he makes it into this day 2 here of this $30,000 modern event that's going on in Dallas with over 900 players, I heard, Joe.
That is what we're told. That is a crap ton, which makes it unlikely, but still possible that our 2 players can play against each other in some round today. If Everett is able to, if Everett drops a match, then they'd be in the same bracket. I mean, that would be awesome. That would be. I mean, I wonder if we have however many people we have viewing Ivan's matches versus Everett's matches. If they play each other, would viewership double? Is that how it works?
I don't think that's how math works, Joe. I'm not a math scientist, though, so I'm not sure.
But I was a math major, and I think that is how it works. So
okay,
yeah,
if you're a math major, then I completely give into your yeah. I will say I am not a math major, so
well, I can only be proven wrong if they play against each other. So
okay, sure.
Until such time, we'll just assume I'm right.
I just always assume you're right because it just makes the conversation move a lot easier. So I just want to get past whatever we're talking about. So I'm like, yeah, Joe, you're right. Sure, we'll just move on. Doesn't matter if you are or not. I just want to go to the next thing that we're talking about. Speaking of the next thing that we're talking about, make sure that you follow this channel. Hit that follow button. Maybe hit that subscribe button. We've had a lot of people doing that this weekend. Make sure you're giving Anzid a lot of support this weekend because he's been doing. I gotta say this. I don't envy how much work he's been having to put into this behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And he's been busting his ass this weekend and all week long to bring the best coverage to everybody at home. I could hear it in his voice. He was like, oh, thank God we're like actually here today. You know, you could hear the relief of like, I no longer have to stress about all the stuff at home. And this is what everybody's been wanting, right? You know, I've been seeing it in chat all day. I think the prevailing comment that I've seen all day long is, this is awesome. Like, it's so great that we have chat. Even if Joe's here, it's not that big of a deal, but we're getting chat, we're getting the show all day long. Sorry, buddy. You get me enough. I got to get you.
Yeah, it's fair. I have opened the door for you to fire back. That's fine. But yeah, no, it is cool. It is awesome to have paper coverage of live Magic. And Anurag, I mean, yeah, we could hear between rounds during the break, Anurag is balancing 3 different internet providers to try and get enough signal to make this happen. And this is his show. This is his channel. He's organized all this. I mean, super happy to guest on here and be a part of it. But this is his operation. And yeah, kudos to him for putting it on.
Yeah, and absolutely. And speaking of being here, this is actually going to be the last round for you and I today. You're going to have Lee McLeod and CCR going to be joining in later. 2 good friends of mine. I think y'all are going to really enjoy having them bring you through the next 4 rounds. Very funny guys. I'm a huge fan of Lee McLeod. If anybody follows him on Twitter, you know what I'm talking about. He's got one of the funnier. I love his style of comedy on Twitter. Tomorrow morning it'll be myself and Drake for the first few rounds. The way I said that, it sounds like we're actually getting like the hip hop artist Drake. It's Drake Sasser. I probably should say the full name. You know, and then did you just get disappointed?
You just disappointed a lot of people.
Yeah, I know, right?
I thought Drake the rapper was going to be on until you just corrected yourself.
That would be nuts, right? If there was just some select, like Post Malone's like, hey, can I do commentary for a few rounds? Y'all know I play a lot of Magic. I'd be like, yeah, man, come on, Posty, you can do whatever you want, you know. And then bringing y'all home tomorrow will be Jarvis Yu and none other than the Hall of Famer Reid Duke. I definitely want to tune in for that as well all weekend long. Can't wait to see much more. But I think that's going to be it for this round from Dallas for us. So thanks for watching so far. We're not done. There's 4 more rounds today. Don't go anywhere, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with more Magic for you guys.
And I will see you guys. I'm out of here, I guess. You guys can find me in the Nerd Rage channel doing commentary for them regularly. But that concludes my bit for this weekend. So hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, be back tomorrow for Tannon and some Drake or another. We'll just see who shows up.
Somebody named Drake.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lee McLeod. I'm here with chris-castro, rappl. We
Oh,
got
shit.
invited to do.
I don't have my hands on.
Yeah, we got invited to Honorog's, guerrilla coverage. So we made sure to suit CCR up in a gorilla suit.
Yeah, I mean, all I see really is one person who is committed to guerrilla coverage and his commentator who has lit him up with betrayal at this point. But
I didn't realize there was an agreement that we would both have to be in gorilla suits, but that's on me, I guess.
honestly, it might be a little much. This gorilla head is currently taking up like a solid 50% of the screen, so I'm not sure that we could handle double gorilla costume on this broadcast.
I mean, a big part of Modern right now is Ragavan, like chat's pointing out. So this is really more in theme than we even intended.
It's true. The only thing is that Ragavan is a monkey and a gorilla is an ape. So there's a pretty solid evolutionary separation between those two.
Well, Simeon Spirit Guide was in Modern for a while. That's an ape. Got banned.
Yes. And what was the gorilla that had a big tail? It's the I want a banana this big gorilla.
Oh, Octavia Orangutan?
No. It's the one that's an 8/8 when you have no cards in your graveyard.
I have no idea. Anyway, we're just hanging out here. We're between rounds at the moment trying to get some information.
Gorilla Titan. Thank you, Red 7. Appreciate it.
Is it really Gorilla Titan?
I believe it is.
That can't be the name of a card. It probably is. It's from like 1998.
It's yeah, I believe it's from like the Odyssey. It's because it has inverse threshold is like the type of thing that they like to do back then. Yeah, so we are here to cover some Modern. I am spit is currently like leaking into the mask is pressed right up against my lips, so I can't maintain this for too much longer than this initial segment. But we are super excited to get in there, do some coverage of some paper Magic, watch some players shuffle for a little bit. We haven't had to do that for a while. Fetch lands take a second to resolve. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, we're currently between round 4 is what's happening right now. So we're currently in round 4. We're waiting on matches to finish and to get into round 5. Then we'll have whoever Honorog decides to give us.
Yes, and so we'll probably looks like we're hearing that we'll probably have Aspiringspike on next. Makes sense. We had a couple of rounds of not Aspiringspike, so we'll bring back some Jeskai Lotus Field control for a little bit of spotlight on that. We're also going to hopefully get a chance to talk with our friend Collins Mullen, who is taken a very specific sort of retirement from Magic the Gathering, which is that he does not play Magic the Gathering unless he can play a Lutri deck in Modern, which is not a form of retirement that I was aware of until this point. So hopefully we'll get a chance to sit down and talk with him, or Honorog will get to sit down and talk with him about his Lutri adventures.
Yeah, I've been really happy with, we've been watching the stream before we came on, of course, and it's really nice to see Honorog take this whole coverage to heart now that SCG is not doing it and doing interviews with the players and getting people and booths set up and everything. It's really cool. Really nice to see it.
I mean, and looks like people are responding to that. We got 1,200 viewers in here. Like, that's more than we ever got for Mana Traders coverage or anything. People just love watching some paper Magic. Even if, you don't need all of the bells and whistles. We just want to shuffle up some cards and play them against each other.
It is so hard to take you seriously when you're a gorilla.
That sounds like speciesism to me.
Well, I've never cast with a gorilla before.
Well, you're going to have to get used to it. Sorry, Lee. That's what makes him the perfect straight man. Yeah. I'm going to tell no jokes. I'm just going to be pure analysis, just absolute, like, how do you mulligan in this matchup? What are the important things to think about? What's going through everybody's mind in the here now? What are we missing on this board? What lands are we trying to draw? And you're just going to have to sit there and deal with it, no matter what happens.
People are tuning into the stream as we go in an in-depth discussion of the Lotus Field lines, and everyone's like, is this guy wearing a monkey costume? Like, is no one addressing this?
Yes, and I also get to cheat it because I do not have to wear this head during the actual matches.
Yes, so audio will be clear then too.
All right. sounds like we can go to Collins in a minute. Yeah, whenever Anurag's ready to start talking to Collins, I think that would be awesome for people to see. Collins, a good friend of ours, the former co-host of our podcast, the MTG Grindcast, when he retired from Magic the Gathering to go do bigger and better things or other things.
Looks like they're ready.
Lee helpfully stepped up and we were able to continue. But yeah, it looks like they're about ready to go. So great.
All right.
Looks like we're going to take a quick break and then head over to Collins and Anurag.
Cool.
Yo, what's up, guys? We're back live on the floor here. All right, so SCG Dallas, we're going into round 5. And, you know, I originally was on the fence about putting this guy on coverage. I had two thoughts, all right? Okay, here was my thought. If you win, you got stake in the game.
Yep.
All right, I'll put you on the screen. But then, I'm going to change the story up. They don't need to know what really happened. Then I found out, hey, what's up? Hello. Then I found out, hey, nice to meet you. Yeah. No, you're totally good. No, I love your content. Just saying hi. All right, yeah. Anyways, so then I found out that, well, then I decided, like, even if he loses, I'll put him on stream because he's playing a crazy deck today, right? So who are you and explain yourself?
Yeah, my name's Collins Mullen. I've been playing Magic for a long time. Today I'm bringing Lutri to the tournament. So
That's the joke.
That's it.
Send tweet.
Send tweet. That's it. I'm playing Lutri. I guess I'll go into the story about kind of what led to me. It all started actually when I was watching Aspiringspike stream.
Yeah.
And he played against the Lutri player.
Yeah.
I think it was like Grixis Lutri or something.
Yeah.
And the game was awesome. I mean, really close. The Lutri player really performed well and played well. And I was like, there's got to be something to this deck. Yeah. I know it's not, it's modern or whatever.
Sure.
It's playable. It's good.
Okay.
So I built
2 check marks. The most important check marks out of the way. Actually, not true. Maybe the most important is, like, do you enjoy it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
For sure. So I built this like 4-color amalgamation of cards, and I played it, and I 5-0'd with it, and I tweeted about that. And the next day I played it again. I 5-0'd again, and I tweeted about that. And then the
back to back,
and the day after I 5-0'd again, just the back to back to back. So it kind of went crazy on Twitter.
They're not ready for this. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. So I was 15-0 with this crazy Lutri deck, 4 colors. The mana base was horrible.
Yeah.
But it's just a blast. I was just having so much fun playing Magic. I hadn't really played as consistently.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, this is like I'm having fun playing this game. So I really want to stick to this.
I totally understand that. I found lately, like, at least with Legacy, right? I could either play to win or I could play to, like, have fun. And I find that anytime I choose to play to win, I generally don't enjoy the Magic.
Yeah.
And that makes a big difference. Like, anytime I'm on stream, I'm playing a deck that I don't like.
Yeah.
It's like anything that involves, like, Thalia. Like, you can see my expression souring. I just become like I'm just, like, not happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's really cool that you found something that it's not the average deck, but it sounds like it's very good. So why did you walk me through? Well, I mean, what does this even mean? You're playing the Lutri deck, so, like,
I'm playing with Lutri deck, so that means it's like all 1-ups.
All 1-ups.
I've toned it down to 3 colors, so now I'm just Jeskai colors.
Okay.
And the modern card pool is so vast, and the modern card pool of like good, strong, playable cards is also really vast.
Yeah.
So the deck it's really good. And I think that it's, you know,
What are the craziest singletons you're playing today?
temporal mastery.
What?
Yeah. So, and actually today I was able to miracle temporal mastery and copy it with Lutri, which is the dream. Like that's why it's in the deck.
Tournament's over. Stream is done. You cannot do better than that. Straight up. Oh
So-
man. Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, it got me out of like a really sticky situation.
Yeah.
Like backstage, I was at 1 against Affinity, and they had like 3 creatures out, and I was able to crawl back and win that game because I was able to take extra turns.
That's so sick.
Yeah,
It's actually sick. Okay.
and honestly, like the one on Temporal Mastery, it's like really good. You draw 2 times, and then it's a clunker, but there's not really any other clunkers in the deck.
Okay.
Like it's just all good cards.
Yeah. Okay. I can imagine. So
Yeah.
there are certain cards that like I'm gonna fact check you. Are you playing Supreme Verdict?
Yep.
Path to Exile.
Yep.
Okay. Counterspell.
Yep.
Any draw 2s?
Mage's
Deluge.
Charm,
Okay. Okay. That's
and Deluge.
Spell Pierce. Main deck Fluster
Yep.
Storm.
No, Fluster Storm on the side, Spell Pierce on the main.
So okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, like now the more I think about it, you've just got a lot of playables, and the more I think about it, the more devious this is. Because imagine like you know all the 1-ofs in your hand, and you know how to navigate. Your opponent will never have any idea.
Right.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
How do you play around everything? You know, I think playing against this deck, it's always just like, all right, just gotta hope you don't have it. And I mean, like,
Yeah.
mathematically, there's a
Right.
chance you won't, but when
And-
you do,
There's this crazy feeling where, like, whenever a card is good in a spot that you've drawn,
yeah,
there's just no feeling like that because they're like, yeah, I drew my Fury and it was insane, or
Yeah.
I drew my Solitude and it's exactly what I needed.
yeah,
And it, you know, it just kind of feels like because the cards are so powerful.
played perfectly.
Yeah, it just feels so good. You're like, oh yeah, I had
It's-
my
it's-
Fury. You know, I did it.
In the words of Cedric and Patrick, it's just good deck building. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
like, and I like that a lot. Is there anywhere where people can find your list right now if they want to?
So I did tweet a Jeskai version a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
It's a little. I've changed it a little bit for this tournament.
Okay.
You can really tune it.
What's the Twitter?
Be
Hot.
Twitter at Collins Mullen.
Collins Mullins. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So, very easy.
Very
Collins
at
Mullins Twitter.
Mullen.
Yeah,
And you
at
spell my name, which is little turkeys, and you can find me. Yeah.
It's on the easier side, yeah, for sure. But that's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, no, we're 14 and a half minutes over time in the round. And that's totally fine. Okay, interesting. So what did you play against today?
So last round went to Tron.
Okay, that's understandable.
I'm fundamentally a Jeskai control deck, and that's a tough man.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. for sure.
I do have game against it, but I didn't have it. And then what happened round 2? I played against Affinity. Round 3, I played against Amulet Titan.
Yeah.
And round 4, I played against Jeskai Murktide.
Okay.
And those are all matchups that I'm thrilled to see.
These are all,
yeah.
I mean, these all seem like very like tiered, like expected decks in a
Right.
modern event.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, okay? As a Magic player, and it's probably not just me, it's probably all 1.3K people watching this. If you haven't already hit the follow button, by the way, you should. It does. I approach every new deck with
Yeah.
a healthy dose of skepticism.
Yeah.
And so right now, what you're doing is really just like warming me up to the idea of this deck. You know what I mean? Like I'm starting to believe. You know that moment in the Matrix? Yeah. He's beginning to believe.
And I'm not
Did you watch
trying
the
to.
new one, by the way?
Sorry.
Did you watch the new Matrix, by the way?
No.
You're not missing out on much. Okay, cool.
All right.
The first half is good. The second half, that's just my opinion. But okay, yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna try to preach that the deck is like the best deck in Modern.
Sure.
Honestly, if I play against any of the top 5 decks right now,
Yeah.
I'm really tuned against Cascade decks, which I think is gonna be pretty popular today.
Yeah.
Between Living End and Rhinos.
Okay.
The Jeskai or just the Murktide matchup, Jeskai Orb, is it? I just love playing these matchups because they're really always really in depth, and
Yeah.
I feel like I'm actually pretty favored because my deck is just a little bigger.
Right.
I can just go a little over the top of them. I have a little punch.
Okay.
As long as I can not just get, opposed over by some.
So this is a good question. So I haven't seen your list. Are you playing Stoneforge Mystic?
No.
No. Okay. All right. No, my bad, guys. Yeah, Stoneforge Mystic. Well, okay, that's not true. It's kind of playable.
I guess you could play a Batterskull or something.
But
in
it's like-
Stoneforge, but
50-50 to draw one or the other, and then it's maybe not that great. So I totally feel you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm really excited to see your deck in the format. I don't even know, like, wow. Okay, so what are matchups that you don't want to see?
goblins.
That was odd. He had the answer prepared. That was so specific and so fast.
Yeah, I played against goblins online a couple times and in the trial yesterday, and I cannot win the match because
Dude, I heard Goblins actually 5-0'd some of the trials yesterday.
Goblins is a good deck. I think it's
Don't tell me that. I personally, Goblins specifically, like, there's something about a ringleader that will just ruin my day. Okay, like, I don't know. Dress down.
Should I not tell you that, or should I not tell the people?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Right. No, I think Goblins is really good. It's got a lot of things going for it, and just like the way that my deck plays out, I just can't beat it. Like they Cavern of Souls, and then they Ringleader, and then they Refuel, and then they
story of my life.
Things.
You might be able to dress down once, but then it's by virtue of also being Lutri. I don't know if there are very many individual cards that are exceptional in that matchup.
Yeah.
Even if you could play the best cards against Goblins seem kind of like a 2-0 at most. You know what I mean? So it's not like you're really losing out on much.
Right. I have the one Supreme Verdict, but I have no other sweepers.
Oh.
And because I don't think the sweepers aren't that great in Modern right now. I don't think Supreme Verdict's good because it's uncounterable, so it's good against Murtai and Rhinos.
Yeah.
So I like having that one. But other than that, I have plenty of spell removal. If you have a lot of spell removal, I found that too many sweepers can get too funky.
Gotcha.
But that's the matchup where I'm like, okay, I just
I mean, I'm not gonna cast their curse or anything, but it would be so weird if
keep going.
I'm not even gonna say it. It'd be so weird if not a joke. Yeah. All right. That's kind of all right. I'm excited. So then we talked about why you got into Lutri. I mean, it was just inspiration from watching Spike stream and then you've just been tweaking and tuning it. Why did you drop the fourth? What was the fourth color?
Black. So I also had sorry.
I'm not sure what this announcement is. Announcement going on.
It's like the people who got reported. Yeah.
Oh, it's for reporting. Okay, so they're trying to start the next round. Yeah, I saw the timer has reset, and I'm just waiting to see if the next round's going to start soon. But anyways, okay, so
the mana base was awful.
Oh,
I mean, the black cards are good, like Nazis and Inquisition and Volgit's Command or something. But after playing with the full color deck, I just got a feel for how the deck played, and the deck played like a control deck. The games went long, so the discard was less appealing in that context.
Okay.
So I dropped it, and then the mana base just got so much better. Now I can support 5 basic lands in my deck.
Ooh, that is true. So Lutri does require one-ofs of all the spells, but the mana base you can have however many duplicates you want, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, usually I get confused between Lutri and a card like Tainted Pack.
Yeah.
Tainted Pack requires
you have to have one of each.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're playing one island, one snow-covered island, and
yeah. Or in my case, one underground sea and one watery grave.
Right.
But nobody actually plays Tainted Pack in Legacy, and you shouldn't if you tried it. I mean, I'm sorry for your loss, honestly, and not that sorry. I don't sympathize that much. Come on, what are you doing? Right? But no, I'm just kidding. But that makes sense. Okay, so Lutri allows you to have a good mana base. What's up?
Have you ever wanted to replay Birthing Pod?
Did they just spoil
Birthing
something?
Pod at home.
Wait, what is this card?
Terrible.
Is this a new card?
It's new Birthing Pod.
All right, so I guess we're gonna go over a live spoiler here. I'm just gonna flash this on the screen. So look it up on Mythic Spoiler right now. It's called Evolving Door.
It's so bad.
It's 2 and a green. It says 1 tap. Sacrifice a creature. Count the colors of the sacrificed creature. Then search your library for a creature card that's exactly that many colors plus 1. What the?
You also have to cast it. It doesn't just enter.
Oh my goodness! You don't even get to put it into play. You have to. This is
Birthing Pod at home.
I think they've learned their lesson with Birthing Pod, but this is something else. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. I mean, so wait. What's a theoretical curve that you could? I mean, that could be good in a Lutri deck, maybe. I'm just spitballing.
This round of green. Green is the one color I haven't touched yet.
Okay, what does green? What does?
What is a good 2-color multicolor?
Nettling Mage. I don't know. Dryad Milton. Oh no, it has to be one more, right? No, Dryad Milton.
One more.
Does Dryad Milton work?
Dryad Milton is technically 2-color.
You can go one.
2 colors.
You could go 1 color to 1 color.
See, it
doesn't care about.
Yeah.
You could sack a Ragavan into Live Mizzet.
Wait, there's no way that's correct.
Exactly 1 color.
Yeah,
exactly. That many colors plus 1.
Niv Mizzet would be 2.
2.
Oh, I see.
Wait,
oh my God.
Wait, this card might be
broken casted.
Of course you still have to cast it.
Oh, but no, but you have to cast it. You have
Oh,
to.
wait.
Yeah.
No. It's a cast that I thought you still have to pay money.
Yeah, you still have to pay back. Okay. Yeah, you're scaring me, dude. You're scaring me.
I missed that part.
No.
You still need the money. That's a shame.
All right. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah, you guys are right. Chat is based. Kid is freaking out. It's just like the natural reaction. Anytime you see a spoiler, you misread it 5 times. You're like, wow, this is broken. And then your friend is like, did you read the card? And you're like, ah, damn. Okay.
I mean, I gotta read new cards like 5 times.
Yeah. So it's just
So you have like a token maker, you can just start sacking things every turn and then just stockpile the creatures for one big turn.
It doesn't say this turn.
That's kind of cool. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's not like good, but
Yeah, Spike, what's your thought on it?
I haven't seen it yet.
All right.
Like a executioner.
What's up? Oh, okay. So the ruling is if it doesn't say this turn, you have to cast it as part of the
Oh,
resolution of this
It has to happen.
Oh,
Yeah. So that doesn't mean that you can just keep it forever and hold it.
yeah.
How many Magic players does it take to figure out one card? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Or to screw a light bulb. I don't know. You know? Can you cast Asmo for free using this? That's an interesting question.
Oh yeah.
This thing has a lot of potential. I'll tell you that much. Someone is going to break this card wide open. Sorry, man. The burden is on you. Yeah. It's a Spike, by the way.
We just like
That's what I'm pointing at.
You can sacrifice a diff visit and then you can get an armada work. Put an armada work.
What have we done? This is too much power. Oh no.
It has to be the color. Yes, those colors +1.
So you could go from mid-visit to like Leopold.
Color. Okay. So
You can go down in CMC, right?
you go down. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You just need the map.
Okay. Very strange, man. Very, very.
If I have six mana, like any one drop, so it doesn't care about the mana value of the gold. Mana total.
Yeah.
oh no, it's
This card is breakable for sure.
It's 0, but it's a blue card.
Yes.
Wait, you could sack Omnath for mid-visit? Okay, that's the thing.
Yes, you can. So you play 4-color Omnath for a 5-color Nip Mizzet.
Oh, 5 colors.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
You play a land and you fetch.
Oh, that would be pretty good.
You play Omnath, land, fetch. You have 5 mana. Sack it and get your.
But you still have to cast the card, so we can't really live in Disneyland. You know what I mean? Like
In this world,
there's infinite still some restrictions, but yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty cool card. Hey, so just an update, Spike. So Collins is going to be on camera here, and I still have you here. Yeah, cool. He's playing Lutri. Yeah. And he said he got some inspiration.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I don't know. Okay, here's what you do. Here's the real thing.
Oh, nice. There you go. So for anyone in chat who is wondering, this is like one of those meet your heroes moment, except actually, I don't know if that's, it goes both ways. All right. Yeah. I think it's kind of cool. So this card could be super sweet. I will leave it to like brighter minds to break the deck for me, and then I'll learn about it, and then I'll enjoy it. I'll live, I'll laugh, I'll love, I'll cry, and then I'll get banned, and then we'll move on. You know, I feel like this is the kind of card that is either way too good or not good at all. You know what I mean? So if it,
That's the cycle.
Yeah.
You get a DRC.
We'll see.
Really key.
What was your round 4, by the way?
John
Saga. Okay, you won. You went to game 3 though, right?
You did go to game 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
actually,
anything exciting about the match?
Artifact creature to get a ghost.
I shuffled in Kahira. I don't want to admit it. I shuffled in Kahira again.
61?
61.
61? Dude, I don't blame you. That's something that makes me super paranoid is getting back into paper Magic. I mean, Magic Online is nice, right? It takes care of all that stuff for you, but it's okay. I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody that you shuffled in Kahira. No, that's okay. It's not happened.
That'll be good. Yeah, like blue, green, 8 cast, sack like Adopter, get a thought monitor.
Oh, okay.
Now
That's sacking a Thopter for a thought monitor is
it's an artifact, right?
that's kind of poggers. Okay,
Slides right in.
I'm happy. Wait, it is an artifact, right?
Yeah, it's an artifact.
Okay.
Wait, can you sack like a mana dork for the 6-mana worm that comes up with non-basic lands?
I suppose.
If you have the mana to cast it.
Yeah, I need to reread the card.
Yeah. So basically,
Cast it right then and there.
You can upgrade it, but you still have to pay mana for the spell.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why they're saying Thought Monitor, because it has the cost of that.
What do you do? You put it in food chain combo.
Oh, the bird.
It's an exile. Food chain. So you do it with the bird that like you can cast from exile or squeeze.
Yeah, but it doesn't touch that. It's the second part.
Right, no, but I'm talking
I don't
about
know.
the art you can take out.
Oh, wait, but why would you?
Again, this is why I don't do the brainstorming, because I know I'm going to say like 10 stupid things. I've learned from experience. We put it that way.
Midnight, Birds of Paradise, baby.
There we go. Yeah. Now we're talking.
Memnite into Birds of Paradise. It's the God curve. There we go.
The turnip birds. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. This card might be good to talk about.
In Yawgmoth?
No. So, oh yeah, wait.
You can sacrifice. Dried arbor is green.
It
So you
is.
have to get a.
Just because that thing's one color, it's easy to get a one. Right.
The first one color, it has to be exactly one
Oh,
up.
it has to be one more.
It can't, it's X plus one, not X plus one or less. Who knows? I mean,
I agree.
if it makes
Yeah,
a new deck,
The part's garbage, but someone will find it goodies for an EDH.
yeah, I think it's just got to do a little bit more. Or there might be more cards in the set that we don't see. Maybe some crazy card comes out.
Yeah.
But
Like,
yeah,
just another two.
You can put it in the Lucha deck.
that's the first thing I said. I get tips. I get credit for that one. All right, that's the first thing I said.
Yeah. If
Mostly
you
as a
agree,
joke, is it really?
I mean, you know, I saw it was like a Jund blue tree deck that was playing for Urza Sagas.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't
My battery.
51%. I could go to it.
Yeah. By the way, this is like the portal. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
Plus, minus, plus,
Okay.
minus. For anyone who's wondering, this is what the players have been using all day to control life.
And that feeds into the
And so Jordan designed this, and this actually feeds into the stream IRL. So imagine, like, I was joking about this earlier, but like you have like an army of backpack streamers that are literally just controlling their streams from their phones. Like, I think that's like the most insane idea, and it's possible too. It just requires talent, like, with coding, dude. I can't code. Yeah.
So remind me again what your job is.
Oh, I mean, skill and what? I went to college for computer science, and I know how to code. Anyways. All right, looks like you're pairing some.
All right.
You should be
so
right
I'm
here. Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna take a break right now. We're going to take a break right now, and then yeah, I'll catch up with you. So you should be right there still. Yeah.
Is that the backup?
Backup. The internet issues have been so bad this weekend that I can't get the backup to work.
Oh.
I even went out and like bought like a lot of extra data, and
Oh,
I know
no.
what it is. But yeah.
Oh, well.
All right.
All right. Okay. So I'm sitting over there.
All right. Yeah. Jordan,
All right.
I'm good to go. I'll see you around. Okay. Yep.
And we're back. Haley,
Hi, CCR. What's going on?
not much. I enjoyed that segment with Collins. I don't get to hang out with Collins as much as I used to when I recorded a podcast with him every single week. So that nice to hear his voice again.
Well, luckily, we are actually going to feature Collins in round 5. If you didn't catch the last segment with Honorog, he's playing a Jeskai Lutri deck. Very control-focused. Just, Lutri is a companion, but only lets you play one of. So Collins has really found a way to bring Commander into Modern.
Yes, well, Lutri, not legal in Commander, but in spirit, a Commander-style Modern deck. Yeah, I'm pumped to see this. It is definitely just a super reactive deck. We got to hear Collins talk about using Lutri to copy Temporal Mastery for a nice time stretch effect to buy himself back into a game against Affinity. We don't know what he's playing against, of course, because that's just not how guerrilla coverage really works, but I'm definitely excited to see him play. Collins, a super, super strong technical player, even in his retirement, I am sure will be able to put on a show for us.
I will just be excited to try to keep up with all the different cards he draws every game. Because it's not they're no duplicates. You just get what you get.
No, but it is definitely kind of a, who's who of modern Jeskai cards. So I don't think we're going like too far astray from like cards that are worth playing in the modern format.
Got your Lightning Bolt, your Unholy Heat, your Prismatic Ending, like the cards you think of when you think of like Jeskai control decks, but you just only get one of each, so you just play all of them.
Yeah. So, but leads to very little repetition in the game. Hopefully, you got to draw the responsive spells that are decent in any given situation, but as Collins was talking about, there is a lot of redundancy in Modern, and right now, like the number of 0 and 1 mana removal spells you can run in the Jeskai colors is, even if you're only running one of each, you still get a full suite of them.
That's true, and you also get I don't know Collins' list again, but you do get extra recursive elements, and I know that he's played Snapcaster Mage and like Jace Friend's Prodigy and cards like that. Lutri itself even is a way to kind of double up on spells.
Right. Kind of the opposite of that lack of redundancy. You've played a Lutri deck yourself.
I have.
Very different type of thing.
I wasn't going to be brave enough to bring it. Like, that's not really my style. Colin's certainly braver than I am.
Yeah. I mean, I did appreciate the like entire impetus behind you playing the deck is your just like realization that you are allowed to play 4 Urza's Saga in a deck that is otherwise singleton. That is very cute.
Yeah, that is a big draw. It looks like the players are shuffling up and getting ready to start, so we should be hopping to the match not too much longer. But yeah.
Okay, looks like a Kahira on the other side, so either like an elementals deck or a little more likely just straight blue-white control.
Yeah. I mean, this could also be, we know Spike plays a Lotus Field deck with Kahira. So
True.
it could be, an admirer of Spike's. But, odds are that it's probably blue-white control.
I mean, it's definitely something along the like reactive spectrum of
Yes. Kahira, an anthem creature. And whenever you see it, you immediately think, this is a control deck.
Yes. I believe one of the companions that the like companioning text whiffed on a little bit for accomplishing the intended goal.
All right. Got a nice little die roll. Both players just throwing one in the corner.
Gonna resolve some mulligans here. Yeah, tough to tell. I think I see a memory deluge in Collins's hand. That may be one of the cards.
the dice hit each other, reroll. No, I actually think that's the purpose of this dice roll. It's you got to make them collide so that it's accurate.
We're playing Beyblade dice.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, Michael Sellers, very pretty Misty Rainforest.
All right, and starting out fetching in his main. This is looking like blue-white control to me from just sort of the glare reflection of the cards.
Yep, we got a breeding pool. Breeding pool with Kahira. It could still be, blue-white control. Could be elementals. We'll see. But a turn 1 play of Utopia Sprawl.
Okay.
Maybe looking towards elementals with Kahira.
I mean, that is possible. We definitely, there was an era of elementals decks played by Canister where, Utopia Sprawl was one of the ways to cheat into like, oh yeah, if you look at the total CMC of this deck, it is enormous. Obviously, some of the elementals can be cast for 0 mana, but Utopia Sprawl is one of the ways to start casting your spells a little bit before turn 4 or 5.
And I think we have the technology with that token that means that the Utopia Sprawl is chosen white.
Interesting.
That's the closest color to that token, I believe.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I believe you're correct. I'm saying that the choice of white here is an interesting one. You definitely are going to want red mana at some point this game with elementals, but it's all down to tapping the Utopia Sprawl land.
Yeah, I saw on the upkeep, tap the 2 mana you just put out. Is going to make this turn, if it is ending up being elementals, the turn 3 play, or the 3 mana play is actually really pivotal for them.
Yeah. Sellers can't land his Risen Reef this turn because of that.
Or Teferi if he's playing that.
I have to resist the urge to, oh man, he had it every single time when Collins plays one of his one-ofs, because it is going to be a one-of every single spell that he casts.
Yeah, what are the odds?
8 and 60, 9 and 60, whatever, depending on the turn of the game.
Just +1 every time. Ooh, fetching a basic island here. So we've got just Bant mana to work with.
Well, so that is a Prismatic Vista, so, he only had access to basics here.
But choosing not to fetch like a red source
yes.
if an Omnath was going to be present. Plains to follow.
Not a
even
plains?
Though. Yeah, it's not a legal play.
Yes.
We're trying to determine if this plains is a legal play.
Wait, who went first? Have I confused myself now?
No, there should be 3 lands per player before Collins gets a chance to play a 4th.
Play a 4th land.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that Sellers hadn't actually
drawn.
gone to his turn yet and drawn. Okay. All right, and there's the Risen Reef.
So elementals confirmed. What we thought, but
yep.
Ooh, mana leak.
A mana leak, one that you don't see as much these days in Modern, or haven't seen in quite a while in Modern. But you only have access to so many counter spells when you're playing Singleton, and that one is going to counter things up to a certain point in the game, and you definitely would rather not let Risen Reef resolve at all.
Yeah, it's one of the important engine cards for the elementals decks. Just lets you really get traction with all of your invoke elementals, which are typically geared towards removing creatures, which was how the elemental deck gets its card advantage. But you
Right.
can't really do that in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons that the 4-color decks that we see are much more commonly the Omnath, like very controlling ones, rather than these Risen Reef elemental heavy ones. These elemental ones tend to be really polarized in what they're good and not good against, because a lot of their value comes in like having targets for Solitude and Fury when it's time to start casting those. And I think that Collins' deck might present, at least in game 1, a little bit of a difficulty there.
Yeah, and game 2 it gets better, because I'm sure that Michael has a bunch of Veil of Summers and the like to just throw in.
Right.
Endurance is also a pretty good card against control decks, just being like a relatively large-sized 3-drop with Flash.
Mhm.
So we'll see, but Collins does have to exert some pressure over Michael before he can do it.
That's a solid one,
And
though.
this is a really good one to deal with. Jace the Mind Sculptor coming down, the extra foily from the Vault version.
Yeah. I mean, and because of the lands that Michael has gotten, and because he named white on his Utopia Sprawl, because he got a plains with that, or he played a plains, he got an island with that Vista, he's not going to be able to hardcast Fury on his turn, but we do still see Collins playing around a Fury evoke or something by scrying with Jace rather than immediately brainstorming.
Yeah, and then I don't believe elemental decks typically play anything with haste. Omnath isn't going to be doing the damage unless you have some setup beforehand. Omnath does hit planeswalkers. And this is a Windswept Heath. So if Omnath is in hand, Michael can grab a red source like a Stomping Grounds here and play the Omnath, but will not have a fetch land trigger.
Right, yeah, he did not have the Omnath mana at the start of his turn, so now all he gets to do is cast his Omnath, despite the fact that he played a fetch land on this turn that he's casting Omnath. So I'm not sure exactly what lands were in his hand, perhaps a miscue, or perhaps just like really awkward order of drawing your mana sources.
That's probably what it was. You don't typically play the basic planes
Right
out once you've already have a Utopia Sprawl on white.
Yeah.
So over to Collins' turns now. We'll see how confident Collins feels with this Jace activation. You could, if you've got an answer for the Omnath, I see a Lightning Helix in the hand, and it looks like a Jace Friends Prodigy. If I had to guess what that blacked out card is.
Yeah, I that does look like the Magic Origins checklist card, if I had to guess.
So doing a brainstorm with Jace.
I commented earlier, and it remains true. Oh wow, do we get to set up a Temporal Mastery here?
Yeah, this could be a Temporal Mastery setup. If Collins is a land that isn't a fetch, like set it up, you could add Lutri to hand this turn. But then you would, your Jace would be taking a bunch of damage. So you do have to figure out some way to deal with this Omnath.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a lot to time stretch. You can spend a lot. I guess if you spend an entire turn and then also spend an entire turn casting Lutri and Temporal Mastery and like lose your Jace in the process, then you may not really have gained the resources that you're hoping here. But no matter what, Collins is at least setting up a Time Walk.
Yeah. Time Walk is an excellent card to be drawing next turn.
Yes,
so,
with a Jace in play if he can keep it.
Yeah, and there's a fetch land. So even if the Lutri Time Walk was the plan, you can't do that with a fetch land.
Yeah, I'm just going to trade 4 mana for 4 mana here. Supreme Verdict away the Omnath, and Jace didn't die last turn. It's not very likely to die this turn either.
Looks like Supreme Verdict sticking around on the battlefield to just hang out a little.
Just making a statement here. Oh, so one thing that Collins kind of has to do, because his cards are so spread out, given that they're all singletons, he has to be able to sort of juggle between being a counterspell deck and kind of a more tap out control kind of deck. We've seen some, he's cast 2 4-mana sorcery speed cards and also mana leak, and I know that he has multiple other counterspells in his deck. But that is a space that I know Collins is pretty comfortable in, is just kind of switching gears and reevaluating on the fly.
And we do know that whatever Michael does on this turn, Collins will have essentially 2 turns to deal with it, with the Temporal Mastery on top. It looks like it's going to be just a Prismatic ending on the Jace.
Yep, and I mean, that I think is a play that, well, it's not going to work out, but
it's not something you love, like spending your turn to deal with the Jace, but you can't let Jace live.
Yeah.
And Collins, wants the Jace to live, so fires back with a force negation, and that's it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Michael knows just how badly this is going to. He already knew. Okay, Jace is a problem, but this time walk is going to make Jace an even bigger problem.
Oh, look at there, temporal mastery.
Time walk is good. Time walk with the Jace the Mind Sculptor in play is one of the most powerful things that we're gonna see all tournament long.
So doing a brainstorm with Jace, it looks like. I think Collins has a pretty good grip on this game. Looks like the Fury was just drawn.
Fury.
Yeah.
The Fury. Yes, correct.
But so if Collins can hit that Voice Resurgence out of the way, maybe with the Lightning Helix in his hand, can use the Jace on the following turn to bounce the token and then start applying pressure with whatever creature he puts into play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid that we may be getting to the point in the game where Collins could kind of make plays at random, as long as they are just like vaguely aware of the things on the other side of the table, and Michael's gonna have a really hard time doing anything here.
So Lutri in hand, added to hand. Collins draws the second card he put back. I didn't catch what it was, but he chose not to shuffle it away, so it must have been good.
Yes. Right, that Flooded Strand hanging out.
So it looks like we're going to set up the Lightning Helix play on the Voice Resurgence. Boop.
I think just Lightning Helix, yeah, and then...
Token's only a 1/1, so it's not super threatening. You don't need to bounce it. The classic sleeve token.
Yes. As long as there's no card in that sleeve, then... You forget about the logistics of paper Magic. I'm terrible now about making sure I have the right tokens with me and stuff. I know not all players were ever particularly diligent about that, but I do like to have something.
Well, no, I do too. While Collins is brainstorming, I actually have a bunch of checklist cards from like Battle for Zendikar that are just blank. Right?
Yeah.
And you can just draw your own token.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then you get to get a little creative with it, get some stick guys on there.
You can have your opponent draw it if they're a better artist than you.
Let them participate.
All right, one at Jace. Collins has no permanents on the battlefield, but does have Lutri available. Granted, no.
Spending some mana here.
This looks like 5 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now, if this is a creature,
This Fury for Jace.
Yeah. All right. So, if it were a different creature, then casting it pre-combat to grow the token might have been, but because it's Fury, it's just, I want to disguise this a little bit, and as long as this resolves at some point, it will kill that Jace. I don't think Collins is interested in letting this Fury resolve if he can prevent it.
Jace has brainstormed 3 times, correct?
Yeah.
So I would imagine that Collins has some sort of answer to subtlety.
It's main deck subtlety. When you've got a singleton deck, sometimes the hitters come out, and this is one of the matchups where subtlety just absolutely shines.
Now, this is interesting because Collins can actually Fate Seal the Fury to the bottom with Jace if he chooses to do that, if he doesn't have another answer. Or he can keep Michael in the lock, so to speak, force him to cast the Fury again and counter it again.
Yeah. It's really just dependent on if Collins has another stack-based answer here. Looks like he's going to get rid of that Fury.
Yep. And Michael only has 2 cards in hand and still has to make a purchase with Collins' battlefield of Jace at 6 and a subtlety.
Yeah.
Not an easy task for elementals who really wants to kind of convert an early game advantage with like the Risen Reef and that elementals, the pitch cards.
I mean, Collins having an answer to that Risen Reef and also, really tempoing Michael with that ice play to make that Risen Reef not happen on turn 3. There's that Memory Deluge. I knew there was a Memory Deluge in that hand. It just took a while to happen.
Is that a Murktide Regent?
That is a Murktide Regent.
I mean, that looks like Collins is considering taking it.
I mean, he's in a spot where I think it's just fine.
Yeah, so Murktide and another card add to hand. Murktide can be cast right now, I believe, for at least 7.
Yeah, and if I'm Collins, I'm not that concerned with keeping up. I mean, I don't think he has counter magic because he probably would not have Fate Sealed if he did, but I'm not super concerned in keeping my mana up here. I'm we're just winning by so much. Put threats on the board. There is Memory Deluge in the graveyard to reload if like somehow everything gets traded for, and just push here.
Yeah, Michael basically has to deal with a Murktide Regent as an 8/8. So the Solitude would handle that. A 6 loyalty Jace.
Mhm.
No clean answer for that in Michael's deck, other than I guess a Prismatic Ending.
Right.
But that's
a
lot
lot
of
of your turn. Yeah.
And then Colin still has a Lutri and 4 other cards in his hand with a Memory Deluge.
Yeah, and I believe that's a Dead Gone in his hand. So if he needs to, bounce some tokens or something like that, he can do that.
That one's shockable.
Yeah, that one
one's
is
deadable,
shockable.
I guess. Yeah, this one of Jace is certainly punching way above its weight class.
It was a perfect spot for it. And yeah, like you said, that last turn, not only did Fate Sealing that Fury away mean that Michael doesn't have a Fury to cast this turn, it's also putting the Jace at 6 loyalty, so even a top deck Fury is not going to get it off the table. And I think Collins is in a spot where you can pretty much brainstorm every turn until the end of this game now.
Yeah, and I don't like how Michael is posturing here. Like, passing the turn without doing anything is obviously not a great look for trying to win. But just like kind of throwing your hand on the table and putting your hands in your lap, you're just like, all right, kill me, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the body language of someone who has it, but I don't believe that there's a collection of 3 cards in his hand that could be it at this point. That's just not how the Elementals deck functions.
Right. You can Solitude here. That would get rid of a Murktide
Mhm.
and start to pressure the Jace, theoretically, if Collins has no answers to any of that. So it resolves. Murktide hits the Exile Zone, and Collins will gain 8 life there. Taking 3 off Subtlety. Collins can dead the Solitude. This Elemental's a 2/2 now. That is a Voice of Resurgence Elemental for anyone who missed that or forgot it, because it's just a white, looks like a 1/1 right now.
Yes. 5 mana. I believe
Collins has Fury.
Collins has Fury in hand that was not cast, and that's gonna neatly clean up these 2 creatures in play.
It's 1 extra damage even.
I guess so. Not that neat. What a waste. Spewing.
It appears neat, and that's what matters, really. Throw in the Stomping Grounds on the table.
Yeah, just, Michael was not able to get traction in that game. Elemental is a board-based deck that's really trying to get onto the battlefield and then leverage the card advantage inherent in Risen Reef and the tempo that comes just from, casting free elementals that draw cards. And without anything on the board, the cards just aren't really going to be able to do that. And again, that's just one of the reasons why we've seen this deck fall in popularity and why we don't see so many ephemerate-based decks. Like, if you're going to play these mirrors against the more controlling 4-color versions, you don't want so many narrow cards that require you to have already established a board when people are running around with so many ways to stop you from having a board.
Yes. I do think Michael does get a lot better after board. Like, Veil of Summer is a huge pickup that blanks a lot of Collins's blue-based interaction, which is actually a huge part of how Collins kind of protected the Jace and turned the table, right?
Right.
And it's not Jace specific. Like, there's, I guess Jace Friend's Prodigy we saw was another option he could have taken.
Right.
Just any incremental value card like that is typically going to be protected with counter magic. So a Veil of Summer, a good pickup there. Looks like Michael's got 3 other cards. I don't know what they are. I imagine maybe a couple of Endurances if they aren't already in the main deck.
Yes. Yeah, just an end of turn threat against Collins's life total and Planeswalkers. Yeah, it is definitely interesting sideboarding against a singleton deck. Absolutely, Collins's deck is in a specific archetype of, okay, this is a controlling Jeskai deck. But when there are specific cards in Collins's deck that you kind of would like to have an answer to, but don't know if you can afford to, say Collins has a Ragavan in his deck. I mean, can you afford to have any removal spells in your deck that efficiently kill Ragavan when they're bad against the other 59 cards in the list? That's, there's little questions there.
I do think one of the advantages of the elemental side is that you get your removal kind of for free. It's not like you're taking out Solitudes or Furies. Maybe you take out a couple of Furies, but Solitude is a flash card.
Right.
So you don't need to do that. It comes with removal along the way.
True.
And as long as you can get a Risen Reef in play on the play, maybe protect it with Veil of Summer, maybe just have a little better of a start with Voice of Resurgence first, to at least to get a token if Collins tries to do something.
Yeah.
You can actually start getting some purchase on the play.
Yeah. And one thing that someone in chat has pointed out that I did not mention is, yeah, Elementals does have access to Cavern of Souls, and one of the best ways to stop the Elementals from getting value is to stop them from resolving. If you draw Cavern of Souls against a counter magic heavy deck like Collins' deck is, then that can be really good. So between Veils and Caverns, Michael has a lot of answers to counter magic here, and I think they could easily come into play.
And the red-based removal is good against Risen Reef, but against something like Voice of Resurgence, doesn't even cleanly answer the card.
Right.
So that is a little point in Michael's favor.
Yep.
So early opening hands, looks like both players kept on 7 and lead off on their favorite Shocklands.
Yes, Collins does get to run whatever mana base he wants to run. He does not have to run singleton fetches and shocks or anything like that.
All right, but no turn 1 Utopia Sprawl for Michael, which is a big pain point, especially skipping turn 2 here with no Voice of Resurgence, no other play.
Right.
The jump from 1 mana to 3 mana in the Elemental deck is pretty huge.
It is, yeah. And there's a reason that you play Utopia Sprawl, and when you have it, especially on the play, I think it makes a huge difference. To be able to cast Risen Reef when Collins only has 1 land in play is a big deal.
Or cast any card if you already have Voice Research in play.
Yep.
Every time you cast a spell on your opponent's turn, you get it, or they cast a spell on your turn. If you have the Voice Resurgence, you get an Elemental
Absolutely.
token, not just a random. All right, so we got a Sacred Foundry out of Michael, and Collins has gotten an island. Still no action from our players here, though.
Looks like an
Okay.
upkeep ice again. We're running this one back.
Yeah, tapping the breeding pool, I imagine.
Yep. And again, on what would be Michael's 3 mana turn.
Right. Didn't have a 2-drop last turn. No access to green mana this turn that Collins knows of. So would have to play a green land from hand and then a green spell, but just doesn't have one.
Yeah, and that ice feels so good to cast when your opponent didn't play anything on 2 mana last turn. They're not likely to play anything on 2 mana this turn either.
And Collins is just going to be playing the slow patient game, not adding Lutri to hand because, Michael's not played anything. So you're just going to stop whatever he plays and try to eke your mana advantages out.
Right. And Michael hasn't had an opportunity to cast anything. This is the first time he's going to have more than 2 mana on a turn.
It is awkward. Maybe I missed Michael's mulligan decision. Maybe he did mulligan to 6. Because keeping a 7-card hand with no turn 1 or 2 play.
Yeah.
Maybe has several sideboard cards in it.
Right, that's true, and that's something that Collins is definitely going to have to keep in mind. If Michael plays his 4th land here and plays a Risen Reef, he could easily have Veil of Summer up, but this is just going to be a Flamekin Harbinger.
So yeah, that tutors an elemental to the top of Michael's library, choosing the Risen Reef, one of the most important cards in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Risen Reef on top. Michael still probably does not have a 2-mana play.
Does he have a land, though, is the question. He has not played one this turn.
It doesn't look like
No,
it.
It looks like he's missing the land drop. That's really going to hurt.
Yeah. A pretty awkward draw for Michael here. I wonder what he's got in his hand, whether it be... It's got to be some sideboard cards, right?
Yeah, because there has to have been a reason to keep the hand.
Otherwise, you're just keeping a kind of clunky hand. So the goal is for Collins now to figure out exactly what's in Michael's hand and how to play the game from there. Because we know the face-up information of Risen Reef coming down next turn is glaringly obvious.
Yes.
And Michael probably has either a Cavern in hand he's just holding back, or a Veil of Summer that you can use to stop Collins from countering it.
Collins going to take out that Flamekin Harbinger with a dead.
So now it's gone.
So now it is gone. That's correct.
Is this going to be a Jace? I see a 4 mana.
Oh boy.
Does he have the 1 Jace again? He does.
Yeah, there it is.
So does Michael
Woof.
have a counterspell somehow?
Yeah, I don't believe
the
that-
Risen Reef is going to go to the bottom.
Oh man, that Flamekin Harbinger got pretty badly outdone here. And I mean, this Jace, actually, probably we could have called that 30 seconds ago when Collins chose to use a removal spell on the vanilla 1/1 on the battlefield. That really only makes sense if a Planeswalker is about to come down.
Yeah, and here's Teferi, which does help protect Michael's cards from Collins' interaction, but like, Collins is a Jace now.
Yeah, and Michael trying to hit land drops really has to minus this Teferi here, and then that leaves it vulnerable to basically any card with a red border in Collins' deck.
Right. The most punishing probably being Fury.
Yes, on the 5-mana turn here.
Right. I do enjoy Collins having the the one of Jace on turn 4 both games. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. He also had the one of ice to stop Michael's 3-mana turn, and really just the cards lined up very well for him both of these games.
That looks like a Mystical Dispute in hand. That's not going to be super useful to Fairy and a Jace the Mind Sculpt or Jace Friends Prodigy.
Yeah, and I do not see one of those key red bordered cards to take this Teferi off of the battlefield quite yet, but with Jace the Mind Sculptor in play, it's really only a matter of time.
And Michael's best follow-up play on 4 mana would be Omnath, which is a card that is at least delayed a little bit by Jace.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to, like, Jace protects himself from one creature as long as it takes your whole turn. If Collins plays Jace, 5 mana. Okay. Large Teferi.
Yeah, that's... Teferi Time Raveler doing its best, keeping Collins from casting instants, but if Collins is just going to draw a new hand of cards every turn, it's going to not matter very soon.
So turn goes back to Michael with his 3 lands and little Teferi. This has to be a pretty good draw because we know he's missed a land drop prior. So Pitch Fury. Maybe see a second Pitch Fury, honestly. It's 10 loyalty between these planeswalkers, so you can pick which one you want to kill, essentially. That's an Ephemerate on the Fury.
Yep.
So 1 damage to Teferi, 2 more to Jace.
And this is really what this had to be. But this is a perfect response to that heavy Planeswalker board. Collins can't do anything because that Teferi is in play.
So a pass back, and now Collins has to deal with this Fury, or else his Jace will die to the Ephemerate.
Yes. That Ephemerate sitting in the graveyard right now, that actually is exiled and will be cast on Michael's upkeep.
Yeah, it should be exiled. I'm sure Michael will realize it during the upkeep. I'm not sure of the exact judge rule if you can miss an Ephemerate rebound.
I don't,
but I do not believe it's very rarely enforced like that.
Yeah, I would not. I certainly would not enforce it like that if I had my way. Collins draws a Fury this turn, which he's got a choice of what to do with it. He can't take out both the Teferi and the Fury, so he's got to decide what's the most important thing. I think that probably keeping that Fury from murdering his Jace is priority number 1.
Yes. You cannot. So you can clean up the Fury with Collins' own Fury and ping the Teferi as well. Lutri to hand, so maybe pitching the Lutri. Yep, the classic Kahira play.
Yeah, works with this one too. So I don't need to copy a spell. I just need to cast this Fury.
We're hitting the Teferi.
Okay.
It looks like. So
if there is a spell in hand that counters that Ephemerate, then just gonna bounce that Fury. So if there's a spell in hand that counters the Fury, we now can counter the Fury.
Yes, it's true. I imagine if Veil of Summer was a part of Michael's hand, it would have been cast there.
So now we do need to correct that Ephemerate because it should be exiled right now. It can't be cast.
All right, so this... if Michael has another red card, he can try to force through the Fury again by pitching it. This is a Omnath mana is online if Michael wants to try to do that, but it's a little risky with Colin's full grip and unable to use any counter magic up until now.
Yeah, but with
Oh, here it comes.
that Jason play, like, what do you do except for cast your spells and hope for the
Right.
best?
Yeah. That's kind of why I was thinking Fury would be the
Sure.
play. Just to like, you can pay for Mystical Dispute with Fury.
Yep.
But granted, there's no way to play around counter spell. So
Yes. I don't know exactly what cards are in Michael's hand. He may not have another red card to do the Fury. Or I guess he could have
red
used the
card.
Omnath,
Yeah.
right? But like maybe he didn't have then anything to cast with the mana that turn.
Yes.
So at some point you're just like playing around stuff in a way that if it works, you'll still lose the game.
yeah, it's certainly not a great spot for Michael. He's got 3 cards at that point to Collins' like 9 or whatever, and a Jace on the board. It's a lot to come back from in a deck that really needs to be on the board to get its card advantage online.
Yeah, and I mean missing a land drop is just
It's
like
brutal.
really
Not having a
tough.
turn 1 or 2 either. It's been a rough draw for Michael this game.
You were correct. That is a Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
Yeah. So that allows Collins to, on the following turn, he can loot and then cast copies of cards from his graveyard, which right now is kind of nothing, just like a dead gone.
Yes, right, because this is not, you can only flash back the card during your turn. So, although Mystical Dispute is a card that Collins would be very happy to have back, that's not quite how this version of a Snapcaster effect works.
So here's Teferi with Mana Leak. It meets Mana Leak and hits the bin. Perhaps Michael's first hand just kept a bunch of Teferis in it,
Mm-hmm.
and just didn't really have opportunity to play them between the fire and ice.
Yeah,
And then just like having to get on board from Collins' turn 4 Jace.
right. Yeah, the Jace really, right. It makes a lot of Michael's lines then really unacceptable turns because you just fall farther and farther behind.
So here's a Solitude pitching another Solitude to clean up the Jace. Collins gains 0 life from this exchange.
0 power on that
Truly
Jace.
a brutal Solitude. Don't know how the player with Jace the Mind Sculptor in play will ever recover.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like you can make plays, you can trade cards. Every time you trade a card for one of Collins's cards, or in that case, trade 2 cards for one of Collins's cards, Collins just gets to accept the trade and then go to his turn and cast Brainstorm for free.
Yeah, I believe there's also a Memory Deluge in Collins' hand, if I saw that correctly.
Okay.
Which is another card you can help refuel. Collins finished the last game with Murktide Regen. I don't know what other kind of finishers he has, other than, I guess, Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Well, yeah, the Teferi, Hero of Dominaria is a finisher. Yeah, I guess Jace Vryn's Prodigy also is a finisher. I have ultimated that card once or twice in my day. There's a Ragavan. That can kill somebody.
Oh, the one of Ragavan
Yeah.
is very spicy and like a Lutri control deck.
Yeah, if they have it on turn 1, then I can't leave in all that many lightning bolts against this deck.
So it looks like Ragavan is actually going back to the top of the deck. Collins is some other plan for this turn. Reconsidering. Wants the Ragavan. Are we going to see a monkey come in?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, anything. I'm willing to cast like a lot of the stuff that it hits from here. So
Okay, looks like it's not being dashed. Just straight up cast.
Yep.
Collins thinks he has enough answers to answer whatever Michael plays, so the Ragavan will guarantee to connect on the following turn.
And I believe Collins' hand right now, 3 of his 4 cards are Subtlety, Counterspell, and Logic Knot. So this game's pretty on lock
So
from here.
this is likely going to be a Subtlety. Yeah, and Michael sees the writing on the wall. Foundation Breaker in hand is an interesting sideboard card from Michael.
I wonder if he thought that Collins was on a Urza Saga style Lutri deck.
Also, maybe a hedge against something like Void Mirror. That
Yeah.
stops the elementals.
I mean, that's tough against a deck that is his singleton.
It's really
but-
hard to play that kind of game against a base control deck. Like, you don't know the exact composition of their deck, of Collins' deck,
Yeah.
but you do know that it's trying to control the game. Like, you just lost to Jace the first game.
Right. And then having a narrow answer to a hate card that they may or may not have can be really costly. We don't know when Michael drew that card or anything, but it, would not have been good at any point this game. But on the other hand, if you've ever played elementals and sat across the table from a void mirror or a what's it called? Artifact that makes your creatures not
Torpor orb?
torpor orb. A torpor orb, then that's a really frustrating experience. So
Yeah, especially elementals against, like, if they play Torpor Orb on turn 2 and you're about to go into your Rosemary's turn, that is brutal.
yep.
This-
Although I guess torpor orb does not die to Foundation Breaker, so it doesn't solve that particular problem.
That's true, yeah.
All right, looks like we're going back to us. I'm going to take 1 second, put this mask. I mean, I am a gorilla. I'm not wearing a mask or anything like that.
Yeah, voice is not muffled now. It just is. It sounds different.
Nope, I sound exactly the same the entire time as a Magic commentating gorilla doing gorilla coverage. Really happy to be here, and really nice to see our friend Collins Mullen, local. I used to live with the guy. I used to do a podcast with the guy. Still doing some crushing in Magic the Gathering. Just a nice day overall.
Yeah, someone asked in chat is if Collins intentionally had his sideboard being all singleton, because Lutri doesn't require that your sideboard be all singleton to companion it. But if you sideboard in multiples, and if you sideboard in multiples copies of a card, you break Lutri. So that's why the sideboard would be all singleton.
Yeah. And, if you're coming to the tournament with a Lutri deck, as Collins is, I think it's kind of against the spirit of the whole endeavor to, like, come up with, I think it's probably optimized to break my Lutri companion post board when I need 3 copies of this sideboard card. I don't know that that's really, like, embracing the concept of the Lutri deck in the way that Collins is trying to do.
If you have companion Lutri in round 1, you're probably never uncompanioning that card.
Yeah. I would have no desire to.
That's just like what you're doing.
Yeah. We do want to take a minute to shout out the sponsor of this stream, Mark Nestico, Dynamo Collectibles.
Yeah.
He is here to buy your old video games and stuff. I know he also does a lot of buying and selling of Magic the Gathering cards. So, but I believe, looks like we're mostly leaning into the always buying your video games for cash kind of thing.
This is his passion project. Like,
Okay.
he loves this stuff. If you follow him on Twitter, you can see him post about it all the time. And occasionally he will give deals out and such too. So it's always worthwhile to follow that. And if you have some old video games you want to sell, Mark will certainly want to speak with you.
Yeah, I mean, good for him. I really appreciate it. Anytime that I see somebody able to kind of, like, get out of the day-to-day grind and start doing what they're really into, it does make my heart swell a little bit inside. So, for example, today I get on Guerrilla Magic the Gathering coverage as a. I'm sorry, I don't really know what our canon is here. Am I a gorilla or am I wearing a gorilla costume? But
it varies from round to round at this point.
I do appreciate the fine folks of the MTG Grindcast Discord for very quickly determining that we should find a gorilla costume, renting it for me, sending Chris over to put the costume in your trunk so that it could be delivered to me to wear today. So shout out. I hope some of them are watching this.
They better be. They paid money for it.
They pay money for it. Yeah, so I think we're going to take a little bit of a break until the next round is up. I'm sure that Anurag is going to come up with some sort of interstitial interview type of thing or something like that. But for now, I think we are going to head out, take a little bit of a break, and we will see y'all back for round 6 of the tournament.
Yeah, see you then.
Hey, chat, this is the producer, Jordan Baker. Can you all hear me? Because we have Dan. And everybody else is gone for the moment, so I'm going to have to provide commentary. Sounds good. If you haven't heard of this format, they're playing off of the same deck. They're playing off of about 80 card deck. It's all islands. They have Dandans. And the cards that they are playing mostly manipulate the top of the library. So, for example, if you play a Brainstorm, you put 2 cards back, and your opponent will draw one of them. Sounds like we might have Anurag coming back.
Oh, and then start at 20 feet. And then every hit is like 4. So it's like 5 hits to the win. Yeah. Hey, Bradley?
Are you back?
Or sorry, Jordan?
Live. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay. One sec. Robo. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If they're getting lunch, no worries. We can do it later.
No, we're streaming right now.
Oh, this is live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. All right. I mean, I guess everyone can hear me then.
Yep, and they can hear me too.
All right. That's awesome. All right. We'll just hang out then. Yeah. So Spike is playing Dan on the left, and well, on the right we have Collins here also playing Dan in the coveted mirror, and it's kind of a banger. So if you haven't played this format before, basically the way it works, it's a shared deck format. The only win condition is the innocuous blue 4/1. Is Dan a fish? It's a fish. All right. It's a fish. It's a blue 4/1 Dan. TLDR, Dan only can attack and survive if there are islands in play. And it's just a lot of blue nonsense, which is kind of great. Things like Telling Time, Portent, what else is there? Mental Note, Memory Lapse to basically rig the top of the deck and fight like this like degenerate blue mirror. It's a forgetful fish. Very nice. Yo! Justin, thank you for the raid. Welcome. We're in between rounds and we are watching some Dan. And yeah, it's a really, really, really fun format. Keep in mind that the graveyard is also shared, so that there are certain cards that have like graveyard synergy. So, for example, Accumulated Knowledge. There's also what's the 3 in a blue card? It like gets a card. You can put something from your graveyard into your hand, has flash black 2 in red. There are 10 total copies of Dan and 8 total copies of Memory Lapse. Everything else I think is 4 or less.
You might want to explain this sleight of mind.
The what? What's the sleight of mind?
The change all the islands to something else.
Yes, yeah. So there's a lot of interesting cards here. So Dan is it can only survive if you have like islands, right? So one big element of the deck is you play Vision Charms and Magical Hacks to change. You play Vision Charms and Magical Hacks to change the type of like lands, so that Dandans will die. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's all sorts of debauchery, basically, right? Like it's Dan, a bunch of kill spells for Dan, but Vision Charm also has extra text on it. I haven't really used it yet. I don't actually know what the extra text on Vision Charm is. But yeah, I think it's one of those things where like if you watch it for a little bit, you'll learn it very fast. And in fact, I'm gonna go ahead here. I'm gonna type in the chat. If you are interested, !Dan should put up the exact deck list. Congratulations. Now you have more knowledge about the deck list than the players that are playing. Mill 4 is important too. Yeah. It's basically like deck manipulation and then also like a removal spell. You bought out all the Dandans. Oof. Cornering the Dan market. No, I did not buy all of them. I only bought 10. They're actually like, I was contemplating getting the good looking ones, and then I ended up not doing it. Yeah, the deck is like super cheap too. That's a very good point. I think I spent about $30 on the actual cards, and I didn't have islands, so I had to buy islands. Wait, what the hell is this MTG bot command? That is hilarious. How can there be 10 copies? It's a custom format. Like it's just like it's just a custom format.
What happens if you still play an island?
What's up?
What happens if you just never play an island?
If you never play an island? No, I mean, but you'll never be able to play your Dan. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I guess they can never attack, right? Huh. That's a really good question. What happens if you never play an island? Because then Dan can
Vision
never
Charm
attack.
can make him islands.
Vision Charm can make them islands. What if you never play a land? Yikes! All right, I guess you have to play a land? Question mark XD. You have to play the game. Look at that! I told you he was gonna break the new birthing pod. Look, he already broke this game. That's so format broken. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good question. There must be a way around it. Yeah. There's also a couple copies of diminishing returns in the deck, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. That's the card that really blows me out all the time. Oh, wow, wait. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure if the life totals are updating. Jordan, they're using match 1. Are
Yeah,
you in
I'm
match
using
2?
Match 2, that's why.
Okay, all right. So then the life totals probably won't update, but you know, Spike is now at 4 out of 20, so one more hit and it could be over.
No, I was giving you land. Yeah.
Wow, this is getting kind of tense here. It looks like Collins is taking the tempo approach here, which is something you can definitely do if you like read the weakness. But oh, is it Boiler Works? Okay, to buy back the land, you can cycle the land. And what is this, telling time? Okay, not dead yet. We can still draw into like Vision Charm. Or some weird stuff. Yeah, okay, looks like okay, all right, that might be it then. Looks like it looks like Dan wins round 1. Dude, I swear to God, it's never gonna get old. Like the whole time, every time like you drew any card, all of chat was like, wow, he drew the 1 of Jace, or wow, he drew the 1 of Lightning Helix. And like I can't even get upset because you're playing Lutri. You're just doing justice, you know what I mean?
Also, yeah.
Every time, dude. Yeah, it must be nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is just like a for fun round. It is just chilling. We are 3.5 minutes into time. So I think there's going to be like maybe 4 or 5. Maybe like 4 or 5. No, that's not true. Like 10 minutes maybe before the next round begins. And then the other game is, have you played the Basic Lands game?
Yeah.
That one's a pretty stock one, right? What rules do you play with for the Basic Lands game? So Island is like Force of Will for me.
So you play that you have to pitch in your tank.
Yeah, so it's like Island pitching green or Forest will counter a Forest. Island pitching Plains will counter a Plains. Yeah.
So there's different rules for Swamp. You can either have it baked to this card or they reveal for
Oh, I've never heard of that one before. So for me, thought the Swamp has always either been Thoughtseize or hit like randomly discard 1.
Oh, basic land game.
Yeah. And I've also seen Raven's Crime before as well. Like just like target player discards a card. Yeah. And then red is usually Stone Rain, right? How did round 5 go? So Collins won. Spike lost, now 4-1, and then I don't know how Ivan is doing. I haven't figured that out. But we'll find Ivan somewhere and get an update on that. What's up? Yeah, Ivan's playing full color. Yeah. Yeah.
Relapse at the luxury now. No, this is Dan.
Yes. Yeah.
Ivan is
I love the
4-1.
respect for Dan. Dan.
I
Yeah.
love Dan.
Yeah.
Shit's so sick.
But
But you are playing Lutri though, right?
It looked like the case was
Is your list anywhere? Or is it just a you list? I just have a friend who's just like obsessed with Lutri, so I just DM'd him on Twitter like, "Hey, Kyle, just playing Lutri." He's like,
Where's Pokemokey when you need him? Yeah, yeah. Can we get a prediction payout? That's a great idea. I don't know how I can do it from my phone. Okay, all right. Jordan is going to take care of that.
Yeah, I was like, I'm never doing another ghost. Yeah, that was the only reason why.
like, damn,
Yeah, 6 minutes in. Yo, Collins, you wanna jam? I'll win. Yeah. Yeah, I don't lose a Dan. I'm currently 2-0. I'll need someone to like watch it though and take care of Cat.
Okay, that's
What's up? I have never taken the tempo approach once in my life. Yo, Spike, look at
I'm gonna hear it. Like it's bottle red. Oh, that's why oh yeah. And
I'll show you how it's done. I'll show you how it's like. Oh no, sorry, it's blue red.
oh, blue red. Oh, okay. And like love dogs.
I don't think
If you can hear it, like Swiss beer and like all the yeah.
This is just the best day.
Okay, what does that do?
My bad, Karen.
Okay.
It opens and breathes, makes it red, and then takes it for one.
Plus, also next and it's like the right part of the okay. They're dying. Okay. They put the ball in your shot.
That's true.
Yeah, I've really played 10 games and then played by only combo drops and hammers and the shadows.
The first game I played was against my father. The second game was yeah.
It was like, oh,
That's the pattern. They
got like that.
You can run. Wait, that's do I get the keyboard?
yeah.
I'm on the draw.
I just played against an Esper reanimator player.
I'm on the draw.
And I stole
I don't know how bold.
I stole a what's it called? Fucking brutality from Megaman. So I got the duress of the reanimator. I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Here. And it's like
Yeah, I'm so sweet. All right. Well, that's good. So it's like
yeah. I recommend Scgcon. I stole an Alberto Grazer from an amulet place, so I got to do a little lap. It's kind of nice.
That's part of it.
Yeah, it's been an event so far. I'm pretty happy with my deck. It's Dan, fool.
You want to cast it?
What do I? No, you can play. Oh, do I want to cast Dan? Yeah, sure.
We'll give you the chat.
Sure. What's up, chat? All right, so we got some Dan action going for those of you.
Watching it through here, whatever. There's like a little bit of a delay.
Okay, got it.
Trigger.
So Dan, for those of you who don't know, is a single deck format where the main creature is Dan, which is like a 2-mana 4/1 that has like Island Walk, but also says, oh no, it's like it can't attack unless a defending player has an island, and it also gets sacrificed if you don't have an island. Yeah. It's the only creature, and there's like how many Dan-Dans are in there? Like 8 or 10 or something.
Like a billion.
There's like 10 Dan-Dans in the stack, and so all of the cards So there's like an Is It Boiler works, right? So you can like there's like non-islands. There's cards like Crystal Spray that like change the instance of a name of a card. Or like change like it changes like island into mountain or something. So like Crystal Spray like kills a Dan. And it's a shared deck. So you play like Portent and accumulated knowledge and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a fun like control mirror. So Anzi's gonna cycle a AK here, and the Portent was in response to the Portent. Okay, got it. No problem. No problem. Yes, and when you win the match, you become Dan. If you have to win to be the Dan. And there you go. It's a really fun deck. There's probably like a pile. Yeah. Magical Hack, Mind Bend, Crystal Spray, stuff like that.
Okay, so I put one of the top.
I think it's like a 40 or 6. I think it's like a 60. I think it's like a 60 or 80 card deck. And like I said, you play it off of one deck, one shared deck. Oh yeah, Supplement Form. Supplement Form is real nice.
What? It's an instant! I forgot it's an instant! Oh no! Yeah. He started off like that. I did. I did.
Why not just play GOAT format? Because I don't know. I mean, GOAT is Yu-Gi-Oh. GOAT is not Magic. Sometimes you just want to play Magic. I would say, yeah, Dan is kind of like GOAT format. Yeah, that's like a very good comparison that I haven't thought of. I actually do have the GOAT control mirror in my bag. So if chat, for whatever reason, overwhelmingly wants to watch GOAT mirrors for some reason, I could hand it to Anzi and he can play it with people. Yeah, GOAT's like 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. The best deck is Scapegoat Control. Scapegoat Control, where you sack a Scapegoat token with Metamorphosis to make a Thousand Eyes Restrict, and you just play Control. I've played Battle Box. I don't know if they've played Battle Box. I have one at home somewhere. There's also like Edison Yu-Gi-Oh format. Yada is not legal. No, it uses a 2005 ban list. So you get to, yeah, with Metamorphosis, yeah. So you get to play like, you know, Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity, Mirror Force. What else can you play? I don't remember what else is like broken that's banned now because I never played Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, so there's like two camps of GOAT control. Or GOAT format. There's like a GOAT format where you only use decks that are period specific. So like you use the decks like that were played in that era. And then there are like people have like refined the format and they've like built the best decks. Yeah, Delinquent Duo is fucking sick. Yeah, I don't know why Yada is banned, but Mirror Force isn't banned anymore. Got it. Probably, yeah. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh. I just play GOATs. Are we talking about this Dan? If this is a Dan, if we're talking about Dan is not specifically Battle Box. It's kind of Battle Box adjacent, I suppose. But you also just play like weird cards that really only have one purpose, and it's to kill Dan. Who's casting right now? This is Scarlet, at Scarlet AJC on Twitter. Y'all probably have heard of me. I play Magic. I'm kind of a weirdo. Me and Anzi go way back from the real Mongoose hours, if y'all remember that. Yeah, no, I mean, if chat really wants to see GOAT format, I'll just hand analog the decks. Yo, chat's kind of popping off about GOAT format. If I hand you the GOAT format decks, would you like play in between games or something? The Bacon DR. This is Dan Dan. Dan Dan is, as I said, someone put up a exclamation point card Dan Dan or something. And it's like 10 of those, and it's a shared deck. Oh, there you go. There's the Dan Dan deck link. Perfect. It's basically that stack of cards, and you play off the same deck. The only creature is Dan Dan. No, this is not modern. This is a casual format. The format is Dan Dan, yes. Sorry, I've not been casting the actual Dan Dan game. I've just been talking with chat. There's a Dan Dan in play. There's some cards in the graveyard. Yeah, white border Dan Dans. What's up with that?
I'm broke.
All right, Analog's broke. So y'all donate to the stream and we'll get black border Dan Dans. Oh my God, it's Crackling Drake Sasser. Hello. Correct. All right, 30K pairings are up. I gotta go. It's been a pleasure talking with y'all. At Scarlet AJC on Twitter with 2 C's. We'll catch y'all later. And good luck to Analog in the street. All right, good luck, guys.
Dude, this card is so good because I'm pretty sure I can like wiggle you down, but then it doesn't matter because it just like any focus. Yeah. This is a game that are great crazy because it's like a 40 turn game right here. I'm pretty sure. This is not gonna next time. Yes. Okay. I'm basically want to like look at you're gonna close out the day. You're closing out the day. So I'm gonna stay here.
Yes.
Did you get the ticket?
Am I gonna like?
I talked to them and it should be fixed. All right, guys, I'm back. I hope you enjoyed ever so slightly. My headset is not connected. Why? No, it should be. Hey, Jordan, can you say something?
Can you hear me?
I can perfectly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're on.
We should go take a break while we get set up because the next round is getting seated, and we'll rush into the next round, guys. All right. So thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed some of the extra sort of stuff that's there. Good morning, Toast, by the way. All right. See you guys in a bit.
Hey. Alright, I think we still have power. I think what? Give me a second, I'm getting the pen in. Looks good on this end. Ready to go? I've got 15 seconds left on a ad. Trying to be proactive with the ads so I don't have them in the middle of it. Yeah. So I have to run 3 minutes every 3 minutes every hour.
Lee, how about that Dan coverage?
I wasn't expecting it, honestly. Haven't seen some of those cards in ever, actually.
Yeah, not a lot of use for crystal spray outside of the single deck Dan format.
My favorite part was when Sleight of Mind was cast, and everyone would just say Sleight of Hand because it's the only one anyone's ever played. Like, no, this one makes planes.
Yeah, I'm not confident that I love the accumulated knowledge in both decks part of the game there, but I could see the judgment call back and forth thing being a little fun. I just have played accumulated knowledge mirrors in the past, and it's some of my least favorite Magic the Gathering memories.
So it looks like our matchup for next round is going to be Collins Mullen again on the Lutri pile we saw last round against Andre Judd on an unknown deck. We'll see what's happening when we get into there. Players are just shuffling up and finalizing opening hands, so we'll get into the match when things are actually happening.
Yeah, definitely in some small ways a little bit spoiled by covering digital Magic primarily for the past couple of years. No shuffling, mulligans resolve very quickly.
Oh.
But
So looks like the game is going in.
All right. Looks like
we got an elemental pile again?
Yeah,
there's
something at
definitely a
least.
solitude and a Rin and 6.
Right. And we're getting a forest to start out with. And forest, like fetch forest turn 1 feels like a Utopia sprawl to me.
I'm unsure if Andre has a companion. There's an expressive iteration in hand. This could be a 4-color pile.
Yeah.
Possibly. That's usually abundant growth would signify Yorion, even if I can't see it on the battlefield.
Yes. I could not tell exactly the size of Andre's deck, but yeah, there's some sort of like many colors, possibly Yorion. Abundant growth does make Yorion really likely.
So fetching out a second land to shock. Probably play a Ren and 6, grab a fetch land. No good answer to that from Collins' side, unless he has the one of Spell Pierce.
He does have a Spell Pierce. It would be possible if we see it. I'm gonna like do a little gorilla chest beating thing here, but this is what. Okay, so here's a Ragavan dashed out.
Ragavan. So yeah, certainly 4-color. Ragavan on the stack. Collins could have a 1-mana interaction for Ragavan in the form of like a Bolt or a Dead Gone.
Right. He could have Bolt, Dead Gone. I'm not sure if he has a March of Otherworldly Light in his deck.
I think it's reasonable to assume he would.
Yeah.
You can't play like all your good cards because you can only play one of each.
Yes, of course. I just, I don't know exactly what his density of white cards is, et cetera, but probably.
So fetching out a Hallowed Fountain in response to this dash.
Yeah. Oh, painful.
Oh, pathing a Ragavan. That is not something you love to do.
But it's kind of, if that Ragavan keeps hitting you, it just is extra mana in the same way that this path putting out a land is extra mana. And if Collins doesn't have another reasonable answer to Ragavan in hand, it's like just as bad, except that maybe the Ragavan is drawing cards and it's also dealing damage. So, but Collins' hand did not line up well against early Ragavan is what we
it looks
can
like
tell from that.
I think I saw a Prismatic Ending in hand, which of course does not deal with Dash Ragavan at all.
Yep. And I, really well played from Andre here to lean into the dash on Ragavan and force this sort of thing. We did see earlier when Aspiringspike was playing an opponent casting those Ragavans and Aspiringspike able to leverage his sorcery speed removal. And I think that can be a big difference maker here.
So Collins faked out the mountain and just chose to consider Spell Pierce into the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tough to Spell Pierce when you've pathed your opponent. And
yeah, that one's... It's got a short window to be good, and the 4-color deck has a even shorter suite of non-creature spells that are like reasonable to spell pierce.
Yeah.
Mostly the Ran 6 on turn 2 would be like the big one.
Right. And you're not spell piercing that one on turn 4. The really dangerous play this turn is an Omnath. I mean, Omnath often reserved for the 5 mana turn, but a lot of the big hitters out of the 4-color deck, you're just not going to be able to spell pierce.
It looks like we have some sort of judge call. I'm not certain what it was about. Maybe there was an extra card scene and Andre just has to shuffle his deck. But it looks like that's getting resolved right now.
When doing guerrilla coverage, we do not have the ability to... Oh, there is a card that could have been spell pierced. That is definitely one of the scary things that could come down.
It could also be disputed if Collins is fetching out that now.
Yep.
It's either going to be something like a dispute or a card played in response to Teferi, like a cantrip opt, perhaps.
Yeah.
Island.
I mean, Collins is very aware of the potential of Teferi coming out this turn. Putting that spell pierce in the graveyard. Okay, looks like this is just the opt, so.
Just the opt. Got to cast it in response to Teferi because you can't let it resolve and then do it. Now it'll be interesting to see if whether Andre downticks or upticks this Teferi. It looks like it's an uptick on 5. Yeah, there we go. Get that large coverage dice so you can see it.
Yeah. And this uptick makes a lot of sense. Most of Collins's ways of removing a planeswalker from the board are damage based, and this just protects it from a certain set of Collins's removal. And
I think this is the ending.
All right, it does not protect it from that.
Right. Yeah, ending is the one clean answer to Teferi on 3. It does tap Collins out, so now Andre can land a Omnath if he has it. And I was gonna say use the fetch land to generate extra Omnath triggers, but
he may have a fetch land in hand.
Fetch land in hand.
This lets him get a Triumph,
of course.
Yes.
But this is Andre's chief turn. Collins is all tapped out. His deck is not one that's good playing from behind. Jeskai decks typically want to be even or a little ahead so they can leverage their cards better. And having all 1-ofs, so you have no redundancy for your heavy hitters, is a little more punishing in that sort of position where you letting your opponent play a 5-drop here and you have to untap now.
Yep. Here's the Omnath, so Andre does have that. Gonna draw a card. This is, when you're tapped out in Modern, Omnath resolves. There's the fetch.
Drew the fetch off the top and played it.
Jeez. I don't know what Andre has that he could play here, but even just a Ren 6 here is very, very powerful.
Any card Andre plays here is going to be rough for Collins. It really doesn't even matter how much it costs because Collins now has to untap with his meager 3 lands and figure out how to deal with Andre's board plus whatever he's playing next turn. It's not a good spot to be in.
Just going to be really, really difficult. Looks like we got a Sacred Foundry untapped, so currently has white, blue, red, green floating.
And just passes.
That's
interesting. No follow-up play. So that's pretty lucky from Collins' perspective.
Absolutely.
Teferi 5 is the draw for Collins. Now staring down an Omnath that presumably needs to be dealt with, but Andre did not power anything out or even put Yorion into hand, correct? Maybe Yorion was put into hand, I just didn't see it.
That must be what happened here. I think that we haven't been able to see the Yorion the entire time, so kind of hard to keep track of it.
Now we're reading Lutri. One of the quirks about Lutri is it can only copy your own spells. So if it comes up at a point where Collins can cast a Lutri, you would only be able to copy your own spells, not Andre's spells.
Right. I don't believe this is a game where Lutri is very likely to be relevant either way.
Yes. I think its most likely mode of relevance at this point would be pitching to Fury.
Yeah. Collins going to pass the turn back.
And on upkeep.
This may be Snapcaster Mage for that path, I believe.
Yeah, that has to be it, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not really into casting Consider right now, so.
All right, I'm gonna stop you during your upkeep and Consider.
Just gonna surveil one draw card.
All right, and it could be that Andre getting the Yorion into hand rather than another permanent into play is signaling that that's kind of the thing he has left. And Collins is just kind of hoping that's the best thing that Andre can do with this turn.
Yeah.
Which is reasonable to hope for if you're like this far behind in mana.
I mean, and even though that's like, all right, yeah, it's a Yorion. That's like the worst thing he could have. I mean, that's still a card that didn't cost Andre a card that's going to draw him another card and be a 4/5 flying threat. I mean, not a bad turn here.
There's another abundant growth in Andre's hand, I believe. So that would make Yorion be able to draw 2 cards.
Mhm.
Looks like it's getting cast right now. Boop. Right, and Collins with just representing a fetch land, not a lot he can do to stop Andre on this turn.
Yeah. And if this is gonna looks like this is gonna be a Yorion drawing 2, and that's a lot.
Yeah.
When you're up this much mana and then you're just up on resources too. I think that, or up on, spell-based cardboard as well.
I think this would actually put Andre up in every metric except for life, right?
Yeah.
Because he'd go up in cards by a lot. Yorion is a 4/5, which is absolutely massive
Mhm.
as far as red-based removal goes. You'd have to basically solitude it or march it, which is not cheap. And then you've got the board, you've got the cards, you've certainly got the mana with like the multiple paths Collins set to play.
Yep. Yeah, and we've just seen this game play out completely differently from last match, where Collins sort of was able to trade evenly on mana each turn, and his opponent really wasn't able to get traction. Here, Andre has kind of come out swinging from the start, dash that Ragavan on turn 2, force the path to exile, and then from there, just like, I mean, whether Collins did or did not path it, Andre would have had a mana advantage that he is able to leverage into a kind of overwhelming level of card advantage here.
And you did note that, Ragavan is a mana advantage on itself, right? By producing treasure tokens. But the land you get off path, if you tap it every single turn like Andre has, that's worth way more than a treasure token.
Yep.
So Collins plays his 5th land, is considering between Teferi and Jace. Chooses to go with the Teferi. Tucking Yorion feels pretty bad, so it looks like he's just going to plus.
Yeah, I like this.
I don't think there's that much in his hand that I can see, though. Looks like a couple of lands and a Jace Friends Prodigy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he really needs at least like a counter spell this turn to have any hope of it. I'm not sure exactly what's in Andre's hand, but he's drawn enough cards that he should be able to press something. I saw at least an Expressive Iteration, which is kind of a perfect card right now.
Perfect for either player, to be honest. Like that. I know we've talked a lot on this cast about how good Expressive Iteration is, but it's very stark when you're like ahead and you just pull further ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, the more mana you have, the more, iteration is good because it's good at multiple points in the game. It's good when you're trying to make your land drops early, but then once you have a ton of mana, you're able to leverage it and be like, yeah, I'm getting 2 spells off of this. I'm casting one right after this Expressive Iteration. I'm putting the other one in my hand, and that's an advantage that can be difficult to come back from when you're really pushing like this. Reveals a Renin 6 off of that Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, and Renin 6 can come down here, ping the Teferi if Yorion connects. That would just cleanly take out the Teferi.
Yeah, and I think that's really what Collins did not want to see as a way to finish this Teferi off.
Yeah, there's a bolt in Audrey's hand too, so it looks like Teferi is just going to be dead no matter what, but the Renin 6 is just so clean. Though it would die to Snapcaster.
Yeah, but maybe that bolt is taken care of. I think we might be clearing off Collins' side of the board this turn.
Yeah, so ping the Teferi. Bolt the Snapcaster?
I probably would.
We got a lot of cards in hand. Renin 6 is really kind of like the Teferi Hero of Dominaria, but it only costs 2 mana.
I mean, Teferi Hero of Dominaria kind of only costs 3, so not that crazy.
Costs like -2 in Spike's deck if you've caught any coverage of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Untapping 2 Lotus Fields. So Snapcaster's coming in at Renin 6, but Andre looks like he's popping a fetch land, presumably to bolt it. Does this put him at Solitude mana? Is this 5 or 4?
It looks like it'll leave him at 4 mana. It's a little difficult to see with the glare.
Yeah, so shocking.
It is fetching an untapped land, so whatever this is probably is kind of bad for Collins.
Yeah, and it's not a snow land, so Quaddle could have already been played. It looks like it's just a Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt with like Mana Leak mana up, I guess.
Sure. I mean, you could just fetch after the Mana Leak.
Yeah, of course, but
playing around the tail's end on the fetch land, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you don't know what's in a singleton deck. Could
It's
be
true.
anything.
It could be anything.
And if you're this far ahead, you might as well just like play around everything.
Yeah, I mean, and Andre's not losing like on life total in this match.
All right, Colin's considering what to do with his mana. 4 mana for a Memory Deluge.
Oh, yeah, that's not really what we want to be doing here. And Andre's just gonna go ahead and aim a counterspell at this.
Yeah, we're not giving you any chance to get back on this one. So Collins does have a reasonable life buffer right now at 14 life from the fetch land. That's 4 hits on Yorion. So a little bit of time.
Yep, but that Ren 6 is going to be buying back a land every single turn, taking towards its ultimate. So Collins is, it's a while until that happens, but we've got a couple of different clocks ticking here.
Is this the Jace coming down? The Jace?
The Jace Friends Prodigy.
Anything spicy in the graveyard we can rebuy? I know there's a couple ops. I know the path is gone. Has there been any other removal played this game?
I think that might be it.
Well, jury's out on that one. We'll see what Colin says with the next turn if it lives that far. Like Andre has not played any elementals yet.
Right, and any Solitude or Fury is likely going to come down and take this Jace out. 5 mana here. 4 mana for Omnath.
There's a Bolt in hand too, so there's no way Collins is actually going to get this Jace Telepath unbound. So mana off the Omnath, or life off the Omnath, excuse me.
Yep, and Omnath with a Ren 6 in play is always free, pretty much. I don't know how you don't have a fetch land in that situation.
Collins dropping down to a 10 off a Yorion attack. Collins does not have much time to get back in this game.
No.
Expressive Iteration.
And I mean, Collins is really just getting buried in cards. So even if he deals with the threats here, Andre's just going to have 7 cards in hand by the time the board is clear, and just going to be able to, create another board, create another card advantage attack force. And I don't think Collins really has the tools to buy his way out of this one.
Yeah, Prismatic Ending was the card played until end of turn off of Expressive Iteration, and that's going to clean up the Jace to leave Andre with the Bolt still in hand.
Yeah.
For the next card that Collins plays. So what are some of the better cards Collins can draw? Like Fury would take out Omnath.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't do much against the Yorion.
He has a Supreme Verdict, but that would leave the Ren 6 in play.
That may be the better of the options we've thought of so far.
Right, because, I mean, these creatures are, like, planning on murdering him next turn.
So using the floating mana to use cast Prismatic Ending, the other floating mana to get a Quaddle in play.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, and another Omnath drawn. So even if Collins does rip the 1 of Supreme Verdict, is still going to have to deal with another Omnath on the following turn.
Yep.
Jace the Mind Sculptor. That's not a great one in this board state.
Not as good as it was the last 2 times we saw Collins cast this Jace.
So Brainstorm, I think, is a forced play. You can't play around Bolt or anything like that. And bouncing a creature just is actively bad for you here.
So don't really want to allow Andre to redo any of those triggers. And yeah, Collins just doesn't have a solution to what is happening on this board.
The classic Brainstorm, all 3 of these cards don't do anything. Guess we're done here.
Yeah, and that's just the game played out completely differently from last match because Andre had early plays. That Ragavan forcing action as opposed to starting the game on turn 3, as we saw from Michael, Collins's Elemental's opponent. Just a totally different tenor to the entire game.
Yeah, and Andre just never let up. When it seemed like he was about to run out of cards, an Omnath or Express Federation would come down, and then it's just you got to deal with everything. And that's kind of why the 4-color deck is so popular, right?
Yeah.
You get to play just all heavy hitters.
And so many of these cards just say draw a card on them. You just get to keep going.
Or they effectively draw a card, like Ragavan, or there's just a Ran 6.
Yes.
That's just, you get so much cardboard in this deck. And every bit of cardboard you get is so impactful.
It is. All right, looks like we're going back to the booth.
No, you're too late to put on the monkey
Yeah, I
suit.
don't think I can get that hat on in
The-
time. I think it's just me for now.
The secret's revealed. He's not actually a gorilla.
No.
When we have to commentate games, he has to not speak through the mask.
Yeah. I mean, also, I don't really want to be wearing the mask for the entire, like, 4 hours and change of coverage.
It gets hot.
It gets hot. My mouth is pressed right up to the fabric of the mask, so I'm kind of like talking into it. I don't know if they cleaned it after the last guy, so that's a little bit distressing. Looks like we have the camera again, so we're gonna head back to game 3 of this match.
Game 2 of this match.
Game 2 of this match.
I know that was a bit of a long one, but it's just one game so far. Andre's up a game.
It feels long when Collins is losing. I don't like to see that. Try not to be biased. Of course, want every player to have their shot, but, you know, Collins and me go way back.
It's also objectively hard to root against Lutri, the card.
It's very cute.
Yeah.
One of the cuter Magic cards of the last couple of years.
So players are considering their opening hands. The matchup does not change. The matchup changes incredibly, I think, from Collins being on the play or not.
Yes. I think that's definitely true. His answers, when they get to line up and he's like answering on, 1-for-1 mana, they usually work really, really well. When he's down a mana and things can get in under, the like Renin 6 on the play is a serious, serious problem because he doesn't get to run 4 prismatic endings in a singleton deck.
Yeah, you really, really have to make sure your answers line up. And that's kind of the goal of playing. Ooh, looks like Collins has the Fire and Ice in hand again.
Yeah,
on turn 2.
We saw it be real good in last match. On the play here, going to be able to stop Andre from...
Oh, stop. Don't look at your card. I have things to do during your upkeep.
I have the one thing to do during your upkeep.
It counts as thing.
Yes.
So grabbing a basic island and going to ISO down that Rogren Triumph. That'll prevent Andre from getting a Ren 6 down this early. And dashing a Ragavan. Either of which would be pretty bad for Collins, as we saw last game.
All right, tap down that land. Andre not super likely to be able to do anything on 1 mana this turn.
Yeah, there's a chance that he had to sequence his lands such that you get Rogren Triumph and then a green source and not use Abundant Growth on turn 1, but it's unlikely. So, Bobble looking at a Flooded Strand here for Andre. Collins shocks.
Yeah, so just representing some 3 mana interaction, or it looks like he's got a Force of Negation in his hand that he could possibly hard cast against a non-creature threat, Teferi Time Raveler or similar.
Yeah, and there's also the one of Supreme Verdict, so that if Collins grabs another white source in his next couple of sequences, he can have that kind of catch-up mechanism that he just wasn't able to find last game.
Right. And that catch-up mechanism is much better as long as he's able to keep Andre's board clear of planeswalkers so that the Supreme Verdict actually wipes all the non-land permanents out.
Right. So we'll see what Andre ends up doing on his 3 mana turn here.
Tough to choose to cast the Teferi into the Shocked-in Hallowed Fountain. That was a Mishra's Bauble trigger. Collins has a Mishra's Bauble in his deck.
Yeah, the one of Mishra's Bauble, Shaw Flutter Strand, which immediately got shuffled away. Yeah, it looks like Andre's playing the Abundant Growth on the Forest.
Yep.
There's an Endurance in Andre's hand.
Yeah, smart.
Ooh, flashing in the Brazen Bar.
Oh, I wonder if this is going to get ambushed by an Endurance at some point this game.
Likely, but for now it's 3 damage. Just a cool, crisp 3 damage that will get quaddled.
And Collins has to choose what to do here. This is kind of a tough choice. All right, looks like he's going to let it resolve, trade the Brazen Borrower for it. I don't think Collins' plan really was to try to 3 Andre every turn with that Brazen Borrower.
I think it was kind of like I've got this and I'm not going to waste my mana this turn, so I may as well put 8 pressure into play so I can keep...
Oh my goodness, is this the Jace again?
Yeah, this is the Jace again.
All right, and we've seen this before. Collins is going to go up to 5 loyalty so that this does not die to a Fury.
Or Lightning Bolt, yeah.
Or a Lightning Bolt.
And using the Fate Seal mode to scry with Jace. The scry mode.
Yes, this is it is scry mode when you use it on yourself.
Ooh, no play for Andre on 4 mana. That is indicative to Collins of a reactive hand, right? You've got to have Solitude, Lightning Bolt, Counterspell, something in that suite of cards.
Yep.
We also know Andre has an Endurance.
Yeah, and that's certainly like what Andre is planning on here is gonna put that endurance in at end of turn. He's only on 4 mana, so it's not gonna be a solitude play. Collins has Logic Knot and Counterspell in his hand right now, I believe. So I think that Andre's hand being kind of reactive is not going to work out for him with this chase on the board. Looks like there's also an Ether Gust in Collins' hand. Unless that's a Snapcaster Mage. Okay, it is an Ether Gust.
Ether Gust, yeah. Bit awkward with the Ether Gust. Putting it on top for Andre would... Collins could choose to Fate Seal the endurance away.
Well, Andre's going to get a chance to draw it before that happens, so.
Fair. So Sacred Foundry shocked into play with Andre, I believe.
Interesting. So might be a combination of burn spells in his hand.
Yeah, like a bolt and then another bolt.
Yeah.
Or just a bolt and try to set up like an endurance attack.
Or Bolt Ragavan, something like that.
Sure. It looks like there's a Fury and a bolt in the hand.
Okay.
So you can bolt Jace here, put him down to 2. Spell Pierce.
And a Spell Pierce.
Oh, that's a rough one.
Yeah, and Collins also has, I believe, Counterspell and or Logic Knot in hand here, so gets to stop. Andre's not going to get to hardcast a Fury at any point here.
With an endurance, I certainly think you would want to Logic Knot.
Yes. Yes. I think you want to start with that one.
All right, so no play for Andre. We still know about the endurance that he just drew.
If Collins doesn't fetch here, that seems to be pretty bad news for Andre because Collins did just Brainstorm.
And chooses to draw. Is that a Memory Deluge? So Brainstorms with Jace.
I think that's actually a Hall of Storm Giants.
Huh.
I believe I caught a glimpse of that. Yeah, that's what that is.
Subtlety in the hand as well. And the Dead gone.
Yeah, I think Collins has pretty firmly taken control of this one.
How many cards is Andre holding? I thought it was quite a few. I mean, Jace has Brainstorm twice, which is no small joke,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, it looks like Andre has 5-ish cards in his hand.
So that's not an insignificant amount.
For sure.
Like, I would say Collins has, like, the advantage bar right now, if we were to use such a technology.
I'm just looking at the number of responsive cards in his hand that are very good against the cards in Andre's hand. A couple of counterspells and a subtlety. That's a lot.
Yes. But Andre does have something important to that dynamic, which is a mana advantage. Endurance being able to be cast on instant speed, even something like Icewind Quaddle.
True.
To put Jace down to 4 so you can try to get a Fury through.
Yeah.
Like, all those cards can be played on Collins' turn and set up a way to break through this fortress Collins has assembled with Jace.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not just stuck in casting expensive sorcery speed spells into 2-mana counter magic. He does get to like double use his mana here into one set of Collins' mana.
Right. So that, I think, is how Andre breaks out of this.
Yeah, I agree. Collins does have the subtlety in hand potentially to like put the backbreaker in at the end of a chain of spells, but yeah, gonna lead with that Logic Knot, get these cards out of the graveyard before an endurance gets rid of them.
I didn't actually realize Logic Knot was printed with a normal frame. So Veil of Summer? No, Counterspell. And Collins is going to fire back with possibly the Force of Negation in hand.
Yeah, he'll have to hard cast it because it is on his turn.
Right. It's not like Force of Will.
No, they very intentionally made it not quite like Force of Will.
Yeah, and here's the Force Negation.
I'm just going to cast a cancel here.
All right, so back on Andre's turn, mana untapped. Collins has no mana open. So this is like Andre's turn to do what he can do. And I believe it maybe just try to resolve a Fury to throw Jace down. Unless Wrenn and 6 was the draw.
Yeah, good start.
So pick up a land. And that's it. So
Yeah.
Andre chose to use that turn to get a Renin 6. Is there another flash threat in his hand that we know about?
There probably is something. I have to imagine an end of turn endurance is going to come down for this sequence to make sense.
Dress down one of the cards in Collins' hand, which is actually pretty good against Fury.
Yeah.
Not as good against Endurance.
No, but very good if like Andre's sequence here ends in evoking a Fury to finish off this chase.
That is true.
Although I guess if that were his plan.
Oh, Lutri in hand. Okay.
All right. We might see something.
Yeah, no Temporal Mastery on tap, which is the last time we saw the glorious Temporal Mastery Lutri from Collins' story.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to end up seeing that on camera, but we are part of the way there. We got the Lutri in hand and we've got the Jace going, so.
It's a good first two steps.
Yeah, Jace, not a bad one with cards that say Miracle in the text box.
Yeah, that's more of a Joe Lossett thing. He was on coverage, the first 4 rounds. So that's more his expertise. All right, Andre getting a couple cards, one from Renin 6, one from the draw step.
Yeah, I mean, and he is... Jace Brainstorming is very powerful and certainly better than drawing a card. Andre, with this Renin 6, is, kind of keeping pace on, like, raw card count. So he's not, like, getting completely KO'd out of this game by another Planeswalker in play.
And I know I don't have to talk up Renin 6 because everyone knows how ridiculous that card is by now. But it is worth noting that one of the things we were talking about was how to leverage mana. And Renin 6 just keeps giving you mana.
Yeah.
Like, you don't run out of land drops.
And one of the huge things about this format in general is and so Collins sending a 4-mana Cryptic Command, tapping out to try to stop this Teferi, and looks like Andre's got the counterspell. This could be pretty big.
So Collins can subtlety this by pitching Lutri, subtlety the Teferi rather than the counterspell.
Yes.
Which is the only free spell he would have left access to because
he used his Force of Negation. Right. And you really do have to use this subtlety here on this Teferi because once the Teferi's in play, this is now just a phantom monster.
Right. So it looks like we're asking a question to a judge. I'm not sure, but what about? Did we miss something? It looks like this is all fine. This is just a subtlety responding to a counterspell, correct?
That's certainly my read on it from being able to see but not hear what's going on.
Yeah, you pitched a dress down, which is a blue card. And then, okay, we're figuring out how Cryptic Command would resolve if Counterspell was trying to figure out what to Counterspell so that you don't get to draw a card.
Sure.
So, card drawn from Teferi, nothing bounced.
Yep, and then Teferi gets to bounce. Or no, he bounced his Abundant Growth.
He bounced his Abundant Growth.
Yeah. But, that sequence, quite good for Andre. Collins does still have this Jace in play, but boy, it really did use up all of the cards in Collins' hand.
Yeah, now Collins has to brainstorm to now Collins has fewer planeswalkers than his opponent, and one of them stops him from doing things on Andre's turn.
Right. And that's one of the angles that he really has an advantage over Andre is the ability to stop Andre's powerful spells with ETBs and card advantage effects from resolving. When Teferi's in play, that's much more difficult.
Yeah, I do want to note that Collins did pitch Dress Down rather than Lutri to the subtlety, then just put Lutri back in the deck and is now shuffling it. So there's a Lutri just chilling in there somewhere now.
Oh boy, yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah, the best thing about Lutri is you don't have to draw it when you've committed,
Yeah. Okay, there is a bolt to take out that Teferi. That was definitely step 1. After that,
and then a 7/7 to take out the Renin 6.
But this leaves Collins tapped out, and he's used the free spells. He can't interact on the stack anymore.
Yeah, so now whatever Andre can bring to bear against this Jace is going to stick, and gets to pick up a card along the way with this Abundant Growth.
Yep.
I believe Yorion has not been added to hand yet, so that would cost an extra 3 mana if that's something Andre is interested in doing this turn.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have access to doing all of that right now.
So 5 mana for the Fury.
There's a Fury. All right.
That knocks Jace down to 1.
Boy, and I think Andre's really managed to kind of buy himself back into this If he's not able, all right. So Collins still has a shot because looks like that was just a put your Jace to 1, put a threat into play. Andre does not have another burn spell.
Shocking the Hallow Fountain, presumably to leave open either counterspell or Icing Quaddle.
Yep.
So Collins draws here with the Brainstorm on Jace. Finds a Temporal Mastery.
That really needs an opt or something to go with it here.
It does. You can take the extra turn next turn.
That's true. I guess that's exactly the same, really. This isn't like a Terminus Miracle.
You could also just cast it for 7 mana.
That's true. I mean, with a Jace in play, that is doing something.
Right.
I think that may be the line that Collins is about to take.
It's not optimal because there's no fetch land for Collins. So he has to draw one of these cards next turn.
Sure. I mean, one thing also to keep in mind is that Andre is at 9, and there's a Hall of Storm Giants in play on Collins' side of the table. So, you know, it's not quite lethal, but it is very close to being lethal.
There's the Quaddle. So that should hold down
Sure.
the fort and or kill Jace. Quaddle can fly over Hall of the Storm Giants, whereas Fury cannot do that.
Yeah. Looks like Collins did not elect to cast Temporal Mastery for the full 7 mana to get an extra turn here. There's another Teferi Time Raveler.
Yeah, so now if Collins wants to use mana this turn, he has to do it now.
Yep.
Very few counter magic in the way of Collins' deck. The Archmage's Charm is one of them.
I think Collins has pretty much registered 1 copy of each of the playable counter spells in this format.
And Mana Leak.
And Mana Leak, yes. Correct.
There's Omnath. So Teferi was countered, but now here's an Omnath.
Pretty bad, but honestly, Teferi being in play is kind of worse for Collins in a lot of ways.
So I believe Quaddle is going at Jace alone, and Fury is coming after Collins.
Ooh, and we got a Shark.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon for 3. Represented by this die.
I don't know that this Shark is going to be in play for very long, so.
It may be Death Touched down.
Actually, there may only be 2 basics on Andre's side of the table.
You're right. There's a Snow-Covered Island and a Snow-Covered Forest.
Okay.
And the Glared card is a Hallowed Fountain. And then we Sorcery Speed Prismatic into
Yeah.
the Shark. That's a win for Collins.
That is a win for Collins, absolutely.
And taking 6 off the Fury is whatever, because now you get to Jace Brainstorm again with the Temporal
Yeah,
Mastery.
all right. Temporal Mastery happens with Jason play, and with this Hall of Storm Giants, there's a lot of routes to Collins just dealing lethal on between these 2 turns.
Yeah, we'll see. You do need, I think, another land to activate Hall of Storm Giants this turn. And that would mean, Omnath has to possibly get in the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the clearest route to the win next turn is like find a removal spell for the Omnath, find a way to deal 2 damage, and then next turn attack for 7. And that is a lot of different components, but
So finally a fetch land from Collins so he could shuffle away these cards he keeps putting back.
yeah, the breath of fresh air, the sigh of relief when you finally hit the fetch land as you've been chasing and not quite getting. All right, yeah, it looks like Murktide Regent with a
The
lightning bolt.
That's lethal.
Yep.
From the Time Walk, you play the Regent. It's an 8/8. You bolt.
Yeah. All right, so we are 1-1 on the match, but Collins is going to be on the draw in game 3, and I think we really did see the difference between being on the play and on the draw these past 2 games.
Yeah, it matters. And I don't know how much the ice mattered, like the contents of Andre's hand, but it is a incredibly secure feeling when you know your opponent can't dash Ragavan or play Red and 6.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not an option Collins has on the draw.
No, I mean, I believe he's going to be keeping that spell. Yeah, he kept that Spell Pierce in the deck this game. It's going to be in there, and if he doesn't have that in hand, turn 2 Ren and 6 is a serious problem, potentially.
And this is an important technical play from Collins here, removing the Lutri from your deck after you've shuffled it in with Jace.
The gap between the quality of your deck with your companion in the companion zone and your deck with your companion as the 61st card in your deck, that's way worse than the rest of your deck. That's a big difference.
It's not as stark as like Kahira, which is just a
Right.
Warpath ghoul.
Yeah.
At least Lutri has Flash, you know?
Right.
But yeah, you certainly want to take those out of the deck.
It's what's that wolf? The 3/2 wolf with Flash.
Couldn't tell you.
I can't remember the name. Some sort of ambusher or something. Who knows?
I'm not even gonna try.
I think Collins has his Ragavan in his hand this game.
Okay, that would be better if he were on the play.
It would be better if he were on the play. On the draw, it just doubles down on your weakness to the turn 2 Ren and 6 in some ways.
Yes. I'd almost rather have Spell Pierce than the Ragavan.
I
on the
agree.
draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Andre, both players kept 7, which is a good sign for both. Looks like Andre's going to lead with a abundant growth.
Oh, we got a King Cheetah is a 3/2 flash in chat. That's a throwback.
Okay, King Cheetah, that's a good one. Not the wolf you were thinking of.
No, definitely not the wolf I was thinking of, but a little more elegant, honestly. All right, looks like Collins is gonna play out the Ragavan this turn. So that means either he's saying if you have Ren and 6, you have it, or he has Force of Negation in his hand.
Oh, this is better.
This is better.
Ooh, Surveil to the top. And then draw the card during your turn. So it could be a manaless interaction spell.
I'm not sure if Collins
No, just
does
a
have.
flash land.
Maybe I just saw red mana and a power and toughness box, but I think he might still have a Ragavan in his hand. So this is the classic. I'll play my Dragon's Rage Channeler on the draw. If you Ren and 6 it, I can dash in my Ragavan to kill your Ren and 6.
The classic, the 6 months or so.
It's defined a lot of matchups in this format.
It has. It's not as classic as something like King Cheetah.
No, absolutely not. But relevant for this format.
Bounding Wolf is a 3/2 flash reach from Midnight Hunt.
That's the one I was thinking
That's
of.
the one? Okay.
All right, Cathual, hats off. Thank you
Nice
for that.
job. All right, 2 mana here. Is this a Ren 6? It looks like it.
Yep.
So ping down the Dragon's Rage Channeler after it resolves.
So that is step 1 of this exchange, and then I believe Collins is going to be able to dash in
It's
as
a
a
very
Ragavan.
quick fetch land. So.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the Ragavan, Collins. Just throw it out there. End the turn while you're shuffling. There's not a lot of time left on the clock, I'd imagine. This is game 3 in a control mirror, so you definitely want to take your shortcuts where you can.
Yeah, we do not have the clock because, of course, this is guerrilla coverage, but generally, once we get to game 3 in this matchup, we're butting up against it. Another Ren and 6, but this one at least isn't taking anything out on its way in.
Yeah, but it's not easy to deal with.
It is not easy to deal with.
Collins can try to get a Ragavan hit on Andre to create the treasure token. There's the timely Spell Pierce.
And I do think if Collins had the Spell Pierce in hand the whole time, I think that entire sequence would have been played completely differently.
Yeah. Looks like that's an Odawara played until end of turn, I believe.
Yep.
And then the Spell Pierce added to hand.
Holding up the Spell Pierce when they already have their Ren and 6 in play does not. I mean, it is protecting you from Teferi, so it's not doing nothing.
Yeah, that is huge. Teferi has been a big part of this matchup where you can't cast Temporal Mastery off Teferi, for instance.
Right.
The miracle cost, at least. Not to say all the classic, you can't counter my spells or interact during my turn sort of deal.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that it shuts down that it really doesn't feel like it should be doing. Yeah, and I mean, Collins as a singleton deck really just doesn't have access. Oh, and Spell Pierce does not solve Ragavan.
Dash in Ragavan, it's going to connect. Blue mana does not help you out with that. Cryptic Command is a whiff. Andre's already played a land this turn, so.
But a treasure token is going to allow Andre to create and leverage a mana advantage that's going to be really tough for Collins to deal with.
Okay, so Monkey goes back to hand, and Collins starts his turn now. Still needs to deal with Ren 6, ticking steadily up towards ultimate range.
Yep.
And remember, Collins can only play one Prismatic Ending, which is one of the easier answers for Ren 6.
One of the things keeping it in check in the format, generally, I'd say. Unholy Heat, also okay, but Prismatic Ending really just able to deal with it at mana parity.
And
look, Collins has it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's fine to be playing a singleton deck if you have it.
Yeah, that's why we talk it up, and I expect the Jace to come down next turn.
Well, okay, but the spot that Collins is in right now, he's holding up Spell Pierce. but his opponent has a Ragavan that he is capable of dashing and is also on 6 mana, and including that treasure, and may be able to just jam something through that Spell Pierce, whether it's an Omnath that doesn't get hit by Spell Pierce at all, or it's a fairy that he has mana up for, or just this Ragavan coming down, daring Collins to have a 1 mana removal spell.
Plains, that's a whiff. Which is nice because Collins does have cantrips like Opt and Consider in his deck, which are just free cards for Andre.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite see what that land is. I believe it's a basic. Yeah, basic snow-covered plains. Yorion added to hand there. Got to be quick on those or you'll miss them.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the less scary things Andre could do with this turn, I mean, Yorion, you always have access to. Slamming down a Teferi or something there would have been pretty bad for Collins.
So
All right,
here's
so
a 6/6 Murktide Region, I believe.
I think you are... How many spells is that?
1, 2, 5/5 Murktide.
Yeah, 5/5 Murktide.
So out of Fury range, but not,
Not huge, but only a 3-turn clock. So depending on how these cards trade for each other over the next couple of turns, can Collins answer this Omnath is a big question.
I believe there's a counterspell in his hand. The Chase versus Chandra counterspell, I believe. I mean, Andre still has 3 mana open.
Right.
Forest and 2 treasures.
That's the other question. So Collins has the interaction. Does
And
Andre
Veil
have...
of Summer.
Oh, he's got the Veil of Summer.
That's a blowout.
And I don't believe Collins is going to be able to kill Andre with this Murktide Regent through an Omnath.
Yeah, that one's unlikely. Especially if Andre plays Yorion here and draws 2 extra cards.
Yeah.
Which, Omnath's gained 4 life. Now you can go fetch a land, get 4 mana, play the Yorion, flicker your Abundant Growth and your Omnath, draw 2 cards. It's back on Collins. You've got a 5/5. I've got all this.
Yeah, and the 5/5 is really just... I mean, we've seen this in the Murktide versus 4-color matchup. The creatures out of the Murktide Regent deck versus the permanents that this 4-color deck can put onto the battlefield. They just, they're not generating value and winning you the game against this type of board.
Andre waiting patiently for Collins to finish so he can draw his cards.
So he can tap 1 land to cast his Yorion.
Yeah.
All right, this is a draw 2 Yorion, and that's
Does
tough.
Andre have to discard the hand size yet? I feel like he has
He's
so
close.
many cards. He
Yep,
does.
he does. Oh, baby.
Collins has the Supreme Verdict, which, is, first of all, not being able to be cast. There's no double white.
Yeah. All right, Jace Vryn's Prodigy is probably not going to do it.
It doesn't even do anything on the graveyard, right?
No,
It's just a
nothing
counter spell.
flashback, yeah.
You would give Yorion -2/-0, which is not very good.
No, I don't believe that it's quite going to cut it.
Do you leave Murktide Regent back here if you're Collins?
You can't kill your opponent through gaining 4 life a turn.
Yeah, so like, got to attack for 1, and then your opponent swings for 8.
Yeah.
Andre back up to 18 to Collins' 10, going for another 4 mana trigger. I mean, he's got 7 cards in hand, so
Yep.
lots of stuff to play.
Listen, the Omnath on board, uncontested for multiple turns, is just going to net you this kind of unbeatable mana advantage. And Collins is playing pretty much a responsive blue-red deck, and this is exactly the type of thing that deck can't beat.
Right. Like, there's nothing wrong with a respectable control deck.
Yeah.
But when you start running up against the 4-color deck, you have to have some way to go over the top of them, or you'll get dragged far behind.
Yeah.
It looks like a mountain. What is that card that was just cast? Sokensen? Is that a channeled Sokensen for 2 spirits? I think that's what that was.
I believe, yeah, we're grabbing two tokens to put into play, so I think you're right.
That's why Spike has had some success with his Lotus Fields in his control decks. You just need some engine to go so over the top of what the 4-color deck can do.
Right.
And Lutri is not quite that.
I would agree. Yeah, what the Lotus Fields let you do is run these kind of almost modal spells. They let you have Memory Deluges in your deck that let you outcard your opponent. They let you hard cast your elementals more easily, and that's a big part of this format, is that the elementals allow you to leverage mana in a way that is super flexible, and the rest of the time they're free spells.
So there's a huge attack from Andre here. Collins lines up blocks. We got Murktide taking out the Yorion. And Jace just blocking a spirit because it can. And then this is going to get in for 4, 5, 6, 7 damage with the Ragavan trigger. If Collins has no other things to do this combat.
Yeah.
And it looks like no. All right, so the spirit does not die. Jace is an O2. So that should still be on the battlefield.
Correct. That 0 power has come up multiple times. Gain 0 life. Can't kill this spirit. All right.
Yeah,
Looks
there's
like
the-
that's
there's the
that
bolt.
bolt will finish him off.
Yeah, 7 minus 10 is 3. 3 minus 3 is 0.
Hold on. 10 minus 7 is 3.
Yeah, whatever. You know, my math was pretty close. Like the numbers.
Any way you slice it, Collins did get finished off that turn. So
Yes.
rough beats for Mr. Mullen, but still at 4-2. Just has to win 2 more to make day 2.
Ooh,
Andre.
look at that. I actually love this side work card against 4 color.
Oh yeah.
People, it was a bit of a meme on Twitter for a while, back and forth. But this Emrakul the Promising has shown to be such a house against these 4 color decks.
Yeah, definitely.
And it is one of the things, like we were talking about, that allows you to go so much larger than 4 color.
When you can make them run their creature into it, all of their creatures are removal spells that you can evoke. So when you get to pass the turn and they, like, you can make them Fury their own guy. The one thing about the Emrakul, though, is it does die to their Solitude. So
It does, yeah. But, you know, you still mess them up.
yes,
Like, Mindslaver is...
you probably still get to use all of their cards to kill all of their other cards.
Right. So it looks like our Lutri player has taken a loss here. We're following Ivan and Aspiringspike as well. Haven't heard how those folks are doing. Looks like I'm getting word that Ivan won and Aspiringspike lost this round.
And I'm not sure exactly what records that leaves them at.
I think it leaves them both at X and 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get corrections if I'm wrong on that, as we keep track of everything that's going on in the event hall.
All right, looks like we're gonna head back to the booth. You'll get to look at our smiling faces. Hello, welcome back.
Yeah, not a gorilla face this time.
No, I mean, the gorilla life is a part-time life. Apparently, it's not one that I take as seriously as some might. So, what are we thinking about Modern so far? We having a good day? We feeling happy?
I'm having a good day. I think coverage has been good so far. It's not perfect. SCGs. This isn't the super production. We're running out of
We're
whatever
doing the best we
Honorog's
can.
got in his backpack, which is honestly very impressive.
Listen, we got the Dandans in. That was unexpected.
That's
I had
true,
no
yeah.
idea that was going to happen.
Not cards I've seen in a while.
No, absolutely not. No, this has been a lot of fun. Really enjoying doing this. Thanks to Honorog for setting this up. This is definitely his baby, and he's done an impressive amount of work getting everything going. And also, like, huge thanks to Bradley for doing all the work in the back room. I think we know from doing coverage ourselves just how much work goes into the production of these things. Even for a relatively lo-fi sort of stream, when you have just multiple sources, multiple people involved, coordinating everything and getting all of the video and audio working, it's a job. It's really a lot of work.
Yeah, and again, a huge shout out to Mark Nestico with Dynamo Collectibles. He is sponsoring this stream, allowing Honorog and us to put on a good show. He is buying all your video games. If you want to look him up, he is at Dynamo Nestico on Twitter, and he's got an email there you can see there at marknestico@gmail.com. We talked about this last round, but he's a huge fanatic, I guess, for all of the classic video games and
Yeah.
such.
So you get to buy and sell with somebody who cares about them. And yeah, I think that's kind of nice to be able to do. So before we go to a break, what are you hoping to see? Anything that you want to see pop up today?
Ooh, I want to see something spicy. I know we are at the mercy of whatever the people we have are playing against.
Mhm.
But Modern's pretty big, and people are playing some crazy stuff nowadays. If you ever look at any of the Magic Online stuff past the top 8, there's a lot of wild stuff going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen Hammer today. That would be neat to see. I like that deck a lot.
Mhm.
I'm just down to see matchups we haven't seen yet today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of decks out there that we haven't seen any of. We haven't seen really any sort of creature combo, unless you want to count Risen Reef as that. But we haven't seen any Yawgmoth or anything of that sort. We haven't seen any
Amulet.
We haven't seen Amulet. We haven't seen Grinding Station Breach, which has made some waves. We haven't seen a single Cascade spell be cast on stream so far.
True.
Although we have seen a lot of Teferis, so that may be part of the explanation there.
Well, Teferi is an excellent card, and as soon as people just start showing up with Cascade cards trying to punk people, you just throw a bunch of Teferis into your good Teferi decks, and you're pretty insulated.
Yeah, I mean, Ren and 6 Teferi is a combination of 2 and 3 mana cards and 4 different colors of mana that has worked really well in Modern since we've been able to cast those 2 cards. So we always have access to that when it's time to cast some Teferis.
Yeah, and thank you for all the folks in chat who are talking about how much they enjoyed the coverage or that it's doing a good job. But we appreciate that. I'm sure everyone working on it does as well.
Definitely. I think we're going to go to a break for a little bit, but hopefully we will be back sooner rather than later with round 7.
Yep, we'll see y'all then.
Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks.
Hey, what's up, guys? All right, we're back again, and this is so the round. I was kind of AFK because I was like, I'm falling asleep here. It's been about this broadcast has been live for about 8 hours now, and so I walked around the city of Dallas, and I got this, meagerly cup of coffee. But it is, are you a coffee person?
Yeah.
You're a coffee person. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I had this conversation the other day, and I was like, someone asked me, like, name one food that you could not, or one, like, something that you consume that you could not live without. And my first reaction was like, whoa, I can't live without, like, I don't know, like chicken or something. You know what I mean? And then I thought about it some, and I was like, actually, the real answer is coffee. Like, without coffee, I think I wouldn't be able to operate. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I haven't really shared this with too many people, but like, I've been really getting into like the espresso game lately.
I'm responsible.
You do? Okay, all right, yeah. So like, it's something about it is really nice. So if you've never made espresso before, the process is really interesting. You have to like grind the beans and then actually like pour the espresso out and like a bunch of like stuff like that. But like every single step requires like meticulous precision. And I guess I'm a Magic player, so that naturally just like applies to me. Like when it comes to like deck building or making your coffee, it's all the same thing. And so I don't know. That's when I realized, like, there's coffee in my blood. Like I'm a ride or die kind of guy. So I can appreciate this coffee, even if it's like, not. I was gonna go to Starbucks, and I'm not gonna say Starbucks is like S tier coffee. Just kidding. It looks like pairings are actually up. You should make sure you're at this table because there was a couple issues otherwise. But real quick, while you do that, give me an update on your status so far in the event because a lot of people were asking.
So I was 4-0, now I'm 4-2.
Okay.
I lost to a really good blue eye control player, a really good Yawgmoth player.
Okay.
Both matches were really close.
Yeah.
Both matches were really interesting. I had a lot of fun. I came out on the wrong side.
That's okay. Yeah, that happens, and I feel like you've played enough events to, have a strong mental for the next few games and things like that. So it'll be good. We never talked about Yawgmoth. Is that a matchup that you want to play against?
I'm a Fury deck, so I think that I'm usually okay to play against
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
But my opponent played super well. We had an awesome game where I chalice on 1, and my opponent proliferated with Yawgmoth all the way up to 4, and I had 2 memory delusions in my graveyard.
Wow.
So I had to I went like to Fairy plus. I drew March of Otherworld Blight. I could minus on my chalice, but then they minus Chris with only 1 creature, so I exiled the creature that I minus to Fairy on my own chalice. I flashed back to multiple delusions, and I won that game, but then I lost games 2 and 3.
The scary part is that after everything he said, like I can understand it all. You know what I mean? Like that's Magic player for you. So if you want to hop in that seat, I guess we'll do that. We'll take a real quick break and then we'll get right into the match here. We'll get CCR and Lee back in. And it's gonna be good stuff here. The last 2 matches will be all Spike. So Spike fans rejoice. This is it. Spike has to win the next 2 matches in order to make it into day 2. And I mean, I'm a fan. I'm rooting for you. So let's get it. Let's get that bread.
Oh man, how's it going?
We're back. Hey, Lee.
Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Just hanging out. Hey, chat. How's it going?
Just your normal everyday coverage going on.
Yep. I got to eat about 3/4 of a burrito during this break because, last match was a bit of a long one.
Yeah, we're already gearing up for the next round. We're going to be looking at Everett this time, Aspiringspike, on the Just Guy Lotus Field deck, playing against Caleb Frouchy, I believe is how you pronounce that.
Fauci. Yep. And both players are 4-2, so they are playing for their tournament life because I believe you do need to be X2 in order to make it to day 2 of this tournament.
You do. There's a cut at 6-2 for the next portion of the tournament for Sunday.
And I believe our plan is to have Spike on for the next 2 rounds, so we really do kind of need him to win this one so that his next round matters. But if not, I'm sure we can find somebody else to get on stream. But I think this should be good. If Spike wins this one, then we get to keep an eye on him, and he will be fighting for his tournament life for the rest of this stream.
If chat would simply send all of their energy to Spike, then we don't need to worry about finding out.
Yes.
Right.
Spike, take my energy.
Yeah.
All right, and of course, we don't know what Caleb is on right now because it's a paper tournament. We don't have deck lists, we don't have nothing, and
I don't see a companion, so that is something you can consider.
yes, absolutely. A little bit less now that there's really only the one playable companion. I mean, Gigantha as well as Yorion,
We
but
just saw Lutri and Kaira.
we did. I mean, that's true. The Kahira a little more than the Lutri, but
Yeah, for sure. Caleb's taking a quick mulligan. Looks like Spike is deciding to keep.
I've been asked to describe the burrito, and because this is Anurag's stream, I think I should probably describe this burrito. These were meal prep burritos, actually. These weren't like Chipotle ones. These are ones that I had prepared. They're very exotic as far as burritos go because they are chicken parmesan burritos.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I had one.
Yeah, turned out pretty nice.
Very solid coverage meal.
Yeah.
Where you don't get a lot of time between rounds or whatever.
just gotta wolf that bad boy down.
Eat what you can.
All right, Caleb, I think taking his first mulligan, so going down to 6 on this one. What are we seeing over there? I'm having a hard time.
I can't see anything in particular.
I leaned to the left.
I saw that.
Give me a better angle on his cards.
We're like not on camera, so you didn't have to say anything. Right? You could have been safe.
Well, I am here to relay the truth of the experience to the viewers and my own very stupid. Looks like we're on
that is an amulet. It's a turn timber symbiosis in the land form, so that's probably just gonna chill there. Players have come to an understanding that that's a land.
Maybe if it's gonna stay in play at some point, it'll get flipped, but it's getting immediately returned to hand by this Golgari Rock.
Spike not doing the same with his Valakut Awakening.
Yeah, that's true.
Golgari Rot Farm is not a land you often see in amulet lists. It's usually Selesnya Sanctuary, Gruul Turf.
Yeah, I wonder if that indicates anything. I'm not a amulet variant connoisseur enough to know what the Golgari Rot Farm means.
I'm certainly not smart enough to extrapolate what that means, but I look at a lot of deck lists, right? And I know that is unusual.
Right.
Ooh, okay. It's like we're going for a mana ramp creature.
It seems very likely that this is getting Azusa.
It
Or
could
Dryad.
get Dryad.
It can get Dryad here. I just lean towards, boy, we probably want to make a bunch of bounce lands this turn, but
does Everett have any mana interaction in his deck? Because Blood Sun does cut off. It doesn't cut off.
Oh my goodness!
This is actually game.
Yep, that's the end of that.
The
game.
Summoner's Pact, you can't pay for it.
Oh, brutal!
And you just lose.
Yeah, and that is one of the biggest recommendations of March of Otherworldly Light is that it can kill Urza Saga. Not only can it kill Urza Saga, it can kill it with the trigger on the stack, so you don't even get a mana out of it. It doesn't matter for this game; it was going to kill Caleb no matter when he killed it.
In play too, so
yeah, true. But for completely different situations, you don't even get a mana out of it. For this situation, it was enough that it was a Stone Rain, and Caleb cannot satisfy the Summoner's Pack requirement.
Yeah, so that's... You can always play out the Turn Timber Symbiosis to avoid that happening if you think that your opponent is going to be playing March of the Worldly Light.
Yeah.
So that is a consideration.
And I I didn't think about that exact sequence happening to Caleb here, but one of the reasons to lean towards Azusa there is, protect yourself a little bit more.
If you even have it. Like some amulets do not even play the card anymore.
That's true. And we already saw Golgari Rot Farm out of this, so this might be a little bit of a different amulet deck. I do think having at least the one Azusa to pact for in the very early game like that is really helpful sometimes.
As far as sideboarding goes, Caleb has actually seen very little of his opponent's deck.
Right. But if he's tuned into Twitch coverage today, he probably has an idea of what Spike is on.
Or even the stream Aspiringspike at Twitch.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, it is not difficult to know what your extremely well-known modern streamer opponent is bringing to a tournament. There's, you'll at least hear rumbles about it if they didn't just post their deck list before the tournament started, which a lot of people do. So I don't know exactly what tools. One thing about Blood Sun against bounce lands is it removes the drawbacks from bounce lands, but a lot of the time the bounce land drawback is a bonus in the amulet deck.
Yeah, it's actually one of the cards you would board in against amulet is wow. Steve just rated us with a party of 767. Thank you so much, Steve. Hope your stream went well.
Yeah, this is definitely my first Nassif raid.
Well, we appreciate it. We're just in the middle of round 7 of the Scgcon 30K Modern Tournament, watching everyone's favorite Modern streamer, other than Nassif, Aspiringspike.
I mean, Nassif is a variety format streamer, and
Yes,
I think
true.
Spike has staked his claim to the modern format in a pretty significant way. I do want to shout out Caleb's tattoos here. I'm pretty into those. It's a good looking set. Take a look next time his arms are across the table.
I hope it gives him a lot of power to, it make this one a little more competitive than last game, where it kind of felt like he got kind of punked out of it.
It did. I mean, but you take those when you can get them, and when you know this March of Otherworldly Light is lethal.
Every modern player lives for when they stone rain their amulet opponent and they can't pay for pact.
Yes.
That is the lifeblood of a modern tournament.
I've only gotten one win that way ever, I think, but boy, did that feel good.
One of my favorite wins against amulet was when I mindslavered them on their pact turn.
Yeah, you don't have to pay.
I choose to lose the game.
I believe I did it with a end of turn Beast Within, on my turn Fulminator Mage Living, and Fulminator Mage. It took a lot of stone rains.
This was post Titan.
Yes. But I just had to get rid of just enough green mana, because this was pre-Dryad, so.
All right, can't quite see what's in Caleb's hand, other than Gruul Turf, which, while respectable, it's just one card.
Yes, that doesn't quite give us the texture of the hand.
So Caleb's on the play again and leads on Beseiju. Normally you're like, oh, Beseiju. Leading on that's kind of weird, but this is Amulet. You can just bounce it to your hand, whatever.
Right. You do not lose access to it. Unless a Blood Sun enters the battlefield, then you...
True. But Amulet's used to packing artifact enchantment removal in their sideboard out the wazoo.
Right.
So...
Oh
right,
boy,
it's happening
jeez.
again.
This matchup feels brutal.
The March of the Worldly Lights are not kind. And there is a chance.
And I was going to point this out, that Spike did have a Flagstones in play. That's going to put him up a mana from this Lotus Field, and he's really off to the races here.
So who's the ramp deck here?
We're up a lot of mana on the Lotus Field side of things.
So there's a Dryad and a Valakut, I believe that land is, which is a little awkward. You could have sequenced the last turn where you played the Beseiju into the Urza Saga.
True.
Here's the Blood Sun for Spike.
And another Lotus Field. My
Field.
goodness.
Just classically out-ramping Amulet Titan.
Yeah, I mean, Spike's going to have access to 8 mana on his next turn, Bart, assuming he doesn't have the third Lotus Field.
And I see a Teferi 5 ready to go.
Yep. And I mean, shuffled to the front of the hand, just...
There's also Cryptic Command for this turn. So one of the more brutal plays Spike can do this round is to counter whatever spell they're doing and then bounce the Dryad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big tempo play.
Because assuming the Teferi will be there to catch you up in the cards.
Yeah, and boy, those 1-mana Stone Rains against Urza
Is this a
Saga.
pass turn? Oh, attack for 2. Okay.
Yeah, we got to get your damage in.
4 mana.
Yeah,
6 mana.
so
Primordial Titan.
Blood Sun really enables Caleb to cast the spells, but of course Spike.
Yeah, one thing you have to be wary of is you got to figure out when you can cast your Primordial Titans. You kind of want to wait for Cavern of Souls, but because Spike has like ballooned into the atmosphere with mana right now,
He's in the late game.
you just like can't wait. You don't have the opportunity to just wait for Cavern of Souls while your control opponent's on like 3 or 4 mana and not doing anything.
So this Teferi this Teferi Hero of Dominaria, this was a ritual. This net Spike a mana this turn cycle.
It did, yeah. That's kind of how Planeswalkers are designed, right? They give you mana when you play them.
Oh,
Alright, so here's a turn Silver Symbiosis. Look at the top few cards, try to find a... Okay, Spike's taking a peek at the sideboard.
he probably has a Memory Deluge in his hand or something like that, and is trying to think about what's his. Okay, maybe not.
The odds of like seeing a 2-mana interaction spell.
Yeah, and I mean maybe he determined that his odds were low enough that he didn't want to do this here. I'm not sure exactly.
I believe there's also a Solitude in his hand, so worst comes to worst, you just Solitude whatever creature's in play.
Sure.
By tapping your 2 lands.
Yeah.
And the Blood Sun does stop the Primeval Titan from doing anything too crazy, right? Because you can't bounce Teleria West or anything. Cultivator Colossus is pretty good.
Yeah. But I think that the Solitude is gonna.
So Delusion responds to the trigger. Maybe looking for... I'm actually not sure.
Maybe just to, gets to have a better selection of white cards to exile well, I guess he could have just cast that Solitude.
Right, yeah. So it looks like Cultivator Colossus drew a card and did not put a land into play.
Well, not the most powerful Cultivator Colossus.
Another Lotus Field. Just...
He'll never be satisfied.
Is
8 mana not enough?
You're embarrassing the Primeval Titan player. I need you to stop.
Just get some March of Otherworldly Light, the Cultivator Colossus.
And untap 6 mana. This is like we were talking about in the last match where you like need to go over the top of some decks in your control decks. We are seeing this Jeskai Lotus Field deck. This is peak over the top.
Yeah, no, nothing is going to go over the top of the Lotus Field deck with 3 Lotus Fields in play and a Teferi. It's just too much mana. And the cards kind of scale. I mean, March doesn't scale the way a true X-Spell scales, but it allows you to do a thing with a lot of mana.
So there's a Summoner Pact. Is that the Secret Lair Amulet, I believe?
Oh my goodness, that does not look like an amulet to me. I would screw that up.
I'm almost certain this is a Secret Lair Amulet.
I mean,
it's
what
the
other
only
artifact
it could be.
Yeah. All right, we're getting confirmation that is the Secret Lair Amulet. But I think you got it.
I know paper coverage is still rare in these parts, so people other than us may not have seen this before.
Right. Yeah, and Spike's gonna Deluge, could miss here. But of course, yeah, as you pointed out, Blood Sun is keeping lands from doing anything but making mana.
The amulet itself actually doesn't really do anything.
Right, because the lands don't ETB tap.
It works with Primeval Titan.
Right.
But like what are you gonna do after that, right?
Spend more mana on Colossal Dreadmaws, I guess. Yeah, the March of Otherworldly Light Blood Sun deck is a challenge for Amulet, I'd have to say.
So it looks like the Memory Deluge whiffed in the sense that Spike did not use a counterspell to get rid of the Primeval Titan. I don't think Cavern of Souls works under Blood Sun. I'm not sure how layers work, but I don't believe you're allowed to name a creature type.
I think that is correct, yeah. So it wouldn't stop a Cavern in play from doing its thing, but right. I don't think... Because it removes, like, ETB tapped abilities from lands, and so I believe it removes the name a creature type as it comes into playability.
Right. So even though it would be great against Spike's approximately 400 mana,
Yes.
it doesn't really do anything here.
Well, and honestly, like, this is a game where Spike didn't have a counterspell for the Titan, and it doesn't really matter that much, so I'm not sure that Cavern of Souls is the biggest deal.
Can't wait to see the 4th Lotus Field interplay. All right, there's a Fury in hand, which is
Just
another Blood Sun.
Cycle more Blood Suns.
Yeah, those things do cantrip, unlike Blood Moon, so drawing them in multiples is not the worst thing. So there's Solitude with a white mana floating.
And also gives you a certain level of protection. The second Blood Sun means that they can't ever, like, Boseiju you and then do something with Titan.
True, true. So Teferi ults at 8, correct?
Correct.
So we are 2 turns away from Teferi Ultimate, and it looks like we're using Valakut Awakening to put 3 cards back.
I find that the Teferi Ultimate is often players' limits in games that they are really not in anyways, but you might have...
Oh, chat points out that we forgot the Pact. Caleb forgot to pay for it.
Oh, he did cast a Pact.
Which is, you do have to pay for those as soon as you realize it. But I'm not sure that like
it may not be the difference maker one way or the other this match.
Yeah, like he may lose the game because of it, but like I don't think that changes the outcome of this one, the way this is going. Yeah, that's a Nexus of Fate, that Forest. I believe Spike is now explaining how he's going to kill him in the Nexus of Fate turn. And Caleb agrees. And yeah. And yeah, of course, if the pack trigger is just pointed out, Caleb taps his 4 mana of his available 20.
Yeah.
With no cards in hand, and just says, "All right, I paid for it. You're up still."
Yeah, it is not quite as cutthroat as the rules. I have at least one match in the pre-redone pact era where my opponent simply moved to their draw step, and then I was like, "Didn't you play a pack last turn?" It no longer just kills you when that happens.
Right. Yeah. The Forest on stream was a Nexus of Fate. It's a judge issued proxy because Nexus of Fate is only available in foil. Judges are allowed to issue proxies of cards of that nature on a basic land. Typically a basic land of a color that is not in the deck the person's playing. And so it was on a mountain in the old days of blue-green Nexus of Fate decks and standard because the decks didn't play any mountains. But, Spike is playing a Jeskai deck. It's theoretically possible a mountain could be in his deck, but a forest is the land you would pick there. Forest or swamp, I guess.
Makes sense. Yeah, so that match ended pretty quick. I'm not sure if we have anything else to go to, but...
That might be what happens when you, cast a March of Otherworldly Light on turn 2 and you realize you killed your opponent.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're supposed to do in that situation. That matchup just kind of seems like a nightmare for Amulet.
It certainly looked really rough. The fact that Amulet relies on Urza Saga to put its Amulet of Vigor engine online and give a late game against control decks that has this inevitability.
Yeah.
And not only does Urza Saga just not work when Blood Sun's out, it also gets destroyed by March of Otherworldly Light at such a low rate, and you can't even tap her for mana. It's very punishing.
And this is just a matchup where Blood Sun is a hate card, not just a cantripy little engine piece that does some turns off some fetch lands and other things like that. It really just makes the deck kind of not work. And that's a lot of hate for 7 utility slots in Spike's deck.
Yeah, and it's not just that. We saw in how once the Blood Sun's out and shuts off all the Amulet stuff, it also accelerates Spike's plan so rapidly. Lotus Field, Lotus Field, Lotus Field. I've got 11
that was
mana
pretty
now.
absurd.
Here's a Teferi. I'm spending 12 mana a turn,
right,
drawing 1 million cards. And you look at that from Amulet side, and you're like, I'll draw my 1 card a turn. I hope it's Primeval Titan. I know it's going to get countered. What do I do? Where do you go from there?
Right. Yeah, and there just really wasn't anywhere to go. I don't think he had anywhere to maneuver in those games, really. I mean, certainly game 1, not playing around the March of Otherworldly Light caused an immediate like
Yes.
disastrous moment, but I think in that game Spike was also setting up for a Flagstones Lotus Field turn to put him up some mana, had the march for whenever the Urza Saga did get played, and I think Spike was way ahead in that game regardless of that.
I also don't blame Caleb for missing the March of the Red Light thing, even if he did know card for card what Spike was playing just from streams or whatever. Just because you play March of the Red Light is played as usually a one of sometimes in Yorion decks in Modern. That's like where you see it most of the time, and you just don't really have the like muscle memory to be like, all right, I'm playing against this deck with Flagstones of Trocare in play. They're gonna March of Otherworldly Lightning.
Sure.
So you know, like that's understandable. Man.
Right, but then it turns out that Spike is playing, I believe, 3 main deck March, and you're just. It's hard to just. I mean, Urza Saga is one of your lands. Like, what can you do except play it at some point? And you're gonna run into it then.
And just to cue in the stream of what we're doing, we're just hanging out right now. Anurag is trying to get a backup match for us because this match finished in 5 minutes. It feels like there's 30 minutes left in the round when we finish that one. So we're trying to get some more magic up on the stream, and until then, we're just gonna be hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah. If anybody in chat has any questions, I don't know, what kind of chat games can we open up while we're just hanging out here?
I mean, you asked me about modern decks. I wanted to see. Did you want to see anything in particular coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see. I would love to see some combo of some sort. We have been doing a lot of like card for card, punch for punch sort of stuff. And I mean, Amulet is combo-y, but we really didn't get to see any of that happen. So I definitely would like to see something outside of the realm of counter spells and free elementals happening. I would appreciate a little bit of an alternative way of approaching the modern game. That would be nice to see, but we got one round left. Whoever Spike's playing, we're gonna see it, and maybe we get a backup match or something. Would be nice to get something in.
Yeah, someone asked where the Dan game is on stream right now. They were playing a Dan stack of cards in between the matches. Those things don't really happen when 90% of the tournament hall is still playing their match.
Yeah.
So that's on hiatus for right now. We're still playing the modern tournament at the moment while we're hanging out.
Yeah, it looks like we did get a couple of questions. What combo decks exist outside of Storm? I think the main two that I would think of immediately are Grinding Station Breach and Yawgmoth.
There's also Living End if you want to classify that as something other than a Cascade deck.
Yeah.
Hammer if you want to classify that as a combo deck.
Hard to classify Living End as a combo deck when combo stands for combination, and when
you combination your Violent End with the card's inherent quality.
Yep. I'm not sure that satisfies a strict definition of combo deck.
Well, combo's more like a vibe check.
Yes.
Like, are you complicated enough? Yeah. Are you playing garbage cards in your deck? Monsters Carabin? Hell
so
yeah.
I think it does satisfy that particular definition of combo. Are you playing some terrible cards that make your thing really, really powerful? And Living End just passes that check in flying colors.
All right, looks like we're setting up a match.
Great.
So we can jump into it whenever production's ready. Looks like a really complicated board state. So
yeah, so we're gonna get some stuff wrong right here.
Yeah. So there's a spring leaf drum
Just getting cast into chalice, it looks like.
for some reason. Just chalice checking, I guess, for constructs.
Yeah.
One of the, paper magic, you can see if your opponent remembers their chalice trigger. They are required to by
Yes.
the rules. So you are not required to remember their chalice trigger.
Nope.
Which is why you're allowed to play 1 mana
The
cards.
chalice checking game.
Yeah.
However, if it is your chalice, don't cast no 1 mana spells into that one. You gotta
Yeah, that
remember
one
it.
would be cheating. It's a fine line.
Yes. Looks like we're making some constructs.
I think we're trying to figure out whether to cast the top card of the library or not.
Oh, okay.
Because combat is not very fruitful. Yeah, top card of the library is a sort of word piece. I
Word
think?
piece.
There's a force negation.
Yeah.
So that's going to get added to the shared exile pile. I do love it when players cooperate like this. It's very, it warms the heart.
I believe that exile is actually technically a common zone.
I don't think you're correct, but it doesn't matter.
I don't. I think that because so it's the exile zone. You don't add things to your exile zone the way that you like remove cards from target player's graveyard. I believe it is shared, but I think that separate stacks are
Chat
usually.
has agreed with you, and chat's like always right. So I guess you're right. So it's fairy ticks up to 3. Is this the Yorion turn? Yeah, this is definitely the Yorion turn.
Yeah, we're attacking with
some
Ice Fang
muddles.
Colossus in this board. We don't know what life totals are. Alfredo probably not too far from 20. I don't.
So there's no
There's
no
no-
death touch on these. So
Yeah.
Ornithopter is a free block. Only just the snow-covered island. It's a steam vents underneath the hollowed fountain. And
Hello.
They do
Just chiming in for
see.
a quick second. Right side is 15, left side is 17.
Great.
I think it's match 1.
So I don't know if y'all can hear Honorag on yours, but we've got 15 to 17 right now.
Yeah, and
In presumably game 1.
just to point out that Ice Fang Quaddles do count each other, so Ivan is not as far off of Death Touch. It's snow permanence, not just your snow lands, and I've definitely seen people miss. But you don't have 3 basic. Well,
I've got
I've got a
extra
couple of
Ice Fang
Quaddles.
Yeah. So trigger on the Urza Saga. Got to look at the top card before we figure out what we're doing with our
Yes.
Saga. It's one of the neat things about the reality chip. You just look at your top card whenever you want.
Whenever I want. I'm about to lose the game. Let me take a quick peek at the top.
I mean, you don't know if it changes anything.
I'm tapped out, but I gotta look.
So it looks like we're floating a mana. Not really interested in making constructs in this board state. Can it be game 1? Do Blink players play Chalice in main deck? That's actually a good question. It may not be game 1 because Chalice is typically not seen in the main deck. That's a good catch.
True.
But we're
And I
not
don't believe
certain since
Ivan was playing main deck Chalice. We've seen him before. And
Yeah,
I
we
don't believe
basically
he was.
walked over to this table and are like, all right, you're a backup match now. So we're just kind of playing with the information we have.
Yeah, Spike does have main deck Chalices, but that's an artifact of what Spike's deck does.
A billion X spells.
And when you are 4-color Omnath, it is much harder to fit it in there.
So Pure Steel Paladin off the top. One of the better grindy cards, especially with, it looks like a couple hammers in play.
Well, there's one hammer that came in from, yeah. Okay, yeah. You're right. A couple of hammers in play.
So there's an 11/11 Esper Sentinel. So now Alfredo gets to draw cards off of Ivan's non-creature spells. I'm just assuming Ivan's not going to be able to pay 11.
There's no Omnath in play, so we're nowhere close, and it would probably take a couple of Omnaths in play really to start doing that.
And that also makes the Esper Sentinel safe from everything but exile-based removal. Unfortunately, Ivan plays a lot of that.
Yes.
So, it's not immune, but it does protect it from the Furies and the Lightning Bolts of the world.
Yeah, but as soon as a Solitude enters the fray.
So any equipment off the top that Alfredo can get with the reality chip also will draw a card with Pure Steel Paladin.
Mhm.
That's something to keep in mind. Once this deck can set up, like the board state we've seen here, you do go through cards like fairly quickly. The problem is the cards you're going through are not as impactful as you need them to be typically.
Right. And we see like these Ice Fang Quaddles really just a difficult thing. Like all you can do is run all your stuff into it.
So here's an attack with 3 hammer-equipped creatures, a Stoneforge Mystic and 2 Esper Sentinels. These Quaddles do not have Death Touch, but there's only 2 snow permanents in play.
Yeah, that's huge.
So this is just a triple chump block with Yorion and 2 Ice Fang Quaddles. Choosing to chump block rather than, you can afford to take an 11 here if you needed to,
Mm-hmm.
but choosing not to.
Yeah, and I wonder if Ivan's going to have a sweeper or anything, or if, he's just been kind of drawing not what he needs.
Right, and this is the turn for sweepers. And Ivan hasn't slammed it yet, so I don't think it's there. Can try to find it off an Express Iteration if that's in the hand. 1 Solitude does let you get to the next turn. You can exile a Esper Sentinel and block another one and then take some damage.
Yeah.
That does put Alfredo at 24, but you get to see the next turn.
Yes. I think given how much Ivan is tanking, I'm not sure. And, the line of Expressive Iteration into a Supreme Verdict, Alfredo still gets to draw a couple of cards off of his Sentinels, even if that does happen. And he still has his hammers in play, although he will need to find another Pure Steel Paladin for those.
There's a Pure Steel Paladin. It's, I believe, in the glare right there above the hammer.
Oh, but I mean, if a sweeper is cast, he'll need to
Yes,
find another Paladin to re-equip.
All right, so there is a Boseiju on the reality chip. Ivan does need to have something else, though. Only 4 mana left. That's not enough for a Solitude plus a block. So definitely has something to keep him alive this turn.
Yeah, and I think he just hasn't been making his land drops, and I think that makes him kind of unable to leverage the cards in his hand.
Right. An Ice Fang Quaddle would keep Ivan to the next turn. Alfredo's does not have a land. That's interesting. I guess that's the effect of second Hollowed Fountain.
3 planes in play.
Usually these decks play 4 planes, 1 Hollowed Fountain. Looks like Alfredo subbed out of planes for a Hollowed Fountain.
Well, but that sub actually doesn't change because Boseiju gets a land with
yeah.
a basic land type. But yeah,
I saw the 3 planes. I'm like, there's got to be another one.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
I know these
I see
play
what
4.
Yeah. That makes sense. And looks like we're setting up another gigantic hammer attack.
Scgcon for blocks.
Mm-hmm.
That'll take care of actually 2 hammer attacks.
Yeah.
So here and here, you can't block the Ornithopter. So that one gets through for 10, putting Ivan at 5.
That is rough, though, because that was definitely the only card Ivan had that would keep him alive because he didn't play a land last turn.
Yeah, that's true. And also discarding 2 from Boseiju and Scgcon.
Yeah.
So this needs to be a sweeper, and it needs to be now.
We need a farewell, I think, is really the sweeper that we need here.
That would almost be lights out.
I'm not sure that that's getting cast too much in this modern tournament, though.
So there's Teferi. Ivan can't pay 11, so
so a couple of draws.
Yeah, chooses to Legend Rule the Teferi he can't use anymore and draws a card off the other one, bouncing a Sentinel.
Well, yeah, and just not having the third snow permanent.
Yeah, so whether that was game 2 or game 3, we'll never know. But it does look like Alfredo took that one over against Ivan on Hammer.
Yeah, well played for Alfredo. And I think Ivan's deck just really wasn't cooperating with him there.
Yeah, it is. It is typically a bad matchup for Hammer, the 4-color matchup.
Yeah.
It's not, unwinnable, clearly. Especially with the reality chip, it does a lot to kind of dig you out through these holes where otherwise you wouldn't be able to make any headway.
No, I've been very impressed with reality chip. Yeah.
It is a nice one.
Especially with the free equip, so you get to cast a spell that turn, potentially.
And your deck is so cheap. That's one of the appeals to Hammer in general.
Mm-hmm.
But being able to go through your decks at such a good rate like the reality chip allows you to do. It's really a difference maker in this kind of matchup.
Future Sight is much better when your cards cost barely any mana. You want a lot of zeros in your deck is the ideal Future Sight situation.
That was why, back in the day, Affinity played Experimental Frenzy.
Yeah.
Because they just had a bunch of zero drops.
Not so many Mox Opals anymore.
Well, I think that card's banned. Right?
I think it is too.
I'm positive.
I think we would see some Mox Opals, right? card seems pretty good.
And this artifact hammer deck, maybe.
Maybe
Could
not
say.
in this one, but I think the breach deck might be pretty good if it had access to Mox Opal.
Yeah, and something that deck would be banned if Mox Opal were legal. And it looks like it's Mox Opal.
We did it.
Yeah, we figured it out. So that concludes round 7 for us. I'm not sure how much time is left in the round, but now we're in just chilling time.
Yeah, we're just hanging out with my bud on stream. 1,700 of you lovely people hanging out with us.
Yeah, some of us from Deceive, which I know has to be a drop in quality, but we appreciate you anyway.
We'll
you know?
do the best we can.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I am not a charming Frenchman, so
It's hard to match that. Oh, looks like Honorog says it's 14 minutes left in the round.
we got some work to do.
I mean, these matches have gone by, and maybe Honorog will find someone he wants to talk to and just
Yeah. Chat, 1,700 of you. Some of y'all have to have some questions, right? Things you want to talk about. What are we thinking about? Any of y'all played in the tournament today? How'd you do? I mean, if you're in chat right now, maybe not so great.
Yeah, did you beat any of the people we featured?
What did you guys have for lunch today? Oh, Red 7, we already did that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's-
It's come and gone.
Well, I guess that was dinner, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess we had Bojangles for lunch.
Yeah.
It was good.
Okay, it's a regional fast food chain. If you're not in the region it's in.
Upper tier fast food fried chicken.
yeah, especially for here.
Do you know my mom? I don't think so. Yeah, looks like we are going to go on break for a little while, unless somebody asks just a fantastic question here. But you know, I'm not sure.
I like the question. What is the meta looking like? Because that I think that's an interesting question we could talk about for a little bit before we go on break.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a great way to get that impression right now.
Yeah, we're 6 rounds, 7 rounds in this tournament, but from what we've been watching, there's been a lot of quality check decks. I would say a lot of like 4-color, even Spike's deck. You just like, does your deck meet this bar of I'm gonna play my card and it's gonna be really good.
Right.
That's a lot of what Mara is right now.
Mhm.
Like we just saw Hammer win against 4-color, which is a deck not in that vein. And there are way more decks in Modern like that. But a lot of the things we've seen today are in that.
It's 60 good cards.
Right. This is the cards I registered. They're all very good. You have to deal with them now.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, I think a big key part of making decks like that work is the elementals, because they play 2 roles, which is keeping you from getting destroyed fast by like synergy decks that have really quick starts like Hammer, and then you can leverage them as card advantage cards once you can pay their mana costs.
Yeah, Spike had a quote with Honorog earlier today, because Honorog was talking about the elementals as well, and one thing Spike said was they're very good when you hardcast the elementals. Are very good when you hardcast them, and they're very good when they prevent you from dying.
Yeah,
and they're that's what they do.
Yep, and I think that's really the key to making decks like that work in this format. And we're seeing someone's asking, what do you consider the gatekeeper of the format? And I think it is elementals.
Yeah, it's 4-color.
Yeah,
that's just you got to have some game plan, whether it's to match them on quality like the mirror, or because that's the easiest way to do it if you've got a bunch of money, or you have to find some way of going over the top. Like we just saw Hammer win. That's actually a tough matchup, but it can squeak in wins if they stumble and you get the reality chip going, or you just like turbo out a kill with Inkmoth Nexus. And you can also go over the top of it with even decks like Spike we've seen a bunch today, where you just have so much more mana than them, and then you do your thing.
Right. He is leveraging a fundamentally similar like set of cards. It's he doesn't have access to Omnath, but he has access to a way to get a bunch of mana really quickly and just powerhouse stuff in Teferi Hero of Dominaria, in siphoning all of his mana into Memory Deluge and turning that into like a lot of cards and a lot of high quality cards. And of course he has plenty of elementals as well.
Yeah. So I think that's going to be it for us right now. We're going to go on a break, and when we come back, it'll either be Honorog find something to do for fun, or we will be in the trenches for round 8.
Yeah, but stick around. We're having a lot of fun, and we got a little more to go.
Yeah, this is leading up to the last round. So
yeah, and Honorog and Spike is 1 win away from making day 2. He's up against the wall, more than 2 losses, and you are eliminated. So kind of high leverage match for him. So
yeah, I've been too. I've just picked up his second loss.
Yeah. So I hope they both make it. Big fans of both of theirs, but we will get to watch.
Yep.
Yo, what's up, guys? All right, we're in between rounds now. We're still 1 minute left in the round, and we still have to go through time and stuff like that. I was gonna talk to Ivan about his updates, but he was here for a second and then he just like vanished. So I was like, all right, I gotta go find someone, and I stumbled into Theo, young Theo.
Yeah,
What's your username online?
it's at Where'd My Jewel Go.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait, but it's not that on Magic Online, right?
No, it's literally just my name. It's Theo
Oh,
underscore John.
Theo underscore John on Magic Online. Okay, yeah. I don't know what happened. Like, so maybe not a lot of people have met you or know you before. You got a lot of Magic Online results. You got a lot of success in like events in general. And honestly, like just having spoken with Theo a bunch, you play a lot of Legacy too, which is already like a check
Yeah, I
plus
do.
in my books. But it's actually kind of crazy. Just like you're a really good player. So you being a really good player, I'm kind of invested in your results, and I want to know how you're doing. What is your record today?
I am 5-2.
You're 5-2.
Sure.
So you're round 8 winning it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You're round 8 winning it. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay, all right. What makes you feel good? You just a better player?
Yeah.
Oh my
built
god,
different.
you could you. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to push you that hard. You could just say yeah.
Yeah.
Get the good old T1 built different. Yeah.
No, but honestly, I feel like I'm playing like a good deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great segue, dude. You're really good at this. What deck are you playing today?
I'm playing 4-color Yorion.
4-color Yorion. Okay, now
Yeah.
this is interesting because we were talking about this earlier, but you actually top 8'd a PTQ recently,
Yeah.
playing another 4-color deck
Yeah, with elementals.
with elementals. Okay, and how exactly? So talk to me about that deck and why you're not playing it today.
Yeah, so I picked up elementals because I feel like it had strengths that the regular version of 4-color didn't, and
Yeah.
it mattered a ton.
Okay,
So, like-
what?
So Cavern and Reef is like a pretty notable one. Like, it's very good against Murktide and Blue White, and you definitely gain like some percentage points in those matchups.
Yeah.
Or you do have Cavern, where you can like jam your Omnath or your Solitude without like fear of having it
Okay.
get counterspelled. And yeah, and why I gravitated towards elementals too is that like I felt like the regular 4-color deck needed some way to accelerate its plays.
Okay.
Because I would have hands where I just like have like the fairy on that, and I just like did not feel like particularly ahead. Like if you look at these like 4-color piles from the past, they always had a way to sort of like accelerate their plays, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you look at the 4-color like Field Uro deck from I don't know, whatever that
Well,
is.
yeah, it's true. It's a good point. I don't know
Yeah.
where it is, but yeah, I get the idea. Like you just
Yeah.
have like ways to get your mana online. And
It was very common for you to like play an Omnath on turn 4 and get like mana off of it because like you had cards like Growth Spiral, you had cards like Uro.
yeah.
But like this current iteration of 4-color, when I looked at the list, did not really have a way to sort of like
Yeah.
you know
Accelerate and do
actively
stuff.
accelerate to do stuff.
So what's your solution then? Are you playing Ragavan then, or
I have gone back on that, and like I'm not playing like that at all.
Wow.
So,
interesting?
yeah, so I
Are you playing
Elementals-
Growth Spiral?
I am not.
How are you accelerating then?
I'm just not.
You're just not. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So despite
Despite identifying like
A problem.
this issue, I have gone back to not solve it.
okay, that's an interesting conclusion. But you think your
Yeah.
deck is actually good though. So like,
I do.
what makes your deck good? I mean, obviously you would think
So-
no one would actually register a bad deck, right? That they thought.
Yeah.
I've done it before, maybe, but that's besides the point.
You know, in an open field, and I feel like Cascade combo has like
Okay.
it's just sort of been the story of the last few weeks, right?
Yeah.
So like the week before this one, I know at the NRG, like 3 players top 8 in living.
Yeah, the NRG was like mad filled with
Yeah,
Cascade.
and like the week before, like people are doing really well with rhinos, including X-Whale or Kruger, like top
Yeah.
8 at a showcase. Or
Okay.
something. Yeah. So I don't know. Elementals didn't feel particularly great against those decks.
I
Like
get
not having access to counterspell.
Yeah.
Not having as much churn as like the regular versions of 4-color. It's missing like iteration. And
What, Risen Reef isn't good enough? One PTQ or a one and done kind of guy?
yeah, I'm a one and done kind of guy.
Yeah,
As
who
much
is-
as I love like casting that card, I don't think it's particularly.
It seems like the kind of card that could have like very high ceilings, but also very low floors. So when I say that, I mean it's like
Yeah.
there's a little bit of variance involved in that card, and that's you know, that's not exactly where you want to be over the course of a. Let's see, it's 8 rounds today, 13 round tournament, and then I cut to a top 12, right? Yeah. So that is really interesting. Okay, so then what did you play against today? Were there any like sweet plays or any notable plays that that happened today? Like,
Yeah, I had a match against Ad Nauseam.
okay, against Ad Nauseam.
Yeah, where I got the
Oh, you told me about this.
yeah,
one.
where I got to kill them with that Merkle.
Okay, so Ad Nauseam in general, it does feel like the current iteration of 4-color should not be able to beat that deck because it's like their deck is. I don't know how consistent it is, but it just feels like with Yorion in the mix, you might not have enough like hate for the matchup. You know what I mean?
It's not horrendous actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because the 3 chalices in the board
Yeah.
that I have were an adaptation to like a bunch of Cascade, and that instantly happens to be really good against Ad Nauseam as well.
Okay. What do you normally put Chalice on against Ad Nauseam? 1?
0.
0. Okay.
0 for Lotus Bloom and Profane Tutor, I think, like the Suspend Demonic Tutor.
Does that actually work that way? But isn't Profane Tutor still CMC 2?
No, because like it doesn't have a converted mana cost. So
Oh
it's like
yeah,
0.
yeah. Okay.
It's like Suspend.
I
cost is
I
2.
totally whiffed on that card. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah, then that must actually be kind of nuts then. So then you have game against it. So you won by Emrakulling, and then when you Emrakulled, what did you see in their hand?
Spoils of the Vault.
Spoils of the Vault.
And like, and I saw an Angel's Grace, Thassa's Oracle, and 2 Tactic Negations, and I was really confused. Cause
What?
Like, yeah.
What? So you said Spoils of the Vault, Thassa's Oracle. That alone is the combo, right? Like, is that with the
Well, with the
Angel's
Grace, it's the combo.
Yeah.
Plus double.
Double packed. How do you manage to survive that one? Actually, I don't know.
I don't know. They just didn't go for it.
Interesting. I wonder what they thought you had. Yo, Collins, how you doing? Are you winning?
I won that one.
So you're X and 2?
X2.
All right. If anyone was invested in the Lutri story, Lutri is X and 2.
Oh.
We are going to get at least one Lutri deck into day 2 tomorrow. It's going to happen. Your next round opponent is legally obliged to concede to you. You need to tell them that. Powerful. But yeah, any questions? Any questions from the chat about what's going on here? Yeah. All our camera players are X2. Spike is X2. Ivan Espinoza is X2. Collins is X2. Theo is X2. I'm X2. We're all X2. Which is, it's a dicey place to be. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather be XO.
Really? I'd rather be
I mean, okay. I'm just saying, like when in case someone was wondering, but oh yeah, you can see 30 much.
Are you playing modern?
No, I'm not actually playing the event, guys. I've been working on this all day. I'm not actually playing.
20 Axis, what is my record? I am 5 and 2.
5 and 2. Okay, yeah. The Theo fans rising up. Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, Theo's actually cracked at Magic. I at Where'd My Jewel Go? Yeah, there you go. That's where you post a lot about on Twitter.
Yeah,
You do. Nice. Okay, there you go. Easy value right there.
You'll probably get like 1 tweet a week.
Okay, that's still premium content though, Paywall that. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. No, the people need their tweets.
I don't think my content is worth.
Oh, Justin Brickman is saying, is that the washed casual gamer Theodore Jump? Sit down, Brickman.
Yeah, sit down.
No, I'm kidding.
It's the cracked Spike gamer.
Crack Spike. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. So what matchup? All right, you have the entire X2 bracket to pick. Who do you want to play against? What matchup do you want to play against in the last round?
Let's see. I think I want to play against Blue White for sure.
Blue White?
Yeah.
Okay, Blue White.
I think I've played against Blue White. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, so if you guys remember, Sungjin was here yesterday. Sungjin was playing Blue White while we were just like testing stuff out. Sungjin had a really bad day of Magic yesterday. I'm gonna be pretty point blank about it. But today, Sungjin is also 5 and 2. So you remember Sungjin? Literally, our entire cast. It's like paid actors. Everybody is X and 2.
No, I played that matchup with all iterations of 4-color, and I haven't lost it yet.
Okay.
And I played it like maybe like 9 times. I don't know. It's like I played it 4 times in the PTQ with elementals, and it was just like not particularly close. Yeah.
But that's different though, because you have like Cavern and Risen.
I do.
Right? Like, and so like, what changes? Instead of those 2 cards, you have
Spell and Expressive Iteration.
Okay. Iteration kind of slapped.
Yeah.
you know, counter spell. Counter spell's like so. It's not bad. I would never cut it and going to even. But it does. It's like it's one of those cards that'll like shield you for a turn, but then you need to like be able to follow up on it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean that's fine though.
I feel quite good about the matchup from the 4-color side. So.
Okay, that's good. All right. Well, blue eye one time, baby. Dealer. Looks like I somehow stalled for about 7 or 8 minutes of content, so we're like 6 minutes into time. I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure I saw one of the Cabal Coffers decks at 7-0. Do you know what's doing well in the event?
Me?
Yeah.
There was a John Zombies player at 6-0.
John Zombies?
Yeah.
Like bombardment, goblin bombardment.
Yeah, with Carrion Fader. Dom just lost to it. Like around.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dom is playing Living End, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, how does Living End lose to that thing? They just like
they had 4 copies of Dothy Voidwalker apparently.
oh snap. Dothy Voidwalker confirmed good against Living End. Yeah. You heard it here first. Okay. Now. Yeah. Wait a minute, Sungjin. I'm gonna ask you a question too. So Sungjin is playing blue white. I asked Theo what he wants to play. He says he wants to play against you. Would you take that? Would you fight him? Would you win?
I wouldn't take him over a bed.
Oh, okay, all right. Ooh, respecting the young Jung. Okay,
I would take Sungjin over a random, so I guess that gives some insight.
Oh, okay, all right. I like that. More trash talk, please. I'm just better. That's just how it is. All right, go.
I mean, I won the most recent SCG events.
You did?
I won the 5K. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
That is true. Wait, that was with Legacy Delver, though.
That
right?
wasn't like.
Okay, that's not fair, though. You know what I mean? Like
What do you think that's not fair?
you're farming all the poor people that like I don't know.
Good games. There were some. close
Have
games.
some morals, Theo. Delver, really? No, I'm kidding. No, that's good though. Yeah. That was at Indy. That was like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
How exactly did that go? Like what was the top 8 match just like?
I beat a Delver Mare in the quarters, I think.
Okay, all right.
And then I was gonna split, but then Marcus Wong told me to, like, you're against 8 cast on the play, they're sharp, and I didn't.
Okay.
So, and then I sideboard out too.
What? All right, that's
Yeah. It is like it's something that I thought was wild at first, but like
why do you sideboard Wasteland out in the Delver mirror?
because a lot of the time it's just like not a real card. I don't know.
What instead is a real card? Like what do you gain? Why not?
And the festivities, bro.
No, you can't be what? That card is so hit or miss though.
Well, it's been hit. I don't know.
All right, fine.
It's good because people are saying the Delver rate.
Yeah, but like, what happens if the
It's-
Delver ever plays?
It's fine. I've been trying it. I can't blame anyone if they like don't want to cut wastelands from their Delver deck.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Jordan, I think we're ready to go back to a break. The timer just reset, so the last round's going to start soon. I'm gonna check out and make sure that all the streams are up. Maybe we get a backup match for this one. Maybe we don't. All right. No promises. I need to make sure that the primary feature is working out. Or if the primary feature doesn't work out, there is no hope. So we'll see how it works out, and we'll be back to you guys in a second.
Hello.
Well, hello there.
Welcome back. We're here. We're a couple of minutes away from round 8 coverage. Pairings are up. Boy, you can really see straight through the eye holes of this thing, huh? Kind of
Yeah,
ruins
you really
the
got
illusion.
you really got to angle it so that the illusion is intact, right?
Right.
You're not a human in an ape costume. You're an ape.
with human arms.
Yeah, with human arms.
and
It's a bit of a
a
mutation.
Pride t-shirt.
Anyway, we're going into the last round of Swiss here. Round 8 of day 1. We're going to be watching Aspiringspike against Vincent Paglia. Aspiringspike is still on the Lotus Field Jeskai deck control pile, and Vincent is on an unknown deck. We'll just find out together. This is a win and end for both players.
I think I'm seeing a Yorion on Vincent's side in our little preview screen. So this might be a long one. We might get a nice bit of counter magic and planeswalker battles, and or maybe Spike just kind of goes off with Lotus Field very quickly. Who knows?
Yeah. Either way, it's an important match for both players. Whoever loses here signs up for the event tomorrow. Whoever wins gets to continue on to day 2.
We used to call that qualifying for the classic, but it is not quite the same terminology these days.
All right, so here we are getting into the game. Dice have been rolled. First has been chosen. I'm not sure who won the die roll.
Yes.
One of the bad things about people doing odd even is that I don't have the audio. I can't tell who won.
Yeah, that's true. One of the few drawbacks of the odd even system.
Yeah, not to start the die rolling discussion again. All right. Important match, most important match of day 1, and Spike takes a mulligan.
Yep. Yeah, it all comes down to this one, 6-2 to get to day 2. So just trying to get a peek of the cards in Vincent's hand. I do see a Teferi. Makes sense given the Yorion presence in his companion zone.
Yeah, Yorion almost certainly signifies like a 4-color pile.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you would expect going into this. Like your opponent reveals Yorion, and you're like, okay, they're on 4-color. And if they reveal there's something weird like an Urza pile, you just like adjust from there.
Yeah.
But your default in mulligan decision is, all right, my opponent's going to play Ren and 6, they're going to play Teferi.
Right.
We're going to have a game like that.
Yeah, and although you know that they are a, grindy deck that has some reactive cards in it and stuff, the fact that they have such threatening permanents to play relatively early in the game, you have to mulligan to a hand that is capable of dealing with Ren and 6 / Teferi, because those could put a huge damper on your ability to play the game.
Yeah, the land played by Spike there is a Valakut Awakening's Backside. Don't actually know the backside's name of it. Valakut Stronghold, maybe? Who knows?
Something like that. Boy, I am not good at remembering the comes into play tapped sides of these lands.
A Goyf? Is that a Goyf? No, it's
a spreading seas.
I saw the curve on the thing. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, the foils on the gorilla coverage definitely.
Yeah, the glare can be tricky. That's another Valakut Awakening there for Spike. Giving him access to both blue and red mana now.
Yeah, I mean, you play Spreading Seas when you can. It costs 2 mana and doesn't really affect the board itself. So you're generally casting it on the turn that you have the mana and you're not under the pressure, so you can. And sometimes that means, their first land was a Triome and you get a Triome. But sometimes that means their land was the backside of Valakut Awakening and you just turn a mountain into an island.
Yeah, the Spreading Seas in this deck are more like the permanents you just throw out there for Yorions later in the game.
Yeah.
They're not integral to the strategy. And people have cut them in 4-color builds I've seen here and there.
Right. They can choke your opponent's mana a little bit. They can murder Urza Sagas. They draw cards with the Orion. But they're not a key part of the deck necessarily.
Notably in this matchup, after Blood Sun has been played, you can actually Spreading Seas the Lotus Field.
Oh, yeah, because it loses hexproof.
It does lose hexproof.
Yeah.
That is a really tough thing to spot if you're not familiar with those interactions, though.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have to be on your toes for that sort of thing to come up.
For sure.
So there's the Blood Sun for Spike. To see if it resolves.
Which could cause some problems for Vincent if he hasn't already played out his fetch lands in hand.
Yeah, fetch lands are completely turned off by Blood Sun. They do not have a mana ability, so you are not allowed to pay 1 life and sacrifice them.
Looks like there's at least one basic, and I think some other red land in his hand. Here comes Teferi.
Bounce it.
Yeah.
Not the worst thing in the world. It does draw a card when it comes to play, so it does give Spike a card every time you replays it.
And if Spike does have a Lotus Field in hand, he's still going to be able to play it this turn following the Blood Sun.
That's true. So Blood Sun comes down again. Vincent is going to respond by cracking a fetch lane because, you know, that's the only time you can do it.
Yep. Needed to get it off the board so he could use this fetch. And now he knows, and he'll sequence appropriately in the future.
Fetches what looks like an Expedition Hallowed Fountain, but a very glary one.
It's that looks like a card blank to me.
It certainly produces white mana, that's for sure. So yeah, this is a good turn for Spike here. A Lotus Field coming down, immediately playing another Blood Sun, drawing another card. Spike's probably got 7 cards in hand. The mulligans do impact that math. Yeah, 7 cards.
It's like 7 cards, yep. And I mean, this is a place where these grindy, value-heavy matchups, the massive mana advantage generated by the Lotus Field, if Spike gets to untap with it, he can really start running away with it, turning Memory Deluges into lots of cards and lots of selection. I don't know if Vincent knows or, you know, has processed the Spreading Seas interaction here, but if he has, then I'm sure he's looking for another Spreading Seas.
I believe there's a Spreading Seas in this pile. Supreme Verdict is played until end of turn, so maybe I'm wrong on that end.
Right.
Not likely to play a Supreme Verdict this turn.
Yeah. And if he were going to play a Spreading Seas this turn, he certainly would have exiled it to cast.
Right, yeah. So foil expressive iteration. I know chat is complaining a little bit about the foils. That's just kind of par for the course for these 4-color decks. You really got to show off when you play these decks, it seems.
Well, and one of the things too, I don't know exactly how the tournament hall is arranged, but one of the real difficult things when setting up a camera to watch a match is that overhead lights create a lot of glare, and later in the day the overhead lights are providing a lot more light than the ambient daylight like from windows, and so the glare becomes that much more pronounced. So it can be really difficult to deal with as the day goes on.
Yeah, 7 o'clock now in Dallas, so pass sundown.
Looks like Fury's going to take out a Teferi, Lightning Bolt's going to take out the Fury.
And we're back on Express Federation. Try to load up for the next wave of trades.
Yes.
That's kind of what this matchup is about. And actually, it's how Spike does kind of design this deck to play.
Right.
You really want to trade with your opponent's cards 1-for-1 if you can. And then you just get to play more cards than them by virtue of your mana base.
Yep.
You just have so much more mana than your opponent. Oh, here's Spreading Seas. So I think
Vincent does know what's up
has
here.
seen the interaction. So 2 mana, enchant. Yep. Spike picks it up. He knows,
and that is really important for keeping Vincent in this game. If Spike's able to start like casting and flashing back Memory Deluges off of this mana advantage, then that's really going to bury Vincent. But now we get to play a game of Magic.
And in case anyone's confused about that, you know, Aura enchanting a permanent with hexproof, it loses hexproof because of the Blood Sun.
Yes. So all good here on these plays, but Spike's not going to just take this one lying down. This prismatic ending is worth 2 extra mana.
And then there is Memory Deluge. Looks like it's going to meet with a counter spell from Amonkhet.
Yes.
Then
one of my least favorite sets of like fancy foil cards.
Yeah, you have so many to choose from now. Like back when it was printed, it was like, oh man.
Yeah.
But nowadays, it's like it's just one of a bunch.
It's all right. There's 200 different counter spells that you're allowed to play.
But remember, if you're playing the 4-color deck, you got to play the most expensive one. So
correct.
Budget accordingly.
You got to get those beta counter spells in there.
Oh no, those aren't foil.
So. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
7th edition would be a good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Omnath comes down, draws a card for Vincent. Spike has no response to this despite having a grip of cards, so likely not on any counter magic in his hand right now.
Sure. But it doesn't look like we can quite do anything with the Omnath this turn.
Yeah, Spike is really looking for a Teferi 5. That's really when this deck starts humming, and I actually believe it's being played right now.
Yeah, and this is one of the cards that kind of scales with your mana because you're drawing so many cards. It scales because it's untapping your Lotus Fields and just generating enormous amounts of instant speed mana. And Spike's deck is really constructed to take advantage of that.
Yeah, really, really well constructed. So it's Teferi comes down and is almost free with the mana discount. That looks like a dress down to me.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell with the sketch art sometimes.
Yeah, I believe that's the sketch.
But
version.
a two mana end of turn dress down, though that's not really what you want because now your
Yeah.
Omnath has lost all its abilities. You want to play it in the second main phase so that you can actually gain some life and make some mana. With
Right.
Omnath.
This is a vanilla 4/4 right now.
It's relevant if you wanted to protect Omnath from like Fury or Solitude, I guess. But you could just Spike could just play this card in response to the dress down.
Yes. Well, the Solitude you could play in response to the dress down.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is another Express Federation. So we have a third one. Yep, sure is.
I mean, that's one way to sort of keep up and try to get yourself back into it. He does need to find a way to take out this Teferi, though.
Yes, I think he has a little bit of time, but if he wants to like find an answer quick, I think he should probably add Yorion to hand and try to resolve that as quickly as possible before Spike has so much time to set up like layers and layers and layers of counterspells. That is a Teferi 5 of his own.
The Yorion is also good because it'll draw a bunch of cards here, but it will also let him move his Spreading Seas onto a Lotus Field. And you can actually do that even if there is no Blood Sun in play.
Yeah, even if it didn't have Expert. That's just how the card works.
Yeah.
So Spike cycled a Rogran Tryon at the end there. Because to get to the Teferi even closer, because Vincent tucking the Teferi with his own Teferi.
Right.
Spike really wants to get that back, and indeed plays the Teferi, draws the other one. So now Vincent knows there's a backup Teferi, and Fury takes out the Teferi and not Yorion because that's in the companion zone.
Yes. It's like scooching a little bit towards, but I don't think Vincent would even be interested in GD facing it into play because it's so much more valuable to get that ETB trigger off of it than anything else.
Yeah. Oh, Zan just rated us with a party of 200.
Oh,
thank you so much, Zan.
Hello, Zan's viewers. Welcome. We are currently covering a matchup between Vincent Paglia on 4-color Yorion and Aspiringspike on his Jeskai Lotus Field deck. Aspiringspike is up doing his thing, got Teferi in play, got a Lotus Field so that it is generating a lot of mana. He's doing a pretty good job of keeping Vincent's side of the board clear. I think Vincent, a real big key to his game here is trying to figure out a way to resolve this Yorion.
Yeah, and this is a win and in for both players in game one, so it's an important match right now. A win and in to top 8 or top to day 2.
Yes.
So Solitude comes down to take out nothing. It's just pressure.
I think it took out that
Fury,
Fury, right?
Took out Fury.
Spike untapping. One of the cards in his hand is a redundant Teferi. There's another Lotus Field though, so we're about one Memory Deluge away. Is that
There's
a
one in the
Memory Deluge?
graveyard?
Yeah,
one was cast earlier, so this is the full dig through time Memory Deluge.
Yeah,
with the Teferi coming in to untap both Lotus Fields at the end of the turn. This is like the turn you want when you're playing this Jeskai Lotus Field deck.
Right.
You just want to have 14 mana and just use it all. Even get the Fury to take out the Solitude. This is a good turn.
Yeah, and every turn that you are just kind of maintaining parity, you are drawing more cards with Teferi and getting towards more Memory Deluges. And Spike's deck is really just firing on all cylinders here.
Yeah, this is... You always want to get to the end game at a better position than the 4-color opponent. It's just so hard to do. And Spike has constructed his deck to reach this state so fast.
Yeah.
And when you've got Teferi and Blood Sun and the Lotus Fields, you just go through so many cards. You can cast them all. You flashback your Memory Deluges. We see him casting a Valakut Awakening right now, putting back a card to draw 2.
Yeah, just cycling into those power plays, more Memory Deluges, draw me more interaction pieces to go with this Teferi in play. And I don't think it's going to be too long before this game is over.
Yeah, Spike just... I would normally say at this point Spike needs to find a way to win, but really Teferi is the way this deck wins. Like the Teferi emblem is going to effectively deal with anything Vincent can do.
Yeah.
And that's why a full-on prismatic ending for 5 colors, the black being produced by the Abundant Growth, takes out Teferi. Now Spike does have another Teferi, but it does reset all the progress he's made thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it resets his progress towards ultimating the Teferi. It does not reset the cards drawn, the mana used, the Lotus Field untaps.
Well, no Teferi is that powerful. Not even if it's called the Time Raveler.
Yep, and Time Raveler bounced that Fury to hand, which usually ends pretty badly for the Time Raveler here.
Yeah, it dies either way, though, right? You can't protect the Teferi.
Right.
So it's mostly just forces Spike to spend 5 more mana. Which,
But
you know...
almost doesn't count
in
this spot.
When you're untapping 6 mana after casting a Teferi, it's like, did you spend mana? I'm not actually sure.
I mean, Spike just passed the turn with 10 mana up after doing that, so...
That's enough to flashback the Memory Deluge in the graveyard and hard cast a Force of Negation.
Yeah, I don't think he's particularly scared of anything right now. Here's Omnath, one of the most powerful cards in the deck, especially in later game situations. But I don't believe that it's gonna buy him back into this.
See, Omnath is so powerful because it allows you to get these turns where you're just doing so much with the extra mana and putting a bunch of stuff on the board.
Yep.
But when you're at this point in the game, you're doing what Spike has already done.
Right.
Which is not enough to catch up. You need to like go above him, and that's really hard to do. So you'll have to like dissect his Teferi off the board. Hope he kind of like whiffs from there, and then start Omnathing your stuff out.
Yeah, and I think Memory Deluge just makes that basically impossible.
It's very difficult, yes. Perhaps like the Spreading Seas angle is one that Vincent will try to pursue more aggressively in the post-board games, just trying to disrupt Spike's mana. But it does require a pretty tailored sideboard, and it's not likely that you're thinking of the Lotus Field matchup when you're going into this tournament.
For sure.
There's the seems like the 5th Fury from the Teferi. So that's a Memory Deluge of Vincent's. Untapping up, and we've already seen Vincent's one Supreme Verdict. There could be another one that would clear the board, but again, it does not deal with Teferi, which is the real problem card here.
Yep.
And looks like Spike is tapping a bunch of mana to Memory Deluge in response to this Teferi. Just spend that mana. Spike doesn't have a ton in the way of counterspells main deck. There's a lot more removal than permission.
But looks like,
I mean, at this point in the game, you've found your cryptic commands, and you...
Yeah, and I think he's just trying to speed towards that ultimate, like, just stop Vincent from doing anything. Like, that Teferi may not have been good enough, really, but stopping it helps him get to the end game more quickly here. And I think he's just trying to end this game because this is a really grindy matchup, and he does not want to go to time. He would like to win this game, win this match in 2 games if possible. But
yeah, game 1 is actually very important here, because if the games go very long, you can often win in time in game 2.
Yeah.
So typically players play as tight as they can game 1 to get that victory, and then if you're the one behind, it's really on you to push it.
Right. And Spike is so far ahead here that he's just pursuing ending this game and trying to make sure that there's enough time to finish the match.
All right, Chalice on 1 cuts off Abundant Growth, Ragavan. Not a lot of relevant stuff.
Yeah.
But it does stop Teferi bouncing Abundant Growth to like cycle an extra card.
I don't believe the Chalices stay in this matchup.
Yes, I agree. Kahira enters the hand from the Companion Zone and then quickly enters the battlefield. The classic tap these 2 Lotus Fields to do that, then untap them with Teferi.
Oof.
Just usual Kahira plays.
That's actually an efficient Kahira. It's just like basically a 0 mana 3/2
with Vigilance.
Yeah. Usually not the most efficient card that's
what
ever
is
been.
that card? Is that Jace the Mind Sculptor?
That appears to be a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
We'll see what by its loyalty, I guess. Let's use that big coverage day. Can't see that tiny little
If
blue
3
die.
cards go into hand here, that's a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
All right, so putting 2 back. These need to be bangers. Jason the White Sculptor's a very strong planeswalker, but it's not quite on the what Teferi is doing right here on Spike's side.
Yeah, and I mean, even a Jace the Mind Sculptor, that took 4 of Vincent's mana this turn.
What card is that was just played? Is that a land?
I think.
Underneath the
Yeah,
Electric
that
Force.
is a land.
Okay.
Yeah.
It can get tricky with the glare and the.
It can.
Yeah. So here's another prismatic ending for 5.
Ending.
I think that's gonna get Cryptic commanded.
Oh.
Yeah. Like Spike's only played 1 so far, and they're very easy to find after you've cast your 20th Memory Deluge.
And look at this, he bounces his Valakut Awakening back to his hand, and
To
he's gonna
filter.
dump all of his lands.
Yeah. You can also hold it to try to get the Teferi ult, then just exile 9 permanents.
I think reaching the Teferi ult is usually enough to get your opponent to scoop him up in this matchup.
Yeah, there's the scoop with the 5th Memory Deluge. So Spreading Seas gets returned to Vincent, and they're talking about some interaction.
Yeah, some sort of hexproof with the Lotus Field when that works. Maybe some. I'm not sure exactly what interaction there.
Well, now we'll see if Spike manages to dodge the Kahira in the deck, and it looks like he is. Nice, well
great.
done.
Good play.
Yeah,
Tight.
Yeah, there's been a couple of mishaps with Kahira today, so we're glad to see that this game likely not one of them.
Yes, Kahira in the companion zone rather than shuffling a Warpath Ghoul into your deck. Huge difference.
Yeah, not I don't think I've seen that from Yorion yet, but I don't believe Yorion hit the hand from Vincent.
See, Yorion is one of those that
You've got 80 cards in your hand.
Yeah, you got 80 cards. I guess it matters.
Oh, there it is. It came out of the deck. Whew.
So when you have Yorion in your companion zone, though, you're kind of thinking about it for a lot of the game because you have Abundant Growth and Spreading Seas in your deck. Your deck is built for that Yorion. When you have Kahira in your companion zone, it's it's not really what you're thinking about most of the time.
Yeah, you could look at an empty companion zone and not notice anything's wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just.
My deck feels exactly as powerful without this Warpath Ghoul in the companion zone.
It is a little sad that Kahira has fallen to be a pitch card for Solitude. That's a sad life for any companion.
Yeah, I mean, work is work.
Someone's got to do it, I guess.
Yeah, play your role. I guess that's the sad reality that we exist in. Kahira, just another sufferer under capitalism.
No longer an orphan guard.
Somebody's got to take care of that baby Loris now.
Yeah.
So sideboarding, I think, we talked about the chalices coming out of Spike's deck. I'm not sure exactly what his board looked like. I mean, his main deck looks well suited to playing this kind of matchup anyways. He may have a little bit more counter magic in his sideboard, so he's not leaning quite as heavily on removing things after they came in and got value.
Yeah, that's what we've seen from Spike in the past is you just board out a bunch of spot removal in the chalices and just board in blue cards.
Yeah.
It is a little awkward at times with Teferi Time Leveler being involved, but when you look at the efficacy of Chalice in the previous game, it didn't do anything.
Yeah.
If Spike had 8 cards in hand at the end of turn, it would have been discarded.
Right.
A land would be more useful than that card.
Yes, it's not at its best in this matchup.
There is some discussion about seizing a Lotus Field without Blood Sun in play. It is possible, like you mentioned with Yorion, you can always flicker the Spreading Seas, and when it enters the battlefield, since you're not casting it, you don't have to choose a target.
Right.
But it does have to enchant something that it's allowed to.
Yep.
So you just put it on whatever you want,
yes,
as long as it's a land. So that is a legal play to put a Spreading Seas on a hexproof land.
I've used not the hexproof trick, but the blinking an aura onto a different land. I've used it much more often with Wolf Willow Haven in standard because you get, you pull an extra mana out of it, and that, you always felt a little clever when you pulled that off. It would need to be for an instant as well. It didn't actually come up all that much.
Yeah.
But you were usually playing Omen of the Sea, so that was,
Wolf Willow Haven also had a very narrow window of playability.
Yeah, it's true. While we're in between, while we're sideboarding and shuffling, we do want to give a shout out to the sponsor of this stream, Mark Nestico of Dynamo Collectibles. We had that button down in the corner for a second. I think we're bringing up, yeah, there's the slide now. Mark, buying video games, selling video games, contact him at that Gmail address. Yeah, just trading in classic video games.
He's also on Twitter. He does a lot of business there. If you want to follow him, he's at Dynamo Nestico. So pretty easy to remember if you're looking for Dynamo Collectibles as well. So always check that out if you're interested in buying or selling video games.
Yeah, and we really do appreciate the support for this stream, both from Mark and from all of y'all who have been subbing and just watching. You know, Anurag has put a ton of work into this. Bradley's put a ton of work into this behind the scenes, and we're just sitting here. We get to watch matches and talk about them. Our job's pretty easy, but
yeah, in comparison for sure, way easy.
But a lot of people have put a lot of time into this, and we appreciate the support and the enthusiasm in chat. And it's cool to be able to do this. This is so much fun.
Yeah, I enjoy reading the chat. Like someone asked very cleverly, how does Spike function without the chat suggestions during a live tournament? Actually, the chat suggestions are like training weights, really.
Yes. Yeah, you're in the hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah. So when he doesn't have that kind of constant excellent advice, he just like learns all from it during his streams and then gets to unleash it in full force during these tournaments. That's kind of how you have to think about it.
Yeah, it must be right. Just a total freeing feeling. You're no longer wearing your hair shirt and your like all of your irritants. You just get to play Magic to the best of your abilities.
All right, we've got an update from Anurag that there is 23 minutes left in the round, which is worrying if you're in Vincent's spot because he's not even drawn an opening hand yet.
Yeah. That didn't feel like it went that long.
Or is he shuffling a fetch land? I think that's actually what
okay,
it is.
we are
stuck
playing
in
the
a lot
game.
of spots. Yeah. So
I don't know why, but that game felt like it went by much quicker than that.
Yeah, so here's an abundant growth, draw a card. Vincent has to be playing very fast in order to get 2 more game wins out of this one.
Yeah.
A draw is the same as a loss for both players. So both players need to prevent that from happening.
Yes.
5, 2, and 1 does not make day 2.
Oh, yeah. That's rough. And I mean, Spike obviously not going to slow play or anything here, but he doesn't have an incentive to play quicker than he doesn't need to be making suboptimal plays because he needs to get this game done. He gets to play regular Magic. That's a big advantage.
And this is always something you have to consider playing any kind of Magic. In digital Magic, it's managing your own clock.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the true weaknesses of the 4-color deck in paper Magic is that you can take a long time to win sometimes. Your clock is not very fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Like you can stranglehold a game, but actually killing your opponent can be tricky sometimes.
Yeah, and even when you're really winning a game, if your opponent just keeps removing your threats that kill them, like you can be casting your expressive iterations and stuff and going up cards, but if you're not dealing the damage to them, then you're not getting closer to closing out the game.
Yeah, so only seeing land drops from these players so far, and here is Spike's big play. The Blood Sun gets counterspelled.
And I think countering this makes a ton of sense.
Yes, you definitely don't want Spike to just follow up with a Lotus Field the following turn. That would be disastrous. Force him to spend resources to play it. There's a Flagstones in play, I believe. I think that is what the land underneath Valakut Awakening is.
Yeah, so no matter what, a Lotus Field's going to be pretty good for Spike.
But certainly not the power of the untapped Lotus Field. Here's 3 mana right now.
Right. And there's a Jace. I mean, that's a great way to...
that is an excellent window for Jace. If Spike does not have a Force Negation, and it doesn't look like he does, so force the Jace through. It's got a Fate Seal going on here, which is left on top.
Oh, boy.
Not a good sign. Oh, it's a cryptic command.
Yeah.
So I don't think... Does Spike have another land?
It doesn't look like it. Oh, it is a Lotus. Never mind.
So
Spike has the best land.
Floating 3 mana for a Lotus Field, but just passing after that, it looks like.
And he does not have a Blood Sun in play for this Lotus Field.
I believe Kahira may be going to hand now, because that's what that 3 mana could be used for.
Mm-hmm.
It just hasn't happened yet, because shuffling. Class act, making sure to take shortcuts when you're ahead of game.
Oh, does he have 3 mana?
There was 3 mana untapped.
Okay.
And then a Lotus Field is played.
Oh, right. Of course. Yeah. And there was no Blood Sun involved in this Lotus Field, so the Lotus Field is protected from Spreading Seas right now. But yeah, so Vincent starting with that Fate Seal to put Jace at 5, which is even more important now. Back in old Modern, you had to think about, like, would they still have Lightning Bolt in? Do they have a Lightning Bolt? But now with the existence of Fury, putting your Jace up at 5 is, we've seen it be almost routine this tournament.
Yes. There's that big Jace die. So you know that you're commanding the battlefield with this Teferi coming in now.
Oh boy, and I think Spike's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, the game is not done, but the advantage bar is heavily in Vincent's favor.
Yes.
If I were Spike and my hand weren't coming together, I would consider conceding even this early just to try and go to the next game.
Yeah, and Fury, obviously one of the better plays here, but there's just a little too much to deal with.
Well, and again, we don't know Spike's hand, so he's still in it, so he believes he has a shot of winning this game.
Yes. Is that...
What's up?
I think I'm confused about those loyalty numbers, because both were at 5, correct?
Yes, so we did 4... Oh, yeah, you're correct. Isn't that a little too much damage?
I think it is.
Yeah. So, sadly, nothing we can do about it as commentators, but it is a little too much damage to the Planeswalkers. I think 1 more damage to Teferi than necessary. We'll see if that ends up getting resolved.
Oh boy, another Planeswalker joins the fray.
So, Written 6 comes down, picks up a land. Relic, not quite a Planeswalker, but another permanent that provides incremental value. This card is only good against Memory Deluge, I believe, in Spike's deck.
Yeah, I don't think he really does any other graveyard stuff, but it's possible that Vincent just had some amount of, spot removal spells that needed to come out.
So, Memory Deluge number 1 coming in. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if... Yeah, okay, we're just backing it up. That's what I thought.
I mean, you're right. Like, the only thing that really, solves this sort of board here is some sort of, Fury Ephemerate turn that Spike does not have access to.
Yeah, no Ephemerate in this Lotus Field deck. Not quite the axis that we're playing on.
Yeah.
So gonna go real quick to game 3, I imagine. Sideboard change is likely to be slight. This is the kind of matchup where you know what you're going for.
Yeah, especially Spike has played probably, 100 matches against the 4-color deck, and he knows what his plan is with this deck against it.
Yeah, it's the most popular deck in Modern.
Yeah.
Despite its price tag.
Definitely the most important deck to be prepared for and understand your plan against, which can be kind of difficult because of the way that it plays out. It's a very it's a value deck whose parameters can be kind of hard to define, in part because so many of its spells are very modal. Planeswalkers do a bunch of different things. The difference between hard casting an elemental and evoking it is pretty large. It's tough to, there aren't hate cards for this deck. You have to fundamentally address its strategy.
Yeah, which is why the track Spike has taken is to try to go over the top with the mana production of Lotus Field.
Right. He's
attacking it on a fundamental game strategy axis rather than a card for card basis.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't just Blood Moon doesn't work against the deck. They play too many basics. There's nothing that hates out just a stack of good spells.
Oh, Kahira maybe got shuffled in this time.
It does look like the Kahira is not in the command zone. That's and we see, Vincent remembered his Yorion.
Yeah, that's when the time happens, it's a crunch, right? Is the Kahira in hand? I'm curious.
Oh boy, that's a really bad feeling when you see that. Rough.
But we'll be on Kahira watch for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
When it gets iteration or memory deluged into or whatever.
And this is just one of those things. I mean, paper play has different concerns from online play, and sometimes you have to play quickly here. Spike wants to finish this game, has to choose where to spend his mental energy, and just kind of missed that, I think.
It's also a time crunch. You need to finish this game with a conclusive winner, or neither player day twos.
Yep. Yes, no, to be clear to chat, this is not a game loss. Spike didn't violate any rules or anything. All he did was effectively sideboard in an extra card, which you are allowed to do.
So Tails End takes care of the Rin and 6, and then the Prismatic Ending for the Relic Return.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Spike wants to take. Oh, okay. There's another Rin and 6. That's a little rough.
Yeah, I wonder.
I love the speed at which the players are playing there. Just see, like, jam Rin 6 and play, grab a land, wait a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna fetch it now. Play my Abundant Growth, shuffle draw. It's your go. That's the kind of game we're playing now.
Yes. I wonder if Spike does have another ending or answer to. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't think he would have spent the first one on the Relic without a backup way to kill a Ren.
Yeah. So now we're entering the pace of play where.
But Spike's missed a land drop.
Yeah, that's not good. And there's 2 Furies in hand, so this is Vincent's turn to play like a banger 4-drop. You can play Omnath or a Jace the Mind Sculptor if it's in hand.
Yeah. Actually, Spike's missed 2 land drops now, hasn't he? Was on the play?
Yeah, you're right. This is the second land drop missed from Spike.
I think.
Oh no!
This
is the best time for you to play a Jace. It's like when your opponent has missed multiple land drops and you just Fate Seal them immediately.
Yeah.
And if this is a top, this okay.
He could draw land this turn. Okay, it's oh my god.
Okay, that's a good land drop.
It's hard. Most decks really wouldn't have an avenue, but at least with a Flagstones in play, this Lotus Field counts as 2 lands.
Yeah, and this is 4 mana. So now this Jace is to kind of make decisions. You can brainstorm to get further ahead, which is the best play, I think.
Yeah.
And one Vincent chooses to use. Or you can try to get a little greedy and try to make Spike miss more land drops.
Yeah, I think Vincent's play is completely correct here. I think you just want to get your resources. You are up a little bit on mana. You don't need to try to lock your opponent out on mana. You are in the driver's seat with your extra cards, and you just want to keep trading.
Yeah. And the onus is now on Spike to put some pressure on the board and deal with Jace, which is not something that's easy to do with the Jace on 5. Spike does have, I think, 2 Furies in hand, at least one. And that's not enough damage to come across at a Jace.
Right. And it seems not the most likely that, he can evoke a Fury and cast a Fury, but it's not super likely that the hardcast Fury is going to resolve here. And even if that all works, the Fury is probably going to die to a removal spell, and Vincent's still going to be up a lot of resources.
And remember, Spike doesn't have access to something like Unholy Heat. So
right.
There's no easy, clean answers to Planeswalkers. Even Prismatic Ending is not very good, even with Spike's 4 mana, because you can only produce 2 colors.
Right. Lotus Field has that Black Lotus templating.
It does. All right, so we've done a little bit of card filtering from Vincent's side. I think he's going to go for Red and 6. Another Red and 6, third Red and 6. Going even further ahead in cards.
Yeah, and I really don't see where Spike goes from here.
A third Fury. So no, that's a Blood Sun. Okay, so Blood Sun number 1. We'll see if it resolves. Yep. No land though. I don't see. So this is not a good spot for Spike. Took a risk on the 2-lander, and then whiffed twice. And it'll besage you on the Lotus Field.
Oof.
Lost hexproof, and that's gonna be game.
Yeah. No reason to keep playing this one. That's a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, that one's the Jace on 4 after you miss 2 land drops is gonna be extremely impressive if anyone is able to overcome that. It's a little rough. But yeah, congrats to Vincent for moving on to day 2 at 6-2.
Yeah, and condolences to Spike. Played well. Played I think a good deck that is suited for these types of matchups, but really the cards didn't quite line up for him in these last 2 games.
Yeah, it was rough. Just Jace the Mind Sculptor really doing a lot of work this tournament that I wasn't expecting. Like we've seen it in a lot of
saw
matches.
A lot of Jaces in our 4 rounds here.
Especially since some of those were from Mullins Loot Tree deck.
Yes.
And that's a one of Jace.
It was very, very good. All right, I think we're going to head back to the booth in just a second. There we are.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, sounds like we have a backup match. Excellent.
Cool. So we'll go straight into another win-in, I'm imagining. So looks like we're going to game 2, but we don't know who won game 1. We've got Ivan Espinoza on Omnath, the 4-color deck, and then Daniel Walter on
Oh wow,
Tron.
Tron, the fabled deck.
Fabled Tron with the Antiquities Tron lands. You actually love to see it.
Yes, absolutely. Some signed black borders and black bordered antiquities lands.
Mark Tadine, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
So let's see. All right, I don't know what we're looking for. We're just kind of getting caught up on the board state here. So we've got
we've got
2 spirit tokens in play.
No, those don't have power and toughness. Those might be treasures.
Okay. And then a Teferi Time Reveler with a few abundant growths. And the Tron player has what I believe is Tron. I see a power plant and a tower.
Yeah, there's 3 different arts out there. Daniel does not strike me as the type of player to mix and match their arts, and those do all look like antiquities lands. So we've definitely got some combination of Tron down there.
I think we're just looking for things to do. Here's a Chromatic Sphere. There's a Worm Coil in hand for Daniel, but that's like the lowest tier of threat you can put forward in these kind of games. So you're really looking for like Ugin and Karn, that sort of deal.
Right, and I think that is a Sanctum of Ugin over to the side. So when we do cast something big, we get 2 big things.
So here is Worm Coil into Worm Coil.
And Worm Coil not big enough to trigger the Sanctum of Ugin.
No, you need to do a 7-drop, I believe.
But let's see if Ivan has the exile removal available. Well, he's got some bounce.
Yeah, so that takes care of one of the Worm Coils. One of the weird aspects of Modern Rule right now is it's a lot of exile based, like Prismatic Ending, March of the Oily Light, but it's so expensive to do that on Worm Coil Engine.
Yes,
you can't even do it with Prismatic Ending.
No, that's true, but you can do it with Solitude.
You can do it with Solitude. So 1 Worm Coil in Daniel's hand, and just praying to draw a big Planeswalker.
Yep.
It looks like Ivan's got a Ragavan and a Lightning Bolt in hand. Ragavan's going to get dashed in with the treasures.
Yeah, and Ivan had to spend so much mana getting rid of those Worm Coils. He has a ton of mana in play.
There's a card.
But unfortunately, he can't cast it this turn.
No. It would be a very good card to have against a Tron deck. That Stony Silence effect on Karn can be debilitating when you're trying to cycle with the Chromatic Stars.
Yep.
Just turns them into dead draws. And there's a Chromatic Star drawn. So this is at least a redraw. Just going to go in for another green mana.
Yep. Is that a banger?
I couldn't see.
I couldn't see either.
It's not in play though, so
it looks like it was a Sylvan Scrying. No, there's a Karn. It's a Karn.
Yeah, okay.
Which is 2 threats. That's a lot.
Certified banger. Karn liberated. Is he? The real question is Daniel trying to set up a turn where he activates Sanctum of Ugin and plays 2 things? I think that's what he's trying to determine.
Sure.
Let's just go Worm Coil here and like tangle from there. The next turn set up a Karn plus something else.
Yep.
Or if you're just like jamming Karn this turn and seeing what you do with it. Because if you down tick Karn, you can get the Solitude out. If you have, and then the Ragavan or a Bolt can just take Karn down.
Yeah.
So it may be worth pausing to think about how you want to sequence your threats here.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the Worm Coil is reasonably safe because Ivan isn't doing anything terrifying. The one scary thing is if Ragavan dashes out and does hit a big Tron piece that Ivan does have the mana to cast now. So that is kind of what Daniel is thinking about. That's the drawback of the Worm Coil if Ivan's able to take it off the table, dash in, and get lucky. But other than that, Ivan's board is not threatening immediate things.
So here is 7 mana for Karn.
Karn.
So that triggers Sanctum of Ugin. Hopefully it triggers Sanctum of Ugin. Looks like we have not triggered Sanctum of Ugin. That's a bit of a heartbreaker.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is there a reason to intentionally do it, or am I mistaken and Karn just doesn't trigger it?
I mean, I guess it's been a long time since let me oracle up a Sanctum of Ugin right here. No, this works. I was quite certain that it worked. Whenever you cast a colorless spell with CMC 7 or greater, you may sacrifice it, search your library for a colorless creature. I am not sure exactly if that was just a miscue, but I definitely would have wanted to get some sort of Ulamog Emrakul.
Big Eldrazi.
Yes, a 3-syllable name Eldrazi creature.
So that it looks like it was just a forgotten trigger, and then Daniel chose to follow up by Sylvan Scrying for another Tron land to play Wormcoil Engine. So got the best of both worlds, just not the best of all three worlds.
Yeah.
So I believe Ivan does have a Lightning Bolt in hand. So Karn is not long for this world.
No.
Looks like it's being cast right now.
And Wormcoil is a pretty beatable card as long as Ivan draws one of his things that deal with it.
And as a reminder, we were told this is game 2 with Daniel ahead, it appears. And there's only 4 minutes left in the round.
Okay, well, that's going to be kind of rough. I'm not sure. I mean, Ivan casting Expressive Iteration is, if this game had forever to reach its natural conclusion, then that's a good thing for Ivan. But I don't know that he can get through this Wormcoil and get a lethal board together in time.
Yeah, so iteration into iteration is the play from Ivan here. Just trying to find some answer to Wormcoil Engine. And Daniel is currently hellbent, no cards in hand.
Yep.
So the Tron decks are really good at ripping. They're just built to just rip bangers off the top.
Yes, that's the whole point.
So it's not like Daniel's, in trouble per se. But Ivan does have his work cut out for him.
And I don't know that there is a way and unless these players got a time extension or something, I don't know there's a way for Ivan to win a third game this match.
That would be tricky. You can force a draw, but that would not be good.
So I think that's bad for everybody.
Yes. So here's Ragavan as a blocker. Not doing much nimble pilfering with this Wormcoil.
Well, I mean, it does, kind of disincentivize the Wormcoil attack a little bit, because if you attack and then Ivan attacks back and hits, then...
Well, Ivan's at 12,
yeah.
So
yeah,
I think you should attack. We're attacking Teferi. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that.
No, I wasn't either.
There's a Boseiju in hand, so that can clean up... Actually, not a lot from Daniel's deck. Boseiju cannot...
No.
Yeah.
This isn't quite the matchup.
Oh, you know what you could do? You could Boseiju your Wormcoil Engine.
True.
And block with the token.
Yeah.
That is a line that doesn't look like it was taken.
Yeah, it's available.
So,
or is it actually? Can you Boseiju your own stuff? I think you can't.
Maybe you cannot. It's true. You can't. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
New cards. What are you gonna do?
I haven't needed to Boseiju my own things yet.
Ancient Stirring is pretty good when you're in top deck mode or any point in the game.
So it looks like this is not a good one. Yeah, we're just seeing Thragtusks instead of Karns.
Yeah, not even the second green to cast a Thragtusk this turn. And really, I would probably take the Cycler because I just want to get deeper towards...
Well, you can't take Thragtusk.
Oh, you can't take Thragtusk, yeah. I wouldn't even if I could.
Yeah. Man, it goes to the last round and we just forget all the rules of Magic.
That's true. Oh, there's a Karn.
It looks like
not the big Karn.
Yeah, that one doesn't trigger Sanctum-Ugin. We missed that opportunity. I wonder if there's something in the sideboard that can trigger Sanctum-Ugin. Walking Ballista is typically in these sideboards, and that can get up to 8.
And Walking Ballista going to do a pretty good job of not allowing this Ragavan to do much of anything.
Yes.
And even if it gets countered, it can trigger the Sanctum of Ugin and allow Daniel to get an Ulamog or preferably an Emrakul.
Yeah, or Kozilek if you want to just draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Like perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably put this one away.
So here's Walking Ballista for 6. Is that enough? Are there 2 towers there?
I think that's got to be.
You need to play this for X is 4 in order to sacrifice the Sanctum.
Yes, yeah, you can't play a 3/3 Walking Ballista. That's not a high enough CMC for the trigger.
All right, so we're Boseijuing the Sanctum in
with the trigger on the stack.
Smart, because that stops the threat.
Yes.
But the Walking Ballista for 4 is still very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Daniel can go find a forest. What's happening here? What's going on?
Another thing that this Karn can get, even if Daniel doesn't have anything good left in his sideboard, it can just get the Wormcoil Engine that was exiled next turn.
Yep, I imagine there's probably something better in the sideboard than that.
Yeah, but the Wormcoil is probably good enough, so that this is pretty bad news for Ivan here.
Yeah, we need some dice on that walking ballista so we can signify how large it is. Okay, there we go.
Okay, it is a 4/4. Wormcoil comes in.
Putting Ivan down to 6. That's lethal to the next Wormcoil engine attack. Also pretty close to lethal from the ballista.
Yeah, looks like time has been called in the round. So Ivan, the best he can do here is play for a draw, and I don't
know how he does that.
Yeah.
Like, Daniel's at 24 with a ballista in play.
Right.
And like
yeah, even if he survives the next couple of turns, he still loses this match.
Ivan's at 6. Like we're a little low on life totals right now, and I don't think Ivan has a land to go up to 10. But the ballista can easily go
ballista
up to,
can just be a 6
right,
damage
it can
burn
easily
spell.
go up to 6 power and just shoot 6 times. These treasures are also all turned off via Karn. So that's one thing to keep in mind.
That's true. Good point.
So never mind.
Well, it costs 4 mana to unlock these 4 treasures.
Yeah. Okay, there's another. So that's gonna shoot the face, I imagine.
Yeah, there's really nothing else to.
You can also shoot twice and then make it be exiled, so you can grab it with another Karn if you only have one.
Oh, that's true.
One.
That's true.
I don't know the difference between 2 and 3. Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah.
He shot him for 2 and then let it get exiled.
Yeah, good play.
That's a heads up play.
Complimenting your own play here.
Daniel did it.
I know.
It's not my play. I'm merely the conduit for a better player.
I mean, that was a lot of spells this turn from Ivan.
It was. It's a good start to catching up. And if Daniel draws a dead card, which I think he just did in... what is this? Another Beseju. Okay. So going to get another forest.
Yeah. But Ivan at... Oh, wait. No, Ivan is at... We have Ivan at 3. So there's something wrong here, because Ivan should be at 4 unless there was like another fetch.
I think Ivan should be at 4, but we could have easily missed a fetch or something.
Which is a big difference when you have 3/3 tokens in play.
It is, yeah.
Although this Omnath gaining 4 life a turn is...
You have to draw a land for that. Ivan has no cards in hand.
He has a Renin 6 in play, though.
Yes, you're right. Never mind. And no relic on the side of Daniel, so this Ren 6 is going to pick up a land. Beseju is the land. So, the fetch land was drawn.
Oh
okay.
man,
So
that's a lot of life points.
It's a nice 7 life for Ivan if he chooses to use it.
But if we're in turns, I don't even know what Ivan can really do here.
It's just going to be a non-concluded game. Okay, well, I think this is... I mean, you kill a worm token, but then... Like what?
I mean, and Ivan needs to kill Daniel to pull the draw out here, and it's just clearly not going to happen.
Like, I think we're going to turn 4 now.
Yeah.
Daniel will hit Ivan down to, if he's at, 10 right now? So he would go to 7.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ivan goes to his turn. Daniel's at 30 to 33, depending on which worm gets removed. And then, like, what? Where do we go from there? Like, how does Ivan win that turn? Because that's turn 5.
Yes. And I don't believe that there's anything in this deck that can do anything like that.
All right, so that's Beseju. Looks like we have Ivan at 6 now. So life totals are all over the place.
Yeah, look at that boogie board. Look at where those life totals have gone this game.
All right. Last card draw for Ivan. Let's see what it is. It's a abundant growth.
Oh, another redraw.
Into a handshake.
All right, and Daniel takes it down. Tough matchup for 4-color Omnath. I mean, Tron generally built to win these types of things.
Yeah, even had a little extra window to try to clinch up victory with a missed Sanctum Amugan trigger when Ivan was tapped out and couldn't Beseju.
Yeah.
So a little slight misplay from Daniel could have cost him if he whiffed a little harder.
Yeah, I mean, an Emrakul added to that game, any of the Eldrazi added to that game certainly tilts the scale heavily and finishes it off very quickly. But yeah, just a lot of good cards in Tron that 4-color Omnath is not super equipped to deal with.
So we've seen Ivan, who we've watched all day, along with Aspiringspike, both lost their win and ends for day 2. Someone in the chat asked if Collins, another player we had watched, made their winning in for day 2.
Right.
I don't know that.
We don't know. Yeah.
We know that he was in a winning in for day 2. He was 5-2 going into the final round. But apparently they're still playing, and
time has been
called. So
and
I imagine that's going to wrap up.
We've played 5 turns of time, so that
Yeah.
should be done pretty soon.
Well, five turns of time is a pretty variable aspect
It's
in
true.
Magic the Gathering.
It's true, but those were not short turns. They weren't the
No,
longest turns.
That's true. It probably is a different story in a deck like Collins' control deck versus another control deck or something like that.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll wait and keep y'all notified when we find that out.
Well, we just need to continue speculating until.
Well, I
How
don't know how
else?
much speculating would do. Looks like we're gonna go back to the booth here. So hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Nice.
Are you doing good?
Yeah.
Great, fantastic.
I mean, my mental energy is rapidly declining, as anyone watching the stream could tell with
Well, it's 9 o'clock here, so
Yeah, that's true. But we're hit the last round. We're hanging out, seeing how people do. Someone said if Collins also didn't make it, the stream is cursed. So we may be running out of featured players just in general.
Yes, they're dropping like flies. I mean, 6-2 is a solid record that eliminates a significant majority of the field.
It's hard. I've played in Star City Games tournaments where the cutoff is only 5-3.
Yeah,
and I think I've played in more of those than I've played in the cutoff split 6-2. To be honest,
yeah,
it's not a forgiving cut.
It's definitely tough, and when you make the cut at X2 the next day, you feel like, oh, I don't really have to do that much more work today. I'm like close to there, right? I mean, especially if you are like X1 after day 1, then it's like, whew.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. But yeah, these tournaments are tough. These fields are strong generally. I mean, Dallas legendarily is a burn heavy field, and we really didn't see that much of it on our stream.
One burn player.
We saw one
burn player.
Yeah.
Against a matchup they'd usually want, like 4-color.
Yeah.
That's typically a good matchup for burn. The only caveat to that is like Omnath's really hard to beat.
Yeah.
Like if they get Omnath, it's your dog. But if they don't find it in time, you got him.
Yep.
And both games Ivan just found Omnath and took it away. And we haven't seen much else from the red decks in the home of Lightning Bolt, Texas.
Collins made it.
Okay, Collins made it. So Collins is 6-2. That means the stream is not cursed, and we didn't cause everyone to lose.
Yes. Well, that's awesome. I hope that then Collins can be on stream some tomorrow with his Lutri deck.
Yeah.
It was fun to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of 4-color players. We featured Ivan. He had a very nice deck.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the other 2 players we featured, Everett and Collins, they're playing their own stuff, right?
Yes.
I think they're the only people in the room with Jeskai, Lotus Field, and then Lutri stuff.
I imagine that there was only one Lutri player.
And there's a Lutri player going to day 2.
I am low-key jealous of this Magic retirement that Collins has determined is his route.
It's the Andre Strotsky.
Yes. but specifically the I don't really play Magic anymore unless I get to register a Lutri deck in a modern tournament. Then I'm fine with it. And that's it's nice to see someone just playing Magic for the love of the game in that very specific way.
He played I know he floated a Battle of Wits deck for this tournament. It was just on his list of things maybe I can do this in this tournament. And
these all fall into the "don't let your memes be dreams" category.
Since Collins doesn't own cards, he would have to find someone willing to lend him 300 cards.
Looks like MTG Melee has 75 burn players at 8.23% of the meta. That's high.
That's a large percentage.
So that was a pretty significant portion of the field. Dallas didn't disappoint. The lightning bolts and the lava spikes came out to play. Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. Appreciate that. So
it looks like we're about to take a quick break, and then when that's over, we'll switch over to Honorag. I don't know that me and CCR will be coming back. We've got no more rounds to cover.
Yeah, I think that's it for us for today.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. Stay tuned. We've still got Honorag in the back, but we are done for the day. Tomorrow you're gonna have, I think, the whole crew. We've got Jarvis and Reid doing the top 12 at the end of the day. And then the next 4 rounds will be covered by Tannon and Drake Sasser. And I think Tannon's also subbing out to a couple of those rounds to bring back Joe.
Yeah, we will not be here though, but hopefully future stream, you know, if y'all like us,
Yeah.
let everybody know. We had a lot of fun. We hope that y'all had fun. Yeah, take it easy, y'all.
Get the
And
monkey in there.
we'll see you later.
All right, thanks for watching, y'all. Keep tuned. We've got Honor coming.
Have a good night.
All right, guys, we're back again here. Check it out. So it's been about 11 hours, maybe 10 hours. I don't know how many hours. I've lost track of time, but it's been a great day. What's up? 10 and a half. That's what we're at right now. 10 and a half hours. So for anyone who's been here since moment one with your Twitch tab open, you are the real hero because honestly, this is why we're doing it. Right? We're just hanging out. So as an update, unfortunately, Spike was not able to make day 2, and Ivan also in the last round. Both of our heroes kind of just, it happens sometimes. That being said, Lutri is making it in day 2, and we can celebrate for that. Drinks on me tonight. Not actually. No, not actually. I don't have. I'm broke. But that being said, I'm kind of excited to see what the meta is going to be like tomorrow. Like, I think CCR and Lee said, there's a lot of Murktide in the room. There's a lot of burn in the room, which makes sense. Texas is a hot state, so I'm not surprised to see it there. And I'm curious to see what the meta game is going to look like tomorrow. I do believe there are going to be 4 8-0s, and this is a familiar name you might know. In the 8-0 bracket is one Amaz, aka Jason Chan, which is incredible to hear. I talked to him earlier today. I was like when I was doing comment, I was on the camera and I awkwardly looked at someone. I was like, "Hey, what's up? Nice to meet you. I'm a huge fan or whatever." I just shook his hand. So that's gonna be pretty exciting. It would be so cool if I could watch him play, but I don't know if I can just cold call him. I'll do it if you guys want to watch him play. But yeah, guys, we're gonna wrap up the show here today. Thank you to everybody who watched, but we had a lot of help here today. So for today, we had Joe Lossett, we had Tannon Grace, we had CCR, and we had Lee also here. And there's an announcement. I'll wait for it. All right, announcement's over. And yeah, they did a fantastic job all day, sort of just navigating the modern terrain, dealing with glare, making funny jokes, you name it, right? I know for a fact that a lot of people here enjoyed it. I should check in on Twitch chat and see what's up. What are you guys up to? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. So gotcha. All right. So what am I going to say here? And then most importantly, all right, 2 things. First of all, thank you so much to Mark Nestico, aka at Dynamo Nestico, aka owner of the new startup, Dynamo Collectibles, for sponsoring the stream today. Literally, I promise you, this is X2, I heard, right? Yeah, you want to say hi?
Yeah.
All right, what was your last match like? People are rooting for you, man.
I played against Yawgmoth.
Yawgmoth.
It was a super, super close match.
I
got there in the end.
Game 3?
Game 3.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So we'll see.
You're the only one who made it out alive. So thank you. Thank you for making my stream not a cursed stream. You know what I mean?
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I stopped you. I stopped you from saying it. You remember that?
Oh.
Clutch.
That was okay. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it could spooky. But yeah, that's good. Get some sleep and get some dinner. All right. All right.
Back.
Catch up with you. Okay. But yeah, thank you so much to Mark Nestico for sponsoring the stream here. Seriously, this stuff is actually really expensive. I'm paying for all of this out of pocket. So for anyone else who also like donated, subbed, whatever, you know, the drill, like you guys are making this easier. Like I am doing this because I enjoyed a lot and I'll still do it because I enjoyed a lot. But, you know, I do appreciate any sort of sponsorship. And look, Dynamo Collectibles, you guys already know. I don't really have to like shill for him too hard because he's got that great reputation, but he's buying and selling video games up, down, left, right. He's got the best prices. And he goes through a lot of volume quickly. So if you're looking for like collectibles and rare old school video games, that's the place to go. Do me a favor, actually, like seriously, like because he helped the stream out, if you could just go to his Twitter page and like hit a follow. Like he's got good content too on Twitter. It's actually premium stuff there. So definitely recommend checking that out. And then lastly, the most important person here on the cast, Jordan Baker. You can't see him, but he's basically making all this magic happen. I think today's quality was phenomenal. And yeah, I mean, the numbers show it, right? Like you guys enjoyed it. There's clearly a need for coverage, and that's why we're here. So once again, chat, be polite. Please say thank you to Jordan as well, because Jordan is more important than me on this broadcast, right? Like anyone can find a camera and put it together, but the you know, man behind the curtain is irreplaceable. So thank you. I don't think there's anything else left for us to do. So I'm gonna wrap it up for here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I have no idea. I think it's gonna be about the same time. 10 a.m. maybe 10 a.m. start for actually it might be 9 a.m. because there are 5 rounds of Swiss and then 4 rounds of top 12. So it might be 9 a.m. We'll get confirmation on that, but either way, like check my Twitter and I'll let you know. Or check the Scgcon Twitter. All right. Jordan, I think we're good to wrap it up here. Is there anything else that you got on your play? Yeah, go for it. You got it. You can pick the raid. You can raid whoever you want. All right, sweet. Guys, that's it. Bye. Tell Caleb I said hi. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Sweet.